was fishing stood up slowly. He was Dong Fang Chang Fan, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Dong Fang Yikong walked to Chang Fan's side, as Chang Fan continued. Dong Fang tribe is honored with the presence of all of you. Being able to welcome everyone to my humble abode is an extreme honor. Everyone please come in. Dong Fang Chang Fan led everyone inside the hut. The inside of the hut was spacious. There was a plaza and also halls. There were 16 stone statues at the plaza, seemingly arranged in order as well as randomly, as they were separated by varied distances. The expressions on them were subtle, as if containing some kind of mystical pattern. This is Dong Fang Tribe's Rank 6 Immortal Gu House, modest thatched hut? It truly is brilliant. One Gu Immortal praised directly. Dong Fang Chang Fan led everyone to the administration hall and seated them. Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals, representing all the different forces, had gathered under one roof. Dong Fang Chang Fan sat at the main seat and smiled as he observed everyone. This time, I have invited everyone here personally in order to make a transaction with you. Guanxin Zhao and the others glanced at each other with no one taking the initiative to speak. It was still Tong Zhu who responded. Sir Dong Fang already decided to not make deductions for others tens of years ago. But in the letter you said you were making an exception for us, and will deduce the true culprit of the destruction of True Yang Building or perhaps other aspects. But I wonder how we can pay for this transaction. Dong Fang Chang Fan coughed several times before sighing. This old man's lifespan is at its end and I know there is no hope in prolonging my life. But before I depart, I have some concerns lingering in my heart. One is the tribe's growth and the other is my tribe's descendants. I hope I can make this transaction with everyone. This old man shall make deductions for each of your tribes once, and after I die, I hope everyone can ally with my Dong Fang tribe. Alliance? Yes, this old man has already roughly prepared the alliance contracts. Everyone can examine them, and if you have any objections, we can modify it right here. Dong Fang Chang Fan took out 2 East Window Gu which he then handed to the Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals skimmed over the contract one after another. The alliance conditions were extremely lax. Dong Fang Chang Fan did not even request for mutual help and protection among the allies, he only requested that after he died, they had to protect Dong Fang tribe's peace for 50 years. In this time period, the parties in the contract could not target, suppress or attack Dong Fang tribe. The Gu Immortals involuntarily felt a rush of excitement. Dong Fang Chang Fan was currently the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. Besides him, there was no one else suitable to deduce the true culprit of True Yang Building's destruction. In the cultivation of Gu Immortals, who would not encounter some difficult problems relating to their cultivation? Or perhaps, they might obtain immortal Gu remnant recipes that require deductions. With Dong Fang Chang Fan, these issues were very likely to be resolved. Even more importantly, after Imperial Court Blessed Land perished and 88 True Yang Building collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought over by the Formless Fists to all regions of Northern Plains. The aura of immortal Gu manifested in many places, causing the Gu Immortals to contest over them. At this crucial time, if Dong Fang Chang Fan deduced the location of an immortal Gu, then they were very likely to get that immortal Gu. Everyone was more than moved and they couldn't help but praise Dong Fang Chang Fan's shrewdness. If it were during normal times, Dong Fang Chang Fan's bargaining chip might be somewhat less important. But now, when one deduction was very likely to represent one immortal Gu, all the Gu Immortals were moved. Great, Sir Dong Fang, our Chanyu tribe accepts your conditions. Tong Zhu spoke first, then He tribe, Murong tribe, every tribe's representatives also accepted. This situation was within Dong Fang Chang Fan's expectations. His smile became even brighter. Since this is the case, Fairy Li Shan, please take action. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was surprised, a rank 6 female Gu Immortal walked from behind the hall and appeared in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, I trust you have been well. A Gu Immortal greeted. Another Gu Immortal laughed. Sir Dong Fang sure has made ample preparations, even inviting over Fairy Li Shan. It is just that this Jade Pool blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers. How will we make the oath? Dong Fang Yikong, who had been silent all this time, stood from beside Dong Fang Chang Fan, and spoke. Everyone, please wait and see. He then opened his palm. Lights and vibrant colors floated in the center of his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Could this be minuscule mountain? Murong Qingxi opened her graceful eyes wide as she reacted first, saying in a disbelieving tone. Exactly. Dong Fang Yikong gave a modest smile, but the pride within him could not be concealed. A commotion erupted among the Gu immortals. Chapter 658. Difficulty in resolving the issues. He Lulan appears. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom flickered back and forth from bright to dim. Fan Yuan quietly stood inside it. Only when the wills inside his mind were fully consumed did he open his eyes and step out of the wisdom light halo. The deduction he made had succeeded, but Fan Yuan was gloomy because of it. To seal spring-autumn cicada, as much as over 6,000 mortal Gu are required. Among them, almost half are rank 5, with rare Gu worms reaching 2,000, and there are also about 800 ancient Gu worms. These ancient Gu worms are either extinct or on the brink of extinction. My initial estimate is that I require about 23 immortal essence stones to use this method. Fan Yuan was in a poverty-stricken state. 23 immortal essence stones were a hopeless number for him currently. But Fan Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this task. Because spring-autumn cicada's recovery was becoming faster and faster, making the situation of the first aperture more critical. Fortunately, with Fan Yuan having turned into a zombie, his first aperture turned into a dead aperture, thus it was able to hold on till now. If the aperture was like before, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I estimate I still have over 2 months to plan and prepare. If this time limit is crossed, the first aperture will not be able to endure even if it is already dead. Fan Yuan was feeling a heavy pressure. He was now a member of the living dead. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing the first aperture would no doubt greatly reduce his future cultivation potential, and that would be an immeasurable loss. Fan Yuan was in a difficult situation, and there was only one feasible method to earn 23 immortal essence stones within a short period of time selling immortal Gu recipes. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fan Yuan called in Tai Bai Yunxing. I have been paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven over these days, taking almost no rest. But Lang Yalan's spirit's divine sense has not appeared since the beginning. Tai Bai Yunxing's answer made Fan Yuan feel disappointment. Lang Yalan's spirit's divine sense called itself Lang Ya Old Immortal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and it was very active at that. But now, it had not appeared at all, almost like it was missing. Fan Yuan keenly sensed Lang Yalan's spirit was likely to be facing some problems. He recalled his previous life where Lang Ya Blessed Land had suffered a total of 7 waves of attacks. Previously, when I was in Northern Plains, the second wave of experts had already attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land. Could it be, the third wave of attacks has already occurred and Lang Ya Land's spirit is busy dealing with it, thus having no time to refine Gu? Memories of Fan Yuan's previous life were not able to help him in this aspect. He only remembered about the 7 waves of attacks, and did not remember the detailed timings of these attacks. Even if he remembered the exact timing, this world was already influenced by him and had experienced huge changes. Who is to say that the changes upon changes might not have shifted the attacks to an earlier time? My horizons have been continually broadened these days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half an immortal essence stone. Half a kilogram of Hurricane Mountain pepper has the selling price of an immortal essence stone. What are divine jade pearls? 10 of them actually cost half an immortal essence stone. There is also, what's that white spiral silk? Its price is even more ridiculous. A pinky-sized amount costs 3 immortal essence stones. Heavens, right now, I realized how poor I am. Tai Bai Yunxing chattered on about his harvest over this time, speaking in an excited tone. During these days, as Fan Yuan interacted with Tai Bai Yunxing all the time, he gradually discovered Tai Bai Yunxing had a shortcoming. That was his prattling mouth. He was talkative. Fan Yuan handed a letter Gu and interrupted his chattering. This is the letter sent by Immortal Crane Sect, please read. Tai Bai Yunxing sent his consciousness inside. His brows soon frowned into a knot. In this second letter from Immortal Crane Sect, their tone was even more harsh and fierce, already making their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land exceptionally clear. Immortal Crane Sect even used the tone of the victor, demanding Fan Yuan to surrender. These guys have gone crazy for Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least first stabilize you, then carry out hidden attacks. Aren't they afraid their actions will make us take preventive measures? Tai Bai Yunxing said in a displeased tone. This is the power and confidence of Immortal Crane Sect. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and have an incomparably deep foundation, having stood tall and straight at Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Besides this, I think they are trying to pressure me and also probe the intention of my backers. Fan Yuan analyzed. Yes, Immortal Crane sect is stronger than any single super force of Northern Plains by some degree. We are too weak, while they are a colossus becoming more and more overbearing. It will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land from them. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke carefully, glancing at Fan Yuan several times. He already had thoughts of retreating, giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moving far away, he just did not openly express it. Fan Yuan knew his thoughts. Tai Bai Yunxing was a healing Gu master, he was benevolent and could be said to be feeble, seriously lacking the spirit to make a stand. Fan Yuan did not rebuke Tai Bai Yunxing's intentions. In fact, Fan Yuan had also thought of giving up and abandoning Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Dang Hun Mountain represented extremely huge benefits, and Immortal Crane sect and other super forces would definitely want to possess it. However, that was, of course, only as a last resort. As long as there existed hope along with benefits, it could be said that Fan Yuan would absolutely not speak of giving up easily. Fan Yuan thus consoled Tai Bai Yunxing. Immortal Crane sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, a superforce, a behemoth, but they also have their worries. How many methods can they use to deal with us specifically? I dare to guarantee, it is not as exaggerated as you imagine, especially when they are greatly underestimating our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Immortal Crane sect also had its own problems. New sects were emerging endlessly in Central Continent, continually bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sections. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important positions in Central Continent with the best cultivation resources. They naturally would be subjected to competition from all sides. In history, Immortal Crane sect had experienced golden ages several times, but at present, there was a clear disparity compared to their most prosperous periods. Immortal Crane sect had not expanded for many years already. This meant they were under some restraints. Since Junior Brother wants to battle Immortal Crane sect, I shall risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry, no matter how dangerous the situation gets, I will support you till the last moment. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his chest and swore. Fan Yuan nodded. I also ask Old Bai to not worry. I, Guyu Fan Yuan, am not a stubborn man. If there was nothing to be done and the situation was truly unfavorable, I would definitely take the initiative to retreat. Forcing back Immortal Crane sect's first wave of attacks perhaps won't be difficult, but the main problem does not lie here. Immortal Crane sect is a very big sect. If we repel them, they will at once arrive with another wave. After this continues for a few times, Immortal Crane sect's offense will become stronger, and they will start treating us more seriously. We need to rely on another great force to resolve this issue, making an alliance with another ancient sect. Tai Bai Yunxing repeatedly nodded in complete agreement. But Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but until now they have yet to reply. Was our letter Gu intercepted by Immortal Crane sect? How about we send some more letters? Fan Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he contacted Spirit Affinity House with was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending green bird Gu created by Feng Jiuge. Back then, Fan Yuan defeated Feng Jin Huang and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jin Huang was indignant and sent a challenge letter using this letter sending green bird Gu. But Fan Yuan did not respond to the challenge, and instead had been detaining this letter Gu. He had already speculated this letter Gu's owner was very likely to be Feng Jiuge. The reason being that Feng Jin Huang had yet to reach rank 5 back then. Besides Feng Jiuge, it was also likely to be his wife, Feng Jin Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Regardless of who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fan Yuan, its original purpose being to allow Fan Yuan to respond to the challenge letter. And Fan Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fan Yuan had been very confident regarding this letter, but Spirit Affinity House still had yet to reply after so long, so he was somewhat unsure now. According to the common sense conjecture, letter sending green bird Gu was created by Feng Jiuge, which represented this expert's will and prestige to some degree. To intercept this green bird Gu and risk offending his impressive and dignified presence, this was not at all likely. However, this possibility could not be completely excluded as well. Thus Fan Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion. Okay, let's wait 7 days. If we still don't receive a reply by then, we will send another letter. Time passed day by day. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. A strong enemy was approaching from the outside, while on the inside, cultivation resources were lacking. Even if Fan Yuan used his zombie body and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell Immortal Gu recipes of the highest grade, the regretful part was that he did not have the capital to kickstart this plan, and could only put it aside for the time being. Langya Land's Spirit and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break through these predicaments. But it was a pity that these two keys stayed in the dark with no messages from them. Who knew when Fan Yuan would receive news from them? Perhaps he wouldn't for his whole life. Destiny created obstacles. The road ahead of Fan Yuan was once again shrouded in obscurity. It seems my luck is still not too good. Fan Yuan scoffed at himself. There was nothing he could do, since he possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. His luck was likely to only get worse. He tried asking Mo Yao about improved Immortal Goo remnant recipes, but Mo Yao claimed that she did not know them. She was residing in Fan Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle in Northern Plains with him. She knew Fan Yuan possessed Wisdom Goo, and thus it was not hard for her to speculate Fan Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a Refinement Path Grandmaster. She very likely knew Immortal Goo remnant recipes which matched Fan Yuan's criteria. But she did not reply, and since Fan Yuan lacked Wisdom Path methods, he could do nothing to her. Under this kind of situation, He Lu Lan suddenly arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. Fan Yuan lost the Stargate Goo and was already not able to return to Northern Plains alone. He Lu Lan being able to come to Dang Hun Mountain was naturally because of fixed immortal travel. As for how she knew the scenery here, that was because Fan Yuan had sent a will to her of his own accord. This was the agreed-upon plan, but Fan Yuan was still somewhat surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month left before the limit of our agreed-upon time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lu Lan's tones was grave, revealing a trace of worry. Making this formidable and ambitious person anxious, the situation in Northern Plains indeed did not seem to be optimistic. However, He Lu Lan soon realized her flaw and concealed all her emotions, speaking with a cold smile. Naturally, I have another goal, that is to make sure you are not on guard. After all, this is your headquarters. In case you arrange traps against me, I would be messing up your plans by arriving earlier. Fan Yuan laughed, appearing unperturbed, as if there were no issues that could perplex him. After the Battle of Northern Plains, you and I are already tied together for better or for worse. But for complete cooperation, your previous conditions are still insufficient. Chapter 659. The Dirtiness of Humans. Hearing Fan Yuan say, insufficient, He Lu Lan snorted in displeasure. Fan Yuan, you are not very clear about Northern Plains' situation. I will tell you right now. Not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Dong Fang Chang Fan, invited all of the super tribes and personally made deductions for them. His condition was that they had to ally with Dong Fang tribe, and within the 50 years of his death, they are not allowed to target or suppress Dong Fang tribe. Oh? Fan Yuan's gaze focused. There's such a thing? Then, what did he deduce? Reportedly, Dong Fang Chang Fan made one deduction for each tribe, regarding goo recipes, appearance of immortal goo, or some tips for killing desolate beasts. He has already deduced much of your information, though I do not know the deeper details. But now, everyone knows that you are not a Northern Plains Goo Master, but there is also a Northern Plains Goo Master colluding with you. Tai Bai Yunxing's pupils shrunk, he said with some fear. He actually deduced so many things? As expected of Dong Fang Chang Fan. He Lu Lan snickered, continuing. Fan Yuan, our lives are tied together now. If I die, who is to say that I will not expose you and Tai Bai Yunxing? Other than that, is Wisdom Goo in your hands? Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. He firmly wanted to deny it, but he stopped himself from acting rashly. Fan Yuan calmly laughed. How is that possible? Wisdom Goo was already destroyed in the wind veil of assimilation. How could I have brought it here? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately praised him in his mind. Fan Yuan's skills in lying were simply spectacular. His tone and expression were flawless. It was filled with pity, regret, and other sad emotions. It was as if he really had narrowly missed out in obtaining Wisdom Goo. He Lu Lan could not see any flaws in his performance, but next she squinted, saying in a thuggish tone, I don't care if you really lost Wisdom Goo. I only know that Wisdom Goo could have taken the initiative to follow you under the pressure of survival. Hee, you don't have to deny it now. I'm sure you understand my idea. It is not safe for you to hide in Central Continent. It doesn't matter if Wisdom Goo is really in your hands. As long as I spread information that Wisdom Goo is with you, there will be nowhere for you to hide. The entire world's Goo Immortals will chase you down like lunatics, until they get to the truth. Are you threatening me? Fan Yuan's expression turned cold. He slowly stood up. He Lu Lan, you have some guts. Do you not know that you are now on Dang Hun Mountain? As long as we instruct it, the land spirit will use Dang Hun Mountain and kill you right here. Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Hei Lu Lan laughed with her head high. She said fearlessly, Ha ha ha, even if this is a dragon's nest or a tiger's den, what can you do to me? I made some arrangements before I came. As long as I do not return in 3 days, the entirety of Northern Plains will know that you apprentice brothers are the culprits behind the collapse of Truyang Building. Furthermore, the entire world will know that Wisdom Gu is with you. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze. Hei Lu Lan indeed came prepared. This was targeting his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's eerie words made Hei Lu Lan's laughter stop. Hei Lu Lan, I know you are not afraid of death, but have you forgotten your hatred? Hei Lu Lan's expression changed. Her aura diminished as her eyes were like lightning, looking at Fang Yuan. State your conditions. You have to agree with my first condition, that is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner, me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we cooperate, during the process of your revenge, the loot will be split 4 to 6, for you and us respectively. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing and I make up 2 Gu immortals. Hei Lu Lan snorted. Do you think you have a helper while I don't? But never mind, I accept these conditions. She hesitated for a bit, but she still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He could see her sincerity from this. He continued, Lastly, I need to know the entire story of this, as well as the reason why you need to kill your father personally. Hei Lu Lan was silent for a while, but she soon agreed. You are indeed overly suspicious. I can satisfy all 3 of your conditions. This is nothing I can't speak of anyway. Next, in their conversation, Fang Yuan finally understood the secret behind Hei Lu Lan's thirst for revenge. The root of all this was actually 88 Truyang Building. In Truyang Building, there was a true inheritance called Yin-Yang Life Extension Method. It had been taken by Heiqing long ago. Fang Yuan had actually seen the empty light lump of the Yin-Yang Life Extension Method by coincidence in the past. This true inheritance was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable when he researched about Renzu for life extension methods. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal have to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had long since been widely spread in Northern Plains. It had given many young women in Northern Plains the courage to find their true love, to take the first step. 200 years ago, Su Xian was the daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. Her status was not high, and she was often serving wine to guests and banquets, like a servant. Once, when Su tribe leader was attending to Heiqing, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love with him at first sight. However, Su tribe leader harmed Heiqing in secret, using a poison goo on him, causing his strength to fall to rock bottom, and he was chased down by enemies. Su Xian learned of this and ran out of her tribe's campsite in the middle of the night, to save Heiqing, who had only met her once. Back then, she only had rank 1 cultivation, but during the night there were wild wolf groups roaming. It was extremely dangerous, and she was simply courting death. But due to coincidence, she found the unconscious Heiqing. Heiqing was thus saved, and their following conversation became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He had asked Su Xian, I was plotted against by your tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why would you save an enemy of your tribe? Su Xian then answered, Lord has a noble spirit. This humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people, but he never considered the result of offending Hei tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between 2 super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe. Heiqing was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian's hand and swore, Your love is as deep as the sea. I, Heiqing, am not a cruel person. How could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you. From then on, the 2 of them became a loving couple that respected each other equally. 100 years later, they both became Gu immortals, and the story was a legend of Northern Plains. But most people did not know that Su tribe faced extermination soon after. He Qing had many wives and children. Su Xian'er was either the first, nor the last. He Qing and Su Xian'er had a daughter. She followed her father's surname, while getting the name Lu Lan. Years later, Su Xian'er died, and He Qing was extremely aggrieved. He announced to the public, his wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lu Lan. She fell heavily ill and her strength fell drastically, thus she died a few years later in her blessed land's earthly calamity. He had obtained the Yin-Yang life extension method in the true inheritance secluded domain. He kept it very secretive. For his own selfish desires, he lied to my mother with ill intentions. My mother did not know the details, and because she trusted and cooperated with him, almost all of her lifespan was taken by him mercilessly. After my mother died, he concealed the truth, thus he could still openly be a righteous path gu immortal. He absorbed my mother's aperture and took all the gu worms that she accumulated in her life. He is a coward, a dirty and despicable scoundrel. In order to live longer, he actually plotted against the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she saw his true colors and told me to be careful of him. As expected, mother was right. There was a problem with his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was consumed very quickly. He is now facing another crisis of dwindling lifespan. This time, his target is me. I have the great strength, true martial physique. Once I advance to a gu immortal, my foundations will be extremely firm. If he uses the Yin-Yang life extension method on me, less lifespan would be wasted in the process, and he would gain much more lifespan. He Lu Lan spilled all of the secrets hidden in the dark. In her calm tone, one could nonetheless sense her utter hatred. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord He Qing is such a person, this is really disappointing. He was a prospective gu immortal candidate in the past. With high hopes to become one, he had interacted with He tribe's gu immortal, He Bai, in secret, and he was even recruited. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing's impression of He tribe had always been good. He Lu Lan's words destroyed this good impression. This is the so-called righteous path. Who knows how many dirty and disgusting things are going on underneath this glorious surface? In contrast, the demonic path consists of countless characters that are more straightforward. He Lu Lan scoffed. No wonder you didn't respond to He Qing when he called you at the point when the wind veil of assimilation was cut open. Fan Yuan nodded. He looked at He Lu Lan again, feeling a different emotion. He Lu Lan was born with a golden spoon, yet this actually was a tragedy. Her own father harmed her mother, and was now targeting her, attempting to take her lifespan. Lacking the warmth of a family, under threats and dangers for many years, she had no option but to disguise herself while secretly putting in immense effort, swearing to take revenge for her mother. This was likely the reason why she obtained such a formidable personality. Where there is a cause, there will be consequences. There is a saying called, heroes often meet their end. The hero, here, could also be replaced with formidable characters. But in fact, it is not that heroes and conquerors often meet desperate situations, it is the desperate situations that create them. In this way, they are people with very pitiful lives. They often encounter and feel much greater pain than normal people. But because of this pain, they learn and become who they are. Those who live in happiness, living like an upright person, being open and honest without any rough rides in life, while attaining numerous achievements and gaining reputation and praise. Are there truly such people in real life? Fan Yuan thought about Earth, about the 500 years of his previous life, and scoffed. Where there are high achievers, there are sacrifices. Those who are higher-ups often need to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there are outliers, lucky people, and those who rely on their family. But how long can they last? How many will be left in the end? Legend says, when Renzu started walking on the road of life, his vision changed. It was pure darkness. He took the first step. Piop. At the next moment, he stepped into the mud. He raised his foot, wiping it with his hand. It was full of mushy mud and extremely smelly. He was hesitant to move forward. At this moment, Self-Gu said, "O human, do not hesitate. If you want to walk on your own road, you will need to rely on your own legs. When your leg steps on the road, do not be afraid of dirtiness." Chapter 660. Snowy Mountain Alliance. Outside the window of a room, snow was silently falling down. The fragrance of tea pervaded inside the quiet room. A woman was sitting beside the vermilion-red window frame. She was wearing an embroidered leather skirt, characteristic of Northern Plains women. The leather skirt was embroidered with purplish-red flower buds, while the edges were glittering with silvery light. She bound her hair with a sapphire blue ribbon which had a pure white pearl inlaid in the middle. Her eyes were drooping, emphasizing her thick eyelashes. Her breathing was soft and her hands that were as white as the snow moved slowly, concentrating completely on brewing tea. The quiet room was not large, and she was the only person inside. But on the table there were 4 teacups. A rich jade-green light suddenly appeared in the quiet room. The light dissipated to reveal an elderly figure. The elderly man was tall with an eccentric appearance. His hair was gray and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes displayed one who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, warm and tenacious, containing wisdom accumulated in all of his lifetime. The woman who was brewing the tea stood up at the sight of the elderly man and smiled with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunshen." The elderly man was Tai Bai Yunxing. He quickly looked around him before greeting the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman nodded with a smile. She was an influential figure in the limelight among Northern Plains Gu immortals, a rank 7 Gu immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She looked youthful and beautiful, but her true age was much greater than Tai Bai Yunxing's. Tai Bai Yunxing confirmed the safety of the surroundings before opening his immortal aperture, from which 2 human shadows leaped out. One turned into He Lu Lan while the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie as tall as 6 meters with a fierce appearance. It was none other than Gu Yufan Yuan. "Little aunt, I am back." He Lu Lan walked towards Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold but her gaze revealed a trace of affection. Fairy Li Shan glanced at He Lu Lan warmly and sighed, then turned her gaze towards Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. "The relationship between me and Little Lan has always been a secret, to the extent that outsiders aren't even aware we know each other. Today, she exposed this secret of her own accord. It can clearly be seen that she sincerely wishes to cooperate with you 2 guests. Especially you, Fan Yuan. Little Lan had mentioned you to me many times over these days. You accomplished such a huge matter, bringing even 88 true young building down." Fan Yuan laughed heartily and said with the hoarse voice specific to zombies, "Fairy is exaggerating, all this commotion is not what I wished for. To speak the truth, I had been doubting He Lu Lan's proposal for cooperation since the beginning, but who could have thought He Lu Lan had such a close relationship with you? This is the best situation, Fairy. With the oath to your immortal Gu mountain pledge, our alliance can be firm and solid. Not long ago, at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lu Lan exposed the reason for her hatred. Then she revealed her relationship with Fairy Li Shan." Fan Yuan was surprised and yet also not surprised. He Lu Lan was under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal He Qing. It would be difficult for her to obtain her current achievements just by relying on her own strength. Besides her own efforts, there definitely was outside help. "Please take a seat, this snow oil tea has just been steeped." Fairy Li Shan extended her hand to indicate Fang and Tai to be seated. Fan Yuan waved his hand in refusal. "Let's make an oath and establish the alliance first, it won't be too late to drink tea then. Virtuous Junior Fang is quite decisive." Fairy Li Shan lightly praised before calling out an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu resembled a beetle. It was thick and solid, even bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was ash-gray with a stony texture, a pair of large pincers grew on its head, its back was not glossy and was instead rugged like mountains, and there were specks of stripes, like moss, on the joints of its legs. Fairy Li Shan aptly explained, "This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu, as famous as Sea Oath Gu. As long as you choose a mountain to pledge to and as long as this mountain still exists, the oath cannot be violated. Virtuous Junior Fang, I wonder which mountain you want to choose?" Fan Yuan slightly raised his brows, then he pointed outside and laughed hoarsely. "What other place can be better than this mountain?" Tai Bai Yunxing asked, not understanding the situation. "What mountain is this?" "This mountain is called Snowy Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled and introduced. "Snowy Mountain, where have I heard this name? Wait a second, could it be this is that nest of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" Tai Bai Yunxing cried out in shock. "Where else did you think it was?" He Lu Lan sneered. Fan Yuan provided an introduction for Tai Bai Yunxing. "There are differences between immortal and mortal. Old Bai, you just recently advanced and you only have heard me mention some information about the Northern Plains Gu immortal world in passing. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of the 3rd branch peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You can also call her the 3rd leader." "3rd leader?" Tai Bai Yunxing stared at Fairy Li Shan with wide-open eyes. He had never expected for this gentle and refined woman to be a demonic path Gu immortal. Moreover, she was the 3rd leader of the largest demonic path nest of Northern Plains. Cough, cough, cough. Dong Fang Chang Fan was lying on a sickbed, coughing incessantly. With every cough, his pale white face would wither a bit more. Lord! A handsome young man was standing beside the sickbed with a mournful and grieving expression. He was wearing a white robe, his face was white like jade and his eyes were deep, revealing a calm, mature temperament. It was Dong Fan Yu Liang. No need to grieve, Liang er, cough cough, to be born, get old, be sick and die is the way of nature. Dong Fang Chang Fan gasped for breath after saying this, and continued after recovering some strength. Your talents are better than mine. Among the whole tribe I feel most optimistic about you. The responsibility of Dong Fang tribe's growth can only be shouldered by you. I, Dong Fang Chang Fan, would not misjudge this. Lord Supreme Elder. Dong Fang Yu Liang's eyes reddened, sobbing silently. The old man nearing death in front of his eyes was his benefactor. Dong Fang Yu Liang lost his parents at the age of 11. After that he had to maintain his livelihood and also care for his 6-year-old sister, Dong Fang Qing Yu. To preserve their lives, he gave away all the inheritances left by his parents. But it was exactly because of this that he was noticed by Dong Fang Chang Fan, not only becoming a trusted aide, his sister was also given great care. Later Dong Fang Yu Liang even received Dong Fang Chang Fan's personal guidance. And despite the obstructions and oppositions from many sides, Dong Fang Chang Fan appointed Dong Fang Yu Liang as the tribe leader. After Dong Fang Yu Liang lost in the imperial court contest and returned to the tribe, he was suppressed and pushed aside by various factions. It was Dong Fang Chang Fan who protected and shielded him again, paying a considerable price. Dong Fang Chang Fan was becoming weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times but no words came out. Finally, he spoke in an extremely weak voice. Your hand. Dong Fang Yu Liang extended his hand and grabbed the old man's right hand. The old man was holding a gu on his hand. This gu. Take it. Dong Fang Chang Fan's face turned red from the strain, extracting the last bit of energy from his dying breath. He closely stared at Dong Fang Yu Liang and reminded him. Although Dong Fang tribe has signed an alliance agreement with the other Righteous Path tribes, the affairs of world are changeable and hard to predict. My death will cause Dong Fang tribe to fall down from its prosperous period. You are my successor, you must be careful. This gu, once you activate it, it will bring you to a secluded place which contains the cultivation resources I prepared for you, insights about immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history as well as all my comprehensions of wisdom path cultivation. Remember, always prioritize your safety, don't be impatient. The tribe has demonic path spies. Dong Fang Chang Fan's expression froze, the flush on his face turned fainter and the final trace of radiance in his eyes faded. Lord! Dong Fang Yu Liang's face was already covered with tears, and this moment, he could no longer hold them back, crying in sorrow. Northern Plains No. 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dong Fang Chang Fan, had passed away. The news spread, Dong Fang tribe cried for 3 days and 3 nights. And when the great forces of Northern Plains received the information, both demonic and righteous path Gu immortals let out breaths of relief. Dong Fang Chang Fan was a legendary character. At the time of his birth, Dong Fang tribe was already declining rapidly, with only the name of a superforce but with no power. Dong Fang Chang Fan became a Gu immortal and led the tribe, scheming in all directions, using wisdom path methods to devise strategies, tying bonds to powerful friends, killing the weak, and even plotting for his enemies to fight each other, causing Dong Fang tribe to rapidly rise again. Dong Fang tribe's growth was almost entirely because of Dong Fang Chang Fan. But because of this, all the Gu immortals of Northern Plains became aware of Dong Fang Chang Fan's might. Wisdom Path Gu immortals often did not need to use their own hands to humiliate their enemies. Making schemes that connected like a spider web, one thing would lead to the other, enemies would feel like they were sinking into a swamp but unable to extricate themselves. Gu immortals feared Dong Fang Chang Fan and secretly reached an agreement, banning the sale of lifespan Gu to Dong Fang Chang Fan and even secretly destroying Dong Fang tribe's plans of searching for lifespan Gu. Dong Fang Chang Fan schemed against others, and finally was also schemed by others. The sun was high in the sky, Crescent Lake gleamed in the sunlight with the occasional dragonfish leaping out of the lake. Leftover snow piled up beside the lake, this was the remnant of the once-in-10 years blizzard disaster. Fan Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. The blizzard disaster poured into Imperial Court Blessed Land, thus the destruction caused by the disaster in Northern Plains was many times lighter than the past. Imperial Court blessed land existed no longer while True Yang building was also destroyed. There would be no more of the once in 10 years blizzard disaster in northern plains. The remaining snows slowly melted under the sunlight. Grass was already poking out of the snow. There was a mixture of green and white grasses mixed together. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing moved together, seeing many water wolves and solitary tri-horned rhinos in their path. Water chestnut trees used to fill this place, but now it was a scene of barrenness, the trees already freezing to death or breaking down from the accumulated snow. The intense change in the scenery brought Fan Yuan some trouble. He was searching for the passage to Langya Blessed Land, that purple stone tree left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. 3 days had passed since the alliance with He Lu Lan. Little Hu Immortal was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, paying attention to treasure yellow heaven all the time but still not seeing Langya Old Immortal's divine sense. Fan Yuan took back fixed immortal travel and used this immortal goo to go to Crescent Lake. Fan Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. He planned to use thieving heaven demon Venerable's arrangement again and enter properly. Because the surroundings had changed, he was unable to directly teleport to the purple stone tree. Being able to directly appear beside Crescent Lake was thanks to Tai Bai Yunxing. When he was wandering over northern plains, he had once dug a cave beside Crescent Lake and made simple arrangements, staying for 2 to 3 months. The cave had not collapsed. Fan Yuan first lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing, then entered his immortal aperture, arriving at this place. Chapter 661. Seeing Swamp Crab again. Found it. Fan Yuan's eyes shone. He had arrived before a purple stone pillar. Tai Bai Yunxing looked in the direction of his voice, merely to see that this crucial pillar was very ordinary. Just that at the base of the stone pillar, there was a rock, flat and smooth like a bench. It looked slightly special. This is it. Fan Yuan stretched out a large monstrous arm, sweeping the snow off the stone bench, confirming it. After Tai Bai Yunxing went into his immortal aperture, Fan Yuan sat down on the bench, using a goo worm to cut his arm and letting the blood drip onto this purple stone pillar. His blood was not red like normal people, it was a jade green color, and had no warmth, it was ice cold. The purple stone pillar had once been modified by thieving heaven demon Venerable with the use of his mysterious goo worm. The jade green zombie blood was quickly absorbed. Ma Hongyun's figure swiftly flashed across Fan Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Fan Yuan could be said to be a thief. After Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were sent out of the wind veil of assimilation by the luck path true inheritance, they were snatched by Northern Plains righteous and demonic goo immortals. It was a scene of chaos. Right now, there was no news on the two of them. One could confirm that they were captured by a goo immortal. Whether they could escape or what ordeals they were going through, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun was much more pitiful in this life. One could see that even with fortune that rivals heaven, it is not omnipotent. Luck only provides opportunities. Whether one could use them well, that depends on the goo master's strength and abilities. Right now, everyone was still looking for Ma Hongyun, but no one knew which goo immortal had hidden them. The allure of the luck path true inheritance was too great, especially for Northern Plains goo immortals. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of impairing my own luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to fix this flaw, it would be the best method. Since rebirth, I have already suffered many difficulties from bad luck. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun a good target as a valuable treasure, most importantly, during this Northern Plains trip, Ma Hongyun was an eyewitness. He was an insider and would likely expose Fan Yuan and the others. Thus, Ma Hongyun also posed a death threat to He Lu Lan. Killing Ma Hongyun was one of the agreements in the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Fan Yuan did not enter the Cloud Building's room like last time. Langya Blessed Land's unique terrain was that it was situated on vast white cloud soil. 12 buildings, at equal lengths apart, were situated on the cloud soil. They were the 12 cloud buildings. But what Fan Yuan saw was a messy sight. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. There was ice forming in some holes, while black smoke was rising in some holes. Tai Bai Yunxing came out of Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Upon seeing this, he said, "A battle had occurred here not long ago. It seems that Langya Land's spirit was really in trouble." Fan Yuan did not speak, he only looked at the 12 cloud buildings far away. These 12 buildings had their respective features. Some had immortal cranes flying around them, some had feathermen living in them, some had beautiful auroras, while some had the smell of incense. But right now, only 8 of these 12 buildings were intact, the remaining 3 were in bad shape, walls were collapsed and structures were crumbling. What happened? We are already in Langya blessed land, yet the land spirit has yet to appear? Tai Bai Yunxing frowned, feeling very alert in his heart. Let's go in and see first. Fan Yuan pondered. The two flew over, slowly getting close to the 12 cloud buildings. Quickly look, there is a desolate beast corpse there. After moving for some time, Tai Bai Yunxing suddenly pointed at one direction, saying, only to see that a huge fish was lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It had the size of a normal whale, but it looked like a carp. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color, its eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starry radiance in them. This is the desolate beast, spine-fin star dragonfish, Fan Yuan said. He knew that Langya land spirit had a beast enslavement immortal Gu and enslaved 12 desolate beasts, each kept in one of the 12 cloud buildings. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12? Oh! Someone came in. In a dark secret room, Langya land spirit opened his eyes, sensing Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. In front of him, there was a Gu immortal. He was middle-aged and had a mighty disposition. His appearance was not that of a normal man. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman Gu immortal. What? Another strong foe? The Inkman Gu immortal heard the land spirit and became nervous. Oh, it is that rascal. Pfft, he scared me. No worry, I know this person. Half a year ago, he came here before. After Langya land spirit focused his mind to detect them, he breathed out deeply. The Inkman Gu immortal raised his brows in surprise. He did not think that there would be other guests coming to Langya blessed land besides himself. Since they are friends and not foes, then all is well. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we entered the secret room. In just a moment, we can release 1 layer of the seals on you. At this time, we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman Gu immortal's heart settled. But we cannot let them near the cloud building. Old friend, you might not know this, but that kid is crafty and scheming. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a loss from him in the past. Let me mobilize the desolate beast and stop him from coming temporarily. Langya land spirit gritted his teeth and said, we've been in here for so long, yet Langya land spirit has not appeared yet. It seems something huge happened here. The attack on Langya blessed land was definitely not done by one person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should search the battlefield and retreat for now. Tai Bai Yunxing was speaking, when suddenly, a large golden metallic mountain rock drilled out of the cloud's soil. The cubic rock moved quickly, blocking the way of the 2 desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing readied himself to face this enemy. The desolate beast had no eyes, a large pair of pincers were right in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of these fearsome weapons. Furthermore, it had 9 pairs of legs, coming out of the cubic rock as they extended. The crab legs stabbed into the cloud soil, propping the desolate beast's large body up. At this point, Tai Bai Yunxing recognized the origins of this desolate beast. This is the Lord of Swamps, Swamp Crab. Fan Yuan snorted. He was very familiar with the swamp crab. After all, when he had just obtained Hu immortal blessed land, he faced a swamp crab in his tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab had the Gruel mud immortal Gu, causing great destruction to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Fan Yuan had to enter northern plains and attempt to take Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before immortal Gu. Now, after braving many dangers, not only did he succeed in saving Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Bai Yunxing to join him. One could say he obtained both the Gu and the Gu Master. The swamp crab blocked their path. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped in his tracks and asked Fan Yuan, what do we do now? Fan Yuan's gaze was locked on the desolate beast. He said one word, fight. Be careful. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, swiftly retreating, pulling some distance from Fan Yuan. He was a healing Gu immortal. In most situations, he would not charge forward and take a risk. This was also in line with his usual personality. Fan Yuan floated in the air, looking at the swamp crab silently. Next, he breathed in deeply, straightened his back and stretched his 8 arms. The muscles on his body bulged, resembling an iron monster. His eyes were blood red, his green face and sharp fangs gave off a ruthless and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fan Yuan moved. His body was like a meteor crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab was huge, but it was unbelievably agile. 9 pairs of legs moved quickly, as it dodged sideways. But Fan Yuan was a flying master, even though it seemed like he would miss. With just a turn, he crashed into the swamp crab's back. Bam! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab was pushed into the ground by Fan Yuan's forceful impact. His over 6 meters tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack. Tough enough! Fan Yuan grinned, pulling back 4 of his right arms. His fists, without exception, were torn open and showed the white bones inside. But Fan Yuan had lost his sense of pain. Even though his fists were injured, they was healing at an insane speed. In just a few breaths' time, his 4 right fists recovered completely. Puff puff! 2 waves of fierce winds approached to assault him. Fan Yuan's wings opened, as he tread into and flew in the air like lightning, dodging the fierce winds. Hearing 2 sharp sounds, Fan Yuan turned around to look, only to see that the swamp crab's huge pincers were bending at an unbelievable angle, towards his back and snapping together. If Fan Yuan dodged slower, he would have been hit already. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Even with the absurd defense of Fan Yuan's heavenly zombie body, he did not want to endure the attack. The swamp crab's armor is extraordinarily hard, there is almost no flaws in its defense. I do not have cutting or drilling abilities, I can only break through with pure strength, using power to force my way through is the best method. Fan Yuan's thoughts collided intensely in his mind. His body continued to rise as he looked down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was full of crabs. These crabs were as large as tigers, they were fearless. Some had sharp crab legs, resembling needles. Some had claw-like limbs, and were very fast. This was the special ability of the swamp crab, it could reproduce at any time and place, summoning a crab army that would move according to its will. Very good. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold and dark. He breathed in deeply and activated the killer move, Myriad Self. With the expenditure of 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, he activated the core immortal goo. Thereafter, large numbers of goo worms started activating in a certain pattern. Fan Yuan's 8 fists pounded at the swamp crab below him. Bam bam bam. Each fist exploded with a formless fist chi. The shadows of the fists were flying as his punches rained down like a torrential storm. The swamp crab cried out pitifully. It was being pressed into the ground by the unceasing fist chi. Thousands of fist chi slammed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become deformed. The fist chi that dispersed formed and gathered, becoming one of Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms. 10 breaths later, an army of strength path phantoms formed on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunxing was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantom army surrounded the swamp crab, and the crab army collapsed at once. The swamp crab was unable to endure the attacks and cried out, trying to put up resistance, but it could not prevent its imminent defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it killed, Fan Yuan continued to attack, and more strength path phantoms were produced every moment. Oh, my desolate beast! What killer move did this rascal use? I have never seen it, it is actually so strong. This killer move has definitely got to be an immortal killer move. In the secret room, Langya Land's spirit could see all that was going on. He lost his cool as he started shouting. Chapter 662. Inkman King. Langya Land's spirit felt heartache when he looked at his swamp crab. The swamp crab was lying down flat on the ground, unable to stand up. Its 9 pairs of legs were almost entirely torn to pieces, and even one of the enormous steel pincers at the front was shattered. Such a battle outcome caused the Inkman Gu Immortal and Tai Bai Yunxing to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. Fan Yuan struck with over 10,000 strength path phantoms, of which over 3,000 still remained. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms into his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a period of time, and beyond that limit, the fist chi would dissipate, and the phantoms would disappear along with it. But as long as they could be used, Fan Yuan would not waste even one of them. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains, he had been penniless. He did not even have one immortal essence stone, thus he was not able to replenish large numbers of mortal goo. From the battle just now, he had already probed. With just the 8-armed immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to pose much threat to the heavy armored swamp crab. The only option thus was to use his killer move, Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo that Fan Yuan possessed, and so it required green grape immortal essence to be activated. The situation earlier was not clear. Thus Fan Yuan decisively gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to take control of the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was indeed created from the convergence of enslavement and strength path. Its might was extraordinary. The swamp crab, which had brought huge trouble to Fan Yuan once before, causing him to use all his strength in order to barely deal with it, could not even raise its head from the beatings of Myriad Self. It continued to be in a disadvantage with no hopes of freeing itself. You rascal, entering my home without a word and also injuring my desolate beast, how will you compensate me? Langya Land Spirit furiously chided Fan Yuan. Tai Bai Yunxing was engrossed in looking at this land spirit from behind Fan Yuan. Langya Land Spirit was thin with white hair, having a beard that reached his chest and a ruddy face like that of a baby's. He was wearing a loose robe over his whole body, and the two sleeves were fluttering in the air. If not for him seething with anger and staring at Fan Yuan with his eyes wide open, his demeanor would no doubt look elegant and sagely. Fan Yuan was already familiar with Langya Land Spirit. He stared at the shackles around Langya Land Spirit, frowning. You have been sealed. No wonder I could not hear any news of your divine sense in Treasure Yellow Heaven. According to Northern Plains time, we have not met for merely more than half a year. How could you end up like this? Langya Land Spirit's eyes opened even wider as he snarkily retorted. Talk about yourself. How did you become like this? Neither human nor ghost. Advancing to a goo immortal and yet degenerating into a zombie, hee. You should still have plenty of lifespan though. Humph, Langya Land Spirit, you have lived for so many years yet you don't even know the simplest logic of give and take? Only by giving up one thing can you gain another. If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I be in front of you again and hold such powerful strength? But you, the longer you lived, the more you regress. Now you can't even refine goo. You are really making your main body lose face. Fan Yuan sneered, intentionally provoking the land spirit. Langya Land Spirit's sore spots were prodded and he immediately stamped his foot in anger. Not long ago, Langya Blessed Land had suffered an attack from a mysterious force. Langya Land Spirit was able to repel the invaders, but he ended up sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he ended up having to invite his best friend to remove the seals. Langya Land Spirit started cursing at Fan Yuan. You shitty kid, you still have the nerve to talk about me? True Young Building's fall was definitely caused by you, right? So many people died, 2 super forces lost their tribe leaders, the whole of Northern Plains goo immortals are searching for you, the main culprit. You are now everyone's target. Your life must be pretty hard now, right? The Inkman goo immortal and Tai Bai Yunxing's expressions changed. The Inkman goo immortal's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling an intense urge to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already said everything. It was too late. How could you blurt out such a matter? Are you not afraid those two will attack to silence us? The Inkman goo immortal's heart could not help but tremble with fear. These two were actually the people who had turned Northern Plains on its head and even wrecked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Too dangerous. The situation was going south. The next moment, both Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing gazed coldly at the Inkman goo immortal. Even if the Inkman goo immortal had high position and authority normally and had extraordinary strength himself, right now he could feel his heart going cold under the gaze of these two ruthless monsters. Langya Land Spirit, why are you not introducing us to this person? Fan Yuan chuckled. His voice was so hoarse that it was borderline uncomfortable to hear. I can't let Langya Land Spirit reply. Who knows what this loose-lipped guy will say? Thus, the Inkman goo immortal summoned his courage and stood up, greeting. My name is Mo Tansang. I live in Inkman City and am the king of Northern Plains Inkman. Tai Bai Yunxing raised his brows. He had not expected this person to have such an origin and immediately looked at the Inkman king in another color. Currently, the 5 regions were dominated by humans. Variant humans were living while pressured on all sides. Many were sold as slaves or raised as pets. Their livelihood was rather difficult. But in Northern Plains, Inkmen had the most favorable status among the variant humans. Many variant humans had no fixed residence and would have to wander around like vagabonds. But Inkmen had established a city in Northern Plains, which possessed 3 Inkman goo immortals. Mo Tansang was the Inkman city's king. Under his leadership, the Inkmen were able to resist pressure from various forces and withstand the covetous gazes of countless goo immortals. It was not easy to maintain the Inkman's survival. It served to show how talented and skilled the Inkman king was. Inkman King Mo Tansang. Fan Yuan muttered inwardly. He had an impression of this name. In the chaotic war of the 5 regions during his previous life, the Inkman King took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts, to grab the opportunity and develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hong Yuan on equal terms. Before Fan Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen had hundreds of cities and occupied one-third of Northern Plains lands. From this one could see how talented and insightful the Inkman king Mo Tan Sang was. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary. He was not someone who could be belittled. Fan Yuan lightly praised. So it is the Inkman king, sure enough, you have a majestic aura beyond that of ordinary people. I am not worthy of such high praise. Inkman king quickly replied modestly. The person before him was the main criminal in destroying 88 True Yang building. He had to be extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain. Langya Land Spirit and I have been very good friends for many years. In truth, Inkman City has always had close relations with Langya Blessed Land. We in Inkman City have some attainment in Chi Path, and it turns out Langya Land Spirit was sealed using a Chi Path method. Thus I hurried over to help. Sir is a dragon who roams the sky, stirring up a storm and causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in a state of unrest. I cannot help but admire such grandeur. All along, our Inkman City has been jointly suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was even more overboard, demanding Inkman cities to offer tribute in terms of countless female Inkmen. In a way, you have helped us Inkmen take revenge by destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are also the land spirit's friends, so you are my, and Mo Tan Sang's, friends as well. If you have any plans in the future, feel free to visit Inkman City. He was indeed the Inkman king, such outstanding eloquence that completely expressed his goodwill in just one conversation, especially speaking in neither a servile nor overbearing tone. It was extremely hard to come by. Who is friends with this rascal? Langya Land Spirit shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he felt happy in the depths of his heart when he heard Fan Yuan praising his friend, and the anger he felt previously had reduced. Fan Yuan nodded to the Inkman king, replying with deep intent. If there's an opportunity, I will definitely come to experience life in Inkman City. He then looked at Langya Land Spirit, and continued provoking him without concern. Land Spirit, even if I am not your friend, you should still welcome me and refine a goo for me. Did you forget I still have one chance left to make you refine goo? If I want you to refine goo, you will do it even if you don't want to. Langya Land Spirit could not put up a facade at all, his temper flaring up immediately. Normally, goo immortals would be polite, and even flatter him to request him to refine goo. When had he ever received her disrespectful words like Fan Yuan's? But Fan Yuan was speaking the truth. He still had the final chance to request for goo refinement. Langya Land Spirit was Longhair Ancestor's obsession, and he must abide by the agreement his main body had agreed to back then. You damned scoundrel, I am so angry, my anger is going to explode! Langya Land Spirit shouted, his face completely red with fury. But suddenly he grinned with happiness. Ah ha ha ha, I am trapped, this Chi Path seal is too troublesome, there are a total of 17 or 18 layers of seals. Just now, Inkman King only unsealed the first layer. Ha ha ha, I really can't help you refine goo right now, my hands are tied, this is wonderful. He had been bored to death since he was sealed, not being able to do refinement meant his greatest hobby had been taken away. But right now, he was feeling quite happy about it. It was all Fan Yuan's fault. Seeing this weirdo Langya Land Spirit shouting and laughing like a buffoon, Tai Bai Yunxing felt this trip was worth it, his horizons were broadened. Inkman King was silent, he was the leader of a large force and was not willing to easily offend Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan coughed before speaking solemnly. Alright, let's talk about serious affairs. Since you can't refine goo, forget about it. I have another matter for coming over this time. I want to make a transaction with you. Transaction? What transaction? Langya Land Spirit asked. Inkman King immediately turned vigilant. Langya Land Spirit might have high intelligence, but his nature was frank. It was hard to say that he wouldn't be cheated. Inkman King was the Land Spirit's good friend. If Fan Yuan truly was conspiring, he would stand up and expose Fan Yuan's scheme. The transaction is simple. You should remember the thing about me being a wisdom path goo master, right? I will deduce immortal goo recipes for you while you will pay immortal essence stones as remuneration. This is a win-win deal. Fan Yuan replied. Deduce goo recipes? Lang Yilan's spirit opened his eyes wide as he became dazed, but at the next moment he started laughing loudly. He was swaying back and forth in his laughter. If his hands were not bound, he might have been slapping his thighs together in laughter. Lang Yilan's spirit ridiculed. Fan Yuan, oh Fan Yuan, you are now a zombie and still think you can deduce goo recipes? Moreover, immortal goo recipes? This old man advises you to get rid of this thought. Inkman King, however, said, an immortal goo recipe, even if it is a remnant recipe, has a high price. If we give it to Sir to deduce it, but you fail in the process, then wouldn't we be handing you the contents of the immortal goo recipe for nothing? Lang Yilan's spirit was startled to awareness, immediately yelling in rage. Great, you actually wanted to swindle me of immortal goo recipes. Fan Yuan had already prepared for this and laughed, opening his monstrous palm to reveal an immortal goo. Look, what is this? Chapter 663. Recognizing immortal goo. At once, everyone's attention was attracted to the goo worm in Fan Yuan's palm. The immortal aura of the goo worm was radiating with the laws of the world. Without doubt, it was an immortal goo. But no one knew which immortal goo it was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shook, as he remembered what Fan Yuan had revealed to him in the past. This goo. Lang Yilan's spirit watched with shining eyes. I have never seen this goo before, this is a new goo. He jumped in front of Fan Yuan. His nose was only 2 inches away from the goo. Next he sniffed like smelling a flower. He screamed, this is the aura of Luck Path, this is a Luck Path goo worm. Good lad, you destroyed True Young Building, but it seems you had many gains. Fan Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the Grand Lang Yilan spirit would have such shallow knowledge. This is not a new goo, it had appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me teach you, this goo's name is Calamity Beckoning. It was invented by a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao. Mo Yao? Inkman King heard this and his eyes shone. If I remember correctly, this woman is a rare legend in Inkman history. She cultivated to rank 7, and had overwhelming charm. Even the Grand Sword Immortal Bo Qing was attracted to her. Inkman King talked with a fanatical expression, like he was speaking of a treasure. I apologize about my demeanor, but I have been looking up to Senior Mo Yao as my role model since youth, thus I am very familiar with her stories. Fan Yuan found this a little humorous, to think that this Inkman King was a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chit-chat with the Inkman King. Fan Yuan used this chance to mock Lang Yilan's spirit. Lang Yilan's spirit was so ashamed from his words that his face turned red. He wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. He grumbled under his breath, but he did not rebuke Fan Yuan. After all, he really did not know this immortal goo. After Fan Yuan made some snide remarks in a mystifying tone for a while, he saw that the time was right and took back Calamity Beckoning immortal goo, fishing out another immortal goo. Lang Yilan's spirit, didn't you say you were well learnt and knowledgeable? I will give you another chance, see what goo worm this is. Lang Yilan's spirit stared with wide open eyes. He moved forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths' time, he took a deep breath. His nervous expression became smug. Of course I know this immortal goo. Its name is Cleanse Soul. It is a cultivation assistance type goo for Soul Path goo immortals. The cultivation of Soul Path includes strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The best way to strengthen the soul is Dang Hun Mountain's Guts goo. The best way to refine the soul is Luo Pa Valley's Bewilderment Fog and Luo Pa Wind. As for pacifying the soul, it would be the Pacifying Soul Soup in Bewitching Lake. This Cleanse Soul Immortal goo can refine a goo immortal's soul, getting rid of all the impurities. But if it was used excessively, it would get rid of even the essence of their soul. Oh? You actually recognize this goo? Fan Yuan pretended to be shocked, thinking in his heart. So this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul. I called it Split Soul in the past. I guess I was wrong. This Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self could form Strength Path Phantoms of Fan Yuan. These Strength Path Phantoms had a trace of his soul, thus Fan Yuan could manipulate them freely like an extension of his own body. It was agile and flexible. But precisely due to this, the Killer Move Myriad Self expended Fan Yuan's soul foundation. Langya Land's spirit saw Fan Yuan's shock and his smugness intensified on his face. But Fan Yuan quickly said, "Count yourself lucky, you coincidentally recognize this immortal goo." "Hey, what do you mean luck? This is my strength." "If you really have strength, how could you not recognize calamity beckoning immortal goo?" "You." "Never mind, take a look at this goo, I'm sure you cannot recognize it." "Show me, I will definitely know what it is," Langya Land's spirit shouted. Fan Yuan took out another goo. Langya Land's spirit concentrated his attention on analyzing. He laughed a few breaths later. "Haha, this is the Cloud Path Immortal Goo, Rising Azure Cloud." "Rising Azure Cloud?" Tai Bai Yunxing interjected. "That's right," Langya Land's spirit said proudly, shaking his head. "This goo is a movement-type immortal goo. It has a long history. Goo immortals can use it to easily travel through mountains and cross water bodies. But what is most valuable is that this goo's ascending and descending speed is extremely fast. It far exceeds most other goo of the same rank. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud." Fan Yuan thought about it. Appearing as if he was not satisfied, he took out another immortal goo. "Land Spirit, it seems you might possibly have some skill." "Look at this goo," Fan Yuan said. "What do you mean might possibly? Of course I have skill." Langya Land's spirit rebuked. His eyes were shining as he looked at Fan Yuan's palm. After a few breaths, his expression changed. "Oh, it's you. What goo is this?" Tai Bai Yunxing asked again at an appropriate time. At this point, he had already understood Fan Yuan's intention. Although Fan Yuan had captured these goo in True Young Building, he did not know their origins. He had been guessing. There was no doubt that familiarizing oneself with unknown immortal goo was very troublesome. The most direct method was to consume immortal essence and activate the immortal goo to directly see their effects. But this had some flaws. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo had huge power. It might cause harm to oneself if used wrongly. For example, calamity beckoning goo and spring autumn cicada could not be used blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo have very peculiar uses. Even if they were activated, they would not show any effect if the target or environment was inappropriate. Even though wisdom goo could help Fan Yuan could only make deductions based on the information he already had. Langya Land's spirit did not suspect a thing. He flaunted his knowledge. "This immortal goo is peculiar and vile. It is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have never seen it personally, I have heard about it in historical records. Back then I paid close attention due to having a special impression of it. This goo's name is Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal goo. Its refinement and nurturing occur together." Fan Yuan was immediately intrigued. Goo worms were classified into nurture, use, and refinement, these three aspects. Generally with the three aspects, although they affected each other, each still stood alone. An immortal goo with nurturing and refinement combined into one, Fan Yuan had never seen any. But Fan Yuan was very familiar with a type of goo worm that combined use and nurturing. This was the rank 5 blood guillotine goo that had a vile reputation. Then, what exactly was this woman's heart goo that combined refinement and nurturing? Fan Yuan was curious, but he could not ask directly. At this point, Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated and asked, "It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. This is the first time I've heard of this despite my long life." Langya Land's spirit gave Tai Bai Yunxing a look. "Lad, you are still young, you have not lived for long enough. The variety of goo worms is as wide as the sea. The three aspects of nurturing, use, and refinement are extremely vast and profound. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the deadliest poison. This immortal goo, Woman's Heart, is a poison path immortal goo, with a lethal poison. To nurture it, you will need the hearts of women. The process of feeding would also be the process of continually refining and promoting the goo. The more hearts fed to it, the more powerful its poison." Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. "It needs the hearts of women? Such evil and cruelty, this is a demonic goo. Actually, you can use the hearts of female variant humans to replace it, but the effect would be worse than human hearts. To achieve the same toxicity, you will need many more hearts." Langya Land's spirit recalled. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression was solemn. "Even variant humans are people. They have parents, they have flesh and blood, love and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo?" Saying this, Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fan Yuan in worry. Fan Yuan was expressionless. He put away the immortal goo Woman's Heart, and took out another immortal goo. "Langya Land's spirit, I admit you have a degree of skill. But this level is still slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha, the immortal goo in my hand now, there is no way you can guess it. Fan Yuan seemed to have complete confidence. Langya Land Spirit's gaze was immediately attracted to the new immortal goo. This is also a luck path immortal goo. He sniffed with his nose, turning nervous. But a few breaths later, his nervousness vanished. He breathed out deeply. I know this immortal goo, haha. Back then, my main body had seen this immortal goo during a discussion about cultivation with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Oh? Such a coincidence? Fan Yuan showed a look of disbelief. Of course. Langya Land Spirit's eyes were burning with fire. Fan Yuan's disbelief made him extremely upset. To prove himself, he spilled all that he knew. This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. It has a very special use. It can allow a goo master's luck to be connected to other people's luck. If one has good luck, it will be shared to the other person. Similarly, if one has bad luck, it will also affect the other party. If you have luck inspection goo, you can inspect the formless luck of other people. If you see a person with good luck, you can use this Connect Luck immortal goo. But this is not the best method to use it, because luck is like a tide, its rises and falls are uncertain. If you do this, you still would want to use another immortal goo break luck in tandem. Another better method is to coordinate this with other luck path immortal goo, to connect your own luck to the luck of mountains and valleys, to the luck of a long river, or the luck of a blessed land or grotto heaven, or even the luck of an immemorial desolate beast. Tai Bai Yun Xing immediately understood the reasoning behind this. He stated praise. That's right, famous mountains and valleys have been around for ages, blessed lands and grotto heavens are unlikely to be destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are on par with rank 8 goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than humans. Langya Land Spirit sighed. Luck path takes a peculiar direction, while also piercing deeply into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who first created it, had amazing talent. He was extraordinary. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable discussed about Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights. Even my main body was full of admiration for him. Inkman King continued. In history, the 10 venerables were all supreme existences. Even as an Inkman, I am full of admiration for them. He had understood Fan Yuan's intentions since long ago. It was to obtain knowledge about the immortal goo from Langya Land Spirit. But he did not expose this. Fan Yuan did not harm Langya Land Spirit. Inkman King had no need to ruin his tenuous relationship with Fan Yuan for no reason. Fan Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, before turning to Langya Land Spirit and saying, Let's go back to the deal. I am full of sincerity. I had never thought of taking your immortal goo recipes for myself. Land Spirit, when I deduce the immortal goo recipe for you, I will place an immortal goo with you as collateral. By then, if I failed to analyze it, but had already seen the immortal goo recipe, you can take this immortal goo. You will feel assured in this case, right? The value of an immortal goo far exceeded any immortal goo recipe. Langya Land Spirit exchanged eye contact with the Inkman King, before shouting, Rascal, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Okay, this deal is not risky for me at all. In fact, I profit from it. I will say this first, I will give you only 3 immortal goo recipes. It doesn't matter which one it is, but you need to completely deduce an immortal goo recipe to count as a success. If you succeed in deducing the recipe of an immortal goo, hand it to me and I will pay you the immortal essence stones, as well as another remnant recipe. Okay. Fan Yuan did not hesitate, he immediately agreed. Chapter 664. Bountiful Harvest. After successfully coming to an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, Fan Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief. This transaction was simply too crucial. The profits would be the key for Fan Yuan to break free of his current problematic situation. Although he knew of many ways to earn immortal essence stones from his previous life's memories, these methods needed time and planning, or involved great risk. The deal with Langya Land Spirit was the only one with little risk, coupled with high rewards. After thinking about it for a while, Fan Yuan left the cloud path immortal goo, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral of the deal. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement-type goo. Fan Yuan did not lack a movement immortal goo, he already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suited for water path goo immortals. Its effect was greater when used in an environment that had rivers, lakes, or the sea. Meanwhile, Rising Azure Cloud's strong point was in ascending and descending. Its normal movement speed across places was slower than Worldly Wave Trace. Fan Yuan only cared about practical use. To him, Worldly Wave Trace was much more useful. That night in Northern Plains, Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yunxing stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fan Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he consumed one bead of green grape immortal essence, under that situation, without knowing the real circumstances inside Langya Blessed Land, he needed to quickly defeat the swamp crab and gain the initiative of the situation. Immortal essence was indeed precious, but it should be used when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had zero value. Not mentioning one bead of green grape immortal essence, even if he had to use 8 or 10, Fan Yuan would use them without hesitation if needed. He concluded that this time, he put in little investment, but made huge gains. Firstly, he took back Fixed Immortal Travel. The return of Fixed Immortal Travel was an extremely pleasant surprise. With Fixed Immortal Travel, Fan Yuan could cross the regional barriers, he could step into all 5 regions. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he could set up schemes everywhere, obtaining the biggest benefits. Even at worst, if Immortal Crane's sect breaks into Hu Immortal Blessed Land and destroys it, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing could retreat while bringing along Dang Hun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. They could attack if they progressed, and defend if they retreated. Although Fixed Immortal Travel was a rank 6 movement Immortal Gu, it gave Fan Yuan the greatest advantage in this situation. Rising Azure Cloud and Worldly Wave Trace added together could not achieve something like this. At this point, Fan Yuan felt his pressure reducing. Secondly, he had formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lu Lan had the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 extremes. She had huge potential, and once she advances into an immortal, her battle strength would be terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was a famous character in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but on the other hand, she had a wide range of friendly relationships, and had dealings with many of Northern Plains' Righteous Path Gu immortals. There were scumbags and weirdos among Righteous Path Gu immortals, and the demonic path even more so had its outliers. Every conflict originates from benefits. The righteous and demonic paths were not just enemies out to kill each other. They also cooperated, made transactions, and even worked together secretly. Fairy Li Shan had the Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular with everyone. Dong Fang Chang Fan had created an alliance with the righteous forces. He needed Mountain Pledge Gu. Demonic Path Gu immortals were even more suspicious of each other. Such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could be built all because of the foundation of Mountain Pledge Gu. Because the alliance created using Mountain Pledge Gu could not be broken, this was the key to gaining the trust of Demonic Path Gu immortals. Fan Yuan allied with them because on one hand, he could gain powerful assistance, while on the other hand, he could settle his biggest problem of not getting timely updates about information in the world. Fairy Li Shan had wide connections. It was much easier for her to gain information compared to Fan Yuan. And thirdly, Fan Yuan obtained the information of 4 Immortal Gu. He had snatched them when destroying the Formless Fists. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Cloud, Woman's Heart, and Connect Luck. In terms of value, starting from the lowest, the first would be Rising Azure Cloud. To Fan Yuan, this Gu had the least value. He was exerting its greatest use by leaving with Langya Land's spirit as collateral. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart. A one-time expenditure Gu that combined refinement and nurturing, it had slightly greater value. Generally speaking, these one-time use Gu had powerful effects, like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect was far greater than Fan Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fan Yuan had Guts Gu. It was easy to strengthen his soul. Before he enters Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul would be the best replacement. In addition, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the killer move Myriad Self. This had even greater value. Fan Yuan made an evaluation. If he did not use the killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength was lower than ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. But once he used this killer move, his battle strength surged. He would be equivalent to a first-rate rank 6 Gu immortal. Of course, compared to Fan Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, he was still weaker. In Fan Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, and was only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was truly fearsome. He was at the top of rank 6, he even had the shocking battle result of winning twice against ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. Last was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was unexpectedly Fan Yuan's greatest gain. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul. Even though cleansed soul was myriad self's core, it was not irreplaceable. But the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Goo, to Fan Yuan, was simply unique. Fan Yuan's first vital goo was Spring Autumn Cicada. This immortal goo was the cause of his rise. Without this mystical goo, he would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, this goo had always been dragging him down. Be it the pressure towards his aperture, or Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness, the constantly low luck of the user, it gave huge problems to Fan Yuan, and even resulted in many fatal crises. If not for Fan Yuan's ability and ruthless personality, coupled with his many methods, ordinary people in his place would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fan Yuan's trump card, but it was also his greatest flaw. With Connect Luck Immortal Goo now, it could resolve Spring Autumn Cicada's luck flaw. Langya Land Spirit had provided many uses for the Connect Luck Immortal Goo. The best way was to use other Luck Path Immortal Goo along with it, using them together to link the Goo Master's luck to a famous mountain or river, an immemorial desolate beast, or even blessed lands and grotto heaven. These existences have boundless and long-lived luck. They were not easy to destroy. But Fan Yuan was not going to use this method. Because he could not, he only had one Luck Path Immortal Goo, he could not use it with other Luck Path Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck with other people's luck. Langya Land Spirit had earlier said, a person's luck was like a tide, its rises and falls were uncertain. In connecting your luck to others you had to be careful, otherwise the user would be dragged down at times. If this was used with Break Luck Goo, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would also force the user to be on constant alert. But this weakness was non-existent to Fan Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who was reborn using Spring Autumn Cicada. He knew who the lucky, famous, or extremely successful people were of this generation. He even knew what their achievements would be, and when their downfalls would occur. I can totally use my previous life's memories to find these future important people, and use Connect Luck Goo to link my luck with them. Since I have Spring Autumn Cicada, my luck will always be abysmal. After connecting our lucks, the one taking advantage will always be me. Fan Yuan thought about this and recognized the great advantage that fixed immortal travel gave him even more clearly. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to freely move between the 5 regions. Where would he have time to travel far and wide to look for those people who were currently still nobodies? The final gain from this trip were the 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes he brought back from Langya Blessed Land. These Immortal Goo recipes had very high completion rates. They were 90% and above. There was even one piece with 99% completion rate. After resting for a while, Fan Yuan arrived at the underground cave. Deducing an Immortal Goo recipe had too many elements to consider. The wills created by Immortal Goo were definitely insufficient. Fan Yuan had no hesitation. He activated Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. He decided to do the easy one first, to settle the remnant recipe with 99%. At the same time, in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yunxing's hands were behind his back. He stood before Langya Land Spirit and the Inkman King. Inkman King saw the restored cloud soil as amazement shone in his eyes uncontrollably. Earlier, Tai Bai Yunxing had taken the initiative to stay behind. When he had suggested to heal Langya Blessed Land, he did not see much hope. But to think that Tai Bai Yunxing did such a great job, the effect was out of his expectations. Langya Land Spirit assessed Tai Bai Yunxing for a while, saying, to think that at such a young age you are quite impressive. How did you do it? Tai Bai Yunxing laughed bitterly. He was old and had white hair. To hear someone call him young was a really peculiar and weird experience. He took out Landscape as before Immortal Goo, displaying it before the 2 of them, and introducing it clearly. Inkman King praised loudly. To think that there is such an amazing Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, we can restore the blessed land's terrain and river flow. It can greatly reduce the losses caused by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Goo's value is immense. Langya Land Spirit was also interested. I have heard of this Immortal Goo. It once belonged to Immortal Jiuhui. Immortal Jiuhui had inherited a certain true inheritance from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Not only did he have Landscape as before, he also had man as before. I have not seen this goo of yours personally. Let me research it. It is bound to give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 Immortal Essence Stones as compensation. Langya Land Spirit had many businesses. He was very rich and did not lack Immortal Essence Stones. 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yunxing hesitated before rejecting and shaking his head. Immortal goo were one's personal secrets, they should not be exposed easily. But Tai Bai Yunxing, for the sake of his future, learned from Fairy Li Shan and had no choice but to expose landscape as before immortal goo. How could he hand this to Lang Yilan's spirit? He said he would research, but what if he ruins it during the process? Seeing that Tai Bai Yunxing did not agree, Lang Yilan's spirit was very disappointed, but he still footed the bill. You restored all the cloud soil for me. According to our deal, this is 3 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yunxing waved his hand and rejected. I will not accept these 3 immortal essence stones. When Fan Yuan comes to hand in the recipe, give it to him along with his compensation. Lang Yilan's spirit was stunned, before laughing wildly. What? Don't tell me you believe that the rascal can really succeed and complete the recipe? Ha ha ha, do you know how many years these recipes have troubled me? Especially that recipe at 99% completion rate, even my main body could not finish it. Chapter 665. 3 100% Immortal Goo Recipes. Lang Yilan's spirit, isn't this a little inappropriate? Ingman King glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing, as he said this with worry. The other party included the fierce people who wrecked Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88 True Young building. Ingman King was very worried Lang Yi Blessed Land would be harmed if Fang and Tai were angered. Lang Yilan's spirit was extremely frank, and as if he had not heard Ingman King's words, he satisfiedly said, Humph! That brat is too crafty, he dared to treat this old man in such a vile manner, so I did it on purpose. I am teaching him a lesson to let him understand the principle of respecting the old. Ha! What goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie. Did he think this old man could not see it? Humph! Little Tai Bai has blind confidence in him. If he can deduce the immortal goo recipe, this old man will personally crush his medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yunxing did not respond, instead looking at the arrogantly laughing Lang Yilan's spirit with pity. He really wanted to say, it is not Fan Yuan whom I have confidence in, but the wisdom goo. Fan Yuan quietly stood within the wisdom light halo. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, they were shining with joy. Success. He was deeply moved. In a few moments' worth of time, he had deduced the first remnant recipe to 100%. This perfected goo recipe was the 99% remnant recipe. Fan Yuan gasped in surprise when he looked at this goo recipe again. This last step was simply mystical, to think this was a goo recipe I perfected. He himself found it incredulous. Deducing goo recipes depended on one's foundations and inspirations. If one did not have enough foundation in refinement path, it would be very difficult to deduce goo recipes. But even goo masters with deep foundations would often encounter problems when deducing goo recipes. They would be stopped at these steps, not able to progress even an inch for years. There were even cases where goo masters would not make any progress for decades or even a century. To break through these barriers would require inspiration. But inspiration was extremely hard to obtain. It could appear continuously over a short period of time, or not even appear once in many years. Even if they had inspiration, that was only a possibility, and it would have to be tested and verified. If it was successful, that would be true inspiration. If it failed, that would only be an idea, a failed attempt. Wisdom goo's might lies in being able to provide unlimited inspiration to goo masters. I am a refinement path master, my foundation is enough and I only lack inspiration. Fan Yuan once again sensed the power of a rank 9 goo. This was still the case in which he had only stepped inside the wisdom light halo. If there came a day when he truly activated wisdom goo, who knows what the results would be. Fan Yuan suppressed the flood of thoughts and examined his mind. There were still large amounts of joyful will in his mind. The remnant goo recipe had been extremely close to completion, and had only lacked the final push. Thus Fan Yuan did not use much joyful will. He concentrated and began deducing another goo recipe. The second goo recipe was the immortal goo remnant recipe with 97% completion. Fan Yuan did not have to consume much joyful will this time around either, only expending 1/3 to cross the barriers that were blocking the completion of the immortal goo recipe. Crossing these barriers meant resolving the greatest troubles. The thinking process could then smoothly progress with everything else being obvious. Fan Yuan could deduce them completely even if he relied only on his own ability. But at the third immortal goo recipe, Fan Yuan encountered slight trouble. He had to use up 3 beads of green grape immortal essence in a row before he was able to perfect this immortal goo recipe. The difficulty of this immortal goo recipe was quite high. When one problem was solved, another would appear. Thus, even though its completion rate was already as high as 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence expended to deduce it was 2 to 3 times as much as than the previous two. But even so, when considering the deal, Fan Yuan profited hugely. Fan Yuan hurriedly connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Langya Land. Spirit with Divine Sense Goo. Langya Land's spirit laughed wildly and was thinking Fan Yuan had made contact to admit defeat. So when Fan Yuan handed him a 100% complete immortal goo recipe, he was stunned for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was absorbed into the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing! Amazing! This barrier could actually be broken in such way. Why didn't I think of it? How could I not have thought about it? He shouted. Were it not for both his hands being trapped in the Chi-Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thigh fiercely. The praise suddenly stopped, and an embarrassed expression showed on Langya Land's spirit's face. He had not forgotten that a short while ago he had been extremely pessimistic of Fan Yuan's ability. How could he have expected Fan Yuan would hand over a completed immortal goo recipe to him not long after? Langya Land's spirit felt embarrassed, muttering, "Brat, who could have thought that your line of thought is so weird? You actually hit the target while blindfolded, and wildly deduced this immortal goo recipe. Consider it your luck this time, according to our contract. Perfecting a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe of a 90% or over completion rate will be paid with 10 immortal essence stones. Should I hand them to you using Treasure Yellow Heaven, or will you come personally to take them? Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven naturally required a fixed service charge. But Fan Yuan would have to use fixed immortal travel if he went to personally receive the payment. And every activation of fixed immortal travel required 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. It was a considerable price. Fan Yuan thought it over. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven would mean a cheaper cost, but it was hard to avoid leaving behind some traces which might be deduced by some Wisdom Path goo immortals with harmful intentions. But personally going to take them would mean too high of a cost. Fan Yuan was somewhat troubled. Langya Blessed Land was in Northern Plains, while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent. The two were not in the same region, so using Whole Earth goo was not possible. Only Stargate goo could be used. Land Spirit, with your personality, you should have Stargate goo there, right? Fan Yuan asked. Hee brat, you really understand me. Langya Land's Spirit frankly admitted. He had obtained Stargate goo's recipe from Fan Yuan. He first refined a set of Stargate goo and gave them to Fan Yuan, refining another set afterwards for his own collection. Fan Yuan nodded and transmitted his thoughts. Treasure Yellow Heaven is not safe. Our transaction will be sensed by many, and once the frequency of this increases, it will bring us great trouble. Fixed immortal travel is convenient, but the price to use it is too high. It is better for us to link our 2 blessed lands and establish a Stargate. Build a Stargate? Langya Land's Spirit shook his head and refused Fan Yuan's suggestion without consideration. Brat, I have been deceived many times by you. Building a Stargate is not a small thing. Any calamity over your side will immediately afterwards be directed here as well. If Langya Blessed Land is discovered by someone, my life will be difficult. Fan Yuan laughed loudly and did not attempt to persuade him, instead handing over the second immortal goo recipe. You actually completed another one? Langya Land's Spirit received a huge shock. This speed, wasn't it simply too fast? This method of resolving the problem is simply marvelous. You actually thought of using this goo, and there is also refinement goo material like intimate grass. How did you think of them? Langya Land's Spirit chattered on and exclaimed as he appreciated the wonders of this 100% completed immortal goo recipe. Ha ha ha, old man, the new generation replaces the old. You are already old and stay all day in Langya Blessed Land without knowing the developments in the outside world. Even if you have your best friend, Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how could he come across the key aspects of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius of Wisdom Path. One day, I will surpass Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fan Yuan laughed arrogantly while spouting nonsense. Langya Land's Spirit was dumbfounded. He really wanted to retort, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. The 2 immortal goo remnant recipes which had troubled him for countless years were solved so easily by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh. Sigh, do you know the loneliness of a genius? Since my birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around who could have an equal conversation with me. Some people even believed I was a monster. They were afraid of my wisdom and envied my talent. I could only hide myself and appear to be like a normal person. It was to the extent that no one could see that I was overflowing with heaven-defying talent. Wisdom path seemed to be the path the heaven arranged for me, but from a twist of fate, I ended up becoming a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't my life full of setbacks? Even heaven was envious of my talents. Lang Yalan's spirit could no longer bear to listen to this, stamping his foot. Hey brat, don't be so self-important. What is amazing about deducing 2 immortal goo recipes? If you are really a genius, then deduce the final immortal goo recipe, only then will this old man admire you. Fan Yuan was silent. Lang Yalan's spirit raised his head. Kid, this old man admits you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body was stumped by that final immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it properly for 7 to 8 years, maybe you will know how profound this world is and how many stars there are in the sky. You will then learn to be humble. Ahahaha. You mean, this immortal goo recipe? The corners of Fan Yuan's lips pulled back as he tossed out the 3rd immortal goo recipe. This was simply the final blow. Lang Yalan's spirit's laughter came to an abrupt stop. Shortly afterwards, he shouted in shock. What is this? What in the world is this? His voice contained a trace of panic. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh and said with a slow, sad voice. I said it earlier, my talents often provokes fear and envy. Sigh, nothing can be done, I am such a genius, I was born this way. Lang Yalan's spirit's panic this time was no small thing. He was only formed from an obsession and was not shrewd. This final immortal goo recipe was a huge impact to him. You really succeeded in deducing it? Incredible. Incredible. This immortal goo recipe can actually be solved like this. Your train of thought went in a completely different direction. No wonder even my main body could not deduce it. This old saying has come true. The mountain road twists around every new peak. A glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. The mountain road twists around every new peak. A glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. Lang Yalan's spirit kept on mumbling to himself. He was at first completely shocked before becoming ecstatic. Finally he calmed down, his heart filled with frustration. This immortal goo recipe had been perplexing him all along, and even his main body was stumped, unable to take the final crucial step. Sometimes Lang Yalan's spirit even thought that this immortal goo recipe was a complete dead end and there was no way for it to be resolved. He had given it to Fan Yuan to deliberately make things difficult, and had never imagined it would truly be solved. However, he obtained the complete recipe now. The problem he and even his main body could not resolve was solved by Fan Yuan. His heart could not help but feel frustration and listlessness. Chapter 666. Huge Profit. Chapter 666. Huge Profit. Don't tell me that this kid truly is a wisdom path genius, one rarely seen in 100 years? No, such ability and wisdom is heaven-defying. This talent is not just rarely seen in 100 years, there might not be one in 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. When he thought of this, Lang Yalan's spirit immediately felt there was some sense in Fan Yuan's repulsive character. Right, only a genius like this can have such a repulsive character. Like my main body. Lang Yalan's spirit started to feel Fan Yuan's repulsive character was no longer so disagreeable, and even felt a sense of appreciation for similar talents. At Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan was calm and unruffled. He might have become a zombie and his thoughts might have slowed down, but it was still more than enough to bully a land spirit. If it were possible, Fan Yuan did not want to take such risks. He would rather hand over the immortal goo recipes one by one over long intervals, and not directly provide the 3 immortal goo recipes like he was doing now. This action was too eye-catching, it was sure to attract doubts and suspicions from others. Lang Yalan's spirit was frank and open, but he still had a good friend called Inkman King. This variant human was a genuinely formidable character. But Fan Yuan could do nothing about it, as the situation was forcing him. He must earn a large number of immortal essence stones in a short period of time and increase his strength, both to break through the current perils he was facing, and also to delay the time before he was exposed. If he worries over this and that, holding back on releasing the immortal goo recipes, who would Fan Yuan cry to if this led to his defeat and death? Fan Yuan smiled. Lang Yalan's spirit had not responded, but he knew. These 3 immortal goo recipes were tossed out one by one like 3 bombs. They had already shaken Lang Yalan's spirit's mind. This was a good time to talk about conditions. Therefore, he spoke. Lang Yalan's spirit, I will speak frankly with you. I need immortal essence stones and you need immortal goo recipes. We will be collaborating a lot in the future. Building a Stargate will be beneficial to both of us. Stargate. This time, Langya Land's spirit hesitated and did not immediately refuse. Fan Yuan displayed his exceptional talent in Wisdom Path, which caused Langya Land's spirit to have a newfound respect for Fan Yuan. Thus, the land spirit began to pay serious attention to Fan Yuan's suggestion. Fan Yuan persuaded again. Land spirit, do you think your Langya blessed land will be safe just because we don't build a Stargate? Don't forget, you have already suffered from 3 waves of attacks, every wave stronger than the previous. No doubt, Langya blessed land's location has already been discovered. You are already being observed by some great force. After we build a Stargate, we can even take this collaboration to the next step. At crucial times, I could come to protect you through the Stargate. Protect me. Langya Land's spirit was finally moved. He thought of the impressive battle scene when Fan Yuan beat down the swamp crab. It was truly a formidable display. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted Langya blessed land's peaceful environment, creating an enormous sense of danger in Langya Land's spirit. Fan Yuan asked at this time, "You haven't sold Stargate goo at Treasure Yellow Heaven, right?" "Not yet, I have no lack of immortal essence stones," Langya Land's spirit replied. Fan Yuan laughed brightly. "This is even better. Stargate goo is a new innovation. It is not like whole earth goo, which has to be planted on the ground and therefore discovered easily. You would need to activate Stargate goo every time you want to open a Stargate, thus it is very hidden. Even if you feel something wrong, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hands at the crucial moment. Won't that work? There is simply no threat in building a Stargate." Fan Yuan talked glibly, his words impacting on the depths of Langya Land's spirit's heart. Langya Land's spirit finally agreed. "Alright, we will build a Stargate. But let's put the collaboration aside for now, and first handle the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes." The land spirit added another sentence. "I will be in charge of refining the Stargate goo. I will lend it to you." With this, he would be in greater control of the situation. After all, he still felt a little uneasy. Over at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan exposed the smile of a winner and clenched his 8 fists in joy. Success! With this, he had attained initial approval of collaboration with Langya Land's spirit. Connecting to Langya Blessed Land would make future transactions much profitable. Not only could it save some money, it would also give an additional retreat path. Besides this, Fan Yuan was able to prevent the supply of Stargate goo to Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, which could have given huge advantages to other goo immortals. Langya Land's spirit provided the Stargate goo, which also saved Fan Yuan some trouble. If Langya Land's spirit could feel safe with this, Fan Yuan was happy to comply. I must form a good relationship with Langya Land's spirit. I won't be cheated by doing transactions with him, and can also earn large amounts of immortal essence stones. As long as I handle this relationship properly and continue to deepen it, who knows, one day Langya Land's spirit might lend me some immortal goo to use. Fan Yuan calculated inwardly. Langya Blessed Land contained many immortal goo. Among them were Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Fan Yuan would be able to save a large expense in nurturing them. How cost-effective was it? Fan Yuan was taking 1 step but had already planned the next 10 steps. Langya Land's spirit was also very happy, feeling his luck was truly good for finding a wisdom path genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. All the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession had hopes of being perfected. Fan Yuan had intended to receive Stargate goo through Treasure Yellow Heaven, but the cautious Langya Land's spirit refused. Fan Yuan could only use green grape immortal essence, and make a trip to Langya Blessed Land to take the Stargate goo. Tai Bai Yunxing still remained there, as there were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. The round trip, as a result, cost Fan Yuan 2 green grape immortal essence. But with this journey, he brought back 1 Stargate goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and also 30 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted Fan Yuan to take the 3 immortal essence stones he was being paid, but Fan Yuan refused and left it to Tai Bai Yunxing. After all, Tai Bai Yunxing also required cultivation resources. The stronger he became, the more help he would be to Fan Yuan compared to 3 immortal essence stones. The Stargate could not be immediately built. Fan Yuan did not have any more Starlight Firefly goo. Without the starlight from Starlight Firefly goo, the 2 Stargates were unable to be activated. Fan Yuan summarized the transaction this time. He used a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence to deduce immortal goo recipes. When he returned alone from Langya Blessed Land earlier, he used up 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. To take 1 Stargate goo, he had to go to Langya Blessed Land and return back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, consuming 2 green grape immortal essence beads. He had invested altogether 8 beads of green grape immortal essence. And his gains were a whole 30 immortal essence stones. I have only 9 green grape immortal essence remaining now. Fan Yuan had formed a middle-grade blessed land, and the few green grape immortal essence he had obtained were heavily used up in this back and forth trip from northern plains. However, Fan Yuan was not anxious. He had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, no longer able to produce green grape immortal essence by itself. But he could extract immortal essence from immortal essence stones and turn them into his own green grape immortal essence. Back then, first Gen Guyu, who had turned into a blood white, also used primeval stones to recover his primeval essence. The logic between the two was the same, it was only a difference of ranks. That is to say, Fan Yuan could use up all these 30 immortal essence stones to turn into his own green grape immortal essence. 1 immortal essence stone could be treated as 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, which meant the amount of his green grape immortal essence had increased to 39 beads. But immortal essence stones are worth more than green grape immortal essence. The former is used as currency while the latter can only be used by an individual. Unless necessary, I should not rashly refine these immortal essence stones to green grape immortal essence. Anyway, as long as I can continue transacting with Langya Land Spirit, I will have more and more immortal essence stones. Now, let's connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and check. Fan Yuan was full of confidence when connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven this time. The purchasing power of immortal essence stones was extremely strong. Back then, Fan Yuan used 1 immortal essence stone to buy a myriad wolf king and a wolf group with over 30,000 wolves. 30 immortal essence stones were sufficient to be called a large sum. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had established the Blood-Winged Demon sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the greatest amount of immortal essence stones he had at one time was also no more than 64. Naturally, he spent a lot in his previous life. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits constantly offsetting each other. Fan Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, sending his consciousness towards his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a scene of deathly stillness, the sky was gray and the ground was black, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. Mo Yaozhuo was still imprisoned inside, monitored from time to time by Fan Yuan. The mirror willow planted earlier had already died, becoming a collapsed pile of rotten wood on the ground. With a shift of Fan Yuan's mind, a new connecting heaven goo fluttered up to the air in his immortal aperture, and formed a passage to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan then activated Divine Sense goo, forming a continuous stream of divine sense which followed the passage created by connecting heaven goo and entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was now an immortal zombie, no longer needing the help of Little Hu Immortal, and could make transactions himself. Treasure Yellow Heaven was still the same, the vast space rippling with lemon-like yellow light. There were no mountains, rivers or forests, and also no birds, beasts, insects or fish. There was not even a sky or ground. The only things here was all sorts of treasures and goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation, ore veins, soil, water, fine wine and all sorts of goods. Each of them quietly floated in air, releasing all sorts of colors, giving off large or small treasure light. The brighter and larger the treasure light was, the more the good was worth. But treasure light was only an initial estimation. One might not be able to infer from the treasure light if the item was tempered by the goo immortals or not. This was the largest exchange market among the 5 regions goo immortals. It allowed for bargaining, while taking a fixed service charge. This also tested the goo immortals' discernment skills. If they bought counterfeit goods, they could only blame their bad luck, as Treasure Yellow Heaven would not be liable for any loss. Fan Yuan wanted to buy Starlight Firefly goo first. This type of goo worm emitted pure azure starlight. It was a prerequisite for activating a Stargate. His divine sense searched around and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly goo. There were over 1,000. Fan Yuan was familiar with the seller. It was Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang seemed to be Starpath goo immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly goo, but also Star Dart goo, Stellar Fire goo, Falling Meteor goo, Star River goo, and so on. It was obvious that Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Starpath mortal goo, and he sold these goo worms to generate revenue. Even goo immortals who did not cultivate Starpath would often buy some Starpath goo worms for refining, researching killer moves or other purposes. Chapter 667. 8-Arm Immortal, Spring Star Rain. How much are you selling this group of Starlight Firefly goo for? Fan Yuan's divine sense sent over. How may I address you, sir, and how many Starlight Firefly goo do you need? Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was not around, he left behind a will near his goods. But this will could be seen to have a great appearance. It was dazzling like the stars, extremely appealing to the eyes. Fan Yuan's wisdom path attainment was low, he did not recognize its origins. You can call me 8-Arm Immortal. I want to buy this entire group of Starlight Firefly goo. Fan Yuan transmitted. Fan Yuan was using his own blessed land to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and he had also changed his divine sense goo and connecting heaven goo. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang did not realize that Fan Yuan was the former Fox Immortal. He thought Fan Yuan was a stranger. But listening to Fan Yuan's tone, he seemed like a big spending customer. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly goo is an olden antiquity goo worm. Now it is almost extinct. My Starlight Firefly goo are in excellent condition, and I have over 1,200 of them. How about this? I will sell them to you at a price of 4 Immortal Essence Stones. Fan Yuan laughed. You're trying to scam me. Don't think I am unaware of the normal selling price. I was introduced to you by someone, thus I came here. You are not the only one selling Starlight Firefly goo. There is still Fairy Yao Guang and Di Yuan. I can get the Starlight Firefly goo from them as well. Fan Yuan had once instructed Little Hu Immortal to deal with all 3 of these goo immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies, as well as their food, Star Fragment Grass, he also bought the experiences of the 3 of them in planting Star Fragment Grass. He spent a lot. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will was slightly startled. He now knew Fan Yuan was well aware of the market rate. His words changed. I was kidding earlier. Don't take it seriously, Sir 8-Arm Immortal. Fan Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will pay 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy 1,500 Starlight Firefly goo. Star-Lord Wanxiang immediately rejected this, saying, Sir, this is simply too low. I cannot sell it at this price. After some bargaining, both of them took a step back. Using 3 Immortal Essence Stones, he obtained 1,200 Starlight Firefly goo. After buying the Starlight Firefly goo, he did not leave. Instead he asked, Do you sell any Star Path killer moves? Could it be that Sir is also a Star Path goo immortal? Of course I sell them. Take a look. I have 3 Star Path killer moves here. Fan Yuan started browsing. The first Star Path killer move was called Dazzling Star Armor. It needed large numbers of Starlight goo, a few Bane Star goo, several Star Shield goo, and so on to be activated. This was a defensive killer move. Once used, a full body armor would form on the goo immortal's body, shining like starlight. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It needed large numbers of Star Rain goo, small numbers of Spring Wind goo, some Star Shoot goo, and others. Once used, it would form a jade-colored rain, drizzling non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The rain would be rich like oil. It could provide nutrients to crops and greatly increase productivity. This killer move was used to nurture plants and manage the blessed land. The third was called Spiral Drill Star Spear. Like the name implied, it was an offensive killer move. It needed small numbers of Spiral Bone Spear goo, several Star River goo, countless Star Dart goo, and large numbers of Shooting Star goo. These killer moves' details were very interesting. The numbers of goo worms were usually classified into large numbers, several, some, and a few, vague terms like these without actual real numbers. At the same time, the ways to construct these killer moves were also not specified, including the sequences of activating the goo worms, as well as the relationships between different goo worms. Only the general statuses of the killer moves were mentioned, like what rank 5 goo were needed, and what effects the killer moves had. Only after the killer moves were bought would their details be clearly stated. Star-Lord Wanxiang spoke at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold at half an Immortal Essence Stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body personally. Only a few goo immortals have bought it now, thus the value is slightly higher at 1.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Spiral Drill Star Spear costs 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Killer moves were priced according to their rarity, flaws, strength and power, backlash, whether they can be easily countered, and the conditions of the goo worms that compose the killer move. But they had one common point: they were usually not cheap. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, ordinary mortal killer moves were priced higher than mortal goo recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6 and above, the price of immortal killer moves were far less than immortal goo recipes. Dazzling Star Armor. Fan Yuan knew this killer move even though he was not a Star Path Goo immortal, it was extremely common. Half an immortal essence stone was too expensive. Fan Yuan had planned to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide range, the Star Path Goo worms that were used in it were common, and it was also very effective in dealing with enemies. The Stardust had defense-piercing ability, and even if it could not break the defense, it would stick to enemies and emit frost energy that would slow them down. As for Star-Lord Wan Xiang's Spiral Drill Star Spear, Fan Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's value was not high. In the 500 years of Fan Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic Five Regions War, the war ruined old and inefficient systems, causing the birth of many new inventions. Fan Yuan did not remember Spiral Drill Star Spear. That meant it was not outstanding, it had been out of use since long ago back then. A killer move that was out of use definitely had many weaknesses. But the Spring Star Rain killer move made Fan Yuan's eyes shine. This was a surprising find. Fan Yuan thought of the Star Fragment Grass. It was the food of the Starlight Fireflies, as well as their home. The stronger and larger the Starlight Fireflies, the more Starlight Firefly goo could emerge from them. Fan Yuan's desire towards Starlight Firefly goo was going to persist for a long time. He needed this killer move. Fan Yuan looked over this Spring Star Rain killer move another 2 times. He noticed the problem. The goo worms that made up this Spring Star Rain had one Star Path goo worm called Star Shoot goo. It was a consumable goo. Fan Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was the first time he had heard of it. Fan Yuan thought about it and realized this was Star-Lord Wan Xiang's ploy. After Goo Immortals bought the killer move, Spring Star Rain, every time they wanted to use it, they would need to expend Star Shoot goo. Meanwhile, only Star-Lord Wan Xiang sold this Star Shoot goo. Star-Lord Wan Xiang wanted to turn this one-time killer move purchase into a continuous trade. Fan Yuan probed and asked, "I will offer 2 Immortal Essence Stones for your Spring Star Rain killer move and the Star Shoot goo's recipe." Star Shoot goo was only rank 3, such a mortal goo recipe was not worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. This price was extremely high. But as expected, Star-Lord Wan Xiang rejected him without hesitation. His explanation was that this Star Shoot goo was naturally formed in his blessed land, there was no recipe. This was a really good excuse. Some blessed lands, if managed well, due to the peculiarity of the environment, would give birth to new goo. Not only can goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could do the same. Fan Yuan knew that this was very likely to be an excuse, but he could not request to enter Star-Lord Wan Xiang's blessed land to check. The blessed land was the goo immortals' headquarters, it involved their most private matters. Only if they had a really good relationship and trusted each other deeply would they invite another goo immortal into the blessed land. Fan Yuan saw that Star-Lord Wan Xiang was unwilling, thus he suggested, "Alright, I will pay 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor, these 2 killer moves along with some Star Shoot goo. I want enough Star Shoot goo to activate Spring Star Rain 10 times. Star-Lord Wan Xiang heard this and shook his head. The expenditure of Star Shoot goo for 6 uses of the killer move would be worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir is only offering 2 Immortal Essence Stones, yet I have to provide Dazzling Star Armor as well. This is a loss for me, I will not do it." Fan Yuan snickered. Star Shoot goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo, each activation only uses about 500 at most. Activating the killer move 6 times would consume 3 to 4,000 of them. You are selling that for half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir might not know, Star Shoot goo is naturally created in my blessed land, its production is very slow. It cannot be bought outside because it is a unique product of my myriad star blessed land. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was very courteous, but his underlying meaning was, buy it if you want to, but if you do not buy it, you will not find it elsewhere. He had the confidence of dominating the market of this goo. Fan Yuan laughed, continuing to bargain, while the other party refused to relent. During this process, he realized that in the other party's mind, Dazzling Star Armor's value was still very high. It seems that before the War of the 5 Regions, Dazzling Star Armor had not been spread by the respective forces, thus this killer move's value is still very high. War was a very efficient method of interaction, especially in this world. During peacetime, primeval stones, Immortal Essence Stones, all these had great value and could not become widely used currency. The economy could not prosper. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points, all these replaced primeval stones and immortal essence stones as currency. They pushed for the development of all aspects of the economy. After realizing this, Fan Yuan stopped being forceful. He used 2 immortal essence stones to buy Spring Star Rain and enough Star Shoot Goo to activate the killer move 10 times. After completing this transaction, Fan Yuan continued to search in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He found out that in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Goo Immortals had increased Air Bubble Fish's price up to at least 10 times that of before. Fan Yuan investigated for a bit, and realized that the situation was the same as in his memories. During the end of last year, 2 Goo Immortals had fought above Air Bubble Sea, causing intense poison to spread in the sea, turning it into a death zone. Rare goods were more expensive, with the production of Air Bubble Fish falling drastically, the price naturally shot up. The 5 regions have regional walls that isolate one another. This causes them to have their own independent events, and they barely influence one another. Since rebirth, I have affected southern border, northern plains and central continent. Among them, northern plains' influence was the largest. It is now a huge mess. Second was central continent, followed by southern border. After all, what I changed in southern border were only events at the mortal level. As for western desert and eastern sea, they are still the same. Using spring-autumn cicada, Fan Yuan learnt about the inertia of the river of time as well as the butterfly effect. This sort of lack of change and change interweave together, it was evident that Fan Yuan's understanding towards this world's law of time was becoming deeper. As for Air Bubble Fish, Fan Yuan remembered that during the 5 Regions War, this fish group would be extremely popular among Goo Immortals. The price would be even higher than now. That was because an Air Bubble Fish group could boost the rate of mortal Goo appearing in insect groups. Chapter 668. Little Immortal Xing Luo. During peacetime, Goo Immortals raised Goo. Their demand to purchase large quantities of mortal Goo was not high. Purchasing was a secondary option. In most cases, the primary method was the Blessed Land's own production. The time flow was different in Blessed Lands compared to the outside world. One day in the outside world was many days inside the Blessed Land. 1 year outside would mean many years in a Blessed Land, while each year, there would be a certain output harvested. Goo Immortals would normally not choose Air Bubble Fish, because the price was too high. They would rather simply wait for some time. But during wartime, when Goo Immortals frequently fought against each other, they would avoid using their immortal Goo trump cards often. Mortal Goo would be the common method of attacking, and their expenditure would be huge. Thus, Air Bubble Fish became a sought-after commodity among all Goo Immortals during the 5 Regions War. In fact, Fan Yuan had once bought Air Bubble Fish to increase the production of his Starlight Firefly Goo. But unfortunately, towards the end of his Northern Plains trip, he lacked money. Thus he had to sell almost all of his wolf group, fox group, and large numbers of Air Bubble Fish and hairy men. Fan Yuan had a chance to profit from Air Bubble Fish, but life was full of unexpected changes. Because he sold them too soon, he made a loss instead. Right now in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were very few Air Bubble Fish. I still have to buy Air Bubble Fish, but not now. In a few years, Air Bubble Sea will be repaired, and the price of Air Bubble Fish will be lower. By then, I will invest some Immortal Essence Stones and buy a huge group of them. Maybe I should breed these Air Bubble Fish in large numbers, so that during the 5 Regions War, I can make a huge profit. Fan Yuan had just bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly Goo. They could last him for a long time. He was not in need of Air Bubble Fish to boost their production. Are you Little Immortal Xing Luo? A moment later, Fan Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also looking at Yellow Treasure Heaven. That would be me. Senior, what would you like to buy? The price is negotiable. Little Immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted. It was quite enthusiastic, even as much as having a tone of flattery. Fan Yuan looked. The goods she was selling were not only small in quantity, they were very common. Almost nobody would pay attention to her. She was evidently quite poor. She was indeed a Goo Immortal, but not all Goo Immortals were wealthy. Battle, refining Goo, research, undergoing tribulation, all these would greatly expend the Goo Immortal's foundation and wealth. Fan Yuan knew from his memories. This Little Immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator, a newly advanced female Goo Immortal with weak foundations. She was at the toughest part of her career in starting her trading. Little Immortal Xing Luo was a huge figure in the mortal realm. She would be revered and respected by mortals. But in Treasure Yellow Heaven, among the many Goo Immortals, she was not outstanding at all. But who would know, during the 5 Regions War, this Little Immortal Xing Luo would starting shining brightly, using her killer move Icy Stardust to quickly accumulate wealth from battle, becoming quite the famous figure later on. Fan Yuan sighed and admired the mystical powers of time and destiny. According to the prophecy of the three venerables, the Five Regions War was the start of the Great Era, when this generation's great dream immortal venerable would be born. The Great Era where each rank 9 Gu immortal was born had a common point, that was during the chaotic battles, large numbers of new Gu immortals would rise up. The new replaces the old, the waves of an era would cause brilliantly shining ripples. Among paths, forces, individuals, they would collide and interact, causing the way of Gu to develop at a rapid pace. It would be an era of change. Fan Yuan was one of them. He started off with Blood Path, becoming a Central Continent Gu immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this new era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves? Putting his mood aside, Fan Yuan asked Little Immortal Xingluo. I have one killer move here. Little Immortal Xingluo was a bit embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained coincidentally. It is called Icy Yarn. Its price is half an Immortal Essence Stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. Her last sentence showed her fear of Fan Yuan suppressing the price. Fan Yuan took a look at the content, humming in discontent. This Icy Yarn killer move needs so many rank 5 Gu, and the defense is a wide-range defensive effect. To use large numbers of rank 5 Gu at once, the user had to be a Gu immortal. Mortals have limited primeval essence, and could not do that in most cases. A wide area defense meant that the defensive strength would be lower than a single target defensive killer move. Meanwhile, Gu immortals often fought alone, unless they were enslavement path Gu immortals. But enslavement path Gu immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little Immortal Xingluo laughed bitterly in her heart. Fan Yuan hit the nail on the head. Because of these reasons, the killer move Icy Yarn was not easy to sell. But Little Immortal Xingluo had no choice. She had limited goods in her possession, and she was a lone cultivator. She needed huge amounts of resources to kickstart her cultivation. Although she became a Gu immortal, she was left penniless after the tribulation. Most of her Gu worms were destroyed. She had made an elaborate development plan. She wanted to plant a vast number of shiver trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable to grow shiver trees, but she lacked the most crucial startup fund. She had billions of primeval stones in her possession, but not a single immortal essence stone. The sellers of shiver tree seeds numbered in only a few people. Most of them wanted specific items for trade, or immortal essence stones. They had no need for the stuff that Little Immortal Xingluo had. Hearing Fan Yuan say that, Little Immortal Xingluo's heart lost all hope. After the last few months, she had gotten used to disappointment. But the next moment, Fan Yuan said, I am researching Star Path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this Icy Yarn killer move. But half an Immortal Essence Stone is too expensive. If you have any innovative small killer move, add it in and I might buy this for half an Immortal Essence Stone. Innovative small killer move? Little Immortal Xingluo's hopes were reignited. She thought about her own Star Path killer move 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her personal creation. It used 6 rank 3 Gu and 9 rank 4 Gu, but could unleash the attack power of a rank 5 Gu. She had once been extremely proud of it, but soon her horizons broadened, and she understood that there was a mountain above a mountain, a man above another man. She became more modest. Little Immortal Xingluo only hesitated for a moment. Her desire towards immortal essence stones had won her over. Junior has a small killer move, but I'm afraid it might be useless to Senior, she said carefully. Fan Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still very calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After seeing the 6-9 Stardust killer move, Fan Yuan held in his joy and evaluated. This killer move is barely acceptable. Who knows, it might bring me some inspiration. Well, since my mood is great today, I'll take care of a newbie like you. Ha ha ha, this is half an immortal essence stone. I finally have half a piece, I'm just half short. Little Immortal Xingluo was overjoyed. When they parted, her tone was full of well wishes for Fan Yuan. Afterwards, Fan Yuan spent another 2 immortal essence stones, buying large amounts of Gu refinement material and mortal Gu worms. After spending another 2 stones, he bought a group of elderly hairy men. Hairy men were almost always the most expensive among slaves. These hairy men, although they were old and would die in a few years, were very experienced in Gu refinement. Fan Yuan had intended to refine a few sets of Stargate Gu, But this goo's success rate was very low back then. Even though Lang Yilan's spirit refined it himself, he still failed many times. If Fan Yuan tried, it would waste a huge amount of his time. He was going to let these old hairy men refine it for him. Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect, Fu Hu Blessed Land. Fang Jing had a solemn expression as he stepped into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and wide. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was like an iron fortress. These rockmen were all trained by the Blessed Land's owner. All of them had at least rank 4 battle strength, and were skilled in Earth Path goo worms. Every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. His size would be at least 3 times that of a normal rockman. Even in such a wide tunnel, they could only squat down on the ground. But rockmen were born to dig tunnels and live underground. These rockmen did not feel any discomfort. Every time Fang Jing walked in this tunnel, he would feel apprehensive. Especially when he could feel the rank 5 goo master aura permeating from these huge rockmen. Our Immortal Crane Sect's strength is simply too great. If these rank 5 rockmen were all brought outside, I'm afraid all the other sects would be shocked. While he passed the huge rockman, Fang Jing muttered to the spirit incubating flea. Lord Sky Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, said, "Not really. Which sect would not have their trump cards and foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are no weaker than us. But the current owner of Fu Hu Blessed Land is the 3rd supreme elder of our sect, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockman slaves that he nurtures are the best in Central Continent. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven he has huge influence. His wealth and abilities are not something us mortals can begin to imagine." Fan Gang's heart had a longing feeling. What sort of realm is Gu immortal? They can actually rear so many rockmen. This is truly amazing. Lord Sky Crane replied, "Each Gu immortal is an elite of the elites, an absolute genius, a dragon among men. They all have great opportunities and chance encounters. They have all cultivated step by step from immortal identity. Fan Jing, you are rank 5 now, maybe one day, you will become a Gu immortal." Fan Jing shook his head continuously. "Master, I know my limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly due to the sect's relic Gu. The sect is nurturing me with all its effort, using the resources on me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to you, Master, who cultivated step by step. But now, I think that rank 5 is not something rare. Look at this tunnel, there are at least 30 huge rockmen. Fan Jing, it is good that you feel indebted to Immortal Crane Sect's generosity towards nurturing you. But do not put yourself down. Man is the spirit of all beings. Although variant humans call themselves humans, these rockmen might look strong and brave, but in one-on-one battles, they are unable to compare to the rank 5 Gu masters in our sect, what they specialize in our group battles." Lord Sky Crane laughed. "Is that so?" Lord Sky Crane said. "These rockmen are very stupid. It was because they encountered a rich master that they could have such accomplishments. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders in our sect? If I was still alive, I could deal with more than 10 of them at once. All right, we are at the blood pool." Fan Jing heard the words blood pool and his muscles contracted involuntarily. He pushed the door in front of him, entering a cave. Chapter 669. He Feng Yang's Scheme. This cave was as large as a plaza. Blood-colored light filled the cave along with a dense bloody odor. In the center of the cave, a round hole had been dug out, inside of which blood gurgled and emitted hot air. Fang Jing took a deep breath before taking off his clothes in a familiar fashion. When naked he then entered the blood pool, immediately taking large gaping breaths due to the scalding blood. He soon adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still at the center of the blood pool. The blood pool reached up to his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. "Begin. Do it one by one, don't be anxious. First is iron blood goo," Lord Sky Crane reminded. Fang Jing slowly closed his eyes and activated iron blood goo as instructed. Immediately, the goo worm's power started transforming his blood. His red blood began to darken and become denser. The blood flow also became extremely slow. As a result, Fang Jing's fair skin also darkened. "Maintain iron blood goo, activate blood blade goo," Lord Sky Crane said again. Fang Jing activated blood blade goo. His body shuddered. His skin burst open, forming over 100 wounds from which large numbers of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch black iron blood blades. Shortly afterwards, blood like molten iron slowly flowed out of the wounds. Fang Jing had a cold expression. He did not feel any pain. Instead, intense pleasure attacked his mind. This was the effect of iron blood goo. It could turn pain to pleasure and help the Goo Master to adapt to battles. Even a weak Goo Master could turn into a warrior addicted to battle. This was one of the achievements of Immortal Crane's sect from years of researching blood path. This blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, dyeing the nearby area around Fangjing black. It is the crucial step now. Use blood merge Goo, Lord Sky Crane reminded. Fangjing gritted his teeth as he activated blood merge Goo. Immediately, under the effect of the Goo worm, the more than 100 wounds on his body burst out with an intense suction force. The surrounding blood was being absorbed without pause. Ah! Fangjing groaned softly. The intense pain had turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth hard, his body trembling non-stop. As large amounts of blood were absorbed, his body inflated, turning into an abnormal fatty. His body was over 3 times the size of his original self. His skin burst open and the thick, snake-like veins twisted around in his body. The elegant and handsome young master had transformed into a nauseating, ugly monster. Don't forget your goal. You need to resist this pleasure. Fangjing, activate failed blood demon flower Goo. Lord Sky Crane was monitoring Fangjing's situation and hurriedly reminded him. The words failed blood demon flower Goo shook Fangjing's mind and he was barely able to get past the intense pleasure, gasping as he activated failed blood demon flower Goo. Fangjing tightly clenched his fists. A large amount of blood in his body was rapidly being corrupted. Under the effect of the Goo worm, vines started growing out of his blood. These thin vines pierced Fangjing's skin and soon coiled around his body. Flower buds started growing out of the vines and quickly blossomed, turning into pretty blue flowers resembling chrysanthemums. Urgh! Fangjing tightly gritted his teeth, groaning softly in pain. His face was pale. His whole body was like soil with many demonic flowers growing forcibly on him. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a woman giving birth. Even Iron Blood Goo's effect was not able to resist this kind of pain. Fangjing almost shattered his white teeth from the pain. His face turned pale white and blue veins popped up on his forehead, making him look malevolent and terrifying. Your blood is boiling. Your organs and your body will be burned by your own blood if this goes on. Use cold blood Goo quickly, Lord Sky Crane reminded nervously. Fangjing activated cold blood Goo with great difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down till he was shivering from the cold. He was finally out of the deadly crisis. That will do. Demon flowers will greatly increase the effects of your blood path Goo worms. You are just a step away from success. Use blood sense Goo, Lord Sky Crane said with a hurried tone. Blood sense. Fangjing lowered his head. His gaze had turned blurry from the pain. From the many drills he had done before, he was finally able to persist and activate this blood path investigative Goo worm. Several breaths later, Fangjing spoke. I can sense. Underground, southeast, distance is 5 to 6,000 steps. Great, you did it again. You are on the verge of success. It is the final step. Use blood scar Goo to mark the position. Arc. Fangjing started to shout unconsciously at this time. His gaze was completely blurry. The weakness caused his body to be on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength to extract all the potential he had to activate blood scar Goo. He was delirious. There was still enough primeval essence in his rank 5 aperture, but he could only mobilize a small portion. The primeval essence was like a small creek flowing slowly into blood scar Goo. However, blood scar Goo had extremely large demand for primeval essence. Fangjing could only persist for 8 breaths of time before he finally collapsed, falling down into the blood pool, unconscious. An incense burner was letting out wisps of smoke. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dim. Fangjing was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a meditation mat with wide sleeves. He looked young and mild like jade. His dark green brows were sharp and long, reaching up to his waist. At this moment, his serene and deep eyes were staring at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea was floating in the air, and Lord Sky Crane's soul was reporting the results of Fangjing's training. Fangjing said with a dissatisfied tone. Sure enough, despite letting him live in Fuhu Blessed for 8 years and also giving him many relic Goo to become a rank 5 Goo master in a short period of time, he still can't achieve a simple thing like simultaneously activating 6 to 7 Goo worms. Lord Sky Crane considered his words before speaking. Fangjing is young, he is still lacking in the basics of multitasking. But this subordinate feels he is a very hard worker, and he has made large progress rapidly. Recalling the first attempt, he only lasted a breath of time after activating blood merge goo before he fainted. Therefore I added iron blood goo. The result was that in the second try, the pleasure was too much for him, the blood flowed out wantonly till he fainted. He lasted for 3 breaths of time. He Feng Yang interrupted Lord Sky Crane in displeasure. Lord Sky Crane quickly said, Lord Supreme Elder, truthfully speaking, even this subordinate would find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fang Jing is not far from success. He was able to persist for 8 breaths of time this time. One needs to last for 10 breaths of time to activate blood scar goo successfully. And he is only lacking the last 2 breaths of time. As long as we can train a few more times and allow a little more time, we can. Enough. How much more? You still want to train more? Time, just hear yourself. How much time has been wasted in your plan? How long? Years. There is still no improvement. Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Don't you know how many dissatisfied voices are there in the sect? How many disciples are requesting the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts goo? Subordinate is incompetent, and even implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I have committed a heinous sin. Lord Sky Crane begged for mercy when he saw He Feng Yang become furious. He Feng Yang took some deep breaths before waving his sleeve. Leave now, there is only a month before the sect convention. Before I go to the sect convention, I want to hear the good news of your training succeeding, and that we can start our plan to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, a month is too short. Fang Jing will not be able to endure excessive training. We can nurse his physical health with goo worms, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure the soul and can even cause his soul to shatter. Lord Sky Crane inquired. He Feng Yang chuckled. Isn't the collapse of his soul exactly what you want to see? Thus you can seize his body and resurrect. Wasn't this your initial plan? His smile turned gentler as he said this. This Fang Jing has only gone on a crash course to reach rank 5 Goo Master. His nature is still childish. He is insufficiently tempered. How could he compare to you, Lord Sky Crane? After we use him to seize Hu Immortal Blessed Land, you can return. Since Su San and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you at my side. The gentler He Feng Yang's tone became, the colder Lord Sky Crane felt in his heart. He replied in a grateful tone. Receiving such importance from Lord Supreme Elder, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord's kindness greatly and offer my life in sacrifice. Good, take your leave now. He Feng Yang waved for Lord Sky Crane to leave. The quiet room now only had He Feng Yang. His smile gradually disappeared before being replaced by a grave expression, his gaze somewhat tense. After Fan Yuan seized Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter and now a year had passed. The sect's pressure on him was growing larger day by day. Especially his enemy in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, who had publicly ridiculed his incompetence several times. The sect convention a month later was a tough barrier. If He Feng Yang could not show any progress, it would be very difficult to cross this barrier. He could almost hear Lei Tan's mockery echoing throughout the convention. But it won't be long. As long as this plan succeeds, I can shut the mouths of all those petty people like Lei Tan. I would have the greatest contribution to the sect over these last years. In the attack against Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I will personally make a move. Moreover, I have invited Fairy Tsung Yu and Old Lord Kenyang. Fairy Tsung Yu has similar battle strength to me, and has at least 3 mortal killer moves. While Old Lord Kenyang is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with an offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit can prohibit the use of all mortal Gu. I don't have any Immortal Gu to use, so I might not be able to do much. The only method is to consume green grape Immortal Essence. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was originally barren and not managed properly. How much green grape Immortal Essence could it have accumulated? I don't believe Fan Yuan can exhaust our 3 Gu Immortals' combined strength. As long as Hu Immortal's Immortal Essence is consumed, the land spirit will be powerless, and won't be able to restrict mortal Gu. At that time, He Feng Yang mumbled to himself, gradually calming his tense mind. At the same time, in an underground cave in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan slowly stepped out of the Wisdom Light Halo, a satisfied smile on his face. Just now, he had successfully deduced the killer move, Icy Stardust. Chapter 670. Drill Stardust. The Starlight Firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, flying in the air, giving off blue starlight. The starlight was being drawn in by an invisible force, gathering into a stargate. This was a huge circular door, It was made up of starlight. It shined like an illusion. It was like a scene within a dream. As time passed, the starlight firefly goo continued to dwindle in numbers, as the dead starlight firefly goo fell to the ground from midair. One leg stepped out of the stargate into who immortal blessed land. Next, the entire person walked out of the stargate. It was an old man. He had white hair and deep wrinkles. His eyes were tired but bright. It was Tai Bai Yunxing, who had returned from Langya blessed land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yunxing was covered in dust. He looked at the scenery in Hu immortal blessed land, sighing to himself. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Fan Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha ha ha, old Bai, you came back at a good time. Come, see the killer move that I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Ingman King. Why don't we fellow disciples have a friendly match? Saying this, he flew into the air. Fan Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out one of his right arms, with his palm facing the sky, and his fingers straight. A lump of starlight soon began to form in his palm. Oh? Is your killer move a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunxing saw this starlight lump and was shocked. He flew into the sky, as a ring of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunxing was at the center of these white clouds. The clouds were like a huge belt, moving around along with Tai Bai Yunxing. Fan Yuan slowly moved his fingers, grabbing the starlight lightly in his hands. Old Bai, get ready to take this, he growled. As he flicked a finger, a speck of starlight shot out like lightning. The starlight speck's size was small, but extremely fast. It flew in the air, shooting towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Decent speed, Tai Bai Yunxing evaluated. From such a long distance, with him completely focused, he had a chance to dodge it. But because they were exchanging blows, he wanted to test his own Cloud Path killer move, thus he stood still and took the starlight head-on. When the starlight got close to Tai Bai Yunxing, the white cloud ring suddenly rotated, at an extremely fast pace. The cloud ring blocked the starlight for him. Tai Bai Yunxing stopped the cloud ring. He gazed with rapt attention, only to see that at the area where the cloud ring had blocked the starlight, it had turned blue, and frost energy was oozing, creating a layer of frost. In response, he said laughingly to Fan Yuan, "It seems this killer move that you deduced isn't too amazing. You have to know, my killer move has not been fully activated yet." The corners of Fan Yuan's mouth opened, showing his sharp, uneven teeth. "Neither has mine, take this." He flicked his fingers, as countless specks of starlight were shot out instantly. Tai Bai Yunxing was still at the same spot, but the cloud ring around him was rotating faster and faster. It was almost like a white ball had formed around him. Fan Yuan's specks of starlight were blocked by the cloud ring completely. Fan Yuan did not stop attacking, he showed an interested gaze. The pure white cloud ring was gradually turning blue from the starlight, and its speed was getting slower. Your killer move has a great freezing effect, it can slow your enemies. Tai Bai Yunxing evaluated. My killer move also has another effect. Saying this, he continuing activating his killer move. The cloud ring that had almost been frozen into a blue ice statue exploded. With a loud bang, the blue frost turned into vapor as it spread towards the surroundings. Tai Bai Yunxing showed joy, praising himself. My cloud ring can store the attacks of enemies. When it reaches its limits or when I activate the following effect of my killer move, I can make the cloud ring explode, to let my enemies face their own attacks. Junior brother, it seems my killer move is stronger than the one you deduced. Fan Yuan snickered. Old Bai, it is still too early to say that. Saying so, he flicked his wrist, and threw the entire starlight lump towards Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart shuddered. He quickly activated his killer move, and 5 cloud rings formed around him. With him as the center, the cloud rings expanded out with varying sizes. The cloud rings were like 5 concentric circles surrounding him, protecting him in the center. The starlight lump came attacking, but the 5 cloud rings rotated rapidly. Their afterimages produced an illusory white ball. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed loudly. He was in the middle and felt extremely safe. But right at this moment, the starlight lump exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. Large amounts of starlight specks flew everywhere, colliding into one another. The explosion covered Tai Bai Yunxing's entire body, as frost energy burst out. The force of this explosion far surpasses the force of the individual starlight specks added together. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression changed. The 5 cloud rings had turned blue, and their speed fell. Again! Fan Yuan raised his 8 arms, with his monstrous arms simultaneously grabbing at the air like claws. The next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his palms. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and his pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be overconfident. He quickly activated his goo worms and rapidly rotated the rings. Fan Yuan stood on the spot. His 8 arms fired shots consecutively. The starlight lumps flew like a meteor, bombing in the direction of Tai Bai Yunxing. Bam bam bam. The explosions were right next to his ears. Tai Bai Yunxing's appearance turned pathetic as he dodged around. The 5 cloud rings had reached their limits. They self-detonated one by one, while the force of the detonation allowed him to regain his momentum. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly replenished the 5 cloud rings, as Fan Yuan continued to unleash his explosions, but he managed to maintain his defense. Enough. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped. Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly. He slowly flew towards Fan Yuan. What is the name of this killer move? What % of its full power did you use? Fan Yuan replied without any shame. I named this Icy Drill Stardust. This is my unique creation. When I activate it fully, I can unleash a water vat-sized starlight lump up to 6 times, but the bigger the lump, the slower the speed of movement. Because the more stardust there is inside, the more they collide, and the energy used up would reduce their speed. That is to say, you did not even use 50% of the killer move's power. How is your killer move so strong? Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, the power is already far superior to most mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yunxing gasped. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I found an inheritance. It came from a famous poet of Northern Plains, Do Min Jun. He was creative and created a brand new star goo. This star goo can increase the attack power of star path goo worms. It is like the weakened version of Amplify Effect goo. When I deduced this killer move, I fused this goo into it, thus the power was this great. This was the true reason why Fan Yuan chose a star path attack method. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once. So that is it. I knew it. My defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Ring. When activated at full force, 9 cloud rings can exist at once. Not only is the defense incredible, it can be replenished at any time, and can even return the attacks of enemies back to them. This cost me 2 whole Immortal Essence Stones. Fan Yuan nodded. Your killer move is definitely worth the price. In fact, this will be priced at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inkman King is giving you a favor. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. I understand this clearly. He was considering my landscape as before Immortal Goo. He is also a Goo Immortal. He needs to undergo tribulations and calamities. When his blessed land suffers damage, he would need to ask me to repair it. Landscape as before Goo is my way to earn a fortune from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, I am sure many Goo Immortals will come to you for help. Come, let's talk while flying. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Bai Yunxing looked back, only to see that on the battlefield earlier there were still dozens of blue star clouds. The insides of these clouds were still emitting a cracking noise. It came from the collision of starlight specks. As the frost energy spread around the star clouds, their color faded with time. Junior brother, you are incredible. This icy drill stardust is worth at least 4 Immortal Essence Stones if you sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. If not for Wisdom Goo, how would I have endless inspiration? Fan Yuan replied plainly. Actually, with just Wisdom Goo, if he did not have little Immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move, Icy Yarn, and her smaller killer move, 6-9 Stardust, he would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. When little Immortal Xing Luo started rising up, she was extremely poor. Using the opportunity of the 5 Regions War, she used her self-created Icy Stardust killer move to accumulate her wealth, finally gaining prominence and becoming a relatively famous character. Fan Yuan's intention was to make an attempt of buying the former version of Icy Stardust from her. When he saw Icy Yarn and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little Immortal Xing Luo's new self-created killer move. After he spent half an Immortal Essence Stone to buy it, he rushed towards Wisdom Goo and used the Light of Wisdom to make deductions. Wisdom Goo's halo brought him unlimited inspiration, and Fan Yuan was a person who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust with his own eyes. This gave him the proper direction, avoiding the need to deduce blindly. Eventually, he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance within, deducing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. This killer move was different from Icy Stardust. It had a smaller range but much greater power. One could say that using the inheritance of Do Min Jun, he had already slightly surpassed icy stardust. Rank 9 wisdom goo is truly phenomenal. I simply cannot imagine the effect when it is used fully. Honestly, I am a little envious of you. After becoming a zombie, you could receive such benefits. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are a lot of flaws by becoming a zombie. Firstly, I have to thank Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Next, I could reach this step because of coincidences and lucky opportunities. If not for the peculiar situation back then, allowing me to reach an arrangement with Wisdom Goo, how could I utilize the light of wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Demon Venerable breaking Fate Goo, after we die, our souls would be sucked into the door of life and death, slumbering in the death domain for all eternity. How would anyone be able to remain in the world, to become a zombie? Tai Bai Yunxing sighed deeply. Alright, before I left, I urge you to indirectly ask about the details of Luck Path from Langya Land's spirit. Now that you've returned, what information did you obtain? Fan Yuan asked. Ever since he learned that long-hair ancestor had discussed about Tao with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable for 7 days and 7 nights, this idea emerged in him. Langya Land's spirit was far easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head. He showed a strange smile. After I repaired a few rivers, I was chased out by Langya Land's spirit in a hurry. He has to eat his medicine grinder chips. He is very busy. Eat his medicine grinder chips? Chapter 671. Sealing Spring Autumn Cicada. Half a month later, Fan Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land again. It was foggy in front of him. It was a scene of white. Among the turbulent cloud sea, 12 cloud buildings were motionless. Many large rivers resembling dragons were flowing above the cloud soil. After Tai Bai Yunxing's restoration, Langya Blessed Land had returned to its former state. Fan Yuan was brought into a cloud building, meeting Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit still had layers of Chi Path seals. But there were originally 18 layers of seals. Under the Inkman King's help, 3 layers were removed, only 15 were left. Inkman King stood beside Langya Land's spirit. He did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Fan Yuan. He greeted first. Sir Fan Yuan, how have you been? Fan Yuan smiled at him. His protruding fangs made his smile look very scary. He turned to look at Langya Land's spirit, tossing a rank 4 East Window Goo towards him. Look! East Window Goo was floating silently before Langya Land's spirit. Langya Land's spirit could not stretch out his arms, but Fan Yuan lent him the East Window Goo so his consciousness could enter it. After checking the contents, he nodded in satisfaction, praising. Not bad, quite impressive. You completely deduced these 3 immortal Goo recipes. Incredible, this thought process is spectacular. Land Spirit, I did not come here personally to listen to your rubbish. Fan Yuan interrupted Langya Land's spirit rudely, pointing out his intention. Langya Land's spirit was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal essence stones. This is your remuneration. Fan Yuan took these immortal essence stones and placed it in his immortal aperture. His earnings this time was not as much as previously. That was because deducing these immortal Goo recipes cost him 6 green grape immortal essence beads. If not for the Stargate which was already built, he would have to waste another 2 green grape immortal essence beads, raising his cost to 8. Even though these immortal Goo recipes were also remnant recipes with at least 90% completion rate, each of them needed in-depth analysis. Some immortal Goo recipes were very hard to deduce. There were hurdles one after another. When he thought with his brain, he would expend more wills. But even so, the profits were still immense. Inkman King used an envious gaze and watched the two finish their transaction, before smiling. Sir Fan Yuan, actually, each transaction need not be done using immortal essence stones, right? Over here in Langya Blessed Land, there are lots of good stuff that cannot be found in Treasure Yellow Heaven. We can do trading. To speak the truth, my Inkman city has some precious goods that Sir might be interested in. Not long ago, your senior brother Tai Bai Yunxing had bought a killer move from me. Inkman King saw that Fan Yuan had ample funds and wanted to do business with him. Fan Yuan heard this and smiled. Inkman King's suggestion is great. I lack 3 small swamp goo, and 6 pine island goo. I wonder if you have them? This problem stumped Inkman King. He showed an awkward expression. I am ashamed, this is the first time I've heard of small swamp and pine island. These are all olden antiquity goo worms. Little swamp goo can change the terrain, forming a small swamp. Pine island is the same. It can create a floating island on top of the sea. There is a huge tree in the middle of the island. The tree roots would extend and hold the soil together. Langya Land's spirit explained. Next, he asked Fan Yuan curiously. These goo worms have all been eliminated from use. Right now, goo immortals have better and cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. Why do you want these goo worms? You don't need to ask about my intention. From your tone, I assume you have these goo worms in Langya blessed land? Fan Yuan asked mysteriously. Of course. Langya Land's spirit raised his head, saying arrogantly. Every time I obtain a new goo recipe, I will refine a few goo worms to keep them as collection. I have up to 100 little swamp goo and pine island goo as collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo worms are now all extinct. You will need to pay an immortal essence stone. Goods were more expensive when they were rare. Little swamp goo and pine island goo were not even sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan had no hesitation. He tossed an immortal essence stone to Langya Land's spirit, and obtained 3 little swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he looked at Langya Land's spirit curiously. Strange, you collect so many goo worms. How do you settle the issue of feeding them? Fan Yuan had been troubled these days over the feeding of goo worms, especially the immortal goo that he had. Langya Land's spirit gave him the answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is easy. Just create a special environment and let them hibernate. But you can't do this for immortal goo. Even if they hibernate, you need to feed them. But the food that you feed them will be halved compared to normal times. This answer was a little disappointing to Fan Yuan. Can you go into detail? He asked. I believe you have gone to 88 True Young Buildings True Inheritance Secluded Domain, right? True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can cause goo worms to hibernate. Mortal goo will not need to be fed, and immortal goo's feeding cost would be greatly reduced. Fan Yuan frowned. Even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain has so many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88 True Young Building can obtain so much resources every 10 years to feed these immortal goo. That is because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used food path methods. Food path is a very secretive path. It is solely for the research on how to feed goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans, these very tough questions. Don't ask me questions about food path, I have no idea. The immortal goo that I have area all fed in the most traditional way. Fan Yuan did not give up. Back then, your main body and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined 88 True Young Building together. Would you not know the food path methods that he used? Langya Land's spirit rolled his eyes. The main body had once made an oath with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to not reveal any information regarding the food path methods. This is a huge secret, actually. I want to know about it too. But in the memories that I inherited, there is no such information. Fan Yuan nodded. He knew that land spirits were upright and would never lie. He was only asking casually. Although he had completed the transaction, Fan Yuan did not leave yet. He had another objective in coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, placing it before Langya Land's spirit. Can you reverse refine the recipe of this goo? Langya Land's spirit could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff this star shoot goo, saying, this goo had obviously been tampered with. The goo recipe is very hard to recreate. At the very least, a refinement grandmaster is needed. With just this rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse refine its recipe. Because this is a new goo, it will need to be researched, and that would result in some costs. Fan Yuan smiled, stretching out his right palm, showing 5 fingers. I have over 5,000 star shoot goo. Star shoot goo was a necessary goo worm in formulating the killer move Spring Star Rain. Fan Yuan tried using it once and found that the killer move was very effective. He had bought so many star shoot goo at once, he had the intention to reverse refine it. But right now, his intention was even stronger. 5,000. Of course I can reverse refine the recipe. What a pity, I am currently sealed, I can't do anything. Langya Land's spirit sighed. Fan Yuan frowned. This G-Path seal still has 15 layers, how long would it take to remove them all? At least a year. Inkman King said. So long? No choice, this seal is definitely an immortal killer move, the more it is unsealed, the more difficult it becomes. Inkman King showed a bitter laughter. Longhair Ancestor was one of the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path history. Their names were contained in legends. Langya Land's spirit's current refinement path realm was at least refinement grandmaster level. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could get Langya Land's spirit to help, that would be the best. But now that Langya Land's spirit was sealed, he could not refine goo, and would not be able to reverse refine the recipe. Actually, it is not impossible to reverse refine the recipe, Inkman King suggested. Langya Blessed Land has many old hairy men, right? These old hairy men all have refinement master attainment. By then, let them work for the land spirit while Langya Land Spirit directs them personally. Wouldn't that work? Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes at Inkman King. An outsider's silly words. Refinement path is profound and deep. Many methods and killer moves require the relevant wisdom, cultivation, and talent, as well as huge amounts of practice. Do you think that many refinement masters would add up to one refinement grandmaster? Bullshit! Inkman King was scolded till he was stunned, but he only laughed and did not dare to rebuke. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we'll talk about it. Fan Yuan said his goodbye, turning around and leaving. This matter was not urgent at the moment. Lad, even if I am unsealed, I will not reverse refine it for you for free. Prepare 3 immortal essence stones. Langya Land Spirit shouted towards Fan Yuan, who was leaving. Fan Yuan did not turn around, he waved his hand as he stepped into the stargate, vanishing. Humph, rascal kid. Langya Land Spirit watched him disappear as he muttered. After Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered Dang Hun Palace, starting on the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had already obtained small swamp goo and pine island goo, these were the final missing pieces. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fan Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms on his first aperture, as well as the area around his stomach. These goo worms' effects were interlinked, they amplified each other, and formed a strong seal. On one hand, they helped the first aperture to alleviate Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, they expelled Spring-Autumn Cicada's partial aura towards the outside of his body after some modifications. Thirdly, and most importantly, the seal would not affect the activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, I have resolved the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada bursting the first aperture for the time being. Fan Yuan checked that there was no problem and sighed in relief. This tough problem was finally settled, he felt the pressure lifting off his shoulders. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, he was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fan Yuan's soul was so exhausted it faded slightly. After succeeding in the sealing, Fan Yuan fell asleep, not wanting to get out of bed for 3 days. Chapter 672. Difficult problem of feeding immortal goo. 3 days later, Fan Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was in serenity. He did not feel tired or restless anymore. It seems that the zombie body cannot compare to a live physical body in one more aspect, that is, not only does my soul get weakened more easily, it also is more prone to agitation. Fan Yuan found another drawback of the zombie body. If the soul was weak, it could be easily resolved by using guts goo to strengthen his soul. There were many guts goo on Dang Hun Mountain, these were all items of the highest quality for strengthening his soul. But the irritation of the soul required pacifying the soul. The best way to pacify the soul was to use the Bewitching Lake's water, found in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in, it was praised by Verdant Great Sun as an excellent wine. Fan Yuan did not have the waters of Bewitching Lake, but even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the ancient method, the most effective one, sleeping. If I had a normal person's body, I would just need to rest for a while in order to pacify the irritation in my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days straight. Soul path involves strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, these 3 aspects, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first 2. Now that I think about it, that should be because sleeping is an excellent way to pacify the soul, thus they did not need to invest in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fan Yuan gained a deeper understanding of soul path. Next, he calculated this month's balance. After dealing with Langya Land Spirit twice, he earned 60 immortal essence stones. But he also spent a lot. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, he bought more than 1,000 Starlight Firefly goo, the killer moves Spring Star Rain, Icy Yarn and 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of goo refinement materials, large numbers of mortal goo, as well as a group of old hairy men. And finally, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought small swamp goo and pine island goo. He spent a total of 20 immortal essence stones. Right now, Fan Yuan had 30.5 immortal essence stones left. Do not think that this was a lot of immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan also spent much of his green grape immortal essence. When deducing immortal goo recipes, he could only do it by himself, The first time he traded with Langya Land Spirit, he only had 9 green grape immortal essence beads left. After the second deduction, he spent 6 immortal essence beads, and improving the sealing method on Spring Autumn Cicada consumed 1 bead. Right now he had 2 beads left. It was necessary to improve Spring Autumn Cicada's seal. Earlier, his estimated cost was 23 immortal essence stones. After the improvement, it fell to 20. This way, he saved 2 immortal essence stones. Only having 2 beads of green grape immortal essence left was very dangerous. If he met with a mishap, Fan Yuan would only be able to use Myriad Self twice before he would be unable to deal with the situation, especially now, when Immortal Crane Sect was close to attacking. Fan Yuan used 15 immortal essence stones, converting them into his own green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence rose to 17 beads, while his immortal essence stones fell to 15.5 pieces. Right now, the crisis with Spring Autumn Cicada's aperture had been temporarily resolved, and his predicament was also relieved after allying with He Lu Lan. Dealing with Langya Land Spirit earned him huge amounts of immortal essence stones. It was the source of the strength to resolve Fan Yuan's problems. The absolutely terrible situation was alleviated slightly. It was like a land of darkness with dark clouds looming. After Fan Yuan's immense efforts, he managed to create an opening, allowing sunlight to pierce into the land of darkness. Right now in front of him was another problem, and this problem had to be resolved quickly. That was the feeding of immortal goo. Fan Yuan was not worried about feeding mortal goo, but feeding immortal goo was becoming a huge issue. All in all, Fan Yuan had too many immortal goo. He had Spring Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel, Calamity Beckoning, Delight in Water and Mountain, Worldly Wave Trace, Rising Azure Cloud, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, and Woman's Heart. Ordinary goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Fan Yuan had 9. This was a great boon, as well as a huge burden. Spring Autumn Cicada was fine, it consumed the water in the river of time, it did not need feeding. Fixed Immortal Travel was once fed with 1 bead of green grape immortal essence a year ago in Central Continent time, that could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent was not 1 year of time passing by for Fixed Immortal Travel. During this time it was an Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fan Yuan's Aperture, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. All of these had faster time flow than Central Continent. And this 6 years was a theoretical number. The more Fan Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel, the more this time would shrink. Right now, although Fixed Immortal Travel could still hold on for a while, it was close to needing to be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These recent days, Fan Yuan had been investigating and finally obtained crucial information. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake. Delight in Water and Mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of earth chi, water chi, and some laughter stones. Worldly Wave Trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, as well as thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising Azure Cloud goo needed the dragon scale of the desolate beast, Cloud Dragon, as well as tens of thousands of eyeballs from wind-side birds. Cleanse Soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect Luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, Worldly Sand Gull. As for the Poison Path immortal goo, Woman's Heart, Langya Land Spirit had earlier said that it fed on women's hearts. This goo combined nurturing and refinement. The more hearts used to feed it, the stronger the poison. Among these goo worms, Calamity Beckoning goo was just refined. It already needs feeding and is very weak now. The immortal goo, Delight in Water and Mountain, and Worldly Wave Trace are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They had been inside Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years and have been fed well. Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Rising Azure Cloud were all hibernating inside True Inheritance secluded domain. During these many years, Giant Sun's will had only fed them half of the resources they needed. Now that they are out of the True Inheritance secluded domain, they have woken up fully and are extremely hungry. They need food. Thankfully, I pass Rising Azure Cloud to Langya Land Spirit. With him feeding it, it will not die of hunger. I have also left 2 immortal goo, Landscape as before and Man as before, with Tai Bai Yunxing. That's his problem to deal with. Fan Yuan analyzed. Even so, the pressure on him was quite intense. Feeding immortal goo was not merely a question of immortal essence stones. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a highly commercialized society. As long as one had money, they could buy nearly anything. But in the Gu world, the economy was not developed, there were monopolies in many markets, and countless precious and rare resources. Immortal essence stones were a hard currency, but they could not serve all purposes. For example, looking at the food he needed, the desolate beast six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, they were hard to come by and had great strength equivalent to Gu immortals. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally sold the flesh, bones and other parts of desolate beasts, they showed up infrequently and would be purchased within moments when they were available in the market. Even earth chi and water chi were not easy to extract. White lotus giant silkworm Gu and laughter stones were very rare goods. They were hardly seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In contrast, woman's heart was much easier to feed, although it was slightly troublesome, the difficulty was lower. There was another crucial point, that was time. Fan Yuan did not have ample time to slowly prepare these foods. Thus, he had no choice but to purchase these rare resources in Treasure Yellow Heaven, even though this would make the price higher, and Wisdom Path Gu immortals would be left with huge amounts of traces to make their deductions. But Fan Yuan was now known as 8-arm immortal. For the time being, no one would connect it to Hu immortal blessed land. Even if they would, he had to do this. After all, the survival of the immortal Gu was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had asked Langya Lan's spirit long ago, as well as He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Unfortunately, he did not get ideal results from them. Langya Lan's spirit had once owned laughter stones, but he had used them up when refining Gu. And several years ago, there was a Gu immortal who returned from Eastern Sea, sending Fairy Li Shan a batch of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 of them, and they were merely used as ornamental attractions. Later, because Fairy Li Shan did not take good care of them, all of these eels died. But this gave Fan Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Fan Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he traveled over the 5 regions, he went everywhere, and had once stayed in Eastern Sea for a while. Eastern Sea had abundant resources, the most in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare to it. Moreover, over these recent years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil, there were many opportunities available there, and the benefits would be huge too. If Fan Yuan had not been stuck with Dang Hun Mountain's problem, and due to Tai Bai Yunxing being the easiest path to resolving it, his first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking about Lan Su blessed land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island and so on, Fan Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yunxing. "Old Bai, how has your cultivation been?" Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily, he could not stop talking. "It's great, my progress is very smooth. I helped Langya Lan's spirit repair his cloud soil and earned 3 immortal essence stones. Next, I restored several rivers and earned another 2 immortal essence stones. I then bought the defensive killer move 9 cloud ring, spending 2 immortal essence stones. Finally, I bought seeds of float ball tea in Treasure Yellow Heaven, spending another stone. Float ball tea seeds are very common, you actually spent an entire immortal essence stone, it seems you bought a huge quantity. But your choice is correct, I have seen your blessed land, there are far more time path resources than space path resources. Float ball tea grows slowly and floats in the air. You can maximize your advantages and minimize your weaknesses. In a few years, when the float ball tea plants mature, you will be able to reap the harvest and sell them." Fan Yuan evaluated. That is exactly the case. Tai Bai Yunxing patted his leg. "After the float ball tea plants reach a certain scale, I will bring in a group of jade hummingbirds, developing my blessed land with that as the base." Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing, saying, "Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group will not be cheap." Tai Bai Yunxing replied calmly, "I have already thought about it. From now on I will use landscape as before to earn immortal essence stones, and learn from Fairy Li Shan's example. I believe my landscape as before is not inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge Gu." Fan Yuan nodded. "You have landscape as before Gu, wherever you go, you will be extremely popular." Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. "It is a pity that showing myself in public is inconvenient now, we are the only survivors after Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed. Right now, we are already considered the top suspects by Northern Plains Gu immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Also, the most crucial witness, Ma Hong Yun, has vanished. It seems a certain Gu immortal is holding him captive. It is possible that we might have already been targeted by some Gu immortals. That is why I think that Eastern Sea would be a good place for you to go." At this point, Fan Yuan finally stated his true intentions. Chapter 673. Thousand Wish Tree. Eastern Sea? Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised. Right. There are many sea areas in Eastern Sea. The culture and style there are greatly different from northern plains. You will certainly have great benefits when you go there. Especially in one of the sea areas, Air Bubble Sea. This sea produces abundant air bubble fish, but due to a fight between Gu immortals recently, it has been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, Anai clan, Chiu clan and Ba clan are having headaches because of this. Fan Yuan explained. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately became excited. This feels like a major business opportunity. Junior brother, you are right. We can't move in northern plains, but we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions, and the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to cross these barriers. But we have fixed immortal travel and can thus ignore the regional walls. However, Old Bai, you need to be careful. Gu immortals might not be able to casually travel between regions, but the disturbance in northern plains is too large and is already known by the other 4 regions too. Central continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations, and even their own pawns in all the other regions. I had planned to seize Immortal Gu Dark Limit before going to Eastern Sea, but there has not been much progress at Heilu Land's side. Danger will lurk everywhere in this trip. You need to be extremely careful. Fan Yuan sincerely reminded. Tai Bai Yunxing was deeply moved. I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have been wandering around in northern plains for most of my life. I might not be too skilled in a head-on confrontation, but I still have more than enough ability to protect myself. Fan Yuan nodded. He also acknowledged this point, otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Bai Yunxing to go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was experienced and knowledgeable along with being a flying master, thus his escaping ability was top-notch. Moreover, he now possessed a formidable Cloud Path defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. When you enter Eastern Sea, don't immediately make dealings with Ni, Chiu and Bai clans, instead proceed to Haishur Blessed Land. Among the 5 great trading markets in the world, Treasure Yellow Heaven is first and Haishur Blessed Land is second. Haishur Blessed Land should have missions for saving Air Bubble Sea. You can then use this pretext to get in contact with the 3 clans and save a lot of trouble. Fan Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunxing agreed. I will definitely go make a trip to Haishur Blessed Land. Fan Yuan continued. I need some specific food to feed my immortal Gu, tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. These 2 are specialties of Eastern Sea. Also, see if there are any laughter stones in Haishur Blessed Land, the blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake, and cloud dragon scales. This is the list of items I require, here. Tai Bai Yunxing accepted the list and revealed a serious expression. Junior brother, your matters are my matters as well. I will be sure to settle this with all my effort. Fan Yuan gave a bright smile. Old Bai, just do your best. Before departing, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and consume some guts gu. This gu is among the highest quality gu around for strengthening one's soul. It is always best to be prepared just in case. Junior brother, here we go again. I have said it many times, these guts gu are your property. How can I covet your wealth as a senior brother? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately refused. This was already his 6th time refusing such an offer. Fan Yuan was already his benefactor. He, Tai Bai Yunxing, placed this favor deep in his heart, never to be forgotten, so how could he covet Fan Yuan's guts gu? Fan Yuan mumbled before conceding. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial for you. How about this? I will sell these guts gu to you for 1 immortal essence stone. It just so happens that I lack immortal essence stones to buy food for my immortal gu. Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to say something, but Fan Yuan waved his hand and continued. Senior brother, danger will be lurking on all sides during this trip to Eastern Sea. I hope you will arm and prepare yourself properly, otherwise if some accident occurs to you, I will feel guilty. I try to pay attention to all details when I do something. I hope you can understand. His words contained sincerity and genuine friendship. Especially when Fan Yuan called him senior brother, which he rarely said. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes reddened. He rapidly blinked his eyes and breathed out. All right, I understand your intent, junior brother. We will make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yunxing had made all the preparations and left Hu Immortal Blessed Land together with Fan Yuan, arriving at Eastern Sea. I will hand over both Moving Perspective Cup gu and Stargate gu to you. We will maintain contact frequently. If there is any significant matter, please inform me beforehand. Fan Yuan reminded. Junior brother, go back without any worries. If Immortal Crane's sect attacks, don't forget to call me. Fan Yuan nodded, and without saying any more, he activated fixed immortal travel, disappearing from the spot. Tai Bai Yunxing stored the Stargate Gu and looked at the surrounding sea. After identifying the direction, he rapidly began flying. When he appeared again, Fan Yuan had arrived at Western Desert. He was standing on an exceedingly tall sand dune. All around him was a boundless desert with countless sand dunes extending everywhere. The scorching sun shone down, there was no wind, and the temperature was so high it made one have the feeling of being broiled. But Fan Yuan had an immortal zombie body and did not feel even a trace of warmth. The coarse and fine sand granules shone like gold under the sunlight. Fan Yuan looked at the sand dune under him. This sand dune was several times taller than other sand dunes. It shone with golden light, and its contours were soft and smooth. The whole sand dune was a scene of nothingness except for a short tree on the peak. This tree was not even 8 feet tall. The branches were short, thin, and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow, the flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. This tree's origin was huge. It was an ancient desolate tree, named Thousand Wish. It would finish growing in 300 years, flower at its 600th year, and bear fruit at the 900th year. The number of fruits it produced was always precisely 1,000. Right when the fruits completely ripened, people could bring Gu recipes and make a wish under the tree. If the wish succeeded, the fruits would open and the corresponding Gu worms would fly out. These Gu worms could be mortal Gu and also could be immortal Gu. But if a wish for immortal Gu succeeded, the amount of fruits would decrease accordingly. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this desolate tree had caused a huge battle among Western Desert's Gu immortals. Finally, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to partition this tree between themselves. But on the day the fruits ripened and fell down, all sizes of forces, big and small, allied and burst through the blockade created by the super forces, causing chaos throughout the place. A lone cultivator rank 5 Gu master, with the surname Han and name Li, unexpectedly became the first to arrive under the Thousand Wish tree. His wish gave him a space path immortal Gu named Phantom Heaven. Fan Yuan was a rank 4 Gu master back then who sought to obtain profits in the chaos. After experiencing great dangers and difficulties, he arrived before the ancient desolate tree, and was also able to obtain a Gu worm. But this Gu worm was only a rare rank 4 Gu. Even so, this rare rank 4 Gu gave a tremendous boost to Fan Yuan's battle strength. Back then, I had to fight through such a tight siege defense to arrive in front of this tree, and the fruits were already sparse by then, only 50 or 60 were left. I have now arrived here in this life, but it's too early. The fruits still require over 200 years to completely mature. Fan Yuan's heart was deeply moved and he smacked this ancient desolate tree, but the Thousand Wish tree did not even budge. This desolate tree had astonishing defense, and could continue to stand tall against the attacks of immortal Gu. Fan Yuan had a deep impression of it. The regretful thing was that not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 ancestor, Shi Jianping, exited his seclusion and suppressed all the experts forcefully, his might awing the entirety of the Great Desert. The Thousand Wish tree was taken away by Shi Clan and planted at Shi Clan's blessed land. Since then, Fan Yuan had not been able to see the Thousand Wish tree again. Fan Yuan did not have methods to transplant the Thousand Wish tree. Even if he had, he did not have any place to plant it in. Hu immortal blessed land had a terrain of grassland and not desert terrain. The Thousand Wish tree required this kind of extreme environment to survive. Moreover, if the Thousand Wish tree was moved impulsively now, the floral leaves along with the Thousand Wish fruits would wither and fall, wasting the previous millennium of effort. Fan Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. Only after walking for a whole half a day and countless li, he had truly left the range of the Thousand Wish tree. Fan Yuan glanced back. There was only flat desert with no signs of sand dunes, let alone the gorgeous shadow of light of the 500 to 600 feet tall tree. He was not surprised. This Thousand Wish tree had an ability of shrouding a radius of a huge distance in illusion. When leaving this illusion, one must leave on foot. And approaching it was extremely troublesome. The illusion would emerge repeatedly, and could even make people move around the same spot without realizing. It was because of this that I and others could fish for benefits. Fan Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel so he could ignore this illusion. However, the goal of this trip was not this ancient desolate tree. It was instead the person who had gained enormous benefits from a thousand-wish fruit and became a goo immortal expert later. This person's name was Hanli. Hanli was immortal. But after repeated fortuitous encounters, his nature became steadfast and courageous. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he had just started his cultivation, I was already a rank 3 goo master in Southern Border. But at the time of my self-detonation, he had already become a goo immortal at the peak of rank 7, a famous powerhouse of Western Desert. Many influential figures of Central Continent's 10 great sects suffered losses from him. But right now, he is only just a child. According to he should be living in a mortal hamlet near Huangclan. Fan Yuan's target was Hanli. Ever since Fan Yuan understood the effect of Connect Luck Immortal Goo, he had intended to use his rebirth advantage to get rid of the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada wearing down his luck. He planned meticulously and ruled out many people, leaving behind only a few targets. Hanli was one of them. These targets were people who would attain great success in the future, having large potential, as well as huge luck. People like Hunting King Sun Gon of Southern Border, who would only be at rank 5 all their lives, were simply ignored by Fan Yuan. Little immortal Xing Luo was a goo immortal, but her luck was not good and she would at most reach a small scale of fame. Fan Yuan ignored her too. There was Shi Chaoyu, who would be able to become a rank 7 goo immortal, but his journey was filled with ups and downs. His luck was definitely not good and he was also excluded. Only people like Hanli and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth journeys with repeated fortuitous encounters, were Fan Yuan's targets. However, Ma Hongyun's whereabouts were unknown at present and Fairy Li Shan was exerting her full efforts to investigate it. Fan Yuan's first target thus became Hanli. After leaving the Thousand-Wish Tree, Fan Yuan used mortal goo to disguise as a man with a yellowish face and a robust body. Then he directly flew towards Huangclan. Chapter 674. Monolith Luck. The entirety of Western Desert was a vast desert. Oases were like stars in the sky, shining among this sea of sand. Humans lived here by relying on the oases. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. Huangclan as an upper-tier force had hundreds of years of history here. They occupied the most important resources at the center of this oasis. At the outer parts of the oasis, there were small-sized forces that submitted to this Huangclan. At the even further outer areas, near the fringe of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals had a tough life. They had huge numbers and were all under the control of Huangclan and other forces of goo masters. In these villages, there was a Han village. Near Han village, there was a small natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was much more desolate than northern plains. There was sand everywhere and blades of red dagger grass were sharp as swords, stabbing into the deep parts of the sand, trying to absorb the meager water content. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they laboriously cut down these grasses. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to come out and work, to make money for the family. This was common in mortal families. The dagger grass had sharp edges. These children were all wearing leather gloves, but there was one without gloves. This bare-handed child sniffed his mucus as he held the sickle, cutting the dagger grass and placed them into the basket on his back. The radiance of the setting sun was still very hot. These children were all breathing roughly as it shined on them, sweat pouring on their backs. Finally, the sky turned darker. As the sun was at the horizon, only half of it could be seen now, as the children stopped their work. "Quickly leave, it is night time, the small ghost jackals are coming out to hunt for food." The child with the largest body frame spoke, like he was their leader. "How much did you gather?" "Wow, that's a lot." As usual, they started comparing with each other. "I ate until I was full today, that's why I have strength, hee. But the grass that you cut is still less than Hanli." "Hey Hanli, you are amazing, you can cut the grass without wearing gloves, yet there are no injuries on your hands, how did you do it?" a small lass with a ponytail asked. Hanli giggled. The children returned to the village together. They were talking excitedly along the way. When they returned to the village, they split up, returning to their homes. Hanli returned home too. He pushed the broken wooden door and realized that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer. He was planting wire cotton at the west part of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, going out early and returning home late. His mother had a job that everyone in the village admired. Every day she would enter the outer area of the oasis, doing odd jobs and cleaning for a small-sized goo master clan. Hanli stood beside one cornerstone. He poured the dagger grass in his basket inside, then he picked up a wooden pole and ground the grass down. He put in a lot of effort. Before long, he was full of sweat. After the grass was turned into paste, he took out a bag and poured a portion of the rice husks inside into the cornstone as well. He mixed them together, creating a paste-like food ingredient. He poured the food into a wooden basin. Next, he brought the wooden basin to the side of the house. There was a flimsy-looking stable beside the house. Inside were 3 fat sand scorpions. These sand scorpions were fat like pigs. They were no threat at all. Upon hearing Hanli's footsteps, the 3 fat sand scorpions rushed out from the shadows of the stable. "Go ahead and eat, these were all cut down by me painstakingly." Hanli flipped over the wooden basin, pouring the paste-like food on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions surrounded the food and ate. They chewed loudly and made a humming noise. "Eat, eat, eat more and grow faster." Hanli's small body was sprawled on the stable. He looked at these sand scorpions as he muttered. These fat sand scorpions were not goo, they were ordinary creatures. But the meat of the scorpion was plump and delicious. The money obtained after selling the meat would be a huge sum for the entire mortal family. To Hanli's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were their most important assets. Thus, even if Hanli did not get to eat dinner himself, he had to feed these 3 fat sand scorpions. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At this time, Hanli's stomach started growling. Hanli jumped down from the fence, he rubbed his tummy and returned home, starting to cook dinner. He had to cook dinner for his family every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. The texture of this rice was very bad, it was hard to swallow. But it was easy to cultivate, it was the main crop that mortals ate. As Hanli worked next to the stove, he did not know that someone had been watching him for half the day. As night descended, at the graveyard that was several li away from Han village, Fan Yuan was sitting still like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because of how deserted it was. At night, Fan Yuan came here and activated up to 1,000 investigative goo. He put the whole of Han village under his supervision. The primeval essence of goo immortals was unlimited. As long as they had enough goo worms, they could do things at the efficiency of thousands of mortals or more. In the darkness, Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He assessed. The age fits, it should be this kid. As he thought about it, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection goo. Looking from afar, he saw that above Han village there was a lump of a luck cloud. This luck cloud's size was not big, it was gray-white and looked very thin. This was a collection of luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging, thus they felt that they were a collective body, resulting in their luck gathering together. Fan Yuan looked below the luck cloud. Smoky traces of luck were rising from the villagers. After rising for 200 meters, they merged into the luck cloud. And among the traces of luck in the luck cloud, there was one especially eye-catching portion of luck. This luck was like a huge stone. It was floating in the air above Hanli's family, 100 steps away from the ground. There was a crack on the surface of the stone, and a trace of luck was leaking from that crack. It had a golden color and was rising up, fusing into the collective luck cloud. What luck is this? Fan Yuan looked in amazement. He did not obtain the luck path through inheritance. He was quite unfamiliar with the meaning of the different forms of luck. For the time being, he decided to name this form of luck, calling it monolith luck. Only Hanli was at his home right now. Seeing this, Fan Yuan could confirm that Hanli was the future rank 7 goo immortal, the guy with countless fortuitous encounters. Fan Yuan then tried to look above him, but saw nothing. What a pity, after becoming an immortal zombie, I cannot detect my own luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection goo. But who knows how my luck is now? Is it still the black coffin luck? Fan Yuan muttered to himself. He had always been very curious towards luck. But just as he was about to take out connect luck goo, he heard someone shouting. Little thief Ling Hu, you are hiding here. Do you think I, plump lady, can't find you? I chased you for countless miles. Quickly return my immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan was secretly shocked. He turned around and looked, only to see a human figure made of moving sand, shouting at him from far away. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He shouted, Plump lady? You got the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing. Bullshit. Little thief Ling Hu, everyone knows you are an expert in disguise. Do you think that I would not recognize you when you disguise your appearance like this? You have some guts, stealing from me. I will beat you till your intestines are blown out. Not only was the human-shaped moving sand figure shouting, at the same time, there was a furious growl in the air as well. The voice was like thunder, it pierced heaven and earth. The entire oasis was shocked by this and went into chaos. Fan Yuan frowned deeply. He did not think that by disguising as a normal human and hiding his zombie appearance, he would unexpectedly be treated as a thief by someone else. He stood up and turned around to look, only to see that at the northeast area, yellow sand was flying in the air and intense winds were blowing. The sound of the wind was like the roaring of beasts, continuous and loud. The yellow sand on the formerly peaceful ground was whipped up like tidal waves in the sea. The sand waves attacked one after another. Fan Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving his body and charging towards the attacker head-on. Soon after, he saw the culprit. This was an extremely fat female Gu immortal. She had a thick waist and broad shoulders. She was like a water tank. She stood on the yellow sand waves as she arrogantly and furiously looked at Fan Yuan. She stretched out a finger, scolding, "Little thief Ling Hu, you!" Just as she spoke, Fan Yuan attacked. "Heavenly zombie transformation!" Fan Yuan purposely shouted, before removing his disguise, showing his immortal zombie appearance. At once, a 6-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 monstrous arms and bulging muscles appeared before the female Gu immortal, Plump Lady. He looked ruthless and terrifying, radiating killing intent. Plump Lady was shocked. She said, "You!" Fan Yuan stepped on the ground, causing a loud sound. The ground was cracking under his pressure, as he flew towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fan Yuan's ruthless charge and her heart shook. She quickly raised her arms. Swish, swish, swish! 3 huge sand waves immediately rose into the air, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The huge waves came crashing. Fan Yuan snickered as he raised his speed, crashing towards them. Bam, bam, bam! In the blink of an eye, he scattered the 3 huge sand waves and appeared before Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart was pounding. She finally realized she had found the wrong person. But she was someone with a fiery temper. Fan Yuan's fierce and ferocious actions aroused her anger. "I'll let you taste my killer move, martial sand armor!" she shouted loudly, as 2 traces of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her entire body. In a few breaths of time, she had turned into a sand giant that was about the size of Fan Yuan, but she had a thicker body. Fan Yuan charged forward, as the sand giant roared, slamming with both its arms, displaying unrivaled fearlessness. Boom, boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 8-armed immortal zombie's fists met with the sand giant's. The sand giant's fists scattered into yellow sand, while Fan Yuan's fists were fractured. Plump Lady took a step back, as the scattered yellow sand merged to create the sand giant's fists again. Fan Yuan, however, took a huge step forward. While his fractured fists were recovering rapidly, his remaining 6 fists slammed at the sand giant. Crash, crash, crash. At once, the 2 engaged in fierce combat. Yellow sand was flying in the air as the sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Plump Lady was more shocked as she fought on. "Who is this person? Why is he so insane like a demon? He is even more ruthless and fearless than me." Chapter 675. Dead. Fan Yuan laughed wickedly. His 8 arms turned into fists and slammed. They opened into palms, slashing and smacking. They also became claws or piercing fingers. He showed his immense attainment in close combat. Plump Lady relied on martial sand armor's thick defense normally to engage in her relentless assaults. She was used to bullying other Gu immortals. But in front of Fan Yuan, she was at the losing end. Fan Yuan's fist shadows were flying. He moved nimbly as Plump Lady desperately dealt with his attacks. She could only parry his attacks but not retaliate. Suddenly, Fan Yuan saw an opening and got close to her. His 8 arms were like pythons coiling around her, as his 2 monstrous claws destroyed the sand giant's 2 arms like a drill. The sand giant roared, knocking its fat tummy towards him. Fan Yuan snickered in his heart. He had been expecting this. His figure moved quickly as he flew to the sky above the sand giant. His left knee slammed towards it, and with a bang, the sand giant's head was scattered. Before the yellow sand regenerated, Fan Yuan's right leg chopped at it like a battle axe. Bam! The yellow sand scattered. As the defensive killer move was broken, Plump Lady vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a falling meteor. Fan Yuan tore the yellow sand open. Like an eagle scavenging for food, he flew down from the sky, bringing the intense winds with him. He was bent on killing Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, saw Fan Yuan chasing her, and showed an expression of fear. She attempted to pull some distance from him, but Fan Yuan's speed was faster. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from a high altitude, directly slamming Plump Lady into a deep part of the desert. Large amounts of yellow sand was sent flying. The huge impact created a large circular crater. It was 1,000 steps wide and about 30 meters deep. Oh! Fang Yuan stood at the pit of the crater. He had a surprised look as Plump Lady's corpse suddenly disintegrated into a pile of sand. At the same time, he heard her shrill laughter from the air. "Oof! I will let you taste my attacking killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin!" As she said this, the yellow sand around the crater gushed down like tidal waves, filling up the entire round crater. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he was buried within. The surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. Plump Lady's mouth was oozing with blood as she sat on a lump of yellow sand. Her palms were placed together as her eyes were staring wide open, activating her killer move maniacally. On the surface of the mirror-like desert, the sand statue of a certain horned dragon appeared. This horned dragon statue coiled around, the dragon's head bit its tail, gathering the surrounding sand and forming a great force to suppress Fang Yuan, who was under the sand. The intense battlefield had turned peaceful once more. Huff! Plump Lady let out a breath of turbid air. She wiped her sweat as she finally relaxed. It is over. My burial dragon sand coffin can form an incomparable pressure, emitted on my enemy in all directions. Once my enemy is trapped, they cannot move until they are turned into meat paste. In the past, I forcefully suppressed the desolate beast, evil dragon, not to mention restraining a lone zombie? Plump Lady muttered to herself. Her words had great effect as she quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, there was a loud explosion from beneath the ground. Bang! What sound is that? Plump Lady's body shook. She became nervous again. Bang! The loud bang could be heard again. It was like there was a giant underground beating a drum. Damn it, it is my burial dragon sand coffin! Plump Lady became alert. She stood up abruptly, but her vision turned dark. Her body was swaying as she almost fell onto the yellow sand on the ground. She was indeed injured. When Fang Yuan tore the martial sand armor, his strong punch had heavily injured her. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move as a body double, attracting Fang Yuan's attention as she hid inside the yellow sand that was flying all over the place. After that, she used her killer move Burial Dragon Sand Coffin and trapped Fang Yuan underneath the sand. Impossible! Even a desolate beast, evil dragon met its end under my killer move's power. This killer move is worth at least 3 immortal essence stones in treasure yellow heaven. Plump Lady spoke to herself. Bang! Right at this moment, there was another explosion. The originally fearsome and powerful evil dragon statue shook. It was covered in cracks as sand fell off the statue. Plump Lady's heart shuddered along with it. She stared with her eyes wide open. Her gaze was fixed on the desert below her feet. Boom! 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 The loud sound descended again. It became more and more frequent. The ground was shaking along with it. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. Her heart was pounding from shock as she felt that her killer move was not trapping a person. She was trapping a fearsome monster that was even fiercer than the desolate beast evil dragon. Bam! The huge dragon statue could suppress him no longer. It completely disintegrated. The surface of the desert swelled up like a tumor. Sand burst out and rained down, as a huge figure appeared before Plump Lady once again. It was a moonless night. Winds were blowing intensely, giving off an eerie and scary feeling. An 8-armed monster that was 6 meters in height. Fang Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, was like a demon god incarnate. He brought fear and nightmares to this world. Different from before, he was covered in a black armor. The armor was spiky and looked very fearsome. It was extremely thick and could make Fang Yuan's tall and mighty heavenly zombie body become even more imposing. His demonic aura was oozing everywhere. This was Fang Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady lived for another 400 years, she would recognize this. During the chaotic 5 Regions War, this was the most common defensive killer move, hair armor. It had the rank 5 indestructible steel main goo as its core, with several hundred goo worms as assistants. It allowed a goo immortal to grow an absurd amount of hair all over their body, to form body armor. Not only was this cheap and efficient, it had great defense, and the goo worms used were easy to replenish if they were damaged. After Fang Yuan became an immortal zombie, his hair had become tough as steel. When he used hair armor, the effect was greater than most ordinary bodies of goo immortals. Using hair armor and his immortal zombie body, he took on Burial Dragon's Sand Coffin directly without taking any injury. This killer move had appeared 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not hinder her from evaluating this killer move's value. This defensive killer move is stronger than my martial sand armor. If it is sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would be sold at 2.5 immortal essence stones. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's battle intent fell again. Sir, I am Mo Clan's Gu Immortal. I am chasing a thief. I mistook you for him. I believe that you are not Ling Husu now. This is a misunderstanding. It is said that friends are often made after a fight. We should. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. He, interesting. Mo Clan's Gu Immortal. If I kill you, it will surely be very enjoyable. This was the first time Fan Yuan had spoken in this battle. His voice was hoarse and terrible to listen to. Plump Lady shuddered when she listened to him. Mo Clan was a super force in Western Desert, an overlord that dominated a territory. But Fan Yuan was fearless. He had no consideration for Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? Such incredible battle strength, high quality among rank 6 Gu Immortals, yet he is so arrogant and ruthless. Next, Plump Lady saw a pair of wings growing on Fan Yuan's back. His wings were black, that of a bat's, black and huge. They flapped. The bat wings vanished like an illusion, but it caused Fan Yuan's body to shoot forward at lightning speed. So fast. This is a killer move, especially for movement. Plump Lady's pupils shrunk. She had made up her mind to run. She screamed shrilly. Her plump face could not conceal the immense fear and shock she felt. Seeing that Fan Yuan was getting close, Plump Lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light caused her body to move back rapidly. She escaped in the opposite direction at lightning speed. Fan Yuan activated the movement killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but could not catch up to her. A few breaths later, Plump Lady vanished into the horizons. Plump Lady suffered a huge loss. She even used her killer move Light Sand Escape. Her foundation will definitely be affected. This guy is so absurd. He actually fought till Plump Lady escaped. Far away, Ling Husu hid deeply within a sand dune as he suppressed his aura, not daring to show any flaws in his concealment. She escaped quickly. Fan Yuan snorted. He stopped at the battlefield and used investigative Gu to search. Ling Husu did not dare to breathe loudly. He felt that the investigative Gu's aura had been sweeping the area where he was hiding in. Fan Yuan searched for a long time, but seeing that there was no effect, he left. He's finally gone. Weird. Why is my heart in so much unrest? Ling Husu had just wanted to come out, when suddenly his heart shook and he changed his mind. Time had slowly passed, and it was already late at night. A figure moved like a phantom, descending from a high altitude. It was Fan Yuan. He had purposely left, turning around and flying into the clouds, secretly inspecting the ground. He had waited for a long time but did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search and returning to Shajing Oasis. South, close, so close. This demon is really scheming and cunning. Thankfully I was careful, otherwise, I would have fallen for his trap. Ling Husu curled up in the sand nearby, breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyes were moving randomly. What is the origin of this demon? Where did he come from? What unspeakable secrets does he have? Ling Husu was extremely curious. But this demon's investigation methods cannot discover me. Should I trail him and see what he is up to? But when he thought about Fan Yuan pretending to leave and returning, his thoughts were extinguished like a candle. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also very crafty and cunning. I should forget about it. Anyway, the immortal essence stones are already mine. Ling Husu discarded this thought. He did not dare to come out of the desert's surface. He drilled underground. He did not have much battle strength, but he had many movement killer moves. His speed underground was unexpectedly not slower than an ordinary Gu Immortal's flight. He chose the opposite direction as Fan Yuan and left. Fan Yuan returned to Shajing Oasis once again. Lights lit up the oasis, as loud noises resounded everywhere. Even though Fan Yuan had purposely gone far away, the battle of the Gu Immortals still caused quite the commotion. The mortals were all panic-stricken. Fan Yuan ignored them. He used Luck Inspection Gu and found Hanli again. He was extremely alert. He concealed his traces as he used Connect Luck Gu secretly. This time, it was smooth sailing and there were no more accidents. The two had their luck connected. Fan Yuan could see that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at a shocking pace. Soon after, the monolith luck was filled with cracks. It crumbled. A few breaths later, Han Li's luck fell to an ordinary mortal's smoke trace level. Next, his faint gray-white smoke turned black. Oh no! Fan Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had returned. He was extremely hungry, he gobbled up the food. Eat slowly, son. His mother laughed dotingly, she was very concerned about her son. Guh. Suddenly, Han Li grabbed his throat, his eyes were wide open, he choked. Son, quickly spit it out. His parents were shocked, they moved frantically. But they did not manage to save Han Li. He was dead. Chapter 676. Human Medicine Goo. Han Li woke up in his bed, he slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Beside his bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an elderly goo master nonstop. They were expressing their gratitude. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving our son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother. Han Li spoke with much difficulty, he muttered softly. My son, my precious son! You are finally awake! Han Li's mother heard his voice and jumped onto the bed, crying from joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake! Quickly thank Dr. Mo, if he was not here by chance, you would have died. Han Li's father was overjoyed, he quickly reminded him. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Mo and fear flashed across his eyes. I am the goo master that is stationed in Han village, it was natural for me to save you. You were lucky today, you met me when I was patrolling the village. Dr. Mo laughed. Next, he left quietly while Han Li's parents were thanking him with all their hearts. Oh? This is interesting. Fan Yuan did not leave, he was lurking nearby, watching this scene. After he succeeding in connecting their luck, Han Li's luck fell drastically, it rapidly turned into a thin layer of deathly black luck. If Han Li was a goo master with ample strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was a mortal, and a weak child among mortals, he was immediately killed by the backlash of this deathly black luck, choking on his food. Fan Yuan wanted to save him immediately. He had large numbers of mortal healing goo, a matter like choking could be easily resolved, he could be saved as long as a long time had not passed. As long as a person is not dead, their luck would not stop. If Han Li died like this, Fan Yuan's disastrous luck would only be alleviated for the moment, but it would continue getting worse, the root of the problem would not be solved. If Han Li was alive, then by connecting his luck to Fan Yuan's all the time, Fan Yuan's horrible luck would slowly improve. But the moment he was about to make a move, a figure jumped out of a large house in the village, rushing towards Han Li's house. Seeing the movement goo he was using, this was evidently a rank 2 goo master. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, he silently got closer to the village, deciding to watch the event unfold. When this rank 2 goo master arrived at Han Li's house, he straightened his clothes and pretended to be carefree. Next he accidentally discovered Han Li choking. Because of the pleas of Han Li's parents, he saved Han Li and revived him. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing goo master that is stationed in the village. But it seems that Han Li and this Dr. Mo have some secret connection. Fan Yuan thought. In order to control mortals, goo master forces would send 1 or 2 goo masters to look after the respective villages in turns. Like Gu Yujianya on Qingmao Mountain, he was this kind of station goo master. When Han Li and his family fell asleep, Fan Yuan sneaked into the house. He went to Han Li and used immortal goo, causing him to fall into deeper sleep. Fan Yuan stretched out his 8 huge arms, he searched all over Han Li's body and soon, he found something amiss. There were quite a few goo worms on Han Li's body. His entire body's flesh and blood seemed to be influenced by goo worms. These arrangements felt very familiar to Fan Yuan. A weakness of a zombie was that their cognition would slow. Fan Yuan could not find the key point and had to use the wills he stored in his mind to assist in thinking. He looked through his memories and soon found the truth. It turns out this so-called Dr. Mo is refining human medicine goo. This human medicine goo is a rank 3 goo. It uses a human child as the main refinement material, taking years to slowly nurture and grow. Once the human medicine goo was refined, it could only be used once to increase a person's lifespan, but it had huge drawbacks. That Dr. Mo is no longer young, it seems he wants to use human medicine goo to increase his lifespan, thus he placed his sights on Han Li. No wonder Han Li could grab the leaves of the dagger grass without any gloves, that was because his body had already been modified secretly. This is also why Dr. Mo came over quickly when Han Li choked, that was because he had placed the goo worm in Han Li's body that could monitor him. And finally, even though Han Li choked to death, he could still be revived easily, that was because the human medicine goo's refinement process caused his vitality to increase greatly. Fan Yuan realized at once. Even though he found out Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not do anything to stop him. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han Village would definitely be investigated. If he does not die, in order to refine human medicine goo, he would need to take good care of Hanli. There are still 3 to 4 years until human medicine goo finishes refining, while I just need Hanli to be alive. Fan Yuan activated luck inspection goo again, checking Hanli's luck. Ever since the luck connection had succeeded, Hanli's luck had fallen drastically. His special luck was gone, becoming like that of a normal mortal, a thin layer of luck resembling faint smoke. Fan Yuan observed for a while, noticing that the black color in Hanli's luck had vanished, turning into a gray-white color. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He summed up his experiences this time to reach a conclusion. Black color represents death. Without the black color in his luck, Hanli was in no danger of dying for the moment. As the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Hanli's crisis just now, his luck had been improving. Thinking about it, I narrowly survived a disaster in Northern Plains by relying on my own strength and schemes. Ever since I escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, half of my black coffin luck has most likely dissipated. But even so, Hanli was nearly killed by my luck. It seems I have to find a few more targets and connect our luck together. Fan Yuan's gaze shined for a bit. In the end, he secretly placed some goo worms on Hanli's body before leaving. Using his superior methods, there was no way the rank 2 Dr. Mo could find them. One day, if Dr. Mo tries to harm Hanli, he will definitely suffer severe consequences. Lad, I gave you 3 lifelines. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee. Fan Yuan arrived silently, and left unnoticed, not leaving behind a single trace. He first went far away from Shajing Oasis, before activating fixed immortal travel at an empty location. At the next moment, he appeared in Central Continent. A huge heavenly river flowed down from the sky. It flowed through the entirety of Central Continent, towards the eastern side of Central Continent, into Eastern Sea. At the downstream parts of the heavenly river, because of the impact caused by the water, it formed a huge fertile plain. There were abundant resources in the plain, people and nature flourished in abundance, countless small and middle-sized sects were established here. Among these sects, there was one small sect that was inconspicuous, but had quite the grand name. It was called Universal Life Academy. Fan Yuan hid in a forest, observing them from afar. The academy was in a mountain valley. There were only a few rooms here with only 1 square. It seems that they were currently holding a sect competition, as there were 2 stages in this square, with hundreds of goo masters watching below the stages. This battle between mortal goo masters was extremely short. There was nothing too outstanding. But in the eyes of the spectators, it was extremely exciting. Especially for the youngster, Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd, this competition had great meaning. I have bull strength, tiger strength, and even obtained the goo worm rewind by chance. My battle strength is first rate among rank 2 goo masters. During this competition, I must shock everyone with my skill and obtain the number 1 spot in the academy. This way, I can force my father to relent and place my mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, deciding in his mind. At the same time, Fan Yuan, who was far away, muttered with bright shining eyes, "Found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not worse than Hanli. He was also a rank 7 legend that appeared during the 5 regions chaotic war. He cultivated strength and soul path, he had exemplary talent and was extremely skilled in self-creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained the body of an ancient Rockman king, he deciphered an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even through a lucky coincidence managed to subdue an ancient desolate beast, White Horn Qilin, as his steed. Even though he found his target, Fan Yuan did not strike immediately. Right now, this scene is in the middle of broad daylight. I will cause quite a commotion when I use Connect Luck. I might be discovered. This was not Han Village. In Han Village, there was only 1 rank 2 goo master stationed, but here, it was an entire sect full of goo masters. Not only this, there were 3 to 4 other small to mid-sized forces in the valley. In this entire plain at the downstream of the Heavenly River, there were countless sections. Among these mortals, there were even some lone cultivator goo immortals. These goo immortals were all creators of the sects. If Fan Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Goo here, he might be discovered by them. I can only wait until night when everyone is asleep. I will arrange many mortal goo and try to conceal the area. It is worth a try. Fan Yuan was very experienced and cunning, he would never be lacking in patience. When it was night time, Universal Life Academy became silent, as Fan Yuan opened his eyes. Very good, I have arranged over 10,000 goo worms in the vicinity of the valley, my preparations are complete. To conceal the aura of the immortal goo, I will need to use Connect Luck for half the night. Right at this moment, there was the sound of a spatial disturbance in his aperture. A moving perspective cup goo appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. There was a letter in the moving perspective cup goo. Is Tai Bai Yunxing in trouble? Fan Yuan's consciousness entered the goo. He soon found out that the letter did not come from Tai Bai Yunxing, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fan Yuan passed Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan a moving perspective cup goo each, while he kept the other half of their respective moving perspective cup goo. The contents of the letter made Fan Yuan frown deeply. This was a letter asking for help by Fairy Li Shan on He Lu Lan's behalf. He Lu Lan was being chased down by her father, she was in great danger. How can this be? Damn it! Fan Yuan sighed deeply. Because of their oath, he had to put aside his own matters and swiftly return to Northern Plains to assist He Lu Lan. In any case, for the time being, Han Yu was going to stay here. It would be easy for Fan Yuan to find him. I'll let you off for now. Fan Yuan hurriedly retrieved most of his goo worms, avoiding leaving behind traces as much as possible, before he sneaked into a cave and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived in a secret room at the third peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing back and forth worriedly. Upon seeing Fan Yuan, she got close to him. You are finally back! I am extremely anxious, the situation is terrible, little Lan is being pursued by that evil scoundrel. Why aren't you helping her? Fan Yuan frowned. I was going to act, but little Lan urged me to continue hiding our connection, she did not want our relationship to be disclosed. You came alone? Where is Tai Bai Yunxing? He has other matters now. Fan Yuan asked again. How many goo immortals are pursuing her? Only two, one is Heiqing while the other is Xue Songzi. I placed an investigative goo on He Lu Lan. Her situation is very dangerous now. Quick, I will use my thoughts to transmit the scenery to you, quickly go save her. Fan Yuan inspected the thoughts and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he appeared beside He Lu Lan. Chapter 677. First battle with Heiqing. Lu Lan, stop running. You are my daughter, why would I harm you? Don't listen to other people's defamation. We as father and daughter have a huge misunderstanding. I admit, it is true that I have the yin-yang life extension method, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really passed away because of the earthly calamity. Heiqing floated in the air, using a tone like one who felt unjustly treated, trying to persuade He Lu Lan. He wore a black robe and had fair skin, his eyes were dark and his face was like jade. He had beautiful facial features and gave off a vibrant aura. He was truly a famously handsome man among Northern Plains goo immortals. When he urged He Lu Lan, his tone was sincere, it was overflowing with emotions, coupled with his good looks, outsiders who did not know the details might have truly believed him. But He Lu Lan already had clearly seen this man's true colors, she gritted her teeth. Evil scum, who would believe your hypocritical lies? If the yin-yang life extension method really cannot harm lives, why don't you let me see it? Hee, I believe that Xue Songzi at your side will also be very interested. Xue Songzi was tall and thin, he wore blue clothes and his snowy white hair extended to his feet. He stood beside Heiqing without saying a word. He was a demonic path goo immortal, he controlled the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Earlier, he had sponsored Ma Tribe and Ma Tribe lost in the Imperial Court contest, thus he was heavily suppressed by He Tribe. Next, in order to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Goo, He Lu Lan exposed the secret of Heiqing causing harm to Su Xian heir to him. Xue Songzi thus had a secret weapon to restrain Heiqing. He Lu Lan had wanted to use Xue Songzi to ruin Heiqing's reputation, but to think that the two of them had actually ganged up. Upon hearing this from He Lu Lan, Xue Songzi's eyes moved about as he turned around towards Heiqing with much interest. Maybe I can help your daughter evaluate it? Heiqing snorted, ignoring Xue Songzi's words. He changed his attitude, his eyes shining with cold light as he spoke to He Lu Lan calmly. Daughter, you do not know what is good for you. He Lu Lan spat in response to his words, but what came out was blood. She was in her true form now, she was bathed in blood as her armor was broken, she was in a pathetic state. Her gaze, however, turned more ruthless as her killing intent boiled. She showed a mocking expression on her face. Father? He, the Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal, Lord Heiqing, actually brought along a demonic Path Gu Immortal with him to coerce his daughter. If this scene was shown to the world, I wonder what would happen. Heiqing was indifferent towards such mocking words. He smiled lightly, and showed his deep and unfathomable shrewdness. Lu Lan, you have nowhere to run. You have the great strength, true martial physique. It is 10 times as hard for you to become a Gu Immortal compared to normal people. Without my help, you cannot become a Strength Path Gu Immortal. Humph, kill me if you have the guts. Lu Lan showed her fierce nature. Her expression turned ruthless as her aura surged. If you force my hand, I will self-detonate. I will let all your efforts go down the drain. When your plans fail, I wonder what you can do. Heiqing laughed. If you die, how will you avenge your mother? You've endured this and lurked for so many years, painstakingly developing. Wasn't it all for revenge? Unfortunately, mortal and immortals are worlds apart, even if you have one of the 10 extreme physiques and are able to bully some bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortals. For you to kill me, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, humph, delusional. Although he said that, Heiqing still felt some agitation in his heart. Lu Lan pointed out Heiqing's concerns. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu could only be used to attack. Heiqing did not have capturing methods. If he forced her hand, and Lu Lan self-detonates, he could not stop her. Most importantly, such acts of harming his daughter could not be known to the public. He could only work in secret. Otherwise, with Heiqing's reputation and influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he could bring at least 5 to 6 Gu Immortals with him. But now, he only brought Xuesongzi. And Xuesongzi was a demonic Path Gu Immortal of Snowy Mountain. He only would care about benefits and could not be trusted. Although he seemed to be an ally, Heiqing from the beginning was guarding against him. Earlier, Lu Lan had exposed his secret. After Xuesongzi obtained this weakness, he did not expose it to the public. Destroying Heiqing's reputation could decrease He tribe Gu Immortal's pressure on Xuesongzi. But if he used it to threaten Heiqing, he would be able to gain more benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xuesongzi found Heiqing in person and threatened him with this secret. Heiqing was stunned at that moment. His secret that had been hidden for so many years was known by an outsider. He almost lost his bearings. But he was an old and shrewd person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to accede to a portion of Xuesongzi's requests. Next, Heiqing even urged Xuesongzi to cooperate. As long as he assisted in the plan and it succeeded, he would gain more benefits. Xuesongzi gave an overbearing request. He was interested in the yin-yang life extension method. Although Xuesongzi was middle-aged and also had lifespan Gu, who among Gu Immortals would not be interested in a life extension method? Heiqing was furious and helpless. He could only agree for now. Thus, Heiqing and Xuesongzi's seemingly united but internally divided alliance was formed. Just as Lu Lan, Heiqing and Xuesongzi were at a stalemate, a bright jade-green light burst out beside Lu Lan. The jade light dissipated, revealing Fan Yuan's huge body. He was 6 meters tall and had 8 arms. He had a green face and red eyes. His entire body was covered in a black shiny armor which had many spikes on it. Facing strong foes, Fan Yuan did not dare to be careless. He first used the defensive killer move, hair armor, before using fixed immortal travel to come here. Although fixed immortal travel could only transport humans, when Gu masters use Gu worms, they can form clothes and armor, and would not have to teleport naked every time. Back when Fan Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because he was short on time and did not have the relevant Gu worms, he had to teleport naked, and gave Feng Jin Huang an unforgettable experience. You are finally here! Lu Lan saw that her reinforcement had arrived. Her expression brightened. Which Gu Immortal is this? Who are you? Xuesongzi quickly asked in shock. Fan Yuan rapidly looked at the two in the air. His voice was hoarse as his surging killing intent was displayed. The person who will kill you! As he spoke nonsense with them, he transmitted to Lu Lan. Quick! We cannot stay here for long. Enter my immortal aperture and I'll bring you away. Hearing that Fan Yuan was trying to kill him, Xuesongzi flew into a rage. Such words. Next to him, the Gu immortal Heiqing reacted more quickly. Attack! That immortal Gu is fixed immortal travel. He only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give them any opportunities. As they spoke, He Lu Lan had already entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Shui Songzi's expression turned severe. He waved his sleeves and created a curved moon blade wheel that was the size of a horse carriage. The blade wheel spun in the air, slashing at Fan Yuan. Killer move, Icy Wind Blade Wheel. The blade wheel made of ice was extremely sharp. It was oozing with frost energy and was extremely fast when pushed by the wind. Before the blade wheel had reached him, Fan Yuan could feel the icy winds blowing on him. This killer move is very fierce. It has the essence of both ice and wind path. Its value is at least 3 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan squinted. He logically chose to evade it. Killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. 2 large phantom black bat wings appeared behind him. After the phantom wings flapped, they vanished. Fan Yuan gained a huge boost in speed. He moved like lightning and flew sideways, dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel hit the ground, making a loud sound as it dug deep into the ground like cutting tofu. On the grassland, the blade wheel carved out a huge trench, and ice that was tough as rocks formed on the sides of the trench. Although Fan Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Qing's attack was right in front of him. This was a very inconspicuous small black arrow. The body of the arrow was short. It was about half a person's arm length. It was black and did not give out any aura of danger. But precisely because of this, Fan Yuan was on extreme alert. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Qing was experienced in battles. He was ruthless, and used his trump card from the start. Fan Yuan quickly activated his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings. But the black arrow was like a magnet attracted to him. It changed directions agilely and was fixed on Fan Yuan. He could not shrug it off at all. Immortal Gu Dark Arrow's attack could home in on enemies and turn in different directions. Its speed was fast. Even though Fan Yuan was a flying master, he could not shake it off. As the distance between him and the dark arrow shortened, he fell under greater threat. Fan Yuan's defensive killer move, Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio, and was widely spread during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only a mortal killer move. Dark Arrow could pierce it in one hit. Even though Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body was strong, it could not resist the might of Dark Arrow. Especially when this Dark Arrow ignored Fan Yuan's body, heart, and other areas, only aiming for his sole weakness, his brain. After becoming an immortal zombie, Fan Yuan's heart, throat, anus, and all other areas were no longer weak points in his body. Even if they were destroyed, he would still function fine and would not take too much damage. But his brain was different. If his brain was destroyed, his mind would also perish. Fan Yuan would be unable to think, unable to act, and would be at his enemy's mercy. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time, but the Dark Arrow chased relentlessly. Fan Yuan did not have the time for it. Fan Yuan moved around rapidly. The many mortal goo that made up his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings, were starting to be worn down. It is over. He Qing laughed coldly, waving his sleeves and shooting out another dark arrow. My Dark Arrow Immortal Goo is merely rank 6 and can only shoot out up to 3 dark arrows at the same time. No matter who you are, making me use 2 dark arrows to deal with you, it should be your honor. He Qing looked at Fan Yuan struggling at the brink of death, as he evaluated arrogantly. Humph, what are you so proud of? I was just toying with you. Fan Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice and laughed suddenly. 2 dark arrows attacked him at once. He knew he could no longer avoid using Green Grape Immortal Essence, activating the Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fan Yuan's feet. The waves moved quickly. Fan Yuan stepped on them as he quickly created some distance from the dark arrows. The power of an Immortal Goo was truly extraordinary. Earlier, Fan Yuan had used Light Illusion Bat Wings no less than 100 times, but he could not escape from the dark arrows. But right now, he had just used Worldly Wave Trace once and immediately moved far away from it. Chapter 678. Number 4 in the list of mystical goo. Another immortal goo! Shui Songzi's expression changed. His gaze was heated, looking extremely jealous and envious. To think that in order to obtain Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo, he spent so much effort in scheming, yet his plans still failed him. The immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo, which most ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had 2. He Qing, Shui Songzi, that will be all for today. Enjoy your life from now on, because you do not have much time left. Fan Yuan's tone was chilling. He stepped on the flying wave. At the same time, a jade green light flashed on his body. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him across space, leaving this battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived at his former location, only hitting the last trace of jade light remaining. Oh no, they ran away! Shui Songzi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned He Qing. Aren't you a rank 7 Gu immortal? Why couldn't you stop them? Shui Songzi, mind your tone. He Qing was expressionless. He gave Shui Songzi a cold glance. Shui Songzi was pressured by He Qing's grand aura. His expression became less overbearing. He Qing spoke calmly. The other party has 2 movement immortal Gu. Unless we have an immortal Gu that can seal the environment, we can only watch them escape. However, the tracing method I used on He Lulan is extremely secretive. It is a killer move at the peak of the mortal level. As long as she shows up in Northern Plains again, I will detect her. Also, this was not a fruitless trip. We have already found out that He Lulan has a force backing her. Without help, there is no way she could have reached this stage. I just did not expect an immortal zombie with 2 movement immortal Gu to show up. It seems the force behind He Lulan is not simple at all. Hee, the situation is getting interesting. Saying this, He Qing showed a faint smile. He felt no dejection after this loss. He did not strike against He Lulan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation. On the other hand, he wanted to draw out her mysterious backer. What are you saying? Shui Songzi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are often the result of Gu immortals who are forced by circumstances when they have no way of extending their lifespan. Do you think this immortal zombie is truly the person supporting He Lulan behind the scenes? He Qing asked with deep meaning. Fang Yuan did not fight against them. He only displayed his flying master attainment when he dodged the dark arrows. But this attainment was nothing special for Gu immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. At this moment, He Qing and Shui Songzi did not know Fang Yuan's true battle strength, and Fang Yuan did not receive much of their attention. They thought he was a normal immortal zombie. Shui Songzi's gaze flickered. I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie is not the crucial person. His 2 movement immortal Gu are most likely loaned to him by others. He Qing nodded. That's right, this mysterious person is likely to be someone we know. They sent an unfamiliar immortal zombie over here to help. That means it was not convenient for them to appear. This mysterious person is leaving no clues for us. How will we investigate? Shui Songzi felt a headache. An enemy hiding in the dark was the most troublesome kind. Not only did he feel restrained, he did not know who to trust and who to target. They have already shown a flaw. He Qing laughed loudly. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace, they are both related to Central Continent. Such an obvious clue is enough for us to discover many things. As long as I can uncover the true identity of that person, I will be able to take them down all at once. Saying this, He Qing showed a ruthless expression on his face. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's residence. Little Lan, how are your injuries? Seeing that He Lulan was leaving Fang Yuan's immortal aperture while covered in blood, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over and checked. Little Ant, it is not a problem. That scoundrel did not attack me seriously. He was only putting on a show. He Lulan laughed, as if she was not the one injured. Fairy Li Shan's heart was eased. She let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that your guess is right, Little Lan. That scoundrel really planted some tracking method on your body. This method is extremely well hidden. We could not find it even after searching intensely several times. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold. He looked at He Lulan closely. That is to say, you were discovered by He Qing on purpose? I would not say it was on purpose. He Lulan looked into Fang Yuan's eyes without any fear. Earlier, Little Ant found some crucial information. It was regarding the whereabouts of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was taken away by a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baixing. His blessed land is situated in Crimson Reed Marsh. I went there intending to sneak into the blessed land and see if the information was true. I didn't expect that He Qing was also nearby. The moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, he detected me. Fang Yuan nodded. He believed what He Lulan said. Of course, this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because this was part of the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Allies could have personal secrets, but they could not lie. If you did not say it, then that is fine. But if you spoke, it had to be the truth, otherwise the oath would kill you. Ma Hongyun, as his name suggests, has fortune that rivals heaven. If I connect my luck to him, it would be far more effective than Hong Yi and Han Li. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, How reliable is the information that Ma Hongyun has been captured by Qin Baixing? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other, as Fairy Li Shan said. According to our analysis, there is a 70% chance that we can believe it. During the battle inside the Wind Veil of Assimilation, dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic path were involved. I was there at the time. It was a chaotic scene. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses on who captured Ma Hongyun, and that resulted in dozens of small conflicts, but they were all proven to be wrong. This time, our information is different from the rumors. We have reason and evidence. Evidently, an insider had purposely leaked the information. Qin Baixing is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal. He is a famous expert in the metal path, and also has his blessed land to defend himself. But Ma Hongyun's matter involves Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance. This has too much of an attraction to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baixing does not have the Huangjin bloodline, everyone is jealous of him. Fan Yuan nodded. That is to say, this is a troublesome matter. If Ma Hongyun was really captured by Qin Baixing, then soon, a band of Gu immortals are going to attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That is exactly so. He Lu Lan laughed heartily, her beautiful black pupils radiating with light. The way I see it, this information should be true to a huge extent. Luckily, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals team up, they will need Little Ant's mountain pledge Gu. At that time, we will be able to find a chance and intervene in this matter. If there is a chance for us to obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will strike. If not, we will take a step back, using the time in which that old scoundrel He Qing is engaging in battle. I will have a chance to ascend to immortal. He Lu Lan was a formidable person, like Fan Yuan. She was very skilled in scheming. Fan Yuan asked coldly. Although this was the first time I met He Qing, I can confirm that he is no simple character. If he refuses to join this, what will you do? To He Qing, although the luck path true inheritance was important, it could not compare to his lifespan. There are so many people fighting for the luck path true inheritance, it is like a battle of tigers and wolves. He might as well stay uninvolved and settle the issue of He Lu Lan instead. Fan Yuan's words directly addressed the problem. He Lu Lan's brows rose. She replied enthusiastically. I do not have much time left. It has been fortunate I have had Little Ant's help these recent days. In half a month, I will have to ascend regardless of the situation. If He Qing comes to find trouble then, it will be a perfect time to deal with him once and for all. In her words, she had already disregarded the possibility of death. Her fearless and resolute disposition was fully displayed. That means there is a possibility I have to fight He Qing? By then, we cannot escape. In order to protect you, I will to fight him head-on. Fan Yuan's gaze was uncertain. Fairy Li Shan said, Fan Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to the realm of immortal, there will be a huge influx of heaven and earth qi. Under that special environment, He Qing's battle strength would be heavily suppressed. Little Lan's ascension is extremely important. I will be there personally. Together with Tai Bai Yinsheng, we have 3 Gu immortals on our side. He Lu Lan replied graciously and understandingly. Fan Yuan, in order to save me this time, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times, and lost 3 green grape immortal essence beads. You also used 1 bead to activate Worldly Wave Trace Gu. According to our alliance, you will be compensated twice the amount, that is 8 immortal essence stones. That's right. Fan Yuan looked at He Lu Lan. It was so easy for intelligent people to communicate. Fairy Li Shan spoke suddenly. 8 immortal essence stones, I can give that to you right now. But I also have other things, Fan Yuan. Perhaps you should take a look, you might be interested in them. Saying this, she took out 2 killer moves and 1 Gu recipe. Fan Yuan looked through them and was very interested. Of the 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu immortal's breathing into a poisonous gas. The killer move had little strength, but its advantage was sustainability. If a long time passes, the Gu immortal's surroundings would be covered in a layer of poisonous gas. It would unceasingly poison all the surrounding people and things. But this killer move had a flaw: it was easy to hurt oneself. Especially in ordinary Gu immortal's body, they needed to protect and heal their nostrils, throat, and lungs. This weakness was non-existent to an immortal zombie like Fan Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Xingtian. Kong Xingtian was the name of a person. He was the Gu immortal who created this killer move. He was quite famous within Gu master history. He controlled the number 4 Gu in the list of top 10 mystical Gu, Qi escape Gu. Spring-Autumn Cicada was only ranked at 7th, while Chi-Escape Goo was 4th. It was reverse refined from the legendary Reputation Goo. In terms of flying speed in a straight line, it was the number 1 Goo in the world. No Goo was its match. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Xingtian referred to Chi-Escape Goo to create it. It could open the small pores on the Goo Immortal's body and blow out small air currents, causing the Goo Immortal to fly forward quickly. Not only was it fast, it could change directions very agilely. The killer move Kong Xingtian was very suitable to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had a zombie's body. His body's pores were tough and durable. Even if they were destroyed, his terrifying recovery speed would heal them quickly. As for the Goo recipe, it was an ancient strength path Goo recipe. It could refine the rank 5 group's strength Goo. Undeniably, these 3 items had been collected by Fairy Li Shan for some time. They were specially prepared for Fan Yuan. They were allies who had made an oath under Snowy Mountain. It was a good thing for Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan for Fan Yuan to be strong. Chapter 679. Immortal Goo is hungry. Fan Yuan thought a moment, and said to Fairy Li Shan, I will take this poison breath killer move and the ancient Goo recipe. How many immortal essence stones for them? Fairy Li Shan replied, Poison breath is 2 immortal essence stones and the group's strength Goo's recipe is 2 immortal essence stones as well, so altogether it is 4 immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan nodded, agreeing with Fairy Li Shan's quotation. Poison breath was not an ordinary killer move and was indeed worth 2 immortal essence stones. Group strength Goo might only be a rank 5 mortal Goo, but it was already extinct, and as such its high price of 2 immortal essence stones was normal. Fairy Li Shan took out 3 things, but this group's strength Goo recipe, which was the most unremarkable among them, had the greatest attraction to Fan Yuan. However, although the offer was fair, Fan Yuan was low in cash and wanted to haggle to save as many immortal essence stones as possible. Thereupon, he said, This group's strength Goo recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Goo recipe. The refinement materials are very ancient, and are now hard to find. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Fan Yuan, I have already considered this. I had originally planned to give this group's strength Goo to Little Lan. The reason I am selling it to you now is because the main material in refining this Goo, stone monkey fur, has recently appeared in the market. He Lu Lan added, Right, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, a Goo immortal by the name of Shi Lei who calls himself Immortal Monkey King has managed to research and produce stone monkey fur in his blessed land. This Goo refinement material that had been extinct for countless years has now actually reappeared in his hands, causing quite a big commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Group Strength Goo's recipe, the rarest material is stone monkey fur, while the others might be rare, but as long as you look for them, you will be able to buy them, search for them, or find substitutes using your own refinement path foundation. The implied meaning of this was that no haggling would be accepted. Fan Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey fur? This ancient material might have reappeared now, but it is entirely monopolized by Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei. The price will definitely not be cheap, right? There is an old saying, good things are not cheap. Fan Yuan, I have personally witnessed your immortal killer move, Myriad Self, and I still remember its astonishing might. There is no need for us to continue probing each other. Group Strength Goo is worth much more to you than to normal Goo immortals. 2 immortal essence stones is already quite cheap. He Lu Lan refused to yield any benefits. If the other party understands you clearly, the situation would be rather troublesome to deal with. However, He Lu Lan was right as well, for immortal essence stones in total was a fair price. Fairy Li Shan did not cheat Fan Yuan of immortal essence stones, but she would not incur losses as well. All right. Fan Yuan observed the situation and did not persist. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan were not Lang Yilan's spirit. Excessive haggling would only be insulting their intelligence. Both sides completed the transaction shortly afterwards. Fan Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move and the ancient group's strength Goo's recipe, as well as 4 immortal essence stones. As for the movement killer move, Kong Xingtian, it was not suitable for Fan Yuan. Kong Xingtian opened all the pores in one's body from which air would shoot out and propel the body. This killer move had extreme speed and could also give great flexibility in changing direction. However, the opening of the pores in the whole body would greatly reduce Fan Yuan's defense. Moreover, Fan Yuan's defensive killer move, hair armor, covered the whole body without leaving behind any gaps. If Kong Xingtian was used, he would not be able to use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Xingtian could not be used. These two were not compatible. Fan Yuan thus gave up on the killer move Kong Xingtian. His quantity of immortal essence stones increased to 19.5, but he had huge pressure in converting them to green grape immortal essence and feeding his immortal goo. Fan Yuan was still lacking in cash and could not casually buy the relatively useless killer move. When leaving, Fan Yuan did not extravagantly use fixed immortal travel, instead opting to use a Stargate. Before leaving, he checked He Lu Lan's luck. He Lu Lan was at rank 5 peak stage. Her luck could be perceived by the rank 5 luck inspection goo. He Lu Lan's luck had already recovered from the extremely low state when she went against Ma Hongyan. Her luck was like a giant pillar with the color of an azure sky, giving a feeling of being long-lasting. He Lu Lan's luck clearly is at the level of Han Li's and Hong Yi's. From this, it seems her goo immortal advancement has a high probability of succeeding. But one can't just look at luck in everything, otherwise why would He Lu Lan die so suddenly in my previous life? One's luck might be good, but it depends on whether they can grasp it. Now it seems, He Qing might be involved in He Lu Lan's unexpected death? Although He Lu Lan's luck was strong, it was written in detail in the Snowy Mountain Alliance that allies could not intentionally inflict harm to each other. Fan Yuan was plagued with bad luck, and connecting his luck with hers would mean having an intent to harm. Moreover, according to his previous life's memories, Fan Yuan was not too optimistic of He Lu Lan's future. Fan Yuan did not have break luck goo, thus he could not carelessly connect luck and must choose his targets carefully. Back in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan took out 8 immortal essence stones and converted them to his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times, going back and forth from Western Desert, Central Continent, Eastern Sea and Northern Plains. He also used Worldly Wave Trace Goo in the fight against He Qing, using up a total of 6 green grape immortal essence. He originally had 17 green grape immortal essence beads, but only 11 remained now. In consideration of the frequent battles recently, Fan Yuan refined 8 immortal essence stones and increased his green grape immortal essence to 19 beads. With this, the amount of immortal essence stones on Fan Yuan was 11.5. Fan Yuan reviewed his battle with He Qing and felt satisfied about it. Whether the result was victory or defeat was of no concern to Fan Yuan. He would not become angry or feel humiliated just because of failure. He would also not feel overjoyed and arrogant because of victory. What he prioritized were the gains and losses. He used up 4 beads of green grape immortal essence in this battle, but was able to obtain even more trust from He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he also obtained 4 immortal essence stones, the Poison Breath Killer move and Group Strength Goo's recipe. He had clearly made a good profit. But if I were to speak of a loss, it would be Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Fan Yuan took out the Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace. Right now, the Immortal Goo's aura was no longer as stable as before and revealed a trace of weakness. The Goo worm did not have a healthy luster, instead appearing dark and gloomy. Fan Yuan was aware of why. Worldly Wave Trace Goo was not fed properly back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. When the Wind Veil of Assimilation appeared, Mo Yao's will activated Water Pavilion to battle, and after I obtained her Goo worms, I activated this Immortal Goo several times. It has already reached a certain limit and need to be fed. If it is still not fed and I activate it excessively, it might die from hunger. Worldly Wave Trace Goo was the first Immortal Goo in Fan Yuan's possession that was crying of hunger. It could be foreseen that as time passed, many more Immortal Goo would cry out in hunger, and would need to be fed. However, Worldly Wave Trace Goo's food was tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fan Yuan inquired little who Immortal Land Spirit. After Tai Bai Yunxing left, the Land Spirit took over Tai Bai Yunxing's work of paying attention to movements in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, although Fan Yuan had taken the initiative to post requests for the goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were few who responded. This was not a highly commercialized society like that on Earth. The economy here was not developed and one could not buy whatever they wanted to buy. Fan Yuan used Moving Perspective Cup Goo to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing gave him a piece of good news. He had already arrived at Haishur Blessed Land and smoothly got into contact with some Goo immortals. Moreover, he also saw someone selling underworld jellyfishes in Haishur Blessed Land. Only deep-sea lightning eels were rarely seen as Goo immortals had to enter the deep sea to capture them, which was not only dangerous. The sea areas where they were abundant were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance housed the headquarters of Zombie Alliance within all 5 regions. They were very powerful, a level stronger than even the superforces of Eastern Sea. Thus, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was domineering and rampant in their actions. They blockaded several large sea regions and controlled the large numbers of resources within themselves. This maintained and fostered their strength, making them become even more domineering to others. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested Fan Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, and then purchase the deep-sea lightning eels internally. This was not only convenient, the price within Zombie Alliance would also be cheaper than outside. Fan Yuan was moved, but he had ascended to Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture had Northern Plains Heaven and Earth Chi. There were differences between the Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions. With just a simple test, one's origins would be clear. It was not impossible for Fan Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance with the status of a Northern Plains Immortal Zombie status. But he had to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance for his major plan. This major plan had huge prospective yield, and Fan Yuan had been thinking of risking an act of disguise even if he was not an immortal zombie to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. However, as an immortal zombie now, it was no doubt much more convenient to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it convenient to purchase lightning eels, but if Tai Bai Yunxing is given some time to make connections, he would be able to purchase them, just that the price might be a bit higher. Although I won't be able to activate Worldly Wave Trace Gu as much as I wish, it should hold on for some time. Fan Yuan was not willing to give up on his major plan, thus he refused Tai Bai Yunxing's suggestion in the end. After resting and reorganizing for a while in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan activated Fixed Immortal Travel to arrive at Central Continent again. Universal Life Academy was located in Mountain Valley, and under the curtain of night, lights were lit up, making it appear quiet and tranquil. Hong Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, finishing his daily routine of nourishing his aperture. He opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly, revealing a look of expectation and excitement. I have placed in the top 10 in today's competition without even having to reveal my true strength. Heaven is helping me, letting me coincidentally get a bye in the competition. People are treating me as just a lucky fellow. Tomorrow is the competition of the 10 strongest. They will underestimate me and won't expect my true strength. The day after tomorrow is the decisive battle. As long as I use this Gu to break the opponent's defense, there is no need to mention what will happen next. As he thought of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 Gu worm, Rewind. This was an extremely rare time path Gu worm which could be used to both attack and defend. Its ability was to rewind an enemy's Gu worm to its state before the activation. For instance, the enemy condensed a fireball, but under Rewind Gu's power, the Gu worm would return back to before activation and the fireball would disappear. However, Rewind Gu had extremely huge demand on primeval essence. Even Hong Yi with his A-grade aperture and over 90% primeval essence could only activate it once. Chapter 680. Chi Forest Earth Horse. Hong Yi had decided long ago, he was going to use Rewind Gu to deal with his opponent's defensive Gu. As long as the other party did not use 2 defensive Gu at the same time, Hong Yi would just need to hit the opponent's body with 1 strike to heavily injure him, obtaining victory. But if the opponent had 2 defensive Gu activated at the same time, Hong Yi would not go on the offensive immediately, he would start a drawn-out battle. The enemy would definitely expend primeval essence faster than him if he uses 2 defensive Gu. One could say, with this Gu in Hong Yi's hands, he had a great advantage. He was most likely the winner of this competition. If I get first, Mother's memorial tablet would be placed in the ancestral hall. She would be given a proper status. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned for one instant. He felt like his heart was empty, like something precious had been stolen from him. Don't tell me, because my wish is finally going to be fulfilled. I am starting to feel apprehensive. There is nothing valuable on me besides Rewind Gu. What could be worth stealing? Hong Yi shook his head. He laughed bitterly, forgetting that weird sensation he felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fan Yuan breathed out deeply. Connect luck succeeded. For the luck connection this time, he purposely made the best use of his time, rushing here immediately after resting in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for a while. Thus, he did not come across any surprising disturbances. Fan Yuan used Luck Inspection Gu to check Hong Yi's luck. His luck was previously milky white color. It was very special, giving people a feeling of vigor and vitality. His luck was gathered into a lump, forming the tall image of a scholar sitting and reading. The scholar's image was rather similar to Hong Yi. He had a lively expression. But after connecting with Fan Yuan, this white scholar luck shrunk. It was not even 30% of the original. The scholar's clean and smooth robe became a tattered shirt with random patches sewed onto it everywhere to maintain it. It was like a rich young master had turned into a poor man's child, a pitiful student. His expression was not so lively anymore, his face was thinner, and his expression was darker, like he had experienced a terrible encounter. It seems that connecting my luck to these targets had its use. When I connected my luck to Han Li, I almost killed him. But this time, the connection to Han Li did not cause his luck to become deathly luck. It seems my own luck has improved greatly. Fan Yuan was gratified in his mind. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a tug in his heart. He found two hidden Gu masters lurking in this valley. In order to undergo the luck connection, Fan Yuan had set up many Gu worms near Universal Life Academy's valley. On one hand, he wanted to conceal the aura of the immortal Gu, but it was also to surveil the surroundings and provide early warnings to him. One could say that the entire valley was under Fan Yuan's supervision. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and concentrated. These two hidden Gu masters were not weak, they were rank 5 Gu masters. They were at the other end of the valley, secretly moving while talking softly. Sect Leader Fan Yi, are you sure that there is a G forest and earth horses underneath the surface of this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai, there is no mistake, I saw it personally. Don't be anxious, follow me into the cavern. When you see it for yourself, won't you believe me? Humph, this is the territory of Universal Life Academy. If the principal of Universal Life Academy, Hong Xianji, discovers us, we will be forced to bear the consequences of failure. Although Hong Xianji is strong, he is lacking in investigative methods, otherwise he would have found the great resources lying here already. We are intentionally hiding ourselves while he is unaware. How can he discover us? Sigh, if we are discovered, our reputations would be ruined, the leaders of two sects venturing into Universal Life Academy late at night. Fan Yuan heard the entirety of their conversation. She forests earth horses? He thought. She forests grew underground, usually for dozens of li. The Lingji inside were as large as trees, their meat was plump and juicy, they could be fed to Gu worms, used as Gu refinement materials or sold. Earth horses were mutated beasts native to Ji forests. There were usually 2 or 3 in a single portion of Ji forest, they lived as a family. The hoof of the earth horse was the main ingredient of the rank 5 earth escape Gu. The eyes of the earth horse could refine the X-ray vision Gu, the tail hair of the earth horse could refine the smoke dust Gu. The earth horse's body was full of treasures, it was no wonder the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, were interested. But to Fan Yuan, the earth horses and Ji forest did not have any appeal. An earth horse was a mutated beast that could be on par with a myriad beast king. But a family of earth horses was only 2 to 3 myriad beast kings. There were many people selling Ji forests in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was a common good and did not even require immortal essence stones to purchase. But for Universal Life Academy, the underground Ji forest is a huge benefit and an important stockpile of resources. Unfortunately, they are still kept in the dark now. Fan Yuan thought about it. He followed behind the 2 rank 5 Gu masters from afar, successfully entering the underground Ji forest. As he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji forest. It was about 10 li in size, and there were 3 earth horses. They were a family living in the Ji forest. What a huge Ji forest! Sect leader Fan Yi exclaimed as he walked in the forest. This is a land of treasures, why did it not appear in my valley? Sigh. Valley Lord Yuan Bai touched the branches of the Lingji, saying in jealousy. Fan Yuan took a detour around them and got to the center of the Ji forest. There was the largest Lingji here, it was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the Lingji was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. This was the Lingji King. Fan Yuan lowered his head and came to the Lingji King. Next to the Lingji King, there were 3 earth horses guarding it, along with some metal-consuming ant groups. Among the ant groups, there were some wild metal path Gu, and the Lingji King also had some wildwood path Gu worms. But these were all mortal. Fan Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura. He came here without any obstruction. Fan Yuan stretched out one monstrous claw, grabbing the stalk of the Lingji King. The Lingji King trembled intensely, causing the ceiling of the cave to shake and debris to fall. The earth horses were suppressed by Fan Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, and only made cries from afar. After Fan Yuan searched for a while, he pulled back his zombie claw. In his monstrous claw, there was a heart. This was the Lingji King's heart. It was soft and hot, the surface was milky white, This was completely made of Lingji flesh and gave off a meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji king's heart, soon, a new forest will form. Fan Yuan took the treasure from right under their noses. The soil of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not suited to plant large areas of Ji forests. But to sustain a small area of it, there were no issues, of course, there were also not much benefits in doing so. Fan Yuan was doing this purely for fun. As for this huge Ji forest and the earth horses, Fan Yuan had no need for them. It was troublesome and time-consuming to move them into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He would rather purchase them directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven if needed, it was more convenient. After losing the heart, the Lingji king would not die, but the Ji forest would stop growing. It would have to recuperate for over a decade. What sound is that? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fanny glanced at each other. Fan Yuan taking away the Lingji king's heart caused quite a commotion, along with the wailing horses. But when Yuan Bai and Fanny got to the Lingji king, Fan Yuan had vanished without a trace he had left. The remaining Earth Horse family exerted their anger and furious emotions on the two of them instead. The intense battle quickly attracted the attention of Universal Life Academy. Hong Xianji led a band of Gu masters and rushed here, in shock and joy. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi sighed in their hearts, feeling extremely unlucky. After an intense battle, Hong Xianji chased away Yuan Bai and Fan Yi. He gave orders to the elders of the academy who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is extremely important. From today onwards, we will halt the sect competition, and call back the disciples and elders who are out on missions. From now on, there will certainly be difficulties. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi are sure to gather other sects to exert pressure on us. We have to defend this Ji forest. It is our foundation to rise up. Yes, Lord Principal. The Gu masters responded. On the other hand, Hong Yi, who was sound asleep, had no idea that the sect competition that he was looking forward to had been cancelled. His desire to give his mother a proper status, that dream was going to have to be delayed for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Waves were crashing on Fan Yuan's face, but such mild force could not make him feel anything. This place was not in Central Continent, it was in Southern Border. The river before him was the number 2 river of Southern Border, Jade Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers. The first was Red Dragon River, the second was Jade Dragon River, and the third was Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River had water red as blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves in it, while Yellow Dragon River was something Fan Yuan had traveled on in this life. It was yellow in color, and had the most sediments. Fan Yuan toyed with the Lingji king's heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not leave immediately using fixed immortal travel. He went to a corner of the valley and left behind many Gu worms before activating fixed immortal travel. These Gu worms all self-detonated as he was leaving, eliminating the aura of fixed immortal travel. By doing this he could avoid anyone tracing him. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was another one of his targets. He had amazing luck and many fortuitous encounters, rising to a legend from a nobody. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous person on the same level as Hong Yi and Han Li. But different from Han Li, who joined a clan later, and Hong Yi, who was a member of a sect, this person was a lone cultivator from start to finish. He had several good friends and family, but he did not join a particular force. When Fan Yuan was about to self-detonate in his previous life, there were rumors that Central Continent's Heavenly Court was about to recruit him. As for whether this information was true or not, Fan Yuan had no way to verify it. But now that Fan Yuan had been reborn, that was not important. In my memories, this person had been ostracized his entire life after his clan banished him. By this riverside, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu master. It was just enough for him to use. Using this inheritance, he earned a living while repelling the dangers of the wild. He grew stronger step by step, grabbing onto a huge opportunity and obtaining the Black-Yellow Mother Chi Gu, the inheritance of a Taoist master. He won 9 out of 10 times when rock gambling, and dominated all of the Southern Border gambling dens. Fan Yuan recalled. He knew this place due to the biography of Yi Fan. Every important person's history was usually recorded down in words and pictures. Yi Fan was Fan Yuan's target this time. And here was the start of Yi Fan's rise. Tonight he would have his first fortuitous encounter. Chapter 681. 9 Dragons Coffin Protection Luck. The stars were like diamonds brightening the night sky. River winds blew softly, the howling of beasts and cries of birds could be heard, contrasting with the otherwise quiet environment. Fan Yuan waited patiently, But he did not see Yi Fan's arrival over the entire night. As time passed, after the second and third day, Yi Fan did not appear at any point. Don't tell me, biography of Yi Fan was wrong? Fan Yuan could not help but think, but he quickly rejected this thought. No, the Gu Master inheritance near the riverside is still around, Yi Fan has not taken it. I'll wait. What Fan Yuan did not know was that, 1,000 li away, Yi Fan had met with trouble. Huff huff huff. Yi Fan breathed roughly. He looked at the huge shadow of a sprawling beast near the cave entrance with much fear. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? I was just banished from the clan. I hid in a cave to stay for the night, but I woke up to find out that the cave entrance was sealed. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. He was nervous but helpless. This cave only had one entrance, but this fierce beast was blocking it. Yi Fan did not have any method to dig holes. His strength was very low, but this beast's body was huge. It was a beast emperor. Why did this beast emperor come here alone without a single beast as its guard? Don't tell me it is an old emperor that was chased out by the new emperor. Yi Fan looked at the beast in front of him, analyzing nervously in his heart. As he continued observing, he quickly found out that this beast emperor was a paper tiger. This dog-shaped beast emperor was covered in wounds. Its body was not too big, but it was sprawled on the ground. Its eyelids were drooping weakly. On its snow-white fur, there was multicolored markings resembling flower petals on a snowy field. Ha! 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 Yi Fan listened closely, hearing the dog emperor's extremely weak, whimpering cries. Watching its dried belly that was so thin its bones could be seen, Yi Fan finally understood. Although this is a beast emperor, it is extremely hungry. It has little to no battle strength. Reaching this conclusion, Yi Fan let out a breath of turbid air. At the same time, he felt a bit of pity in his heart. They were in similar situations. This beast emperor's fate was very much like his own. Yi Fan slowly got close to the dog-shaped beast emperor. The beast emperor had no reaction. It allowed him to get closer. Yi Fan did not dare to breathe loudly. He squatted by the beast emperor's side and stretched out his arm, placing it on its forehead. The soft fur was extremely comfortable to Yi Fan. It was a little warm and wet. This beast emperor had a fever. It was covered in sweat that made its fur wet. Its bodily functions were barely functional. Beast Emperor, oh Beast Emperor, you are about to die. Maybe one day, I will be just like you. But meeting me is your good luck. After all, I was the village's most famous beast doctor. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He felt great pity for this Beast Emperor and started to heal it. He activated his Gu, healing the Beast Emperor's injuries, and also alleviating its illness. Next, he took out some precious food and water, feeding them to the Beast Emperor slowly, letting it recover its strength. Yi Fan was in no hurry. He stayed in this cave for 7 days, as this dog-shaped Beast Emperor finally recovered. Although it was still weak and did not have a single wild Gu, not even capable of defeating 1,000 Beast King. But it was out of danger now. Its fever subsided, and it could run freely. It was running around Yi Fan excitedly. Yi Fan saved it. It treated him as its closest person. Every time Yi Fan returned to the cave bringing food and water, it would run over and wag its tail happy around him. Later, when it recovered some battle strength, it went out to hunt with Yi Fan, helping him to find food. The human and dog quickly established a deep relationship. When Yi Fan decided to leave the cave and venture far away, the dog-shaped Beast Emperor followed suit. This is the 8th day. Why has Yi Fan not appeared yet? At Jade Dragon River, Fan Yuan was anxious. In about 5 to 6 days, He Lulan would be undergoing tribulation. By then, Fan Yuan needed to defend her, not only to help her survive the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, but also to deal with the combined attacks of the rank 7 Gu Immortal He Qing and the rank 6 Gu Immortal Shui Song Zi. To estimate a Gu Immortal's battle strength, there were many elements to consider, but the most crucial 4 were Immortal Essence, Killer Moves, Immortal Gu, and the Gu Immortal's personal attainment in fighting. During his Northern Plains trip, Tai Bai Yunxing, who had newly advanced to a Gu Immortal, was at the bottom of all rank 6 Gu Immortals in terms of battle strength. Tai Bai Yunxing had Immortal Essence and Healing Immortal Gu, but he did not have Killer Moves or sufficient Mortal Gu. Most importantly, his personal attainment in fighting was terrible. Thus, he was heavily suppressed by He Lulan, who had the great strength true martial physique. Right now, Fan Yuan had little Immortal Essence. Although he had many Immortal Gu, they were all waiting to be fed and it would be difficult for them to bear immediate use. Even though he had the killer moves Icy Drill Stardust, Light Illusion Bat Wings, and Hair Armor, during his normal form, his battle strength was only at the upper tier of rank 6. But if he used the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his battle strength would reach the peak of rank 6. Fan Yuan defeated the Western Desert Goo Immortal Plump Lady. Her battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. She had 3 powerful mortal killer moves, especially in the end when she used the movement killer move to escape. Fan Yuan could not even catch up to her. But Fan Yuan had the immortal zombie body, together with light illusion bat wings and hair armor cooperating together. The most important part was his ruthless and rich battle talent, that resulted in Plump Lady's battle intent dissipating, and she could only run. Shui Songzi's battle strength was also at the upper tier of rank 6. He was a rich person among Goo immortals. Even though he lost a huge sum in funding Ma tribe, he still had thick foundations. He did not lack immortal essence. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, he had collected a lot of killer moves long ago. As someone from the demonic path, he had always focused on battle strength. His attainment in fighting was also not ordinary. Shui Songzi, all in all, was an experienced Goo immortal. If Fan Yuan did not use Myriad Self and Immortal Goo to fight with him, the result would be unclear. Meanwhile, He Qing's battle strength was at the middle tier of rank 7. Compared to Shui Songzi and He Bai, He Qing's rank 7 Blessed Land had greater qualifications. It produced Red Date Immortal Essence that was 1 rank higher than Green Grape Immortal Essence. He was a Goo immortal of a Huangjin tribe. He did not lack killer moves. He had the Immortal Goo Dark Arrows since a long time ago. According to Fairy Li Shan's information, He Qing had fought and obtained an Immortal Goo in Northern Plains several months ago. As to what Goo it was, He Qing did not expose it. Speaking of He Qing's battle records, they was not ordinary. He had fought against several Righteous Path Goo immortals, and even fought to the death with Demonic Path Goo immortals. He had killed several Demonic Path Goo immortals. He Qing did not lack immortal essence and killer moves. He had uncommon fighting attainment, and only lacked Immortal Goo. If he had 1 or 2 more Immortal Goo to use in battle, his battle strength would rise to the upper tier of rank 7. Although Fan Yuan had fought with He Qing once before, it was for an extremely short time and Fan Yuan did not fight him directly. His goal was to retreat with He Lulan. Honestly speaking, although Fan Yuan had many Immortal Goo, there was not a single one that was used for attack or defense. When the dark arrows were shot out, Fan Yuan could only dodge and not take them directly. Thankfully, with Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo as the core Goo of the killer move Myriad Self, Fan Yuan had his own immortal killer move. Precisely because of this trump card, Fan Yuan had the qualifications to fight one-on-one with He Qing. Fan Yuan compared the battle strength of both sides. He was clear in his heart. He Lulan's impending tribulation would bring great pressure to Fan Yuan. Yi Fan has not arrived here yet. I have less time to prepare for when He Lulan undergoes tribulation now. Maybe I should give up on waiting and return to Wu Immortal Blessed Land to make preparations, and try to raise my battle strength to the limit. After waiting for so many days, Fan Yuan's heart was wavering. Especially when he recalled that the last 2 times he attempted a luck connection, accidents occurred, causing them to fail. During Han Li's attempt, Plump Lady appeared and fought with Fan Yuan. Only after he showed off his ruthlessness did she run away. When he did it with Hong Yi, He Lulan was being assaulted and Fan Yuan had no choice but to save her instead. Don't tell me that this time, when I attempted to connect my luck to Yi Fan, an accident occurred again? But this time, it did not happen to me but Yi Fan instead? Fan Yuan's guess hit the nail on the head. Luck was ever-changing. It was like tides, rising and falling at times. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Fan Yuan escaped with his life from the wind veil of assimilation, his black coffin luck had dissipated by half. And after that, he connected his luck to Han Li and Hong Yi. They were all chosen due to their strong luck, only inferior to Ma Hongyan. Fan Yuan's luck thus improved drastically. This time, when he tried to connect to Yi Fan's luck, the contest of luck between the two no longer resulted in Fan Yuan encountering trouble, but instead, Yi Fan's luck was induced to avoid him, and give Yi Fan an opportunity to dodge this crisis. Yi Fan made good use of this opportunity, dragging on time for 7 days and 7 nights, and subduing a beast emperor. But it was a pity. When he got close to Jade Dragon River, Fan Yuan's heart had only wavered, he had not left. Oh? This dog emperor beside Yi Fan, isn't it that Ning inside Three Kings' Blessed Land? It actually survived, and is following Yi Fan now? Fan Yuan recognized the dog emperor. He felt a little surprised. This was something not recorded in biography of Yi Fan. The luck connection to Yifan was very successful. There were no accidents, or rather, Yifan's lateness was already the accident. Yifan was much weaker in strength. From start to finish he did not discover Fan Yuan or his scheme against him. This proved once again, good and bad luck are not decisive elements. As long as one's strength was sufficient, they could resist bad luck and grab onto opportunities. Yifan's luck was rather special as well. His luck had a coffin. But this coffin was not like Fan Yuan's black coffin. It was bronze and ancient, mysterious, with 9 dragons of luck guarding the surroundings of the coffin. After connecting to Fan Yuan's luck, the 9 dragons shrunk to 4, and the bronze coffin was half as big as before. Fan Yuan was satisfied with this result. Yifan's luck had shrunk in half, but a large portion still remained. Han Li, and Yifan's luck have been connected to mine. The 4 portions of luck are equally distributed. Yifan's current luck is at the same intensity as mine, Han Li and Hong Yi. After going through so much, Fan Yuan had finally settled the second weakness of spring-autumn cicada. Not only was his absolutely terrible luck gone, it was even better than ordinary people. He could be said to be a person with strong luck. It is a pity that such candidates are hard to find. Although there are still a few in my memories, they have not been born yet. Fan Yuan sighed out in pity. Targets with thick and sustainable luck were very rare. At this point in time, Fan Yuan could find only these 3. At this moment, the matter regarding luck connection had come to an end. Fan Yuan looked at Yifan getting close to the river inheritance, as he smiled lightly. With a flash of jade light, he vanished. Chapter 682. Refining Group's Strength Gu. Fan Yuan could faintly sense He Lu Lan's tribulation would result in a huge battle. He Qing was an experienced rank 7 Gu immortal, his battle strength surpassing Fan Yuan's. Shuesongzi was the owner of the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and was also not an easy opponent. Even if He Qing and Shuesongzi did not create trouble, a tribulation of the great strength true martial physique would far surpass the severity of those of normal people. Fan Yuan immediately started making preparations after he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He needed to raise his battle strength in a short period of time. Battle strength usually depended on 4 aspects: immortal essence, killer moves, immortal Gu, and battle attainments. Fan Yuan was already very strong in his individual fighting attainment, and it would be difficult to raise in a short period of time. He could only concentrate on the other 3 aspects to raise his battle strength. Fan Yuan first looked at his funds. To connect luck with Yifan, Fan Yuan made a trip to southern border and returned, costing him 2 beads of green grape immortal essence, which meant he had 17 remaining. It was clear this amount was far from enough in a huge battle. According to Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, it was normal to spend dozens of beads of immortal essence in a huge battle, and sometimes it could even surpass 100. Fan Yuan also possessed a lot of immortal Gu, thus he urgently needed to replenish his green grape immortal essence. And to replenish his green grape immortal essence, Fan Yuan only had one way, and that was to refine immortal essence stones. However, Fan Yuan only had 11.5 immortal essence stones on him. Fan Yuan entered the underground cave and appeared before Wisdom Gu again. "Wisdom Gu, I brought you some rather interesting stuff," he greeted. Wisdom Gu communicated with Rinzhu frequently, but legends were not exempt from exaggeration. Fan Yuan was also probing in regards to this. No matter what he said, Wisdom Gu would remain silent. Instead, the wisdom light halo flickered a few times. Fan Yuan laughed. According to his previous experiences with Wisdom Gu, the flickering of the light of wisdom represented Wisdom Gu's agreement. Upon this, he smoothly took out the Lingji King's heart and planted it on the spot. Within a few breaths of time, the soil ruptured and stems of small Lingji mushrooms sprang out, which then rapidly grew and hardened, reaching the heights of tables and chairs. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's soil quality was different from the soil quality in Universal Life Academy's land, and was not suitable for the growth of mushrooms. This was the limit that the mushrooms could grow here. Fan Yuan did not feel any regrets, as it was just a passing thought from him. He then casually sat down on a Lingji mushroom. The Lingji trembled violently, but unexpectedly was able to bear the heavy weight of Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. This cave had been empty before, but now it was no longer dull. Wisdom Gu was like a curious baby, flying and fluttering around the shorter mushrooms. At first, its speed was slow and careful, but soon its flying tracks revealed its cheerful state, like a baby finding an interesting toy. "Wisdom Gu, let's get back to the main matter." Fan Yuan looked on for a while before speaking. Wisdom Goo stopped on top of a Lingji and emitted the light of wisdom again, which shrouded Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan silently activated Delight in Water and Mountain Goo and began to deduce an immortal Goo remnant recipe. 7 days later, he had succeeded in perfecting 3 immortal Goo remnant recipes. Using a Stargate, he completed the transaction with Langya Land Spirit, gaining 40 immortal essence stones. According to the price agreed upon beforehand, perfecting an over 90% complete immortal Goo remnant recipe would pay off 10 immortal essence stones, while perfecting an 80% or more completed immortal Goo remnant recipe would pay off 20 immortal essence stones. Among the immortal Goo remnant recipes Fan Yuan perfected this time, 2 were 90% completed remnant recipes while 1 was an 89% completed remnant recipe. Not all immortal Goo remnant recipes with Langya Land Spirit were 90% or over completed remnant recipes. There were many with lower completion rates. Fan Yuan obtained many immortal essence stones in every transaction, but he also had to spend a lot of immortal essence stones to completely deduce the immortal Goo remnant recipes. Normally, his net profits were around 26 immortal essence stones in every transaction with Langya Land Spirit. He got a piece of good news from Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit when he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A Goo Immortal seemed to have found the dead body of a 6-headed snake, and its parts and organs were being separately sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan immediately activated Divine Sense Goo and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven using his 8-arm immortal identity to contact the seller. His Calamity Beckoning Goo fed on the black blood of the desolate beast's 6-headed snake. However, when Fan Yuan saw the store, there was skin, flesh, bones, eyes and snake tendons, but there was no blood for sale. When I found this desolate beast's carcass by accident, the 6-headed snake had already been dead for close to 100 years. Thus, the black blood had completely seeped out. I am truly sorry, the seller replied. Fan Yuan discerned the corpse of the 6-headed snake, and saw that the Goo Immortal was indeed telling the truth. Fan Yuan was not discouraged, however, and still decided to buy the bones of this 6-headed snake. The 6-headed snake was a desolate beast with strength comparable to rank 6 Goo Immortals. Its whole body was a treasure, and every part could be used in the process of Goo refinement. Fan Yuan had a lot of money on hand, directly buying off the whole skeleton, spending 3 immortal essence stones. The bone marrow in the bones could produce blood. In his previous life, Fan Yuan was a blood path expert, and excelled in extracting blood. With this skeleton, Calamity Beckoning Goo's food was taken care of. After buying the skeleton, Fan Yuan then went to the store of Immortal Monkey King Shirley. As expected, divine senses were moving around frequently here and the business was thriving, all because of the Goo refinement material stone monkey fur. Shirley did not personally stay in Treasure Yellow Heaven, instead leaving behind a proud will to look over the store. Wisdom Path inheritances were rare, but Wisdom Path Goo were not rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Almost all Goo Immortals had some for the convenience in trading in Treasure Yellow Heaven. If not, Fan Yuan would not have bought so many Wisdom Path Goo back then. How much are you selling this stone monkey fur for? Fan Yuan inquired Shirley's will. Shirley's will stiffly said, 1 immortal essence stone for 100 pieces of fur. Even Fan Yuan, who was very experienced, was shocked by this price. How is it so expensive? Shirley's proud will raised his head. Expensive? You can go buy in other places then. Fan Yuan snorted inwardly. This stone monkey fur was researched by Shirley. How could other places sell it? This was the benefit of monopolizing the market. The price could be casually set. On the contrary, even though the price was so high, many Goo Immortals were buying it. Which Goo Immortal did not have Goo recipes and immortal Goo remnant recipes? Maybe 1 or 2 of them might happen to require this stone monkey fur as a refinement material. There were also a portion of Goo Immortals who had other intentions. They bought stone monkey fur to attempt to research the secret of its production. If their blessed lands could also produce it, they could get a share of these exorbitant profits. Don't say I didn't tell you later. If you want to research the production of this stone monkey fur, you need at least 1,000 strands of fur. If it is any less, you won't be able to research anything. Shirley's proud will also knew of the Goo Immortal's intention and instead used this to peddle the goods, not in the least worried of the secret of stone monkey fur's production being researched by others. Fan Yuan attempted to haggle, but Shirley's proud will did not yield, impatiently saying, Go away, don't make a disturbance if you are not buying. There are plenty of other buyers. A poor wretch, and still wishing to buy ancient Goo refinement material. Fan Yuan snorted. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal with a fiery and arrogant temper. Not only was he good at managing his blessed land, he also had outstanding battle strength. He was conceited, but it was true he had the capital to be conceited. During the 5 Regions chaotic war, he had dominated a territory. Later, when Feng Jiuge perished while invading Langya blessed land, there was no one that could suppress Shirley, and his battle strength grew to the extent that even Central Continent's 10 great sects could not restrain him. He was unruly and untamed, not willing to be under anyone, creating chaos in Central Continent, and even publicly announcing he would attack leading immortals. A great battle was imminent, and Fan Yuan urgently required Stone Monkey Fur to refine group strength Gu. Thus, regardless of how haughty Shirley's proud will was, he could only suffer this grievance silently, and by Stone Monkey Fur. He used 5 immortal essence stones to buy 500 Stone Monkey Fur. With Stone Monkey Fur on hand, Fan Yuan started refining group strength Gu. Group strength Gu was an extinct Gu classified under strength path. Its ability was to converge the strength of a group into one. If it was matched with the killer move Myriad Self, it would greatly raise Fan Yuan's strength. Fan Yuan did not want to refine just one rank 5 group strength Gu, the more he had the better. At this moment, the old hairy men he had purchased before could finally display their worth. These old hairy men did not have long to live, but each of them was a refinement path expert. Fan Yuan divided the group strength Gu recipe into different parts, leaving the unimportant, high success rate and repetitive procedures for the hairy men to work on. And he, as a refinement path master, concentrated on the crucial procedures. They worked for 3 days and 3 nights without any rest, refining a total of 45 rank 5 group strength Gu. Gu refinement had its own difficulty. The higher the rank, the easier it was to fail. If every Gu refinement had succeeded, the 500 Stone Monkey Fur would have turned into 500 group strength Gu. However, after spending large numbers of refinement materials and all of the Stone Monkey Fur, Fan Yuan only obtained 45 in the end. This success rate was the result of the group's strength Gu recipe already being easy to refine and having a high success rate. Fan Yuan could also naturally use the light of wisdom to improve group's strength Gu's recipe or find substitute materials for Stone Monkey Fur. However, Fan Yuan did not have the time to slowly deduce these. Even if he had time, he might not have the necessary refinement path foundation. After all, this was an ancient Gu recipe and was vastly different to the current systems of refinement path. Even if had the foundation and time, he had to calculate his expenses and benefits. The deduction process would cost him green grape immortal essence. And he was unable to estimate this amount of green grape immortal essence. After refining group strength Gu, Fan Yuan did not rest. Instead, he used the light of wisdom to ponder upon his killer move, Myriad Self. He spent a day of time before he was finally able to perfectly merge the 45 group strength Gu with Myriad Self. While Fan Yuan was refining, Little Hu Immortal finally completed her assignment, finishing the construction of the blood pool in the western part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blood pool was extremely large, like a lake. In the center of the pool, the 6-headed snake skeleton was bobbing up and down. The intense odor of blood pervaded over a huge surrounding area. There were large numbers of Gu worms in the pool, creating a formation which continually consumed the skeleton to create black blood. The core of the Gu formation was the rank 5 battle bone wheel which Fan Yuan had obtained from Northern Plains. Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time flow was 5 times faster than the outside world of Central Continent. Because of this, Fan Yuan was able to make as much preparation as he could when there were only 5 to 6 days remaining till the appointed time in Northern Plains. Time passed and the day of Heilu Land's tribulation approached closer and closer. Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land through a stargate. He brought a pleasant surprise with him. Chapter 683. Heilu Land's Immortal Ascension 1. Underworld Jellyfish. Deep-sea lightning eels. You actually managed to gather these ingredients. Fan Yuan inspected the goods as he looked at Tai Bai Yunxing in surprise. Tai Bai Yunxing had single-handedly obtained the food to feed worldly wave trace Gu without any issue. This was out of Fan Yuan's expectations. When I displayed landscape as before Immortal Gu, I was greatly welcomed by many Gu immortals. They took the initiative to interact with me. At the moment, there are already Gu immortals who have invited me to join Haishur Blessed Land. However, this matter can only be approved after half of the elders in Haishur Blessed Land agree. Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fan Yuan nodded. Haishur Blessed Land was the biggest lone cultivator force in Eastern Sea. Gu cultivators that joined Haishur Blessed Land were mostly lone cultivators. But this was different from Northern Plains' Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the base camp of demonic path cultivators. They were at odds with the righteous path forces. But High Shore Blessed Land mixed both demonic and righteous path members. There were even more Goo immortals here than in Snowy Mountain, and there were many different factions which together controlled the largest market in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, High Shore Blessed Land became the most popular spot for Goo immortals to sell their loot. Tai Bai Yunxing was a lone cultivator. His landscape as before immortal Goo was much needed by many Goo immortals. But Goo worms were hard to snatch. One thought from Tai Bai Yunxing would destroy landscape as before. It was completely understandable that the Goo immortals wanted to make Tai Bai Yunxing one of their own. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. I bought sufficient underworld jellyfish in High Shore Blessed Land. After getting your letter, I left High Shore Blessed Land, searching for a secluded island to use Stargate Goo. But by coincidence, I met an immortal zombie who called himself Shark Demon. He was a member of Zombie Alliance, and was bringing large amounts of goods to High Shore Blessed Land to sell. He had many deep-sea lightning eels with him. If these eels were sold in High Shore Blessed Land, there would certainly be many buyers. I approached him and asked if I could purchase them. Shark Demon was unwilling at first and had a terrible attitude. But after knowing I was Tai Bai Yunxing, he changed his mind. He was willing to sell the deep-sea lightning eels to me, but I had to help him repair a secret blessed land. I agreed to his request, and obtained the deep-sea lightning eels without spending any immortal essence stones. This Shark Demon actually trusted you this much? Fan Yuan heard this and frowned deeply. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, replying nonchalantly. Oh, he had a rule path immortal Goo called Death Sentence Awaits. I cooperated with him and accepted the use of Death Sentence Awaits, obtaining his trust. Death Sentence Awaits is a rank 7 immortal Goo that belongs to the rule path. It can set a person's time of death. Once the time was up, even a Goo immortal would die. Fan Yuan's frown intensified. That is right, this Shark Demon is a rank 7 immortal zombie. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled. Old Bai, you are handing him your weakness. Actually, even without food to feed the immortal Goo, it would have been fine for the moment. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing, sighing. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed, patting Fan Yuan's leg. His height was obviously not enough to reach Fan Yuan's shoulders. He purposely explained, Do you think I did it for you? No. That secret blessed land is not owned by Shark Demon, it is Yulu Blessed Land. Fairy Yulu was the second disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is a pity that Yulu Blessed Land's entrance had already been destroyed. Shark Demon needs my landscape as before to restore the entrance. I used this opportunity to gain his trust and also a chance to explore Yulu Blessed Land. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunxing deeply in the eye, not continuing this conversation. 2 days later, the 6-headed snake's large skeleton had completed melted in the blood pool. Fan Yuan obtained a great amount of black blood. He fed Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo this black blood, before using Tai Bai Yunxing's jellyfish and eels to feed Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Tai Bai Yunxing had indeed helped Fan Yuan greatly. In an intense battle, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo would definitely be needed. After feeding this Goo, Fan Yuan could use it without worries. Checking his assets, Fan Yuan still had 29.5 Immortal Essence Stones, as well as 17 Green Grape Immortal Essence Beads. Without hesitation, he used almost all his Immortal Essence Stones and converted them into his Green Grape Immortal Essence. He now had 46 Green Grape Immortal Essence Beads and half an Immortal Essence Stone. 46 beads. It's not enough. Fan Yuan went to borrow from Fairy Li Shan and Langya Land's spirit. Fairy Li Shan lent him 30 Immortal Essence Stones straight away without saying anything. As for Langya Land's spirit, after urging him for so long, he only lent 15. These 3 deals with Langya Land's spirit did not establish too deep of a relationship. Fan Yuan had wanted to borrow Immortal Goo from him, but seeing this, he did not engage in fantasy. He converted the 45 Immortal Essence Stones into Green Grape Immortal Essence. At this point, he had an unprecedented amount of Green Grape Immortal Essence, 91 beads. The grand powers of the River of Time was unstoppable by men. As time continued to pass, the day when He Lu Lan went through the Immortal Ascension Tribulation had finally arrived. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing used the Stargate to reach Northern Plains as per the agreement. Looking left and right, it was a field of snow with absolute silence. In this snowy field, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had long since arrived. This place is? Fan Yuan's gaze was hesitant. Tai Bai Yunxing answered. This is the absolute ice battlefield at the northmost part of Northern Plains. Legend says that reckless savage demon Venerable had once fought strong enemies in here and destroyed the place, creating an area of void. After the battle ended, he turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix, breathing out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. That's right. Fairy Li Shan nodded. Because this place has little vitality, the heaven and earth chi here are not very thick. Fan Yuan looked at He Lu Lan, smiling. You purposely chose this place to undergo the tribulation. Are you afraid that the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be too fierce? But without sufficient heaven and earth chi, the foundation of your immortal aperture would be affected, as well as your future potential as a Gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan opened her palm, as a Gu worm appeared. If heaven and earth chi are insufficient, we will use these Gu. Fan Yuan looked over and his heart jumped. Oh? The ancient Chi Path rank 5 Gu worm, small family Chi Gu? This is the first time I've seen it. Rumors say that this Gu can absorb all sorts of Chi from heaven and earth, storing them. It can advance to become the immortal Gu Big Family Chi. Chi Path appeared before Strength Path, but it also declined earlier. Fairy Li Shan was prepared to explain, but seeing that Fan Yuan recognized it, she praised. Fan Yuan, you are truly knowledgeable, not bad at all. Tai Bai Yinxing heard this and his eyes shone. This Gu worm is great. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities form when heaven and earth chi are too thick and accumulate. With this Gu worm, can we indirectly control the heaven and earth chi, to reduce the force of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? The immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques has a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Oh, if I did not obtain this small family Chi Gu, I would have no confidence towards little Lan ascending to Gu immortal realm. Fairy Li Shan sighed, staring at He Lu Lan with much concern and worry. Next, her gaze flickered and she turned to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, if He Lu Lan's ascension succeeds, you will only need to return me half the immortal essence stones you borrowed. At the same time, I will give you the recipe of small family Chi Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing's gaze shone with joy, while Fan Yuan nodded emotionlessly. Other than the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, what I am worried about now is that old scoundrel He Qing. When I entered Northern Plains last time, he discovered me immediately. Evidently, he has placed a tracking method on me, but I could not find it at all. After pausing for a while, He Lu Lan continued. We have to make plans for the worst possible outcome. He Qing's tracking method is definitely not simple. If he comes and attacks at the crucial moment, there is little possibility of me dealing with him. But if I can endure past the taking in of Qi, my body would be washed by the 3 Qi, it would be reinforced by the Tao marks and cleansed completely, achieving a qualitative transformation. Even if He Qing used an immortal Gu tracking method, it would be wiped clean. As long as we make it to the second step, we can leave. I understand, you can start. Fan Yuan said. He Lu Lan nodded, closing her eyes. The first step in advancing to Gu Immortal was breaking the aperture. Apertures of the 10 extremes were different from ordinary apertures. The latter required the Gu Master to charge at the aperture walls to break them, but the former's aperture walls had long been overburdened. The moment He Lu Lan released the seal formed by Gu worms on her aperture, the 10 extreme aperture shattered on its own. Her originally intact body immediately had a hole, as a huge attraction force towards the heaven and earth chi burst out. The deep blue sky started to form clouds. As the icy field shook slightly, cracks appeared on the thick surface of the ice. He Lu Lan relaxed her body. She allowed the formless force created in heaven and earth to lift her body into the air. Her skin was white and pale like snow. Her black hair was let down as she wore tight-fitting black clothing, showing off the curves of her body. The wind started blowing. In a dozen breaths of time, the winds were blowing wildly as the small wind became an intense storm. Clouds merged and covered the sky, looming above He Lu Lan. From the shattered surface of the ice, traces of smoke started rising up. This was the sign that earth chi had been drawn up above the ice ground. Soon, it started snowing in the sky. The clouds became thicker, and the color turned from gray-white to deep black. Within the entirety of the surroundings, it was completely dark. The winds blew and icy cold frost that could chill bones filled the entire area. At the same time, earth chi burst out, cracking noises erupted, earth chi gushed out into the world like a fountain. Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan retreated, hiding their figures. Only Fan Yuan remained, looking at the sky. His tall body was like an immovable rock statue. The intense winds and snow could not move him at all. These were all mortal-level winds and snow. No matter how big they were, they could not threaten this immortal zombie. As snow covered the lands, and intense winds blew, they became louder and louder, like the cries of demons and ghosts. As expected of a tribulation of the 10 extreme physique, the heaven and earth chi here are so thin, yet so much was still drawn. If this was any other region in northern plains, it would simply be unthinkable. Tai Bai Yun Sheng hid far away, not showing his figure. Looking at this scene, his heart was shocked. From the winds and snow, heaven and earth chi slowly became thicker. He Lu Lan started to sprinkle the small family chi gu. These rank 5 gu flew into the sky or landed on the ground. They started to absorb heaven and earth chi and store them. They greatly reduced the speed of the accumulation of heaven and earth chi. Chapter 684. He Lu Lan's Immortal Ascension 2. With small family chi gu, there would be a way to influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Fan Yuan watched silently by the side. The intense winds were howling, snow was descending along with sharp icicles, crashing on Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan did not move at all, the immortal zombie body was unharmed. Bam bam bam. He Lu Lan continued to sprinkle the small family chi gu. When these ancient chi path gu worms had reached the limit of their capacity, she retrieved them. During this process, many small family chi gu had self-detonated and the absorbed heaven and earth chi were returned to the world. When a gu immortal ascends, because of the turbulence of heaven and earth chi, both mortal gu and immortal gu would receive backlash. Even though He Lu Lan prepared the small family chi gu, she could only influence the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity slightly, she could not control it. As time continued to pass, unavoidably, the heaven and earth chi became thicker, and were at the point of creating the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. As the howling of the winds continued, He Lu Lan's black hair danced in the air, the snow and ice hitting her face. Clothes made using gu worms were much more durable than ordinary clothes. Thus, her clothes were fluttering in the air, not tearing even under the pull of the intense winds. Fan Yuan found it slightly weird. It has already been so long, where is the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity? His eyes shone with radiance. By activating gu worms to investigate carefully, the wind and snow could not block his vision. Fan Yuan went into high alert. Heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities had many variations, some were powerful and had strong auras, some were mysterious and scary. He could not predict it. Gu masters could only test their luck and be as prepared as they could to deal with it. Howl, howl, howl. The sound of the wind was becoming sharper. It hurt the eardrums as Fan Yuan felt some frustration in his heart. Suddenly, he jolted to awareness. He activated his investigative gu forcefully and looked into the clouds. He immediately saw that a purple chime had formed. It was moving slowly and emitting a sound. It turns out the heavenly tribulation had formed already. As the noise became louder and sharper, it fused with the wind, spreading over 100 li. Even if Fan Yuan covered his ears, he could not block this noise. Although he had prepared some sound path mortal gu, his sound path attainment was too low. He could not defend against it. He felt more and more frustrated, his heart was beating faster, following the sound of the chime, and his blood was starting to flow backwards. He Lu Lan was groaning, blood was oozing from her mouth and nose. Her state was worse than Fan Yuan's. Fan Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. This is the heart-shocking noise tribulation. When gu masters hear it, their blood would flow backwards, and their hearts would beat faster. If a long time passes, their blood will flow towards the 7 orifices, and their heart would explode. I have the body of an immortal zombie. My zombie blood is ice cold, it is almost stagnant, thus I am affected the least. But He Lu Lan is the great strength true martial physique. Her blood is the most active among us, she is countered by the heart-shocking noise calamity. We must destroy the source of it, the purple chime. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan stopped hesitating. He activated light illusion bat wings and flew into the sky. He flew rapidly, but the closer he got to the purple chime, the more his heart was shocked. When he was 300 steps away from it, his heart was beating so quickly even his muscles and tendons were vibrating. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's body froze. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of green zombie blood. A moment ago, his heart was unable to take the pressure and burst. But Fan Yuan was an immortal zombie. His heart was not a weak point. Such an injury awakened his fierce nature. He laughed freakishly, spreading all 8 arms and using his killer move. Icy drill stardust. 8 starlight lumps formed and crashed towards the tribulation cloud. They drilled into the tribulation cloud, slamming into the purple chime. The chime was not strong, it broke immediately. The heart-shocking demonic sound stopped, and Fan Yuan's pressure was lifted. But at the next moment, the tribulation cloud rumbled. As heaven she gathered, a new purple chime was about to be formed. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. How could the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity be defeated so easily in one strike? This was not unexpected. Icy drill stardust. His 8 arms gathered, using the killer move again, creating a huge icy drill stardust lump. Within the dark blue starlight lump, stardust fragments were shining brightly, colliding into each other at a chaotic pace. Fan Yuan shouted lightly, his 8 arms pushed forward, sending the starlight lump towards the tribulation cloud. The larger the starlight lump, the slower its speed. But after colliding into the purple chime again, a large amount of starlight specks remained. They were emitting a crackling sound as they self-detonated. Heaven she gathered, forming more purple chimes, but were instantly destroyed by the starlight lump. The starlight lump could be seen shrinking with the naked eye, but the enchanting heart-shocking noise did not enter Fan Yuan's ears again. Fan Yuan succeeded in suppressing the heavenly tribulation, but he did not let down his guard. The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques, how could it be so simple? He continued to unleash icy drill stardust. Although this killer move was a mortal killer move, it had amazing power. After fusing Do Min Jun's inheritance into it, this killer move was worth 4 immortal essence stones. Icy drill stardust continued to be replenished, as the purple chime continued to form and break down. Fan Yuan looked down at He Lulan below him. The latter's breathing had soothed, her eyes were shut tight. Her expression was determined, she sat cross-legged in the air, unmoving. On her beautiful pale face, there were dried blood traces. But the recovery of the great strength true martial physique was the best of the 10 extreme physiques. He Lulan's injuries had already recovered. Her hands did not stop moving, she scattered small family chi-gu while retrieving the ones that were full. She had changed her battle strategy, she scattered the small family chi-gu on the ground and rarely in the sky. One could deduce from this that she did not have many small family chi-gu. After all, this was an ancient chi-path gu worm. Even if they had the gu recipe, it was very difficult to find refinement materials. Even if He Lulan had ample time to prepare, she did not have many of this gu with her. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze. At this time, he could hear some weeping noises. The voice was desolate and pitiful, it sounded like the crying of a begrudged wife, or the sleepy talk of a young maiden in love. It was a whisper that was very affectionate and caring, but at times it also had the tone of hatred and grudge. Fan Yuan heard this, and even his immortal zombie body felt a sense of weakness. His entire body could not exert strength, he was like a hero out of breath, together with an endless longing for his homeland. His bravery fell short and his ambitions could not be fulfilled. His firm fists and legs felt like they were hitting on cotton. It was like he had just recovered from a terrible illness, he had no strength in him. Fan Yuan shouted out in dismay, using his investigative gu, and looking up, he saw that near the purple chime, a pink chime had appeared. The chime continued to vibrate, creating a weeping noise. This was the decadent noise tribulation. Before Fan Yuan used his killer move to shatter the pink chime, enchanting noise assaulted him again. Bang! 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 The sound was like thunder, it was like the pounding of a giant. Every sound was hitting on the deepest parts of Fan Yuan's mind. In his mind, his thoughts could not move, they were all shattered by this thunderous noise. Tremor, thought, noise, tribulation. Immortal zombies have slow cognition, this heavenly tribulation directly countered Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt an intense dizziness, he could not think and his body was wavering, he almost fell from this high altitude. At the moment of crisis, he used his remaining bit of clarity to activate Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. 3 green grape immortal essence beads entered Delight in Water and Mountain Goo, as joyful will burst out and spread in Fan Yuan's entire mind. Fan Yuan had just stabilized his body when, swoosh! Suddenly, there was a sharp noise near his ears, approaching rapidly. Fan Yuan subconsciously tried to block it, but at the next moment, his 5 fingers were all sliced off, the 5 fingers were covered by the wind and snow, vanishing without a trace. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp noise continued to emit, getting closer to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, he focused his gaze and used 3 investigative methods consecutively. He could faintly see that there were very thin invisible lines in the wind and snow. It was sharp and formed a huge web, moving towards Fan Yuan without giving him any place to dodge. These invisible lines were not of material nature, they were all formed using sounds. Fan Yuan watched with his hair on end. This is the flying blade noise tribulation. Hair armor! Light Illusion Bat Wings. He activated his defensive killer move and his movement killer move. Fan Yuan moved continually. His black armor broke apart, and after leaving his body, the fragments turned into black zombie hair. Fan Yuan twisted left and right. He finally found a rather loose gap and broke through the sound web. But the invisible sound lines still came for him. The hair armor lasted for another 3 breaths before reaching its limit and breaking. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He used his defensive killer move again, forming a new layer of hair armor that barely covered his body. He dodged left and right, his body moving like a phantom, as lumps of icy drill stardust were shot up. The stardust touched the sound web and were blocked, cut into pieces of fragments. At the same time, Fan Yuan's fingers grew rapidly, his shattered heart formed once again. Howl, howl, howl. Without the starlight lump's restraint, the first purple chime formed again. The ghostly cries resounded again. Fan Yuan's blood flowed in reverse again. His newly formed heart started beating rapidly as it went on the path of self-detonation. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated. Be it the icy drill stardust, light illusion bat wings, or hair armor, they had been used to their limits, yet the dangerous situation could not be alleviated. This was only He Lu Lan's heavenly tribulation. The earthly calamity had not formed yet due to the small family Qigu's suppression. In Fan Yuan's mind, huge amounts of joyful will were expended. In a short period, 10% were used up. My current battle strength is upper tier of rank 6, but I cannot do anything to this heavenly tribulation. The ascension of the 10 extreme physiques, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is truly terrifying. This is several times the power compared to an ordinary Gu immortal. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's expression changed, his heart sank. He found out that in this tribulation cloud, another 4 chimes of varying colors were forming. Earlier, with just 4 chimes, Fan Yuan was already near his limits. Now that 4 new ones appeared, Fan Yuan could only use the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Tai Bai Yunxing watched at a hidden location with much fear. It seems the immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physique is not just several times as dangerous as an ordinary Gu master, it is at least a dozen times as terrifying. He had thought that his own tribulation was tough. But to think that He Lu Lan's tribulation was far more dangerous than his. Oh no, this is not an ordinary heavenly tribulation, it is one of the 10 catastrophes, 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. When all 8 noises are emitted, it would have a range of 880 li, heaven and earth would shake and immortals would be exterminated. Far away, Fairy Li Shan, who had been hiding, recognized the 8 chimes and almost wanted to help out. 8-layer enchanting noise tribulation. If all 8 noises are emitted at once, the strength would be unstoppable. This tribulation would end in failure without a trace of hope of success. Fan Yuan's expression was cold. The tougher the situation, the stronger his battle intent. Crack, crack, crack. During the process, all the mortal Gu he used were getting destroyed continuously. The backlash of heaven and earth was causing him to lose a large number of mortal Gu. But Fan Yuan made ample preparations. He had prepared a large number of Gu worms and his killer moves had never stopped activating. Just as he was about to use Myriad Self, He Lu Lan, who was below him, opened her eyes. Chapter 685. He Lu Lan's Immortal Ascension 3. From He Lu Lan's eyes, a dazzling light was bursting out. The light gathered and took form, like that of a real pillar. It pierced through the tribulation cloud and shot the 2 chimes. With a loud bang, the chimes broke, completely eliminated, and was unable to regenerate. The light pillar only lasted for a moment before He Lu Lan shut her eyes. The entire process was extremely short, only lasting a breath of time. This was the light of Divert Disaster. He Lu Lan used the immortal Gu Divert Disaster. The power of an immortal Gu was extraordinary. It was a stark contrast to Fan Yuan's mortal killer move Icy Drill Stardust. He Lu Lan controlled her breathing before opening her eyes again. 2 pillars of Divert Disaster light shot out, destroying 2 chimes again. Fan Yuan was secretly shocked. Such power! This was not a simple use of Divert Disaster Immortal Gu, it was used together with Mortal Gu. Using her sight to unleash the attack, it is much more concentrated and precise. In other words, He Lu Lan had already developed an immortal killer move using the Immortal Gu Divert Disaster as the core. He Lu Lan had outstanding talent. Not long after obtaining Divert Disaster Gu, she developed an immortal killer move? This was very strange and unthinkable to Fan Yuan, but the truth was right before him, it was indisputable. At this time, He Lu Lan opened her eyes again, eliminating 2 chimes again. But at this time, she shut her eyes. 2 lines of fresh blood flowed down the corner of her eyes. Her eyelashes were trembling and her body was shaking. On her palm, she held Divert Disaster Goo tightly. Cracks were appearing on it, and it was wailing out softly. This frantically created immortal killer move was not complete, it had very potent weaknesses. 2 chimes left. Heilu Lan did not care about it, she gritted her teeth and opened her eyes forcefully, destroying the Heavenly Tribulation's last 2 chimes in one shot. Guh! Guh! Her beautiful eyes had shattered at this moment, as 2 streams of blood poured out of her empty eye sockets. With a bang, the Divert Disaster Immortal Goo burst in her hands, breaking into light particles, slipping from the cracks of her fingers and vanishing. Heilu Lan had gone blind. Although she had the great strength, true martial physique, and had terrifying recovery speed, the injury in her eyes was due to the forceful activation of the Immortal Goo Divert Disaster. Down marks of luck path were in her eye sockets, she could not heal them. The rank 6 Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was also destroyed in this process, becoming history. Heilu Lan was extremely resolute, she had the heart of a formidable character. After paying a terrible price, she destroyed the Heavenly Tribulation for good, now only the earthly calamity was left. At this moment, Fan Yuan praised her in his heart. Resolute! The immortal ascension of the 10 extreme physiques gave birth to a terrifying Heavenly Tribulation and earthly calamity. What's worse was that they still had a strong foe waiting to interfere. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Heilu Lan had no choice but to sacrifice Divert Disaster Immortal Goo, as well as a pair of her eyes. This was a decision common people would find hard to make. Such sacrifice, it showed Heilu Lan's ambitious and ruthless disposition, she had an unrivaled spirit. As heaven she poured down like a stream of a waterfall, earth she gushed up like a golden fountain. Heilu Lan's foundation and deep accumulation turned into a large amount of human chi as it burst out from within her. This is the human chi of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Tai Bai Yunxing watched with a dumbfounded expression. Heilu Lan's human chi was many times more than Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing combined. The human chi of the 10 extreme physiques was usually overwhelmingly thick. This was mostly due to the 10 extreme apertures. Even with enough mental preparation, spectators were still shocked. As the 3 chi converged, it formed a huge cocoon that covered up Heilu Lan. At this point, she had reached the second step, taking in the chi. Heilu Lan was focused on balancing the 3 chi. She took back all her small family chi goo and would not be able to face her enemies for the time being. Crack! Frozen rivers shattered, heaven and earth shook. At this moment, a thunderous sound could be heard, as a huge frenzied ape jumped out from deep within a frozen river. With a loud thud, the frenzied ape landed on the ground. It created 2 huge holes where it stood. The ice fragments were scattered around the huge holes. The frenzied ape beat its chest, shouting out loudly. Its voice was so loud that even the rumbling tribulation cloud froze for a second. Its body was like snow, its eyes were red like blood, its monkey fur spiked out like icicles, piercing towards heaven. It was hundreds of meters tall, large like a hill, it has an incredible aura and was extremely fierce. Compared to it, Fan Yuan was like a bug in front of a cat. The earthly calamity formed. It is an ancient desolate beast calamity. This is an earthly calamity that only rank 7 Goo immortals encounter. Tai Bai Yunxing's heart snack. One name was echoing in Fairy Li Shan's heart. Icefall Divine. Ape. Fan Yuan's expression was still as water. The Icefall Divine Ape's huge shadow was casted down. It had rank 7 battle strength. If it had immortal goo in it, then it would be even harder to deal with. The battle situation would become much harder. Heilu Lan focused on balancing the 3 chi. Hei Qing did not appear, while Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing were hiding elsewhere. With this extremely dangerous situation, a ruthless light flashed across Fan Yuan's eyes. He clapped his palms before him, using his killer move earlier than planned. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self! Fist chi burst out, grand and overwhelming, like an overflowing river. It was like a raging sea. In just a few breaths of time, over 10,000 of Fan Yuan's strength path phantoms appeared, surrounding his main body. They were in all directions around him, in the sky and on the ground, in the formation of a sphere. To prevent the likelihood of him having not enough time because of a fierce battle, Fan Yuan had activated the immortal killer move Myriad Self several times before going to Northern Plains. The strength path phantom army was stored in his own immortal aperture. The strength path phantoms could exist for a period of time, and because they were not living beings, they were not affected by the death energy in his immortal aperture. When Fan Yuan released a portion of them, his aura finally matched the ape's. The Icefall Divine Ape was ready to attack. It wanted to charge over, but seeing the Grand Strength Path Phantom Army, it opened its mouth, showing its sharp fangs as its muscles contracted. It chose to wait and see. The snow and wind blew. Fan Yuan was expressionless. His body was still like a rock as he pointed a finger at the Icefall Divine Ape. Immediately, the army moved and war cries filled the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Strength Path Phantoms moved like a tide. They whipped up a storm as they charged towards the Icefall Divine Ape. Such might! Tai Bai Yinxing watched with his heart pounding. This was not the first time he had seen the killer move Myriad Self. Back in Lang Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had used it once to beat up the desolate beast Swamp Crab. But at that time, Fan Yuan only used one bead of green grape immortal essence to summon 10,000 phantoms. Right now, an army several times that size was attacking. As the army's momentum rose, they had an imposing aura that could shake the world. The army pushed forward, towards the Icefall Divine Ape, and then splitting into four along the way. One went left, one went right, one went up, and the last one charged ahead. The Icefall Divine Ape's wild nature was awakened. It charged ahead instead of retreating. Fan Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army moved according to his will fluidly. With his command, they spread out, like a huge web, encircling the Icefall Divine Ape. Kill! 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 Strength Path Phantoms roared. They were like ants attacking the Icefall Divine Ape collectively. The Icefall Divine Ape attacked left and right. It destroyed countless phantoms but could not break through Fan Yuan's encirclement. It really is such a formidable killer move in this world. Together with his master-level attainment in Enslavement Path, no wonder Little Lon placed so much importance on him. Seeing this, Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed. One after another, Strength Path Phantoms flew out of the aperture. Fan Yuan had more than 100,000 troops in his immortal aperture. He only summoned 80,000 now. Among these Strength Path Phantoms, the most ordinary ones had 2 arms, some had 4 arms, or even 6 arms. The more arms they had, the stronger their battle strength. The Icefall Divine Ape roared angrily. It battled fiercely. Its huge body and monstrous strength, along with the icicles pointing outwards on its body, caused the Strength Path Phantoms to suffer heavy injuries before dying. But only a portion of the scattered fist chi was expended. The rest would gather and form into Strength Path Phantoms once again. Because of this, the reduction of the number of phantoms of Fan Yuan's army was greatly slowed. During the process, the joyful will in Fan Yuan's mind was used up intensely. Manipulating tens of thousands of troops, the expenditure of his joyful will was immense. In just a few dozen breaths, Fan Yuan had activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo nearly 10 times. Strange, this Icefall Divine Ape has no immortal goo despite being an ancient desolate beast. In fact, it does not even have a single mortal goo. Where did the earthly calamity find this oddity? Fan Yuan could see the truth behind the Icefall Divine Ape. It had no immortal goo, or even any mortal goo. This ancient desolate beast's threat was greatly lowered. In that case, it is time to finish you off. Fan Yuan's lips curled up. The ruthless light in his eyes burst out as he entered the field directly, charging ahead. The light illusion bat wings on his back flickered several times, as Fan Yuan's speed increased like he was a shooting star. It was quite a sight. With the explosive sounds along the way, he traveled a huge distance in a few breaths of time, descending like a demon god, right above the Icefall Divine Ape. Come, group strength, support me! Fan Yuan shouted excitedly in his heart. At once, the 45 group strength goo in his immortal aperture were activated at once. Group strength goo had completely been incorporated into Myriad Self by Fan Yuan. Once activated, it caused a new transformation in Myriad Self. Hundreds of Strength Path Phantoms dispersed. Their strength had collectively gathered in Fan Yuan under the might of group strength goo. Fan Yuan raised one right arm, slamming down on Icefall Divine Ape's skull. With a loud bang, his entire forearm slammed on the Divine Ape's skull mercilessly. The intense recoil caused Fan Yuan's forearm to burst open, as his bones were shattered and his flesh and blood were reduced to dust. As for Icefall Divine Ape's skull, there was a huge hole in it. The crack in the hole spread at lightning speed, affecting the entire ape's head. At the next moment, the Icefall Divine Ape's skull exploded. Seeing this, be it Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yunxing, they were so shocked their eyeballs almost popped out. Even Fan Yuan was shocked. What is going on? The entire ape head was destroyed? That shouldn't be. This is an ancient desolate beast. Killer move myriad self was completed by him alone, group strength goo was added in by him as well. He was very clear of his own strength after group strength goo was added. The most he could do was to cause the Icefall Divine Ape's skull to crack and bleed, but the entire head would not explode. Be careful. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but show himself, shouting a warning. Fan Yuan turned around and looked, his pupils shrinking rapidly. Icefall Divine Ape's huge fist had gotten close to Fan Yuan without him noticing anything. It slammed down at lightning speed, like a poisonous snake's assault. Fan Yuan could not dodge it in time, he was hit directly by the huge fist. Chapter 686. Fan Yuan learns from Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Boom! Fan Yuan was sent flying like an insect, making a huge arc in the air before ruthlessly falling down on the hard ice surface. Rumble! Ice chunks scattered crazily, the force sent Fan Yuan flying like an artillery shell. He pierced through the ice layer and traveled for an enormous distance before finally stopping. Fan Yuan lay amidst the broken ice, seriously injured. Even with an immortal zombie body, he could not budge a bit. His whole body was like a torn sack, the dark green zombie blood flowing out from the innumerable wounds. Bones were fractured with some piercing into skin and flesh while some jutted out of the body. Only 3 of the 8 arms were remaining. One torn-off arm was lying not far away from Fan Yuan. A long ice channel was created just now, cut open by Fan Yuan using his own body. Cough, cough. Fan Yuan coughed for a while and stared with an incredulous gaze at the Icefall Divine Ape. It was still standing upright despite losing its head. What the hell is this? According to common sense, even an ancient desolate beast would die if their head was smashed apart. But this Icefall Divine Ape which had lost its head not only did not fall down, instead it struck Fan Yuan with a very heavy counterattack. Fan Yuan recalled that enormous punch. Common sense would have stated that such an enormous force would have already produced a sonic boom. But it was unexpectedly noiseless during the whole process. This absolutely was not something the Icefall Divine Ape should have been capable of accomplishing, because it did not have any goo worms on it. Fan Yuan tried to move his body. The immortal zombie body shuddered but still laid down on the ice, its strength failing. However, Fan Yuan could sense his body was rapidly recovering. Zombies use death energy as life force. As long as they were not destroyed in an instant, the abundant death energy would provide them with astonishing recovery speed. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yunxing quickly flew over and at the same time, pitch-black rays of light shone out from his hand and fell on Fan Yuan's body. These pitch-black rays of light were carefully prepared for Fan Yuan by Tai Bai Yunxing, and were not some ordinary healing goo worms. Ordinary healing goo worms would bring vitality and stimulate life force, but this was of no use to Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body. Fan Yuan needed to increase his death energy. The stronger the death energy, the faster his recovery speed would be. Thus, zombies were also known as living dead. With Tai Bai Yunxing's help, Fan Yuan's recovery speed surged violently. Great! Fan Yuan gave a horrifying smile. He soon recovered his movement ability, and stood up from the ice surface. Boom! An astonishing change happened to the Icefall Divine Ape. It unexpectedly self-detonated. After the detonation, a large group of Pegasi were left in the Icefall Divine Ape's place. These Pegasi were anything but ordinary, different from the 2-winged Pegasi of the current era. They were larger than 2-winged Pegasus by 2 to 3 times. On their backs were at least 2 pairs of wings, while some even had 3 pairs. These were ancient Pegasus. The more wings they had, the stronger their battle strength. 4-winged Pegasi were at the level of beast emperors, while 6-winged Pegasi were desolate beasts. In the current 5 regions, the ancient Pegasi were already extinct. Most of these Pegasi were 4-winged Pegasi, while there were a few with 6 wings. The Pegasus group neighed before colliding with Fan Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army. It was a massacre. Fan Yuan's Strength Path Phantom Army was steadily losing ground, suffering heavy losses. This is not a beast calamity. What in the world is this? Tai Bai Yunxing quickly flew to Fan Yuan's side and looked at this scene with his eyes wide open. The ancient Pegasi and Strength Path Phantom Army started slaughtering each other, creating a chaotic battle situation. Fan Yuan suffered great losses. It was because the Strength Path Phantom had been in a loose formation to deal with the giant Icefall Divine Ape. Now that the giant beast was changed to a united group of Pegasi, the loose Phantom Army formation instead allowed the Pegasus group to rampage unhindered. Despite the Strength Path Phantom's coordination being exquisite, forming into many small battle groups, they still had more defeats than wins and suffered huge damage. However, there were no corpses in this slaughter. There was no need to speak of strength path phantoms which were condensed from fist chi. The crucial point was that the Pegasus group had intangible bodies that turned into nothingness after they were killed. Could it be? Fan Yuan's red eyes suddenly shone. He racked his brains, searching for the answer in his memories, before a thought hit him as he considered an elusive possibility. This possibility made him look towards He Lu Lan. However, He Lu Lan was covered in the enormous cocoon of 3 chi, which was so thick that he could not even see her shadow. As long as she was able to consume this 3 chi cocoon, her potential after becoming a Gu immortal would be extremely deep and her future prospects would be filled with bright radiance. Fan Yuan turned around to look at the Pegasus group. His eyes narrowed and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand towards the back, transmitting his voice to Tai Bai Yinxing who was rushing over. "Old Bai, step back and watch me." He then showed his sharp teeth and charged forward. He pierced into the chaotic battle of the Pegasus group and Strength Path Phantom Army. In an instant, it was like Fan Yuan had poked a hornet's nest as countless ancient Pegasi charged towards him. He activated hair armor and raised his arms, protecting his head. After he locked in on a target, Fan Yuan suddenly shouted and pounced towards an injured four-winged Pegasus, forcibly smashing it down from the sky to the ground. Bang! Man and horse crashed heavily into the ground, the ice surface cracked, forming a deep pit. Fan Yuan's whole body was filled with injuries. Bones fractured in many places, skin was opened and flesh split. The recovered body was once again crushed into a miserable state. Who knew how many Pegasi attacked him when he charged into the chaotic battle and smashed into the four-winged Pegasus? These Pegasi naturally would not let him go. Large numbers of Pegasi gathered into a white flood that fell down from the sky towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used all his strength to suppress the intensely struggling four-winged Pegasus under him, while the wills in his mind surged like boiling water, dissipating intensely. 2 Strength Path Phantom groups in the sky coordinated, and intercepted the diving Pegasus group like a giant scissor. At the same time, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms surged out from Fan Yuan's immortal aperture and formed a hemispherical formation above Fan Yuan, resisting the fierce offensive of the Pegasus group without any regard for the losses. The four-winged Pegasus under Fan Yuan was anything but cute as it neighed and struggled with all its power. It had such high strength that even Fan Yuan, a Strength Path Gu immortal with an immortal zombie body, was almost unable to contain it. Time was pressing, the opportunity could not be lost. Fan Yuan raised his fists high and smashed down ruthlessly, immediately bursting the Pegasus's head. However, the headless Pegasus was still struggling as if the loss of its head had no effect. Fan Yuan then punched down with all his 8 arms, bombarding the Pegasus with heavy punches. The thick ice surface below them could not endure this punishment, and started cracking. A normal four-winged Pegasus was equal to a beast emperor with rank 5 battle strength. Even if they had strong wild goo worms, they would have turned into meat paste under Fan Yuan's offensive. This strange four-winged Pegasus did not have any goo worms on it, and when Fan Yuan crushed it, it dissipated into thin air without leaving any hair, bone, or even blood. The next moment, however, Fan Yuan's narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide. Following the complete destruction of the four-winged Pegasus, a formless will rushed into his mind. His eyes revealed enormous shock and joy. He kneeled on the broken ice surface and ceased all movement, resembling a statue. Despite the fierce slaughter going on above him, he did not seem to notice anything, as if he was in a dream. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yinxing was extremely worried when he saw this, flying towards Fan Yuan. Come back, don't disturb him. This is a golden opportunity for him. Fairy Li Shan, however, suddenly transmitted her voice. Tai Bai Yinxing narrowed his eyes, immediately asking in anger. It seems you know what this calamity is? Fairy Li Shan! We are allies, we came specially to protect He Lu Lan in crossing the tribulation. You actually were deceiving us. What are you up to? This is not deceit, don't forget the Snowy Mountain Alliance. If I had deceived you, I would have already died according to the oath. This was only speculation which I am now sure of. Fairy Li Shan quickly explained. She had only hidden this crucial piece of information without mentioning it. It did not mean she was deceiving them. Even if they were allied, they could not just share all their secrets. Fan Yuan also would not do that. Tai Bai Yunxing's breathing sped up as he flew rapidly while irritatedly asking at the same time. Then are you still not going to tell me now what the hell is this speculation? Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air and spoke quickly. Tai Bai Yunxing, you also know the origins of this icy plain. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable fought a huge battle, destroying a part of northern plains, turning that area into void. To repair the void, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an immemorial ice phoenix, and breathed out extremely cold profound ice which froze this place, turning it into a large icy plain. Get to the point! Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. Fairy Li Shan understood Tai Bai Yunxing's feelings and did not blame him, continuing with her explanation. Everyone knows reckless savage demon Venerable was a strength path immortal Venerable, founder of the strength path and also of transformation path. Without exception, every rank 9 Venerable is a child of the great Tao, the closest to the true essence of heaven and earth. Not only did laws follow their words, every action of theirs carried true meaning, and even the movement of their gazes conveyed the profundities of nature. Even if they perish, their main killer move would be imprinted in heaven and earth, forming a kind of heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunxing involuntarily recalled the formless hands. Yes, I know about this. Fairy Li Shan continued. Back then, reckless savage demon Venerable turned into an ice phoenix and breathed profound ice to condense into the icy plane we are on now. Don't forget the ice phoenix transformation is a transformation path killer move. As the creator of the icy plane, reckless savage demon Venerable imprinted the true meaning of strength path and transformation path in the midst of this piece of heaven and earth. A piece of speculation was circulated among a few Gu immortals, or more precisely a rumor. As long as a strength path or transformation path Gu master ascends to Gu immortal in this icy plane, it will cause a resonance of Tao fragments, evoking the true meaning of reckless savage demon Venerable's strength path and transformation path. Tai Bai Yunxing shook. Then this means, isn't this? Right. The Icefall Divine Ape was only a false appearance, and the ancient Pegasi were also the same. They were true meanings of strength path and transformation path, taking on the form of an earthly calamity. When someone completely shatters these external forms, the small true meaning contained within would break out and enter the body of their own accord. What is true meaning? It is the comprehension towards heaven and earth, great Tao and law fragments. Fan Yuan destroyed a Pegasus and obtained the true meaning within it. In other words, Fan Yuan is receiving teachings from reckless savage demon Venerable. Fairy Li Shan spoke shocking words and also revealed heavy envy. How huge was an opportunity to receive the teachings of a rank 9 Venerable! If one said the three Qi converged to let the Gu Master comprehend heaven and earth and gain natural inspiration, then passing tribulation in this place and obtaining true meaning was to study under reckless savage demon Venerable. Chapter 687. True Meaning Infusion. Fairy Li Shan continued with a deeply moved tone. Reportedly, the rumor of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning came from the currently rank 7 domination immortal Chu Du of Northern Plains. It is said that when he became a strength path Gu immortal 300 years ago, it was at this icy plane that he passed his tribulation. It is just that there have been limited numbers of Gu immortals advancing over these recent years. And among these newly advanced Gu immortals, there are few that are of transformation path and even fewer of strength path. Thus, this piece of speculation was very hard to prove. Tai Bai Yunxing snorted but no longer hurried towards Fan Yuan. Although Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan deceived him and Fan Yuan, this was after all such an enormous benefit. Thus Tai Bai Yunxing's anger dissipated for the most part. He turned around and looked deeply at He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was covered in the 3 Qi cocoon, and she was progressing smoothly. The Qi cocoon's volume was slowly shrinking methodically. This woman has truly great ambitions. She is not satisfied with being a 10 extreme physique immortal, she also wants to learn from reckless savage demon Venerable. She is not afraid that her strength is lacking and she would die because of her greed. Speaking of which, this style of taking risks is actually similar to Fan Yuan's. They are both lunatics. Tai Bai Yunxing heaved a sigh inwardly. So it was indeed like this. They are the external forms of true meaning, ahaha! Fan Yuan laughed loudly and slowly stood up from his kneeling position with his expression revealing his high spirits. He then gazed at the ancient Pegasus group again, but the way he looked at them was different this time. His gaze was extremely heated, like a pervert that had his lust held back for several thousands of years, who then saw an absolutely beautiful woman. Or like a bandit whose greed would never be satisfied, seeing the world's greatest treasury. I have advanced to a strength path Gu immortal, but my strength path foundation was shallow and I could only reach quasi-grand master realm in strength path. It is extremely difficult to make one's realm progress even a little, and needs a sufficient quantity of regular accumulation in order to initiate a qualitative transformation. But now, as long as I kill these true meaning external forms, I can rapidly raise my strength path realm, elevating it to genuine Grandmaster realm. Memories and experiences of 500 years of bitter struggles made Fan Yuan extremely aware of the difficulty in progressing one's realm. Realm represented the understanding of great Tao. One's strength path realm was a Gu master's understanding of the Tao of strength. Realm was generally divided into ordinary, quasi-master, master, quasi-grandmaster, grandmaster, quasi-great grandmaster, great grandmaster, quasi-supreme grandmaster and supreme grandmaster. Most Gu masters would only have ordinary realm in their whole lives. Quasi-masters were geniuses or old, experienced Gu masters. Masters were extremely rare. For instance, in the Imperial Court contest, which was an assembly of heroes of the large northern plains, only Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had master-level attainment in flying among those who reached Imperial Court blessed land. While in Enslavement Path, there were only Jiang Baoya, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shan Yin and Nu Air Tu, 5 masters over the entire contest. And speaking of Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters, even throughout human history, there had only been 3, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan and Old Immortal Kong Ju. Every advancement of a realm meant an astonishing upgrade in one's battle strength. It was because higher realm meant deeper understanding of the law of fragments in heaven and earth. It allowed Gu masters to refine new, better Gu worms, create more killer moves and display greater dominance of their paths. Fan Yuan had the most understanding of blood path among all the major paths. In his previous life, he was an awe-inspiring blood path grandmaster. His battle strength was outstanding and he had created many new Gu worms of blood path, and these new Gu had even surpassed Blood Sea ancestors in some aspects. He had also researched many blood path killer moves, and despite them being mortal killer moves, they had extraordinary power. Fan Yuan now had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the representation of the convergence of enslavement and strength path, a unique killer move created from squeezing out all his potential, and with the help of natural inspiration and wisdom Gu. But even with such a killer move, when his battle strength was considered, it was not a match with his peak blood path attainment in his previous life. Fan Yuan could suppress his immortal killer move Myriad Self by just using his previous life's blood path killer moves. He had even created, from initially nothing, some remnant recipes of completely new immortal Gu with his Grandmaster realm. Of course, the completion rates of these remnant recipes were rather low. This was the world of Gu, and more than that, it was the world of Gu masters. Gu worms involved nurturing, use and refinement, and the bulk of these fundamentals relied upon Gu masters. Generation after generation of Gu masters brought forth new developments, constantly using their plentiful creative prowess to research new Gu worms and open new paths, which then created the extremely wondrous way of Gu which covered all aspects. Thus, heroes were able to emerge like stars in the sky over the boundless history of humans. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living things. The famed people of the past had accomplishments as high as the mountains that the later generations would find hard to surpass. However, on the whole, the strength of the 5 regions was growing steadily and becoming much more profound, surpassing the eras of immemorial, olden antiquity, and so on. Gu masters nurture, use and refine Gu, getting down to the basics. It is a process of humans probing and studying nature, the world, and the great Tao. Be it a Xianxia world, a magic-based world, or a scientific world, they are all the same, they are all the exploration and study of nature and the world itself. It is only that the difference in the world's laws make the exploration methods different. Ones can only learn if they explore continuously. Only by learning could they have accumulation. And only with accumulation could they transcend the world. And in this world, the measurement of the stage-wise accomplishments of study of heaven and earth, and the great Tao is the realm of every paths. Great Tao is a closed book, and for a Gu master to study and explore heaven and earth, they have to use Gu worms to approach the great Tao with different methods. They need to constantly summarize their comprehensions, need insights and require sufficient experience. However, right now I am obtaining true meaning infusion, which is as if I am observing the world while standing on the shoulder of a giant. It is making reckless savage demon venerable open the pages of the closed book to the parts which I can understand and let me read it directly. This is a shortcut, an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. This will save me a great deal of time and immense effort. Fan Yuan was more excited the more he thought of it. Hey Lu Lan! You are a lunatic! You actually wanted to learn from reckless savage demon venerable while gaining natural inspiration, and obtaining the infusion of true meaning. Humph, are you not afraid you can't manage to comprehend them all and be thrown into confusion, even failing your immortal ascension? However, your greed, I like it a lot. This gift from you, I shall accept it all. Fan Yuan shouted inwardly. With such heavy profits ahead of him, he decided to not leave behind even a little. Myriad Self! Myriad Self! Myriad Self! He activated his immortal killer move non-stop. For the first time, he disregarded the costs as he activated it frantically. Countless strength path phantoms emerged, forming a huge army inside the immortal aperture, their scales several times larger than before. At the same time, large numbers of mortal goo forming the immortal killer move perished. This was the backlash from heaven and earth, and also the consequences of Fan Yuan's extreme rate of activation. However, Fan Yuan did not feel any heartache. Everything was okay as long as the core, cleansed soul immortal goo, did not have any problems. He had made ample preparations for this trip and had brought large numbers of mortal goo for replenishment and substitution. Come! Fan Yuan lifted his chest as countless strength path phantoms surged out from his immortal aperture. The strength path phantom army flooded the world, as if it could engulf mountains and rivers. The sparse battle strength just before was immediately replenished and soon surpassed the previous limit, reaching a new height. Large numbers, no, a sea of strength path phantoms filled the whole battlefield. There are at least 300,000. Tai Bai Yunxing and even Fairy Li Shan was stupefied at this sight. The ancient Pegasus group was firmly surrounded in the air by the strength path phantom army. The slaughter between the two sides had reached the climax. Fan Yuan walked leisurely on the ice surface below the ongoing aerial battle. Joyful will were created and rapidly expended in his mind. Under his command, the army coordinated to form different groups, and like giant hands, they pounced upon four-winged Pegasi without caring for losses. Next, dozens of strength path phantoms worked together to forcefully push the four-winged Pegasi down to the ice surface. Then, Fan Yuan would slowly walk over, raise his 8 thick giant arms and shower down punches for the kill. Miserable neighing sounds filled the area as Pegasi were shattered apart. True meaning rushed into Fan Yuan's mind and the profundities of the great Tao were rapidly absorbed. His movement stiffened for several breaths of time before recovering once again. Fan Yuan thus engaged in crazy slaughter of ancient Pegasi. Refreshing! After another true meaning infusion, he excitedly roared. His gaze was so blood-red that it was difficult to stare at it directly. The strength path realm, which would have taken years and even dozens of years to raise, was rapidly advancing following the true meaning infusion. Fan Yuan felt incomparable pleasure and enjoyment. Tai Bai Yunxing was watching with a dumbstruck expression. Fan Yuan's madness made him feel a chill from the depths of his heart. Even Fairy Li Shan could not help but be silent. After less than half of the Pegasus group was destroyed, the earthly calamity transformed again. The Pegasus group merged together to form 33 giant snakes. These giant snakes were as large as a house and had extremely powerful defense, covered with black armor and shields. When they fell on the ground, they immediately occupied terrain advantage. Another transformation, and this time to shield snake? Fan Yuan laughed malevolently. He did not move. The strength path phantom army in the air had already shrouded over the snakes like dark clouds. By occupying the ground, these shield snakes only needed to defend the attacks from above, unlike if they were flying in the air where they could be attacked from all directions. Fan Yuan's slaughter immediately slowed down. It took a good while for the huge army to handle one shield snake. Fan Yuan laughed maniacally as he pounced down upon it. The shield snake was filled with injuries, and before it could raise its head, it was bombarded by Fan Yuan's 8 arms. The enormous strength from the overlaying of 45 group strength goo directly destroyed the shield snake. An enormous true meaning that far surpassed the previous ones charged into Fan Yuan's mind. The snake corpse that had lost its head suddenly dissipated, transforming into small snakes. In few moments the place was filled with a sea of ferocious and slippery snakes. Fan Yuan was in the process of comprehending essence of great Tao and could not budge, thus he fell in the sea of snakes. The snake sea attacked madly, quickly covering his enormous body. Fan Yuan's comprehension this time was different from before. In the previous true meaning infusion, Fan Yuan felt like he had turned into a Pegasus, living its life from birth to death, from young to old, running on the firm ground and soaring on the vast sky. He sensed the unique body structure of Pegasus, the use of various strengths and the ingenuity of using power. And now, he turned into a snake from breaking out of the egg to devouring all kinds of prey. He personally experienced the twisting snake body, the strength of its constriction, the muscle rhythm when it swallowed its food, the force application when its head moved like lightning to capture prey. Not only was it raising the strength path realm, but transformation path and even flying master attainment were advancing. These experiences extended and stepped on the maxim of strength path. These maxims covered extremely large information and were hard to describe using words. Because the wonders of great Tao could not be put to words. Words would be too simple, too dull, too shallow, and simply not be able to portray its mysteries and wonders. Chapter 688. Second Battle with Heiqing. Fan Yuan! Tai Bai Yunxing's shout could be heard loudly. Fan Yuan opened his eyes and woke up from within the sea of snakes. All around him, from head to toe, there were snakes. Countless snakes were coiling around him, trying to kill and devour him. If not for Fan Yuan's hair armor protecting him, these small snakes might have drilled into his stomach already. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He was joyful instead of shocked. He stretched out 8 huge arms, grabbing with his hands as he destroyed dozens of small snakes. Tens of gushed into his mind. His consciousness was blurred for a moment, but recovered immediately. As he slowly adapted to it, and as his attainment level increased, the speed of him absorbing them became faster and faster. Addicted to killing, he withdrew the hair armor and opened his mouth, sucking. Immediately, countless small snakes crawled into his mouth. He opened his mouth to chew, his sharp fangs tearing the snake body into shreds. Next he swallowed and the snake corpse vanished down his throat, disappearing from this world. Waves of filled his heart and mind unceasingly. Strength path, transformation path, all these turned into traces and were absorbed by him. At the same time, with trial and error, he became familiar with the new knowledge. It gave Fan Yuan a much deeper understanding in other territories. For example, his flying attainment. After Fan Yuan killed the third huge shield snake, his strength path attainment level went from quasi-grandmaster to grandmaster realm. Strength path grandmaster. That is to say, if given a bit more time, Fan Yuan would reach the level of blood path in his previous life. Because his blood path attainment level was also grandmaster realm. Right now, his mind was filled with countless thoughts and countless inspiration. His understanding of strength path had reached a whole new level. He could create many strength path goo worms and many mortal killer moves that were related to strength path now. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied. He continued slaughtering. The earthly calamity failed after transforming into the Icefall Divine Ape, the Ancient Pegasus, and the Shield Snake group. Now, there was a new transformation. It turned onto a group of rockmen. Fan Yuan manipulated the army, killing the rockmen. He trampled on their heads and swallowed their bodies, understanding the power of thickness. The earthly calamity turned into a B group next, as Fan Yuan self-detonated his strength path phantoms continuously, learning the power of piercing. The earthly calamity transformed into the rhinoceros. As Fan Yuan killed them, he learned about the power of charging. As his strength path attainment continued to rise, after he stabilized his Grandmaster realm, he started charging towards quasi-great Grandmaster realm. Right at this moment, 2 bright rainbows, one black and one white, pierced the air and descended. "We finally found you! You were in the icy plains indeed." As the rainbow faded, 2 people, Heiqing and Shui Songzi, appeared. The strong enemies had appeared. "So many strength path phantoms, what is going on?" Shui Songzi's pupils shrunk, before they shone in a bright heated light. "Oh? This is... It seems the rumors were true. Undergoing tribulation in the icy plains will possibly attract reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning." Heiqing's eyes were eerily looking at the battlefield. Next his gaze focused on the 3-colored chi cocoon. After such a long time, He Lulan had not finished absorbing the 3 chi yet. Her human chi was simply too huge in quantity. He Lulan, you guys have nowhere to run, why don't you surrender?" Heiqing laughed heartily. He opened his right palm and revealed an immortal goo. This immortal goo gave off an eerie blue light. It was the time path rank 6 immortal goo. The aura of the immortal goo was surging. It resonated with the 2 time path immortal goo in Tai Bai Yunxing's aperture, causing them to vibrate. Fairy Li Shan's expression changed. She showed herself and stood in front of He Lulan. She spoke coldly. "Instant pause?" This was the rank 6 time path immortal goo instant pause. It could freeze the time of the target for 6 moments. With this goo around, Heiqing did not have to worry about Fan Yuan running away using fixed immortal travel. Heiqing saw Fairy Li Shan and his gaze concentrated. he spoke with épée intent. To think that the mastermind behind all this was Fairy Li Shan. Why are you sowing discord between us father and daughter? Oh, I see, as expected, which Gu Immortal would not be interested in the yin-yang life extension method in my possession. Saying so, He Qing laughed sarcastically. He showed a mocking expression to Fairy Li Shan as he used with confidence. Fairy Li Shan's expression was solemn, her voice became louder as it filled the skies. He Qing, you are destined to fail today. Don't think of causing any harm to little Lan, because the person stopping you will be me. Saying so, Fairy Li Shan stopped hiding it. She revealed the grand aura of a rank 7 Gu Immortal. At the same time, the surface of the ice broke, countless tree roots grew rapidly, they coiled around and moved like huge pythons. The trees grew quickly, it soon became a forested area. After a few breaths, pear blossoms grew, the smell of the flowers was fragrant and spread for several leaf. Fairy Li Shan stood under the tree. Her body was shielded by the leaves and branches, vanishing. Meanwhile, He Lulan was still balancing the 3 chi. She was on top of the pear tree. Battlefield killer move, pear orchard. To think that third leader's cultivation level had reached rank 7 secretly. Be careful, He Qing. Third leader cultivates earth and wolf path. She had set up this battlefield earlier. I am also a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I cannot battle Fairy Li Shan due to the alliance rules. Shuizongzi reminded. Usually when Fairy Li Shan showed up in Northern Plains, she always revealed rank 6 cultivation. Few knew about her true cultivation level. He Qing's expression was calm, his gaze shifted to Fan Yuan, tied by Yin Xing and Fairy Li Shan for a moment, before turning back to He Lulan. 1 immortal zombie, 1 rank 6 Gu Immortal, 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal. He Qing muttered, he snorted coldly, saying to Shuizongzi, go deal with that immortal zombie and the rank 6 Gu Immortal. After I kill Fairy Li Shan, we will take down He Lulan. His tone was filled with decisiveness and confidence. Although Fairy Li Shan was rank 7, her battle strength should be at the lower tier of rank 7, it was quite far from He Qing. Okay. Seeing that the toughest foe was going to be dealt with by He Qing, Shuizongzi agreed. He flew down, straight towards the earthly calamity. He was someone who had knowledge, he knew that the earthly calamity contained a demon venerable, true meaning, even if he was not a strength path or transformation path Gu Immortal, he wanted a share of it. Gu Immortals usually ventured into many paths so that they could assist their main path, who would be unhappy with a higher attainment. You're courting death. Fan Yuan saw Shuizongzi rushing here and shouted angrily, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. Merely a rank 6 immortal zombie, you dare to speak such words. Shuizongzi snorted in disdain, he rapidly got closer. In his first battle with He Qing, Fan Yuan focused on retreating, to escape from the place. Thus, he did not reveal his true battle strength. He Qing and Shuizongzi analyzed the situation, and assumed that Fan Yuan's 2-movement immortal Gu were lent to him by other Gu immortals. Even though Fan Yuan's strength path Phantom Army was fighting against the earthly calamity intensely. First, the earthly calamity was already half destroyed. Second, wide-range killer move were very common. Third, most immortal zombies' battle strength was lower than ordinary Gu immortals. And finally, there was a rank 6 Gu immortal and a rank 7 Gu immortal on Fan Yuan's side. Shuizongzi subconsciously underestimated Fan Yuan's threat. Shuizongzi's speed was very fast, he was right above Fan Yuan in a moment's time. I'll let you taste my power. He growled, he pushed with his hands and used his killer moves. Drifting snow. Ice mountain all. Snow sparrow crisis. He used 3 killer moves at once. This showed Shuizongzi extraordinary control over manipulating Gu worms. These 3 killer moves were all attack-type killer moves. In an instant, intense winds blew as snow blew in the air, countless snowflakes gathered into birds. They moved fluidly in the intense wind and snow, with much spiritualism. There were thousands of them. 20 to 30 icicles that were the size of mountains were covered in sharp spikes as they flew towards Fan Yuan, trying to pierce through his body. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. He waved his hand and a myriad army moved. Myriad self moved with courage. Their shouts overwhelmed the heavens. Everywhere the army went, ice mountains collapsed, snow sparrows cried, and the snow stopped. Shuizongzi's expression changed. Only after fighting did he realize the truly fearsome might of myriad self. Seeing that the myriad self army was coming for him, Shuizongzi growled angrily as his hair stood up. Traces and traces of frost energy shot out from them. In an instant, the frost energy spread quickly and formed an ice crystal domain in the air. Battlefield killer move, snow domain. Towering pine tree, icy hair dragon stream! Shui Songzi growled, using 2 defensive killer moves at once. Immediately, pine trees grew in the snow domain. From nothingness they grew, becoming large trees with high density. The branches tied the trees together, forming many thick walls of defense. As for his long snow-white hair, they extended and gave off a dragon's cry in the air. The long hair turned into dozens of dragon-shaped ice, coiling around his body and forming a castle-like defense, with Shui Songzi protected tightly in the most center. However, when myriad self-army charged over, pine trees collapsed, and ice dragons shattered, the snow domain lasted for a moment before breaking apart. An immortal killer move! Who in the world is this immortal zombie? Shui Songzi's expression was pale. His eyes showed panic as he retreated quickly, even faster than when he came. He was in a pathetic state. At the same time, He Qing and Fairy Li Shan had engaged in intense battle. The battle of the two had reached the climax right from the start. He Qing used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to its limits, shooting 3 dark arrows into the pear orchard, flying around and trying to locate Fairy Li Shan's true hiding place. In the pear orchard, it was dense with vegetation, and pear blossoms fell from the trees. The roots were tangled together and growing, as hundreds of sunflower king lotus appeared. As the lotus opened, beams of burning light shot towards He Qing. He Qing's body shuddered, dark liquid oozed out of his black robe, dyeing the area around him black. This was also a battlefield killer move, called Dark Veil. In the Dark Veil, black balls were shot out, pouring down like rain. The black balls slammed into the pear orchard, forming huge pitch-black spirals. This was the killer move that He Lulan used in the Imperial Court contest's Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex expanded, corroding the trees and flowers, causing huge holes to form in the pear orchard. Meanwhile, the heated beams of sunlight also tore open some areas of the Dark Veil. As the two continued to attack, the light beams fell in quantity while the number of dark vortexes increased. He Qing quickly gained the upper hand. As expected of a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert in Northern Plains. Chapter 689. Second Battle with He Qing. Found it. He Qing's eyes shone brightly. He laughed sinisterly as he used his investigative killer move, finding out Fairy Li Shan's figure in the pear orchard. He immediately used Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to its limit, as 3 dark arrows shot out into the air, towards its target. The pear orchard went into action. Countless tree roots stretched out, moved and coiled around like dragons. They desperately blocked these 3 arrows. At the crucial moment, Fairy Li Shan was gritted her teeth, her eyes bright as a lamp. She shouted in her heart, "Earth Flower Lotus Burial!" The ground exploded loudly, as a huge man-eating flower appeared at lightning speed. The man-eating flower opened its mouth, swallowing a dark arrow. Next, the entire man-eating flower's size shrunk. It was less than half of its original mass, but it could trap the dark arrow temporarily. He Qing snorted. His gaze was shining as the swallowed dark arrow was trying to escape, forming a sharp pointed bulge in the man-eating flower's surface. But next, more man-eating flowers appeared from the ground. The second man-eating flower ate the first man-eating flower, shrinking after that. The third man-eating flower ate the second man-eating flower. Repeating the process, after 17 to 18 man-eating flowers were summoned, He Qing's connection to this dark arrow fell by at least 30%. He Qing knew that this dark arrow could not escape in the short run. His attention was on his 2 remaining arrows. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale. She shouted lowly, "Fading heavenly flower!" A large number of pear blossoms flew. They were pure as white snow, they floating in the air and turned into light specks. The dark arrow's speed was fast, but the great number of light specks were all over the sky. During the process of the arrow's flight, it was stained. Hot sparks developed on the dark arrow, which was covered in light specks. White spots appeared on the dark arrow, causing its speed and power to fall. He Qing snorted. He knew the other party was well prepared. He was openly being targeted by his enemies in the dark. Everyone knew about this Immortal Goo dark arrow, thus his attack was countered. But he was not to be trifled with. Even though he did not develop an immortal killer move using Dark Arrow Immortal Goo as the core goo, he had been trying and had obtained several mortal killer moves that could cause changes to the dark arrows. He Qing stared with his eyes, using a set of mortal goo in his immortal aperture. The 2 dark arrows changed directions, meeting in the air and fusing, becoming one again. After fusing, the dark arrow was darker without a single light speck. it regained its former speed and power. The dark arrow shot like lightning, stabbing into a huge trunk in Pear Orchard. In Hei Cheng's field of vision, Fairy Li Shan was hiding in this tree trunk. But at the next moment, Fairy Li Shan's voice came from the other side. You fell for it, Hei Cheng. Tree flower sheds tears. A bright flower bloomed in the tree trunk. As thick nectar oozed out from the center of the flower, it was extremely fragrant. Dark arrow hit a wooden puppet that resembled Fairy Li Shan. The nectar spread and covered this dark arrow completely. Thereafter, the nectar solidified, becoming like amber as it sealed the dark arrow inside. Hei Cheng, today, you will definitely fail. Fairy Li Shan's body was on top of a tree crown. Although she was pale and perspiring profusely, her eyes were bright and her aura was strong. Hei Cheng's great strength was highly attributed to the dark arrow Immortal Gu. This was an attack-type Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan only had a Mountain Pledge Gu. She could not face it head-on. She could only exert her methods and use 3 mortal killer moves to seal the dark arrows. After the dark arrows were sealed, Hei Cheng lost his strongest means of attacking. Really? You think that's all I have? Hei Cheng stood in the dark veil, looking down at Fairy Li Shan as he showed a mocking smile towards Fairy Li Shan. Under Fairy Li Shan's supervision, he stretched out his arm, opening his palm and revealing a black pearl. This black pearl was about the size of a rice bowl. It was black and shiny, like a black crystal. On the surface of this translucent pearl, one could see a boar-shaped animal sleeping inside. Fairy Li Shan saw this pearl and her eyes immediately enlarged. She showed a shocked and scared expression. This is Dark Prison? Hei Cheng nodded slightly. That's right, this is my Hei tribe's rank 6 Immortal Gu house, Dark Prison. His voice was monotone, but it contained a feeling of pride. Hei Cheng was not Hei tribe's supreme first elder, but to ensure that this trip had no accidents, he paid a huge price and borrowed this item from Hei tribe's supreme first elder. This is bad. Fairy Li Shan's heart sank to rock bottom. Dark Prison was a beast stable. Trapped inside was the ancient desolate beast Sharp-Tusked Boar. If it was summoned, Fairy Li Shan would be in deep trouble. Be it Pear Orchard, Earth Flower Lotus Burial, Fading Heavenly Flower, or Tree Flower Sheds Tears, these were all mortal killer move. In order to deal with Hei Cheng's Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, Fairy Li Shan had thought through it carefully and devised 3 killer moves that could temporarily seal the dark arrows. But because of this, her mind was worn out, and her head was hurting. Although she had the Pear Orchard battlefield, she had fallen into a disadvantage against Hei Cheng's Dark Veil. She could only hang on and pray that Hei Lu Lan's tribulation would finish soon, to come over and assist her. However, Sharp-Tusked Boar was an ancient desolate beast. Destroying the Pear Orchard was as easy as stomping on a garden. Once Pear Orchard was destroyed, the 3 flower moves that relied on Pear Orchard would weaken greatly. The dark arrows would escape. If that happens, all the effort I put in earlier would go to waste. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, but right at this moment, she heard a warning from Tai Bai Yunxing, be careful. Of what? Fairy Li Shan looked back, seeing that a dark arrow had secretly flew over. It was 30 centimeters away from her. What? But I made arrangements around here. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, but it was too late. The dark arrow flew over, piercing into her forehead, through her skull, and coming out of the back of her head. Little ant! Hei Lu Lan screamed. She had finally digested all 3 qi and had recovered her mobility. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw that the relative that had always taken good care of her was killed by a dark arrow piercing her skull, dying a terrible death. It's over. Hei Cheng kept the ball-shaped dark prison. Fairy Li Shan had only sealed 2 dark arrows. When the 2 arrows combined earlier, Hei Cheng had secretly shot out a 3rd dark arrow. Using the dark prison to attract Fairy Li Shan's attention, he secretly utilized several mortal killer moves. Together with Dark Arrow, he took down all of the defenses around Fairy Li Shan. However, at the next moment, a flash of light shot over. As Fairy Li Shan returned to the state a moment ago, her injuries were gone and her skull was intact. Immortal Gu Man as before. Far away, Tai Bai Yunxing breathed roughly as he said, South close, I almost failed to make it. Hei Cheng's pupils shrunk, his anger was rising. He was not furious that Tai Bai Yunxing had ruined his battle result, but he was angry at Xue Songzi for not doing his best. They had agreed that he would kill Fairy Li Shan while Xue Songzi would kill Tai Bai Yunxing and the immortal zombie who was Fang Yuan. But the result was? Tai Bai Yunxing could interfere in his battle. Xue Songzi. He Qing gritted his teeth. He looked at the battlefield far away. But what He Qing saw was, Shui Songzi's robe was tattered, he was escaping with an expression of fear. His long hair had become much shorter, he was almost bald. His face was bruised, a part of it was swollen, and his body was covered in blood. One of his arms was hanging on his body, the bone had fractured. He Qing's pupils could not help but contract. Shui Songzi had healing goo in his possession. For goo immortals, a fracture was not a heavy injury. But the point was, the opponent gave Shui Songzi absolutely no time to heal his fracture. Exactly how strong was the enemy? As if answering his question, the Strength Path Phantom army numbering over 200,000 shouted and caused a tremor in heaven and earth. They were a huge mob, even thicker than the tribulation cloud in the sky, chasing after Shui Songzi alone. This was simply bullying. Even this rank 7 Gu immortal He Qing frowned deeply. What is going on? Why have these Strength Path Phantoms not been destroyed yet? In fact, even more are appearing. After that, he saw that half the Phantom army was charging towards him. He Qing snorted coldly, he willed and several mortal killer moves were activated together. Thousand Demon Rampage. Dark Fire. Black Wind Break. Kill! The myriad self-army charged. In several breaths of time, the demons were crying, the dark fire dimmed, and the black winds dissipated. He Qing, who had always been confident and relaxed, finally changed his expression. This power. This is an immortal killer move. This immortal zombie that looks inconspicuous has the highest battle strength. The myriad self-army pressed forth, charging into He Qing's dark-veiled battlefield fearlessly. The pitch-black battlefield that occupied half the sky was quickly smashed and taken down. It resembled the clothing of a beggar, extremely tattered. He Qing's eyes twitched, he had to retreat. He was handsome and elegant, even when he retreated, he still kept his cool, his arms were like butterflies fluttering in the sky, activating mortal killer moves one after another. But this could not stop the advancement of the myriad self-army. Just like a humongous tide, no matter how powerful his mortal killer moves were, they were like rocks in front of a tsunami, or weak little fish, they were all swept away and devoured mercilessly. He Qing squinted his eyes, his expression turned grim. He finally understood how Shui Songzi felt, facing the myriad self-army. He was a great rank 7 Gu immortal, a famous expert in northern plains, but now he felt a sense of helplessness and weakness. The army had formed into an overwhelming size, it was unstoppable. This immortal killer move. Even if I use Dark Prison and release the sharp-tusked boar, I will not be its match. He Qing retreated under the pressure of the army. Under this situation, if He Qing wanted to turn the situation around, he would need to kill Fan Yuan's main body using dark arrows. But 2 dark arrows were already trapped by Fairy Li Shan, the remaining one could do nothing to Fan Yuan, who had immortal Gu worldly wave trace. This lunatic, how many beads of immortal essence did he use? He Qing cursed in his heart, his eyes were fixed on Fan Yuan, who was on the ground. Fan Yuan absorbed another trace of the demon venerable intent. Sensing He Qing's dangerous gaze, he looked back and gave He Qing a smile of disdain. At the same time, a large portion of the army charged towards He Qing. This fellow! He Qing finally showed a trace of nervousness. Being pincer attacked by 2 armies, he could only dodge in the sky. Even after he used countless mortal killer moves, he could only halt the army's advancement slightly. At this moment, the situation had become, 2 Gu immortals were being chased down by Fan Yuan alone. Good job, junior brother! Fairy Li Shan stood on the tree crown. Seeing this, her expression froze slightly. She did not expect the situation to become like this. Over at Fan Yuan's side, he had finally destroyed the earthly calamity and obtained all of the true meaning infusion. His strength path attainment was still Grand Master Realm, it did not break through again. But his transformation path attainment rose to become a transformation master. As for his flying attainment, it also grew significantly. He broke through master level and reached quasi-Grand Master realm. But Fan Yuan was not satisfied, he said to He Lu Lan. Quickly, don't you have small family Qi Gu, release all of the collected earth Qi, we might attract more earthly calamity. Everyone heard this and were speechless. He Lu Lan rolled her eyes. After the infusion of the 3 Qi, the essence of her life had been elevated, she had transcended mortals and became a Gu immortal. Her body was purified in all aspects. Even the heavy injury in her eye sockets had healed completely. I have to keep these small family Qi Gu to refine immortal Gu. Time is limited, let's retreat. He Lu Lan rejected Fan Yuan's suggestion and shouted. Fan Yuan licked his lips, unsatisfied. But since she did not agree, there was nothing he could do. Everyone gathered and entered Fan Yuan's immortal aperture. Fan Yuan looked at the icy plain battlefield longingly, using fixed immortal travel at long last. 3 breaths later he vanished, returning to snowy mountain blessed land. We're letting him leave? Shui Songzi and He Qing gathered. He Qing's brows rose, he said coldly. Even if I have instant pause, can you break through the defense of these strength path phantoms? Shui Songzi looked at the remaining myriad self-army in the battlefield, and was unable to say a word. Chapter 690. A commotion in northern plains, a wisdom path inheritance. In the quiet room at the third branch peak of Snowy Mountain. It was fine weather outside. Clear blue sky, refreshing air and tall white snowy mountains combined to form a tranquil and boundless view. The fragrance of tea filled the quiet room. Fan Yuan was gasping as he lay down with his body full of injuries. Thin streams of zombie blood flowed out from the wounds and accumulated on the ground. However, he did not care and also did not feel any pain. 7 minutes had gone by already since he had closed his eyes to rest. Besides him, there were 3 others in the quiet room. Tai Bai Yunxing was standing next to Fan Yuan, quickly moving his hands, emitting rays of black light that were healing Fan Yuan's injuries. Fairy Li Shan was sitting at her old spot beside the window, absent-mindedly brewing tea, while most of her attention was focused on He Lu Lan who was beside her. He Lu Lan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her face looked solemn and respectful like a jade statue. There were 3 steps in immortal ascension, shattering the aperture, receiving qi and releasing gu. She had completed the first 2 steps when undergoing tribulation in the icy plain. And after returning to the quiet room using fixed immortal travel, she had started the 3rd step. With her foundation, the creation of her immortal aperture was a settled matter. Right now, she was probably refining immortal gu in her immortal aperture and resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity formed in there. By the looks of it, she was going to complete this step alone and did not want an outsider's help. However, if there was any problem, He Lu Lan would immediately ask for help. Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing would have to quickly enter He Lu Lan's immortal aperture and resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. By the time the tea was boiling and gurgling, He Lu Lan let out a breath of turbid air and slowly opened her eyes. This movement immediately attracted the other 3's gazes. Fairy Li Shan stopped brewing and placed the teapot down in a hurry, asking in concern. Success? He Lu Lan nodded. Fairy Li Shan took a deep breath. Her eyes reddened as she spoke in a choked voice filled with excitement and relief. Little Lan, you have the great strength, true martial physique, and now have succeeded in becoming an immortal. You possess a super-grade blessed land and have extraordinary potential. Truly, after a dark cloud comes a clear sky. If Sister knew of this in the afterlife, she would certainly be happy. When an ordinary Gu master advanced to Gu immortal, their blessed land could be classified into one of 3 grades, high, middle, or low. When one of the 10 extreme physiques advanced to Gu immortal, they would be taking an enormous risk and naturally would have bigger gains. If their immortal ascension succeeded, their blessed land would be a super-grade blessed land. High-grade blessed lands were formed with a size of 4,700 square kilometers to 6,000 square kilometers, drew in a large tributary of the River of Time, and created over 30 beads of immortal essence. There would be plenty of heaven and earth chi remaining which could mutually interact and refine the vital gu and core gu into immortal gu. Super-grade blessed lands were even larger with a territory of over 6,700 square kilometers. The tributary of the River of Time it drew in would be gigantic, and the amount of green grape immortal essence created would surpass 50 beads. If there was nothing unexpected, it could create at least 2 immortal gu. He Lu Lan appeared tranquil. I have succeeded in advancing to Gu immortal but have yet to kill that old scumbag. Her indifferent tone contained a deep and piercing hatred. He Lu Lan, I hate to be blunt but the chances of killing He Qing with only the 4 of us, even if he is alone, are rather low. Tai Bai Yunxing coughed, and said, Right, defeating a Gu immortal is easy but killing is another thing altogether. Fan Yuan heaved a deep sigh as he stood up. The injuries on his body had essentially healed. Previously, in his battle with Gu immortal Plump Lady in Western Desert, he had obtained superiority but Plump Lady had still escaped. This time, he battled He Qing and Shui Songzi. His phantom army had taken the lead and were able to wreak havoc, but they couldn't trap the 2 Gu immortals and could only let them retreat safely. Myriad Self was strong, but there was nothing to be done about it if the enemy did not engage you head-on. Gu Immortals were smart, and knew to avoid the enemy's strong points. In truth, Fan Yuan's second battle with Heiqing could only be considered a draw. It was true that Fan Yuan had the upper hand, but it was hard to maintain this dominance for long. If the time was stretched on, the strength path phantoms would dissipate, and it would then be Heiqing's turn to counterattack. This immortal killer move indeed could build up to a big advantage, but not to the extent of being at complete dominance against Heiqing. Thus, when He Lulan said to retreat, Fan Yuan did not oppose. He stopped at the right time and activated fixed immortal travel, bringing them back here. He Lulan looked at Fan Yuan and gave a slight smile. To be able to succeed this time in resisting the enemy and allowing me to pass the tribulation is thanks to your strength. Since we are allies, we naturally need to help each other out. A sharp light flashed through Fan Yuan's eyes. He helped He Lulan this time, and when Immortal Crane sect attacks who Immortal Blessed Land later, they would also have to help Fan Yuan according to the alliance agreement. It involved reciprocity and mutual benefits for both sides. According to the previous agreement, here is small family Qi Gu's recipe. Also, of the 30 immortal essence stones I lent, you only need to return half. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She by now had a hint of Fan Yuan's nature. Only tangible benefits matched his tastes. Fan Yuan accepted the recipe for small family Qi Gu, then sighed. In this battle, I won and also lost, consuming over 60 green grape immortal essence. The 15 immortal essence stones I owe you, I am afraid it might take some time for me to return them. Fairy Li Shan was in a good mood because of He Lulan's success in advancing. She immediately stated, "No need to hurry. Whenever your circumstances are better, you can return them to me and I also won't collect any interest on them. Also, didn't you ask us about wisdom path inheritances? Could it be that you have some clues?" Fan Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Fairy Li Shan slowly said, "There is a clue. You are also aware of Northern Plains number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal, Dong Fan Chang Fan's death some months ago. He left behind an intact wisdom path inheritance for his successor Dong Fan Yuliang, but Dong Fan Yuliang is only immortal, and it will be hard for him to preserve a Gu immortal inheritance, especially when this inheritance is a wisdom path inheritance. According to the tip-off, Dong Fan Chang Fan has placed this wisdom path inheritance in a hidden place, and even Dong Fan tribe's other Gu immortals don't know about its exact position. Only Dong Fan Yuliang holds the key clue. Even though just before his death, Dong Fan Chang Fan had formed a non-aggression pact with Huan Jin tribes and other super forces. However, he had not formed an agreement with demonic path Gu immortals. His capability had not reached the point where it could sweep through both righteous and demonic. Dong Fan Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance had already attracted the covetous gazes of many demonic path Gu immortals. Even Dong Fan tribe's other Gu immortals had some thoughts on it. Thus Dong Fan Chang Fan made these arrangements, completely hiding his wisdom path inheritance and leaving it to only his approved successor Dong Fan Yuliang. Fan Yuan was forced to think, I have the wisdom path immortal Gu delight in water and mountain, but my use of it is crude at best, and I am unable to display the essence of wisdom path. Treasure Yellow Heaven has wisdom path Gu worms on sale, but a complete wisdom path inheritance would never be on sale. Wisdom path Gu worms are easy to obtain while wisdom path inheritances are rather hard to get. If I can obtain this complete wisdom path inheritance, I believe I will be able to use fewer wills and thoughts to deduce more items. Dong Fan Chang Fan was the number 1 Gu immortal of wisdom path in Northern Plains while he was alive. His inheritance would naturally arouse Fan Yuan's interest. But lying in front of Fan Yuan was a superforce, the Colossus Dong Fan tribe. Dong Fan tribe had lost Dong Fan Chang Fan, but it still had several Gu immortals to maintain this situation. On the contrary, Fan Yuan had just been in an intense battle with Heiqing and spent most of his green grape immortal essence. It was not possible for him to display the same mighty presence of the myriad self army in a short while. Right now, many demonic path Gu immortals have already allied in secret to conspire for Dong Fan Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance. Back when Dong Fan Chang Fan was alive, both the righteous and demonic path of Northern Plains suffered losses from him. Many were schemed against and suffered setbacks under his hands. Reportedly, his successor Dong Fan Yuliang has talents and aptitude as strong as Dong Fan Chang Fan's. Most of Northern Plains Gu immortals are not willing to see a second Dong Fan Chang Fan. Fairy Li Shan continued. Several months ago, Some demonic path Gu immortals already sought me out to use my mountain pledge Gu to reach a temporary alliance in their scheme for the wisdom path inheritance. But I had already made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Changfan by then, and could not make any moves against Dongfang tribe. Fan Yuan, if you want, I can act as go-between and let you join this alliance. They would have a lot more detailed information, and will be of great help to you when you contend for the inheritance. Fan Yuan did not refuse but also did not immediately agree. I need some time to consider. There is no hurry. He Lulan said. Right now, the biggest news in Northern Plains is the matter of Qin Baixing capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, holding the essence of the luck path true inheritance. This matter has already caused a commotion among most of the Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Even those rank 8 old monsters are said to have come out of their seclusions. He Lulan revealed a ridiculing expression. He, Qin Baixing is a rank 7 Gu immortal, an expert among lone cultivators, having overpowering metal path battle strength and even being somewhat stronger than that old scoundrel Heiqing. But this luck path true inheritance is a thorny matter. Almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortals are looking to deal with him. Right now, Gu immortals from all around are rushing over, while Qin Baixing is a lone force, and even though he occupies a blessed land, there will be countless difficulties for him in resisting these assaults. His life will certainly be quite hard. A cold light vaguely flashed in Fan Yuan's eyes before he muttered, We are the survivors of the Wind Veil of Assimilation. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were also involved in the event. Although they escaped early, they know about us and are barriers for us to move freely in Northern Plains. Since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88 True Young Building, formless hands had carried many immortal Gu to all parts of Northern Plains, causing chaos, commotion and frequent battles in the world of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Afterwards, when most of the escaped wild immortal Gu had been captured, the situation had calmed somewhat. Now, however, the news of Qin Baixing capturing Ma and Zhao caused undercurrents revolving around Qin Baixing to surge in Northern Plains, and the luck path true inheritance slowly formed tiny waves. As time passed, these tiny waves would definitely evolve into a huge storm that would engulf the whole of Northern Plains. Fan Yuan, compared to other Gu immortals, had much more reason to be involved in this. However, his current strength appeared rather weak in front of such an enormous storm. Without speaking any further, Fan Yuan took his leave and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone. Tai Bai Yunxing remained here to heal He Lulan. He Lulan had passed the tribulation of her immortal Gu. Her immortal aperture was in ruins and required Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before. Chapter 691. Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. He Tribe, Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This was He Tribe's base camp. The Blessed Land was huge and extensive. It was small at the bottom and large at the top. Because of He Tribe's first-generation ancestors' unique specialties, Iron Eagle Blessed Land had little land, but the higher up in the air one went, the larger the space. A sky that greatly exceeded that of ordinary Blessed Lands had countless circular wooden eagle nests floating in it. These eagle nests were like small hills. Innumerable iron eagles rested in them. The cries of eagles resounded endlessly. When a group of eagles flew, vast numbers of them traveled in formation. It was a spectacular view. At the highest part of this blessed land, there was a garden. The garden's artificial mountain had a pavilion on it. In the pavilion, 4 supreme elders of He Tribe were sitting around a square stone table. They had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder had a solemn expression. Second Supreme Elder was shutting his eyes and resting. Third Supreme Elder was thinking with a troubled expression. Fourth Supreme Elder's face was full of sweat. The atmosphere was heavy. It was like the calm before the storm. My dear Lord Third Elder, how long are you going to continue thinking? Fourth Supreme Elder urged with an impatient tone. Rush, 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 you only know how to rush me. Don't you know this is a crucial moment? At this point, if I make the wrong move, my dozens of years of hard work would go down the drain. Third Supreme Elder yapped away, his emotions becoming even more agitated. He looked at First Supreme Elder in front of him, before looking at Second Supreme Elder to the left. Both of them had unchanging expressions. Third Supreme Elder could not discern anything from their faces, and the pressure in his heart intensified. Right at this time, a figure slowly rose from below, quickly approaching this pavilion. He Tribe's Second Supreme Elder opened a slit in each of his eyes, saying slowly, "Oh, Heiqing is back." Heiqing entered the pavilion and paid respects to the 4 Supreme Elders. These 4 Supreme Elders had deeper foundations than him in both status and cultivation. But with regards to battle strength, it was unknown until they fought seriously. But within the tribe, Gu Immortal would spar at most. How could they fight seriously? Furthermore, in Righteous Path forces, other than Central Continent's sex system, the other 4 regions looked at bloodline and seniority within their clans and tribes. Even if He Qing had higher battle strength, he would still need to respect them as a junior when he sees these 4 Supreme Elders. First Elder, this is Dark Prison, I am returning it now. He Qing took out the rank 6 Immortal Gu House and returned it to First Supreme Elder after paying respects to them. First Supreme Elder took the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison, exclaiming, "You did not use Dark Prison, it seems your operation was very successful?" Saying this, First Supreme Elder's gaze was still fixed on the stone table. He was only asking He Qing casually. He Qing laughed. "It was very fortunate, this time the trip was smooth sailing, we have successfully suppressed Jiao tribe." Jiao tribe was a large-sized tribe, because all of He tribe's members inside Imperial Court Blessed Land had perished. Jiao tribe which was under them had become tempted to try and leave their control. Humph, Jiao tribe's Gu Immortal, Jiao Dong, became an immortal due to my guidance back then. It has only been a few decades, his loyalty has wavered? Second Supreme Elder said plainly. Therefore, this time, I struck and taught that Jiao Dong a lesson. Within 5 years, there should be no issues. He Qing laughed calmly. The suppression of Jiao tribe was an excuse He Qing had prepared long ago. He Qing wanted to deal with his own daughter, He Lulan. This was not a righteous thing to do, he could only do it secretly. He had planned to use Dark Prison to suppress He Lulan, preventing her from self-detonating. But he could not directly say this to the First Supreme Elder. Thus, he used Jiao tribe as an excuse, saying, in order to prevent any accidents when suppressing Jiao tribe, he borrowed Dark Prison. 5 years? Second Supreme Elder chuckled, shaking his head. Northern Plains is in a complete mess now. Truyang building collapsed, the culprit has not been found. While the Mortal Gu have been appearing constantly, all the different forces are fighting intensely. Especially now, Qin Baixing's incident is becoming more heated. This involves Giant Sun's inheritance. Even those rank 8 old fossils are getting ready to strike. Fourth Supreme Elder sighed. Truyang building collapsed, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed as well. The Imperial Court contest has lost its meaning. What do we do from now on? All of the Huangjin tribes, what procedures will they follow? We have no idea. He Qing understood their intentions after hearing this. He lowered his head. Junior understands I will be more strict in handling the tribes, especially Jiao tribe, Hua tribe, and Zhua tribe, these 3 vassals. That's right, this time, the entirety of He tribe died inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. There cannot be no display of He tribe in Northern Plains. He Qing, go out into the Blessed Land and pick carefully. Bring a portion of the tribesmen out and rebuild He tribe in Northern Plains. Third Supreme Elder thought about his tough problem as he gave his view on this matter. Yes, don't worry, Third Elder. I have already started preparing. In half a month, Northern Plains He tribe will be rebuilt. He Qing answered. All right, let He Qing handle the matters of the mortal tribe affairs, we have no worries. Third Supreme Elder, if you have the time to care about this, why don't you decide on the problem ahead? What tile are you playing? Fourth Supreme Elder urged. Third Supreme Elder's gaze flickered, he was very hesitant, but he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind, playing a tile. At the same time, he called out, 3 Tiao. Immediately, all the other elders had differing expressions. First Supreme Elder could not stay serious anymore, he laughed loudly, flipping over his tiles. Haha, I won! Arg! Third Supreme Elder patted his leg with much force, he grabbed his snow-white beard as he sighed. If I knew, I would not have played 3 Tiao, but 6-1 instead. After hearing this, Second Supreme Elder stared with his eyes wide open, he turned over his own tiles, saying to Supreme Third Elder. Then play 6-1, my set could have won with either 4-1 or 6-1. Alright, enough, stop arguing. Quickly make the deal, I'm waiting to recoup my losses. Fourth Supreme Elder said impatiently. Here, this is the Gu recipe that I researched after spending 30 years. Third Supreme Elder admitted his loss, he slammed 1 East Window Gu on the table in front of First Supreme Elder. First Supreme Elder took the East Window Gu. Alright, let's go to the next round. Same rules, we are not to use any Gu worms to cheat. We will state the wager first, I have 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Ancient Gu recipe of Crescent Moon Gu. 20 pieces of Grey Heart Rock. A group of Dragon Eye Fish, there is a Fish Emperor included. Swish, swish, swish. 8 arms swept around the stone table, shuffling the tiles. He Qing was silently standing at the side. He was very used to these four He tribe supreme elders' gambling habits. The game they were playing was called Quartet Sparrow Battle Tactic. It was invented by a mortal genius back in earlier years of He tribe, mainly to bootlick the first supreme elder. After first supreme elder obtained it, he had been playing it daily with the other three supreme elders, competing and engaging in battle. He tribe's external affairs were almost all handled by He Qing. Then Elders Jr. will take his leave, He Qing said. Go, go. The supreme elders waved their hands. They had started assembling their hand tiles as they replied to him half-heartedly. A group of iron eagles flew outside the pavilion. They were screeching as suddenly, the eagle group spread and 3 desolate eagles appeared, with battle strength equivalent to rank 6. One was a dragon eagle with a powerful aura, while the other 2 were iron crown eagles, having great spirit. Shoo shoo. Third supreme elder waved his sleeves unhappily. So noisy. He. First supreme elder had a kind and merciful smile. He waved his sleeves and a lot of food was sprinkled in the air. The eagle group made happy cries, fighting for the food in the air. He Qing left Iron Eagle Blessed Land, flying towards the southwest direction. After flying for several minutes, he met Shuesongzi. Shuesongzi had rested sufficiently. He no longer looked as pathetic as before, but he sighed when he saw He Qing. The situation has become troublesome. I just obtained some information. Do you know which force has control of fixed immortal travel immortal goo? He Qing replied. You want to say, immortal crane sect of Central Continent's 10 ancient sects? You already knew? When? Shuesongzi was slightly unhappy. He Lulan snorted coldly. Not too long ago. Earlier, Dongfang Chobfan deduced that 88 True Young Buildings matter was related to Central Continent. Now, He Lulan has a mysterious immortal zombie around her that controls fixed immortal travel. They are likely the same batch of people. Shuesongzi's eyes narrowed. He fell into silence. Honestly speaking, this information caught him off guard. He originally thought that they were dealing with a small mortal woman. To think that such a huge force like Immortal Crane sect was involved now. Although he had joined Snowy Mountain, this was only a loose alliance. Demonic Path Goo immortals were usually selfish and only cared about self-interest. They were not as united as the Righteous Path. He Qing's predicament was very awkward as well. Although he was a He tribe Goo immortal, something as shameless as targeting his own daughter could not be known to everyone. Even though many Righteous Path Goo immortals were two-faced and usually acted differently in public, they at least appeared righteous to the world. He Qing's matter could not be exposed, thus he could only act alone. Even Dark Prison had to be borrowed using an excuse. Humph, I wanted to kill a cat, but to think I messed with a tiger. He Qing, I don't care. Since your secret is in my hands, I want 500 Immortal Essence Stones. Give me a copy of the Yinyang Life Extension Method as well. Shuesongzi broke the silence. His expression was ruthless. He was not sincerely working with He Qing in the first place. After realizing that Fan Yuan and others had deep backgrounds, he wanted to retreat now. A cold light flashed in He Qing's eyes. He stared at Shuesongzi as he said slowly. You know my situation. If you force me, at most, both of us will go down. You will get nothing. You. Aren't you afraid? Humph, if I cannot catch He Lulan, I cannot gain lifespan. I am about to die. Why would I care about reputation? Shuesongzi was shivering in fury after hearing He Qing's unscrupulous words. His eyes were bloodshot. Who could have thought that the Grand Lord He Qing is actually like this? He Qing shrugged nonchalantly. Hee, think what you want. Shuesongzi, you were too naive. At this point, do you think you can keep out of this matter? He Lulan takes revenge very seriously. She has Fairy Li Shan backing her. Do you think Snowy Mountain would care about you, the 7th Peak's branch head, as opposed to the 3rd leader? There is something else I want to tell you. Central Continent's Goo Immortals are ready to strike. The 10 great ancient sects have created an allied force to charge into Northern Plains. Right now, the entirety of Northern Plains is in chaos. I'm sure that with Fairy Li Shan's skills, it would not be hard for her to use the Central Continent Goo Immortals as an excuse to indirectly kill you. That does not violate the Snowy Mountain Union Pact, right? Shuesongzi's expression paled. Chapter 692. The hard to deal with He tribe father and daughter. He Qing, you are actually threatening me. Rub me the wrong way and I will make sure all your dirty deeds are known by the whole world. Shuesongzi was furious. He Qing sneered. Go ahead, do it quickly. Truthfully speaking, Su Xian'er was your Snowy Mountains pawn, intentionally arranged to get close to me and infiltrate He tribe's higher level. The so-called Su Xian's night elopement is no more than a conspiracy. Not long later, Su tribe was annihilated. Did you think it was my He tribe that had a hand in it? Humph. You guys from Snowy Mountain did it to conclude matters for Su Xian'er, clearing away all the traces. What? Why haven't I heard of it? Xue Songzi showed an incredulous look upon hearing this astonishing piece of news. What would you know? You are only the owner of the 7th branch peak. The higher levels of Snowy Mountain always has only had 3 decision makers. I know you don't believe me, but I have conclusive proof. He Qing took out an east window gu and threw it to Xue Songzi. Xue Songzi took the east window gu and cast his consciousness into it. A while later, his forehead was filled with cold sweat. He Qing gazed at the sky and heaved a long sigh, revealing a bleak look. Back then, I was publicly recognized as a gu immortal seed, but it was because I was ignorant at my young age that I fell into the conspiracy. Su Xian's night elopement, Su Xian's night elopement is nothing more than a meticulously planned conspiracy for the demonic and righteous paths to infiltrate each other. I married Su Xian'er, we had Lu Lan. I truly thought the days would keep on passing by blissfully. However, one day, a gu immortal suddenly appeared before me and threw the conclusive evidence to me. And what you are looking at is only a portion of this evidence. How can this be? How can this be? Xue Songzi mumbled. This evidence turned everything upside down. Even if He Qing used the yin-yang life extension method to scheme against his own wife, this was actually a matter of enmity between righteous and demonic. He Qing's action of taking down his family when justice demanded it would not create reproach but instead be praised and admired. You set me up! You set me up! Xue Songzi pointed at He Qing in extreme fury. He had thought he was the one holding the initiative by having a handle on He Qing, but he had never expected to be instead entrapped by He Qing. Xue Songzi naively followed He Qing to hunt He Lu Lan and battle Fairy Li Shan, causing his current worrying plight. He Lu Lan, Fairy Li Shan as well as Central Continent's ancient sect force became a shadow that refused to leave Xue Songzi's mind. He Qing restrained his feelings and looked at Xue Songzi. And now, I have a new piece of evidence. Do you remember when He Lu Lan was transcending the tribulation? How did she address Fairy Li Shan? Fairy Li Shan and Su Xian'er are likely to have a blood relation. I have Su Xian'er's blood with me and also He Lu Lan's blood. I will have additional conclusive proof when we confront Snowy Mountain in the future. Xue Songzi breathed roughly before he was able to forcibly calm down. Good, He Qing, you are truly outstanding. I had not even extorted you of a few dozens of immortal essence stones, but was pulled into this messy business by you, being plunged into your trap. Right, I must acknowledge that even if you take actions against He Lu Lan, making every attempt to capture her, it could just be brushed off as a father educating his daughter who hopes she would be aware of her mistakes. As long as you don't use the yin-yang life extension method on He Lu Lan, I won't have any real handle on you. But your scheme can only stop here. You are a lone force while the other has joined hands with a Central Continent influence. He Lu Lan has already become a strength path extreme physique immortal. It is now even more difficult for you to capture her. He Qing sank into silence. Xue Songzi continued explaining, his thoughts becoming keener. My situation is worrisome, but your days also won't pass by well. You harmed Su Xian'er. He Lu Lan's hatred runs extremely deeply, and who is to say Central Continent's force also won't look to trouble you. Thus you two are tied together, and you only have a hope of victory if you cooperate with my side. A female voice suddenly interrupted Xue Songzi and He Qing's conversation. Who is this? Xue Songzi was truly startled. A graceful figure slowly appeared. This was a female gu immortal who was wearing purple garments. She was charming and lovely, and her beautiful face showed a light smile. Xue Songzi was not someone with poor knowledge, and after being dazed for a moment, he reacted. So it is Fairy Jiangyu. He then looked towards He Qing. All of Northern Plains gu immortals knew that Fairy Jiangyu was He Qing's 27th concubine, who was similarly a dark path gu immortal, and possessed dark limit immortal gu, which could conceal inspirations and make it difficult for others to make deductions. The reason why He Lu Lan was able to hold on for so long, and not explode because of the great strength true martial physique, was because Fairy Jiangyu had used dark limit immortal gu to seal the aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques on He Lu Lan, preventing its induction within heaven and earth. However, who would have thought that upon seeing Fairy Jiangyu, He Qing's attitude would turn extremely cold. He snorted. As expected, you came. Many years ago, when I first brought evidence regarding Su Xian's night elopement to you, I had said I will appear when you need me. Fairy Jianyu revealed a mysterious smile. So what do you think? Like I said before, you won't be able to capture He Lulan by just yourself, you will instead only create a bigger commotion. You can only cooperate with my side to have hope. Xue Songzi looked at He Qing, then at Jiang, his gaze traveling back and forth between them. He was shocked at how He Qing and Jiang Yu were conversing. Fairy Jiang Yu's identity was not ordinary, and seemed to be a representative of a mysterious force. The reason He Qing could know of the deceit that was Su Xian's night elopement was because of Fairy Jiang Yu's notice. He Qing lowered his eyes. Fairy Jiang Yu was able to appear so close to him without being discovered. This caused He Qing's apprehension of Jiang Yu to deepen by a layer. Fairy Jiang Yu was on the surface a lone cultivator of northern plains, and He Qing's beloved concubine, but in truth was shrouded in a fog of mystery. He Qing fell into deep thought. He was not at all afraid of Fan Yuan's myriad self-army and actually had some disdain towards it inwardly. Despite not having methods to confront it head-on, Gu Immortal Combat paid attention to contests in every aspect. Just based on how the myriad self-army was not able to chase down He Qing, its threat had heavily decreased to him. In the previous battle, if not for He Lulan's side taking the initiative to retreat, He Qing would have no doubt occupied the upper hand when the strength path phantoms dissipated and could even turn around the situation to a victorious one. Even Xue Songzi, who had been fleeing in disarray from the myriad self, was not worried about fighting Fan Yuan again. The reason was that myriad self was an immortal killer move. Fan Yuan's immortal essence expenditure was too high, and in spite of this it did not have true killing power. Xue Songzi could just activate mortal killer moves to resist it. After this was repeated a few times, how much more immortal essence could Fan Yuan, as an immortal zombie, still have? Once his immortal essence was expended, Xue Songzi could display his might and settle affairs with Fan Yuan. He Qing's apprehension was towards Fan Yuan's background, to Immortal Crane Sect, and Central Continent's Gu Immortals. He also had not expected that his investigation of fixed immortal travel would involve such a colossus. Dongfang Changfan had already deduced that the collapse of 88 Truyang Building was due to the workings of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Central Continent's Gu Immortals could destroy even Giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangements. Let alone with the insignificant He Qing? Like He Qing, Xue Songzi also had similar worries. They were both scared by Fan Yuan's background. If they knew Immortal Crane Sect was thinking of every possible means to deal with Fan Yuan, they absolutely would not be this nervous. Looking at the present situation, it seems we can only have the chance of success by collaborating with your side. But before cooperating, as a fundamental part of good faith, shouldn't you tell me which force you are representing? He Qing asked Fairy Jiangyu after pondering for a while. Fairy Jiangyu thought for a moment. She knew He Qing was an uncompromising person. If she lied or refused, he would probably just turn around and abruptly leave. She decided to tell the truth. Well, there is no harm in telling you. The force I represent is spread throughout the 5 regions and its name is Shadow Sect. He Qing and Xue Songzi glanced at each other. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. 28 green grape immortal essence and half an immortal essence stone. Fan Yuan calculated the wealth he had remaining. After going through the battle during He Lulan's tribulation, Fan Yuan's hard-earned and accumulated funds immediately returned to their original state. Before the battle, Fan Yuan had 91 beads of green grape immortal essence, but he had activated the killer move Myriad Self close to 50 times, to form an army of nearly 500,000 strength path phantoms. During the battle, Fan Yuan repeatedly used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo, Worldly Wave Trace and other Immortal Goo, consuming over a dozen beads of green grape immortal essence. Thus, the remaining green grape immortal essence did not even total 30 beads. I still owe Fairy Li Shan 15 immortal essence stones and 15 immortal essence stones to Langya Land Spirit as well. I can delay the payment to Fairy Li Shan as long as necessary. But I need to return the immortal essence stones I owed to Langya Land Spirit as soon as possible. If it is delayed, the interest will only get higher. Fan Yuan's relationship with Langya Land Spirit was still only ordinary. When Langya Land Spirit lent immortal essence stones to Fan Yuan, although he did not demand an exorbitant price, but he still, as per convention, took a 10% interest. That is to say, Fan Yuan would have to return at least 16.5 immortal essence stones to Langya Land Spirit. If a month passed, another 1.5 immortal essence stone would have to be added. 2 months was 3 immortal essence stones, and so on. Even if a month did not pass, he would still have to pay 1.5 immortal essence stones. This was the minimum interest. How could outsiders lend money for no reason and without any benefits? The alliance between Fan Yuan, Fairy Li Shan, and the others had an agreement. When one side helps other, the price they paid would be doubly compensated. This agreement had been implemented in Fan Yuan's first battle with He Qing. However, this time, Fan Yuan did not just pay a price, he also obtained enormous benefits. His strength path realm advanced to Grand Master level, he raised transformation path from practically nothing to Master level, while his flying attainment advanced to Quasi-Grand Master level. Adding in small family Qi-Du and the 15 immortal essence stones exempted from the debt, these benefits had far surpassed the price Fan Yuan had paid, thus Fairy Li Shan did not compensate. Thinking back now, He Lulan might have intentionally set this situation up, attempting to use the Demon Venerable's realm's true meaning to make me work myself to the bone. Now that Fan Yuan recalled the situation, he felt he had fallen in He Lulan's scheme. If not for the Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fan Yuan absolutely would not have spent so much green grape immortal essence, and formed such a large strength path phantom army. If the situation was not good, Fan Yuan could have even retreated. After all, the alliance agreement had no clause that said one had to fight till death. The Snowy Mountain alliance was quite lenient. Fan Yuan had vaguely felt this during the battle. But this was an upright plot. Even if Fan Yuan discovered He Lulan's attempt, he would have still dived right in, because the benefits were just that great. Chapter 693. Fighting is just a part of cultivating. In the underground cave, the air was filled with the rainbow-colored light of wisdom. A small mushroom forest was growing here. Wisdom Gu was sprawled atop the Mushroom King at the center of the forest, not moving. Fan Yuan sat close by, using the light of wisdom to make his deductions. Afterwards, he let out a breath of foggy air. The second Immortal Gu recipe has been completed. He looked at his green grape immortal essence. He did not have much originally, only 20 or so of them. After deducing 2 80% remnant recipes, he had 11 left. The third Immortal Gu remnant recipe is 86% complete. 11 green grape immortal essence beads should be enough. Fan Yuan looked at the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. It was glistening brightly and had no issues. Many days had passed since He Lulan's tribulation. Because it was used intensely in battle, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was hungry already, while Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu had been activated many times, but its condition was still good, it was not hungry. Fan Yuan felt baffled at first, but after he asked Mo Yao's will, who was in his immortal aperture, he understood why. It turned out Mo Yao's fake will needed to be replenished constantly. Mo Yao did not have a Gu to produce fake will. She used many Gu worms to convert the joyful will into fake will. Thus, when she fed Gu worms, the one she paid most attention to was the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu was fed till it was completely full by Mo Yao's will. She did not feed it only when it was hungry. Thus, even though Fan Yuan was using it extensively, there was still some time until he needed to feed the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. This was evidently a good thing. After all, activating a hungry Immortal Gu forcefully could cause it to die. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was already hungry, thus, it was much more risky for Fan Yuan to use the killer move Myriad Self. Perhaps the next time he used this immortal killer move, Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu would be destroyed in the process. Deducing Immortal Gu recipes was Fan Yuan's most important source of income now. If Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu could not be used, Fan Yuan would fall into a difficult situation again. Fan Yuan activated Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu again. He started deducing the third Immortal Gu remnant recipe. This time, he had obtained the Demon Venerable True Meaning infusion. It was quite a bit of help to deducing Immortal Gu remnant recipes. That was because the True Meaning infusion was the same as taking in Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's understanding towards cultivation. It directly increased Fan Yuan's foundation. It could raise his realm of cultivation. As for the deduction of Gu recipes, it one's own foundation as the basis. The stronger their foundations, the higher the efficiency of the deduction. Even though refinement path attainment level was the most important, because there were many elements to consider, strength path and transformation path would be involved as well in these thought processes. 2 days later, Fan Yuan completed his deduction. He obtained 3 complete Immortal Gu recipes. He brought these immortal goo recipes over to Langya Blessed Land and completed the transaction with Langya Land's spirit. Not only did he clear his debt and account for the expenditure of his green grape immortal essence, he still earned 11 immortal essence stones as profit. Everything was back on track now. 8 days later, Fan Yuan handed another 3 completed immortal goo recipes to Langya Land's spirit and completed the 5th deal. At this point, he had 36 immortal essence stones and 27 green grape immortal essence beads. Fan Yuan slightly relaxed after that. Because of the battle with Heiqing, he almost went into the red and his finances threatened to collapse. According to the economic term on Earth, he had almost caused the situation of a cash flow shortfall. Although the immortal killer move, Myriad Self, has great strength, I need to consume a bead of green grape immortal essence every time I use it. If I use it many times, the expenditure would be huge. I need to be careful when I use it in the future, otherwise, it will just drain my finances and cause me to lose out, even if I win the fight. Fan Yuan inwardly alerted himself in his mind. When goo immortals cultivate, they had to consider many aspects, not just victory in battle. Like the example of Liu Bang and Xian Yu on Earth. Liu Bang could not defeat Xian Yu, he lost in battles while Xian Yu won in battles. But Liu Bang was adept in managing the economy and had strong backing. Even though he lost each fight, he had the capital to rise up once again, thus he was able to fight even after losing. Xian Yu, however, although he won his fights, he had no businesses. As time passed, and they fought even more, the difference between Liu Bang and him became smaller. Eventually, Liu Bang won one battle and that turned into complete victory. As for the cultivation of goo immortals, it was the same logic. Battles were just a part of cultivation. The victory and loss of battles was not too important, the important thing was the benefits behind them. One had to look forward for everything, they could not be short-sighted. Even though Fan Yuan could cause Heiqing and Shuesongzi to suffer greatly, he had invested too much green grape immortal essence. In contrast, Heiqing and Shuesongzi spent much less immortal essence compared to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan also went bankrupt after this fight, but Heiqing and Shuesongzi were in good condition. If Fan Yuan had to fight them again now, Fan Yuan's battle strength would definitely be lower compared to them. If they fought for several more times, the winner would be obvious. Heiqing had the rank 6 immortal goo house dark prison, could he not go all out with it? Of course he could, but the situation did not call for it. Those who could become goo immortals were not rash boors that were hot-blooded, they would calculate their gains and losses after every battle. Of course, if not for the demon Venerable True Meaning infusion, Fan Yuan would not have expended this much green grape immortal essence. If I use up my green grape immortal essence, I can still replace it with immortal essence stones. But the demon Venerable True Meaning is an extremely rare opportunity. If I cultivate slow and steadily, I would need at least decades to reach this stage. Fan Yuan was very aware in his heart. After Fan Yuan completed another 2 immortal goo remnant recipes, Tai Bai Yunxing finally returned from Snowy Mountain. You did not see the environment of the super-grade blessed land, Sai. I saw it with my own eyes. Having over 6,700 square kilometers of land, the blessed land's time flow is 38 times that of the outside world. There is much vitality and great potential in it. I could not help but feel jealous towards it. In my opinion, the biggest winner after the battle of this tribulation is He Lu Lan. Tai Bai Yunxing returned and started talking incessantly, while sighing endlessly. After He Lu Lan's tribulation, she asked for Tai Bai Yunxing to repair the super-grade blessed land. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing was lucky enough to enter Lu Lan blessed land. It could be said to be a truly eye-opening experience. A super-grade blessed land is precisely like that. After all, one of the 10 extreme physiques becoming an immortal is like skating on thin ice. It is a fight for survival in a deadly situation. Compared to this, I am more worried about how many immortal goo He Lu Lan managed to refine during the 3rd step of this immortal ascension. Fan Yuan asked. Her immortal aperture was created using the Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo. This Strength Path Immortal Goo was given to her by Giant Sun's will. Flying Bear Strength Goo is now her vital goo, but she also elevated her original core goo, Self Strength Goo, to rank 6. Other than these 2, she also obtained a rank 6 Strength Chi Goo. Tai Bai Yunxing replied. When Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to an immortal, the remaining heaven and earth Chi created his 2 immortal goo, man as before and landscape as before. Whether He Lu Lan's remaining heaven and earth Chi had been more than Tai Bai Yunxing's, nobody knew. But what Fan Yuan did know was that she had quite a number of small family Chi Goo. These Gu had stored up some amount of heaven and earth chi. Fan Yuan analyzed what He Lu Lan had. In this case, He Lu Lan is confirmed to have 4 immortal Gu. They are Flying Bear Strength Gu, Self-Strength Gu, Strength Chi Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. Divert Disaster Gu had been destroyed during the tribulation. But don't forget, she had once destroyed the Flying Bear Phantom and obtained Flying Bear Phantom Gu after suppressing it. After that, I lost my connection with the Flying Bear Phantom Immortal Gu. I am not sure if this Gu was taken away by the formless hands or if it is still with her now. He Lu Lan's strength grew extremely quickly. She had at least 4 immortal Gu and was a Gu immortal herself now. Her future was immensely bright. Furthermore, she had a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. After getting her help, she skipped the initial stage of being a newly advanced Gu immortal. Fairy Li Shan did not lack immortal essence stones. With a huge amount of investment, Lu Lan Blessed Land would develop quickly. He Lu Lan, who has a super-grade Blessed Land, will undoubtedly greatly exceed me in cultivation speed. I have a high-grade Blessed Land. Compared to other Gu immortals, it is also a great advantage, but He Lu Lan is like someone who has grown wings and is soaring. Even though we formed an alliance with her, the alliance will eventually end. After the time limit, we will need to be careful. Fairy Li Shan has a huge network while He Lu Lan is a formidable person. Tai Bai Yunxing's tone was worried. The rapid growth of the genius He Lu Lan had brought great mental pressure to an elderly man like Tai Bai Yunxing. But it was worse for Fan Yuan. His cultivation was stagnant. As long as he was still an immortal zombie, his cultivation level would not progress. As long as He Qing is not dead, and Ma Hongyun's matter isn't resolved, we will have the basis to cooperate with He Lu Lan. You have to be very careful when you go to Eastern Sea this time. Shark Demon is not easy to deal with. If you need reinforcements, use the Moving Perspective Cup Gu to contact me. Fan Yuan reminded Tai Bai Yunxing to be cautious. Tai Bai Yunxing rested in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for 2 days before setting off to Eastern Sea. He was afflicted by the death sentence awaits Immortal Gu, and had promised an immortal zombie of Eastern Sea, Shark Demon, to explore Yulu Blessed Land. He had no choice but to set off. Fan Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He deduced Gu recipes to earn immortal essence stones, while also placing priority on settling the important matter of feeding immortal Gu. After he completed the 6th deal, he had more than 60 immortal essence stones. His woman's heart and connect luck was showing signs of weakness. They were evidently famished. Together with Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu, he had a total of 3 immortal Gu to feed. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu as food. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the ancient desolate beast, Worldly Sand Gulls, resting area. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart needed the hearts of women as food. He had no idea how to get the first 2. Fan Yuan decided to settle the easiest one first. Western Desert. Sand dunes were continually connected together, forming a huge and wide area of land. The sun was high in the sky, the air was dry and hot. It felt like a person could be cooked in this weather. A large-sized caravan was moving forward. The camel bells ringed, and the sounds of the vehicles could be heard constantly. The accompanying Gu masters used all types of Gu worms, some to reduce the temperature, some to summon winds, some to create fresh water, and some to navigate. "Who is this?" the caravan leader shouted. There was a gruesome monster in front of the caravan. This monster was 6 meters tall. It had bulging muscles and a large body. It had 8 arms, a green face and sharp fangs, with eyes red as blood. With one look, people felt their hearts tighten as they felt a formless pressure. The caravan went into a commotion. 2 rank 5, 17 rank 4, 40 over rank 3. This is quite a number. A hoarse voice could be heard from the monster's mouth. "Sir, who might you be?" "I am Mo Clan's caravan leader, Mo Yen." One of the rank 5 Gu masters in the caravan cupped his fists and asked nervously. Fan Yuan laughed ruthlessly. His 8 monstrous claws opened instantly. The name of the super influence, Mo Clan, could not deter him. He was like the incarnation of a demonic god. He rushed into the caravan and whipped up a storm of blood and flesh. Howling, screaming, crying, begging, all these noises tangled together. After a while, they went silent. Chapter 694. A Gentle Gaze. After around 10 minutes, the slaughter finally ended. One's nose would be assailed by the thick smell of blood. The yellow sand was filled with corpses. Fan Yuan stood at the center of the corpses. He summoned Woman's Heart Immortal Gu. The Immortal Gu slowly rose up, floating into the air and emitting a reddish-purple light. The light filled the entire battlefield. In a few breaths of time, all the female corpses in the entire battlefield started to tremble. The vibrations of the corpses became more intense, as finally, with a loud pop, hearts burst out of the bodies and rose up slightly, flying towards woman's heart, which was in the air. Before they even got close, these bloody hearts were swallowed by the reddish-purple light in the air, turning into inky purple light lumps. The light lumps were like young swallows returning to their nest. They entered woman's heart. Poison path immortal goo. Woman's heart slightly trembled. It let out a sharp screech, as if it sounded overjoyed from being fed. A moment later, all of the women's hearts in the battlefield had been fed to woman's heart as food. Fan Yuan called back woman's heart. This immortal goo's hunger had been alleviated by quite a bit, but it was not full yet. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. At this rate, to feed the woman's heart immortal goo until it is full, I will need 4,000 more women's hearts. This caravan that I slaughtered already had significant strength. Such a large-sized caravan is uncommon in Western Desert. Fan Yuan thought about it for a while before flying into the sky. In the air, he stretched out his palm, pushing it towards the ground. Immediately, thousands of fireballs appeared, slamming into the battlefield. Explosions occurred as rocks and sand were sent flying. Corpses were burned as the place turned into a sea of fire. This was not a killer move, it was simply the power of quantity. He had used numerous similar fire path mortal goo. Fan Yuan threw several black oil dragons. The oil dragons flew into the sea of fire, raising its intensity and raising the battlefield to the ground. All the traces left behind were gone. After doing this, Fan Yuan flapped his light illusion bat wings and flew away at a rapid speed. He traveled northeast, past several large-sized oases, before finding his target, a small-sized oasis. Looking down from a high altitude, the oasis was like a jewel, encased in the golden desert. There was a lake in the oasis. Its water was clear and blue, with trees growing around it. There were many people living in this place. The marketplace were lively, and it was a scene of prosperity and peace. Fan Yuan did not conceal his movements. He appeared above the cloudless sky. It was very eye-catching. A group of goo masters riding sand gulls flew up from the oasis. What monster is this? It seems like a zombie. These goo masters were mostly young people. They looked at Fan Yuan's monstrous appearance, and couldn't help but mutter apprehensively. They were almost all rank 2, only the leader was a rank 3 goo master. This group of people flew towards Fan Yuan. They stopped about 300 steps away from him. The leader was very vigilant. He cupped his fists. This is Joshi Oasis, controlled by us, Lan clan. The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. I hope Sir can land on the ground. If you wish to enter the oasis, we have goo masters in charge of attending to visiting goo masters from outside. Sir just needs to follow the procedures. As long as you meet the requirements, you will be allowed to enter the oasis. Fan Yuan continued to stare at the oasis, using his investigative goo to check the area. He was trying to find out if there were any goo immortals hiding in this oasis, because only goo immortals could pose a threat to him. According to normal circumstances, such a small oasis would not be a strong force. There should not be goo immortals here. If there were, they would have expanded or modified this oasis already. After the leader said that, he saw that Fan Yuan was unmoved. He frowned as he said coldly, "Did Sir hear me? The sky above the oasis is a no-fly zone. This is general knowledge in Western Desert. Sir flying above Lan clan can be regarded as a provocation. I hope Sir lands now, otherwise don't blame us for." Bam! Before the leader finished his words, Fan Yuan flicked a finger and sent a rank 5 level attack at him. The rank 3 leader could not react. He was blown to bits, his corpse scattered everywhere. Huh! Lord Elder! The other rank 2 goo masters screamed shrilly after a moment of shock. At this moment, unparalleled fear filled their hearts. The high and mighty Lord Elder did not even have a chance to react before he was killed in one hit. This attack was too sudden. The rank 2 goo masters could not even clearly see what actually killed their leader. Lord Elder is dead. He was killed in an instant. Quickly retreat. This person is not someone we can deal with. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The rank 2 goo masters screamed. They scattered in the air, flying towards the oasis. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. He waved his hands. Bam bam bam. With consecutive explosions, these rank 2 goo masters were turned into pieces of flesh without exception. Even the sand gulls that they were sitting on were not spared. A loud siren rang in the oasis. Everything that had happened in the air was seen by the patrolling goo masters. Fan Yuan looked down from above imposingly, seeing the mortals panicking and running away. The flourishing market had gone into chaos. Large numbers of mortal Gu masters came out from the buildings. They faced up towards the sky, looking at Fan Yuan with deep animosity. Mortals are truly like insects. Fan Yuan let out a deep breath. He then summoned the hair armor and flapped his light illusion bat wings, flying like a meteor towards the oasis. He's here! Attack him! Be careful, the other party is very strong. He is at least a rank 4 Gu master. He is very likely to be rank 5. So what if he is strong? He is just one person, attack him! The Lan clan Gu masters in the oasis screamed furiously. They unleashed a flurry of colorful attacks. But Fan Yuan's charge was not slowed. He easily broke through these obstructions and crashed into the clan head pavilion at the center of the oasis. Bam! The loud crash could deafen one's ears. The huge impact caused the ground to shake. The clan head pavilion had defensive Gu worms protecting it, but they were useless. The place collapsed in an instant. Rocks flew and tiles burst, air currents pushed out and carried the dust clouds with them. As the dust and smoke settled, Fan Yuan's huge body and 8 monstrous arms were displayed before the Lan clan Gu masters. He did not die. Damn it, the clan head pavilion was destroyed by him. The ancestors' tablets are all inside. Kill this demon. Everyone's emotions were stimulated. They surrounded Fan Yuan. All of you shut up! Suddenly, an elderly man shouted, walking out from the crowd. Lord Clan Elder! The surrounding people paid respects to this old man. The old clan leader was very shocked. He deeply understood the defensive power of the clan head pavilion. It was the central and most important place in the clan. It had great defenses. Even if 10 people of the elderly clan leader's strength attacked it, they might not break through. But simply one blow from Fan Yuan destroyed the entire clan head pavilion. Just one hit. What did this mean? The elderly clan leader controlled his fear. He bowed deeply towards Fan Yuan. Our Lan clan has been neutral for many generations. We have not meddled with the outside world. I am not sure if we have offended, sir, but we will definitely compensate you until you are satisfied. The moment he said that, he immediately attracted the fierce rebuttal of the Gu masters. Lord Clan Leader, what are you saying? This monster who is neither a human nor a ghost destroyed our clan head pavilion. Even Elder Lan Duan died in his hands. Clan Leader, our Lan clan has no cowards. The other party is already so overbearing. We have to slaughter him into pieces to quench the hatred in our hearts. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. His voice was hoarse. Everyone frowned when they heard his voice. There is actually someone who understands how to react to the situation here. That's right. This small oasis is squeezed between many large forces. If you did not know your place, you would not be able to stay as the clan leader. Then listen to me. I want you to collect 6,000 hearts within the next 10 minutes. Remember, these hearts have to be intact and they need to be women's hearts. The hearts of men and young girls have no use. What? He actually wants 6,000 women's hearts? This is a demon. He is a lawless demon. He actually wants our clan to be his lapdog, to collect hearts for him. The Gu masters were in an uproar. The elderly clan leader's expression was also uncertain. 6,000 women's hearts was a huge number. There were many mortal villages around this oasis, but the number of mortals was certainly not enough. That means, to reach 6,000, he would need to sacrifice the clansmen in Lan clan. Thus, the old clan leader's position would certainly be taken away. Nobody would allow such a person to be their leader. Isn't Sir's request too overbearing? Sigh, heaven cares for all living beings. In broad daylight, how can anyone commit such heinous acts? I'm afraid Lan clan cannot help you. The old clan leader sighed as he showed a merciful expression. Then there's no other way. Even though this is more troublesome, it will do. Fan Yuan laughed ruthlessly. His killing intent surged. Light illusion bat wings flickered on his back, and a moment later, he appeared in front of the old clan leader. The zombie claws stretched out like lightning, grabbing the old clan leader's neck, lifting him up easily. So fast. The old clan leader's expression was pale. There was no trace of blood on his face. He was completely shocked. How could he be captured by the other party in an instant? Could it be that he is not immortal, but a Gu immortal? A horrifying thought appeared in the old clan leader's heart. He shouted anxiously. Everything can be discussed. Please have mercy. Ple. Arc. Crack. The old clan leader's neck was smashed into powder by Fan Yuan. The old clan leader's head hung to one side. he stared with his eyes wide opened. He died without solace. It was not that he did not want to use his goo worms to retaliate, but Fan Yuan had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture that could seal and suppress goo worms. He killed the clan leader! No! Lord Clan Leader! You cannot die! Revenge for Lord Clan Leader! The goo masters reacted and shouted angrily. Like a rushing tide, they charged towards Fan Yuan, using all sorts of attacks, unleashing a beautiful display of fireworks. Fan Yuan did not dodge, he stood on the spot, allowing the attacks to hit his body without moving at all. Everyone's attacks lasted for 100 breaths before stopping. Goo masters had limited primeval essence. With such an intense wave of attacks, they could not keep it up for very long. Is he dead? He was definitely beaten to a pulp already. Sigh, our poor old clan leader, we did not even manage to retrieve his corpse. But when the smoke dispersed, the goo master's eyes were opened wide. They saw that Fan Yuan was still standing at the same spot arrogantly. Even though the surroundings were a mess, his black armor was still extremely new-looking, even the broken spikes were regenerating rapidly. A few breaths of time later, Fan Yuan's hair armor regenerated completely. There were not even any marks on it. Hair armor was a mortal killer move. It was made of several hundred goo worms, and dozens of rank 5 goo worms. It was also used on the foundation of the immortal zombie body. The defense was not something these goo masters could break. Among the people attacking Fan Yuan, the one and only rank 4 goo master, the elderly clan leader, had died. There were less than 10 rank 3 goo masters remaining, the rest were rank 2 and 1. Their attacks were very scattered. Many of the attacks had cancelled each other out. It simply could pose no threat to Fan Yuan. This is your attack? It can't even scratch me. Fan Yuan chuckled. His laughter was not loud, but it was very clear in everyone's ears. An intense chill rose up in the hearts of the goo masters and spread rapidly. Even though the weather was so hot, they felt like they were in an icy pit. What are you? Everyone trembled, their hearts were filled with terror. Monster, this is a monster! Someone screamed. He had lost his mind. Run, quickly run! Their morale had sank to rock bottom. One person running away initiated the collapse of the entire group. Fan Yuan was not surprised. The clan leader was dead. They had nothing to rely on. At the same time, he purposely took the attacks head-on. It was to destroy the morale of these mortals. Swoosh! Fan Yuan smiled sinisterly. He chased up to a female goo master. The female goo master's body froze. She stared at the monstrous claw piercing through her back and out of her chest. As the monstrous claw pulled out, her heart was taken away. Elder Lon Xian is dead too, run! The surrounding goo masters saw this and were shocked out of their minds. They ran away even more quickly. Fan Yuan waved a hand and large numbers of fireballs spewed out. Buildings collapsed and fires were blazing. With another wave of a hand, wind blades were dancing in the air, slaughtering everything in their path, leaving behind large numbers of minced corpses. No, please, I'm begging you, don't kill me. This was an ordinary mortal woman with a delicate face and a beautiful figure. She had preserved her own body well. She should be a wife or concubine of a goo master. Bam! Fan Yuan flicked his finger, and the mortal woman's head exploded like a watermelon. Her headless corpse collapsed on the ground. Fan Yuan walked past this corpse. As the palm of his downwards hanging hand opened, the woman's heart burst out of the body and flew out, grabbed by Fan Yuan. Woman's heart let out a joyful scream. It stopped on Fan Yuan's shoulder, glowing in a reddish-purple light. Be it the heart in Fan Yuan's hand or the surrounding corpses, as long as they met the conditions, the purple light would swallow them and they would be absorbed by woman's heart. Fan Yuan walked briskly. Wherever he went, a slaughter occurred. It was a path filled with anguished wails. Rivers of blood flowed. Clan Soul Immortal Goo was famished. It was too risky to use Myriad Self, and too much of a waste of immortal essence. Icy Drill Stardust could not be used, because the starlight lump exploded continuously. It would mince the mortal corpses completely. Even the hearts would not be spared. Fan Yuan was only using mortal goo. He did not use any killer moves. It was simply a huge quantity of goo worms. But even so, the efficiency of killing was not low. Western Desert was different from the other 4 regions. Fan Yuan chose this place purposefully. This was a huge desert, and the oases were like islands. Even if a mortal escapes out of the oasis, they would not get far. Western Desert was a place with unhindered vision. The desert stretched to the horizon. It was easy for Fan Yuan to chase them down. This time, I will let you eat till you are full, little one. Fan Yuan walked in the pool of blood, looking at the woman's heart immortal goo on his shoulder. His gaze was extremely gentle. Chapter 695. Dead Sand Gull Egg. The light of the setting sun shone on Zhou Shi Oasis. The lively atmosphere in normal times was replaced by thick smoke and fire today. There was nothing left of the former serenity. Buildings had collapsed, turning into piles of ruins. In these ruins, on the streets, at the side of the lake, under the trees, pools of blood were connected and corpses lined the ground. Fan Yuan went back to the clan head pavilion. Standing on a pile of broken concrete, he placed the poison path immortal goo woman's heart back into his immortal aperture. After killing for a long time, he had finally fed woman's heart until it was full. Woman's heart combined refinement and nurturing. If he fed it any further, woman's heart would enter the refinement stage. The more women's hearts it ate, the stronger the poison. But Fan Yuan had no intentions of refining the goo at this point. With his strength, slaying mortals was like slaughtering animals, but with so many mortals, he still spent half the day on this. Furthermore, woman's heart was a consumable immortal goo. No matter how strong it would be gone after one use. The prospects of investing in it were not great, unless Fan Yuan had the immortal goo recipe of woman's heart. Standing on the rubble of the clan head pavilion, Fan Yuan activated several hundred goo worms in his immortal aperture, undergoing a thorough search of the area. After 2 breaths of time, Fan Yuan finally found an underground entrance. He walked towards the entrance, his huge feet treaded and destroyed the ground under him, exposing the entrance. This entrance could allow a normal person to enter, but it was too small for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan used force to take apart this entrance. After several hundred steps, the space finally widened enough for Fan Yuan to walk while bending his waist. A large stone door appeared in front of Fan Yuan. On top of the door there were words carved. Important area of the clan treasury. People not specifically assigned are forbidden from entering. Fan Yuan snorted. He destroyed the stone door and hundreds of golden light blades attacked Fan Yuan. A loud alarm rang. This was evidently the method of Lan clan in defending against thieves. But it was a pity that not even a single spike on Fan Yuan's hair armor was destroyed. Fan Yuan entered the stone door, seeing a pile of primeval stones. Fan Yuan roughly estimated that there were at least 100,000 in total. If Fan Yuan was still immortal, these primeval stones would be a huge fortune. But now that he was an immortal with unlimited primeval essence, he had almost no need for primeval stones. But he still kept these primeval stones in his immortal aperture. It was simply a move done in passing. Soon, he broke through a second stone door and entered. He saw a huge amount of goo refinement materials. They were classified and placed here. These were all ordinary materials. Although Fan Yuan also needed them, these materials were not in high quantity. When Fan Yuan truly wanted to refine something, he would need a vast amount of materials. He would still need to purchase in bulk from goo immortals. But this was better than nothing. Fan Yuan would not leave empty-handed. He sent it all into his immortal aperture. Next, beyond the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stone door, they all had goo refinement materials, except that they were of different varieties and had different storage conditions. Fan Yuan took all of these as well. At the 6th stone door, he found goo worms. Large numbers of mortal goo were stored here. This was Lan clan's goo worm treasury, the foundation of their entire clan. Fan Yuan took them all away. With his abundant memories and great experience, he knew all of these goo worms. They were not necessary for him. But to mortal goo masters, these were all precious goo worms, including rank 4 and 5 goo worms among them. Getting one could change a person's life. Their entire future might turn around. Like the liquor worm that Fan Yuan obtained on Qingmao Mountain, the Bone Flesh Unity Goo on Baigu Mountain, and the All-Out Effort Goo in Shang Clan City. There were 3 goo worm treasuries, and 5 primeval stone treasuries. Other than that, there were treasuries hidden within treasuries, secret troves that did not escape Fan Yuan's detection. Some troves were ravaged. There were goo master corpses here and traces of fighting. Evidently, when Fan Yuan was slaughtering the mortals, some greedy goo masters knew that the clan was finished and barged in here, trying to take whatever resources they could. They fought here and took the treasures they could find, while a portion of people died from the goo worms defending the troves. Fan Yuan walked past these troves, along the main path deep underground. Along the way, he saw more and more corpses of goo master, and there were also sand gull corpses. These sand gulls were like a combination of seagulls and ostriches. They had large legs with huge muscles, but they also had huge wings and could fly in the sky. Sand gulls could run rapidly in the desert, while also flying in the sky and carrying people. They only ate grass and drank clean water. they were easy to feed. With a mild temperament, they were the most common steed among Western Desert Goo masters. The only problem was, sand gulls had very low fertility. 3 to 4 out of 10 sand gull eggs would usually hatch and grow into healthy sand gulls. However, this Lan clan raised many sand gulls, much more than other forces of the same level. When Fan Yuan slaughtered the clan, he killed many sand gulls. He estimated that Lan clan might have some secret technique to raise the fertility of the sand gulls. If so, that would be the only thing in this entire Lan clan that could somewhat interest Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan walked for another few thousand steps. He saw more Goo master corpses. Finally, at one point, he saw a large number of Goo master corpses and sand gull corpses. It seems that the people who came in here met with the sand gull's obstruction. They all perished here. They took a risk to enter here. Quite evidently, there is a huge benefit attracting them. Fan Yuan analyzed. Squawk, squawk, squawk. After another few hundred steps, Fan Yuan was attacked by a wave of sand gulls. There were 100 sand gulls. Among them, the sand gull 100 Beast King was injured, likely due to the fight with Goo masters earlier. But how could this trifling beast group be Fan Yuan's match? In just a few breaths of time, Fan Yuan killed these sand gulls and continued moving forward. The path was moving downwards. The depth was rather surprising to Fan Yuan. After getting rid of 10 waves of attacks from sand gulls, Fan Yuan walked out of the tunnel. His field of vision widened as he entered a huge underground cave. This cave was quite big. It was like a square. There was a huge stone table at the center of the cave. There was a huge egg on the table. It was the size of a house. It had a yellow luster, but it was already quite dim. There was a thick layer of yellow sand around the table. The sand was extremely soft and slightly warm. It felt like cotton when one stepped on it. Many eggs were placed on this sand, slightly buried into them. These eggs were of varying sizes. There were even some broken egg shells there. These eggs are all sand gull eggs. This is the breeding ground for Lan clan's sand gulls. Fan Yuan walked into the cave. To protect their home and eggs, a large number of sand gulls rose up and charged towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was unmoved. He waved a hand and a large number of wind blades cut these sand gulls like harvesting crops. With another burst of frost, half of these sand gull were frozen. There were very few sand gulls that survived. They no longer had their previous numbers, so their aura diminished and they started escaping in fear. Fan Yuan had no interest in killing them all. The closer he got to the table, the more his gaze was attracted to the huge egg on the table. He showed some joy on his face. This egg, is it the egg of a worldly sand gull? Fan Yuan stopped atop the stone table and came in front of the huge egg. He touched the shell filled with cracks. There were several small holes on it, as transparent egg white flowed out of the cracks slowly. The egg white fell onto the stone table, following the crevices on the table as it flowed down onto the yellow sand. This was an egg of the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull. The life inside had perished in the egg. Even the egg white was leaking. This was obviously a dead egg. Sand gulls had low fertility. Worldly sand gulls which were of the same breed had even lower rates. But it was the life essence of an ancient desolate beast after all. Even using the egg white so superficially could greatly raise the fertility of these sand gulls. Fan Yuan did not obtain the fertility method he had been guessing. He actually obtained a dead egg of an ancient desolate bird instead. This was a pleasant surprise. As expected, after using Connect Luck, I encountered something good. After slaughtering a small to mid-sized clan, I actually obtained something useful to me. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. His Connect Luck Immortal Goo needed the sand of the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, worldly sand gull, as food. This sand was known as sand gull soil. It was a special resource formed from ordinary soil due to the worldly sand gull's influence. Originally, if Fan Yuan wanted to obtain the sand, he would need to buy it from others, or find a worldly sand gull nest and take a huge risk to sneak in and steal the sand gull's soil. But now that he had a dead egg of the worldly sand gull, he could use the life essence in this egg to turn ordinary sand into sand gull soil. I need 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil to feed the Connect Luck Immortal Goo. There is ample life essence in this egg. It should be enough. Even if it is not enough, it will tide me through this tough time. I do not need to feed the Connect Luck Immortal Goo until it is full. As long as it is not starving, that will do. After all, for the foreseeable future, there are no suitable targets. Connect Luck Immortal Goo is unusable anyway. Feeling joyous, Fan Yuan took this dead egg. After returning to Wu Immortal Blessed Land, he started his preparations. He was a Blood Path Grandmaster in his previous life. Now he had also become a Strength Path Grandmaster. These two paths both involve life and vitality. He quickly had an idea, using 600 mortal goo to create a goo formation, extracting the life essence of this dead egg, forming a lot of vital energy. Fang Yuan modified this method with the help of wisdom goo, condensing the vital energy into a light yellow juice. Ordinary sand had turned into sand gull soil after a day and a night in this juice. 3 days later, Fang Yuan obtained enough sand gull soil to feed Connect Luck Immortal Goo till it was full. Therefore, the Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo in his hands was the only one he had an issue in feeding. To feed Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo, he needed the flesh of 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was very rare. 100,000 years ago, during the late Antiquity era, Soul Path flourished, and this goo worm had once been very popular. Unfortunately, at this point, there were already very few White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fan Yuan used the name of the 8-arm immortal to request for this goo worm and its recipe, but no one had answered him. Chapter 696. Announcement of Betrayal. Husband, Huang Er has been like this for 3 months. What should we do? I don't know how to live if anything happens to her. Fairy Bai Qing looked at Feng Jin Huang, who was on the cushion, sobbing in a low voice. She was a grand goo immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She had always been elegant and noble to the outside world. But now that this concerned her beloved daughter, she lost her bearings. She was no longer as calm as usual. But in front of her, Feng Jin Huang sat on the cushion, in the posture of polishing her aperture. She wore a phoenix coronet, she had slanted eyes, and there was a small red birthmark between her eyebrows. Her appearance combined the gentle beauty of her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, with the valiance of her father, Feng Jiuge. She had a dignified disposition, yet also a matchless, fearless beauty. She had incredible aptitude. Her talent was overwhelming. She suppressed everyone of the same age in the 10 great ancient sections. If not for Fang Yuan ruining her opportunity, Feng Jin Huang would have become the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land already. Her skin was fair like snow, her eyes were shut, she breathed slowly like she was asleep. About 3 months ago, Feng Jin Huang was meditating as usual, nurturing her aperture. But an accident occurred during this ordinary cultivation session. She fell unconscious ever since, and nobody could awaken her using any method. Ever since they found out about Feng Jin Huang's strange state, Feng Jiuge and Bai Qing had been thinking of ways to save their daughter, but there had been no progress. They asked the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. They had tried all sorts of methods, but all of it was useless. Husband, do you think our Huang Er will stay asleep forever? Will she ever wake up and see us again? Fairy Bai Qing thought about this terrible fate, and couldn't refrain from welling up with sorrow. Feng Jiuge sighed. He stretched out his arms to hug his beloved wife, consoling her. Xing Er, don't worry. Didn't First Supreme Elder say it? Our daughter had discovered the true way to use Dreamwing's immortal goo, thus she had reached a hidden region. Her entire soul had entered a mystical realm unknown to us. She did not lose her life and is still alive and well. We should believe her. Maybe this is a fortuitous encounter for her. Although Feng Jiuge and Bai Qing did not awaken Feng Jin Huang, their attempts were not in vain. They had already found out the reason for Feng Jin Huang's coma was the Dreamwing's immortal goo. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on her husband as she relaxed on his broad and powerful chest. She felt slightly eased as she said, "When Huang Er was 3 years old, Dreamwing's immortal goo came to her on its own. I had been feeling uneasy since then. We have never seen this immortal goo before. Even after searching through all of Spirit Affinity House's records, there was no information about it. In our tests, the effect of this goo expended the soul to create beautiful wings. But now it seems Dreamwing's immortal goo's true effect is not this." Feng Jiuge nodded, agreeing. Your analysis is very reasonable. When goo masters nurture, use, and refine goo, if they are facing an unknown goo worm, they would make new discoveries when using the goo, eventually understanding everything about the goo worm. Even for famous goo worms, there are always new secrets hidden within them. When goo immortals and goo masters obtain valuable experience, they would treat it as an important secret to prevent others from learning about their information. When Huang Er awakens, I am sure she will have huge gains. She will learn the true way to use Dreamwing's immortal goo. When I go to Northern Plains this time, our family will have to depend on you. Inform me immediately when Huang Er awakens. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had plotted for countless years. They put in a lot of time and effort, expending manpower and resources, meticulously planning and making arrangements, before finally having some progress in 88 True Young building. But in the end, Fan Yuan used his previous life's memories and plucked the fruits of their labor, using these arrangements for himself. In the end, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, and 88 True Yang building collapsed. This piece of information was a huge nightmare to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, who had planned this for a long time. The leader of this plan, Spirit Affinity House, was pressured by all the different forces, not only from the other 9 sects, but also internally within Spirit Affinity House. The plot against 88 True Yang building started from the information left behind by Fairy Mo Yao. All these years, our sect has been leading the way and holding the most crucial methods. Now that such a huge change has occurred, not only must we clear the suspicions, we also have to investigate the truth. As the person with the strongest battle strength in our sect, even though I want to stay by my daughter, all of the other elders have agreed that I will go to investigate this. Feng Jiuge sighed. Husband, you have to be careful during this Northern Plains journey. If anything goes wrong, make escaping your priority. After all, over there would not be like in Central Continent, there is no backup to assist you. Don't trust the people from the other 9 sects. Back then when you challenged the 10 great sects in successive battles, you won many and faced 0 losses, many people's reputations took a huge hit. All these years, you have been the publicly recognized strongest person in the 10 sects, suppressing all of them. If Spirit Affinity House loses you, they might all sigh in relief instead. Don't worry, for you and our daughter, I will be careful. Feng Jiuge touched Fairy Bai Qing's cheeks as he kissed her lips gently. When their lips separated, he took out a rank 5-letter sending green bird gu. This is a letter from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. That rascal Fan Yuan accepted Huang Er's challenge. Feng Jiuge said. Him? Ever since Huang Er was born, she had only suffered a loss in this Fan Yuan's hands. After Huang Er returned, she was so indignant and wanted to take revenge. I got you to send him a challenge letter earlier, but he did not reply. To think that he has replied now, what is his motive? Fairy Bai Qing had a deep impression of Fan Yuan. Feng Jiuji's gaze concentrated. Ever since Huang Er lost, we had investigated this lad thoroughly. He has quite the backing, there is a mysterious force behind him. He actually dared to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land under the eyes of all 10 great ancient sects. But these smart Alex in Immortal Crane's sect acknowledged him as one of their own, leaving us no way to make a move. This way, Immortal Crane's sect can exclude the rest of us 9 sects and claim Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. If it had been me, I would have done the same. Fairy Bai Qing said. Over a year has passed according to Central Continent time. Even Northern Plains True Yang building has collapsed in this period. The laughable thing is that Immortal Crane's sect has not even succeeded yet. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is still in that rascal's hands. What a joke. Feng Jiuge laughed in disdain. We can't say that. During this year, Immortal Crane's sect had first spent a lot of effort to capture the ancient desolate beast, Spirit Rhino, then many of the Gu Immortals in their sect were involved in the reincarnation battlefield. And now even Great Heavenly Sword sect which is under their control is trying to gain independence. Immortal Crane's sect has too many things to deal with. Together with our 9 sects exerting pressure on them covertly after we learn the truth, obstructing them from attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land by force. All of these reasons resulted in Hu Immortal Blessed Land being yet to fall at this point. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jiuge shook his head. The force behind Fan Yuan is shrouded in mystery. We do not know much about them yet. Yesterday, Immortal Crane's sect publicly declared that Fan Yuan had turned on them after obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He is now a traitor of the sect. It is evident that their soft tactics had no effect. Now it seems like Immortal Crane's sect is going to deal with Hu Immortal Blessed Land forcefully during this period of time. I want to see what force it is, to be able to contest with our 10 great sections. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered, she seemed to have comprehended something. I understand this Fan Yuan's intention. He is not a member of Immortal Crane's sect. It seems he knew that Immortal Crane's sect was going to deal with him. Thus, he sent this letter, to interact with the outside world, so that he can resist Immortal Crane's sect using Spirit Affinity House. But now, Immortal Crane's sect has an upright reason to strike, because Fan Yuan is a traitor of Immortal Crane's sect. Immortal Crane's sect can attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land righteously, while we cannot interfere. Fairy Bai Qing was unresigned. Is there no way for us to interfere? If Immortal Crane's sect gets Danghun Mountain, I'm afraid their sect's foundation will get much stronger. As righteous sects, we have rules to follow. After all, there are so many other sects in Central Continent observing us. If the 10 great sects break established practices, will we still be able to command those on our sides? Even though Immortal Crane's sect initially deceived the other 9 sects, they were indeed led into believing them for some time, because Immortal Crane's sect had Fang Zhen who could be used as a perfect excuse. Since Immortal Crane's sect's plan worked out, we had to acknowledge them. At least, we cannot interfere this time. But if Immortal Crane's sect fails in taking down Who Immortal Blessed Land, our 9 sects will have reason to strike. After all, everyone knows about this situation right now, but because of rules and reputation, we are all pretending to be ignorant. If Immortal Crane's sect fails, no one will allow them to take Who Immortal Blessed Land for themselves anymore. Feng Jiuge continued. He paused before continuing. Before going to Northern Plains, I plan to give my one's own way Gu to Immortal Crane's sect for their use. Ah? What is your intention? Fairy Bai Qing was slightly taken aback. Feng Jiuge was very confident. We do not know about the strength of Fan Yuan's force. Whether he can protect Who Immortal Blessed Land is an unknown factor. If he defeats Immortal Crane's sect, then the 10 great sects will strike together to split up this blessed land. But if Immortal Crane's sect wins, we can use my one's own way Gu as a reason to gain some advantage from Dang Hun Mountain as well. Who Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Declaring me as the sect's traitor, this means Immortal Crane's sect will attack Who Immortal Blessed Land very soon. Fan Yuan looked at the report in his hands with a heavy feeling. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was not fed yet. Under such circumstances, using the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self was extremely risky. If he was unlucky, he might lose the Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu for good. This way, without Myriad Self, Fan Yuan would lose his greatest trump card. Immortal Crane's sect announced that I was a traitor in advance, but they did not attack. They are evidently waiting now, trying to lure the force behind me to make a move, so that they can fight it out. This is truly the demeanor and confidence of one of the 10 great sections. Fan Yuan thought a little about it, and knew that Immortal Crane's sect's attack would be very powerful this time. To him, the most important thing now was to find the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, to feed Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu until it was full. At the same time, he needed to accumulate funds, and prepare enough Green Grape Immortal Essence. Most Immortal Gu required Immortal Essence to activate. Without Immortal Essence, no matter how many Immortal Gu he had, he could not use their abilities. What is the point of war? Money! In this world, why do Gu Immortals fight? For Immortal Essence Stones. It was about Immortal Essence Stones. Sigh, this is quite the problem. My funds that have just recovered are going to take a huge hit again. 2 consecutive battles would completely devastate my already weak finances. Chapter 697. Immortal Crane Sect, Gu Immortal Meeting. Central Continent, Feihe Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain, in the Hall of Affairs, Gu Immortals were seated in a circle, their immortal auras radiated as they discussed the important matters within Immortal Crane Sect. The Spirit Rhino's illness is getting worse. I need to purchase large amounts of materials, to refine the healing Gu that can treat it. But to completely heal the Spirit Rhino, I need a lot of healing Gu recipes and to carry out research on them. I estimate that I will need 360 Immortal Essence Stones. Gu Immortal Shu Zhigu spoke loudly. Immediately afterwards, a Gu Immortal rebuked him. The Spirit Rhino is an ancient desolate beast, it has a very strong body. But now, it has already been sick for half a year, why has it not recovered yet? Shu Zhigu, are you trying to delay the treatment of the Spirit Rhino so that you can reap some gains from the process? A Gu Immortal questioned. Shu Zhigu heard this and his eyebrows rose up, he screamed. Fan Shilu, don't bullshit me. Wasn't this all because you guys used the poison path Immortal Gu when you captured it? Back then I urged you, don't use it, but in the end, to save your efforts, you poisoned the Spirit Rhino. Now that there is trouble, you need me to clean up after you. You are the one bullshitting. Do you know how hard it was to capture that Spirit Rhino alive? It is easy for you to speak like this. Fan Shilu was just as fierce, shouting loudly. Ding! At this time, a bell rang. It was a crisp and clear sound. The Gu Immortal's words were all swallowed by the sound of the bell. As this sound continued echoing, it became louder. Shu Zhigu and Fan Shilu, no matter how much they spoke, their voices would only turn into bell sounds. They decided to keep quiet as everyone's gazes turned to the origin of the sound. At the centermost seat, there was an old man. It was the person with the highest authority in Immortal Crane Sect, the rank 8 First Supreme Elder that controlled the entire situation. Immortal Crane Sect's first Supreme Elder's voice was low and slow. Now, Shujiji's suggestion requires 360 Immortal Essence Stones to purchase goo recipes and goo worms to heal the Spirit Rhino. We will vote now. I object. 360 Immortal Essence Stones is too many. My budget last time was merely 200 Immortal Essence Stones. Is healing a Spirit Rhino more important than healing goo immortals? Fan Shilu was the first to object. A goo immortal beside him said, "The Spirit Rhino is important, but it is not crucial. The most crucial matter now is the situation in the Northwest. I object to this suggestion as well. We will talk about Great Heavenly Sword Sect in detail later. Now we are only discussing the matter of healing the Spirit Rhino." First Supreme Elder interjected. I object. The third goo immortal said. Before expressing my decision, I would like to hear Lady Sang Xian's input. Our sect had expended much effort to capture the ancient desolate beast Spirit Rhino. It was to use the Spirit Rhino's blood to create an even more secretive information path goo worm. I wonder what Lady Sang Xian's progress is? The fourth goo immortal looked at Lady Sang Xian. Lady Sang Xian was a rank 6 goo immortal. She smiled upon hearing this. I am ashamed. Right now, we are making little progress. The Spirit Rhino's body is full of poisonous blood. The research of the information path goo worm thus is progressing slowly. The fourth goo immortal nodded. That means this matter has few prospects. Then I object. Out of the 8 goo immortals present, 5 objected. In the end, Shu Zhigo only got 200 Immortal Essence Stones. This was evidently much less than the 360 he requested for. Shu Zhigo snorted as he muttered something under his breath, expressing his unhappiness. Ding! With another sound of a bell, regardless of whether Shu Zhigo was satisfied, First Supreme Elder continued. Then next, we will discuss the matter of the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan stood up from his seat. He had a muscular body. His blue hair pointed towards the sky. I have been in charge of the reincarnation battlefield's matters for over 30 years. I am sure everyone knows how important the reincarnation battlefield is. During the middle of this year, our sect had suffered a huge loss in the reincarnation battlefield. Even though reinforcements were swiftly provided and we regained our footing, the situation is still terrible. I need a rank 6 goo immortal's battle strength or 3 desolate beasts to reinforce us, and one of the desolate beasts has to be a 9 palace crane. He Feng Yang immediately retorted. A goo immortal's battle strength? Do you know Immortal Crane Sect's current situation? Mu Xiao Xiao is recuperating from a serious injury. Lin San Mei is in closed cultivation. We have a lack of manpower in terms of battle strength. You are making such a request at this time? Lei Tan snorted. If Immortal Crane Sect is chased out of the reincarnation battlefield, can you, He Feng Yang, take responsibility? He Feng Yang snickered. We have already invested a huge amount of resources into the reincarnation battlefield. 2 goo immortals were already involved in it. We can totally defend our side and maintain stability. Adding in forces will not solve anything, because our competitors in the reincarnation battlefield are the other 9 sections. The more reinforcements we send in, the more reinforcements other sects would send. They might even send more than us. Shu Zhiga nodded. Agreed. Reincarnation battlefield's situation is stable now. The current objective should be to defend our territory. Everyone looked around and started to vote. Eventually, Lei Tan obtained the help of 2 desolate beasts. He looked at He Feng Yang in hatred, gritting his teeth. Ding! Next, we will discuss the matter of Great Heavenly Sword Sect. First Supreme Elder said. Gue Li heard this and firmed his gaze, sitting up straight. Facing everyone's gazes, he spoke. Great Heavenly Sword Sect has been under our Immortal Crane Sect for nearly 1,000 years. Protected by us, after such a long time, they now have a 3rd goo immortal. They want to get rid of this attachment, and separate from our sect. If they succeed, our sect's control over the Northwest would decrease significantly. Immortal Crane Sect's reputation will also take a huge hit. Even though there is not much evidence, I have gone through extensive calculations. I suspect that Myriad Dragon Dock is involved in this matter. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect detaches from us and joins Myriad Dragon Dock, the situation would be even worse. Our territory is connected to Myriad Dragon Dock's territory. The areas surrounding Great Heavenly Sword Sect would combine into Myriad Dragon Dock's sphere of influence if that happens. We all know how severe the matter is. You do not need to explain it. I'll ask you directly, who is the goo immortal that you want to recruit from Great Heavenly Sword Sect? How confident are you? Is it the other party's scheme? And most importantly, How much of a price do we need to pay to recruit that Gu immortal? Second Supreme Elder asked. Great Heavenly Sword sect was a large-sized force. It was unable to sustain the cultivation needs of 3 Gu immortals. Central Continent's current situation was that the 10 great ancient sects had control over the entirety of Central Continent, and 80% of its resources were split by the 10 sections. Only the 10 great ancient sects could sustain a large number of Gu immortals. For example, Great Heavenly Sword sect, which was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane sect, had to hand over a huge amount of resources every month. The Gu immortals in Great Heavenly Sword sect thus lack the resources they need. In this aspect, if there were enough benefits, it was possible to make a Gu immortal betray them. If Great Heavenly Sword sect loses one of its 3 immortals, it will only have 2 left and its strength would fall. They could no longer stir up trouble. Guili thought about his words as he said, "As the saying goes, nothing good is cheap. The one we are trying to recruit is not immortal but a Gu immortal. I promised them that they would be treated the same as us. After all, this is the standard for joining Immortal Crane sect. Other than that, there are some resources as well, about 75 Immortal Essence Stones worth." Pausing for a while, Guili continued, "In my humble opinion, we should not resort to force for Great Heavenly Sword sect's matter, if we can. After all, the deadline of Great Heavenly Sword sect's agreement to be our subsidiary sect is coming to an end. It is perfectly fair for them to want to end this relationship and detach from us. If we interfere forcefully, we would have no proper reason. Great Heavenly Sword sect is also near a territorial border. Myriad Dragon Dock may find an excuse to intervene." From start to finish, Guili did not mention which Gu immortal he was thinking of recruiting. Second Supreme Elder also did not pursue the matter. All of the Gu immortals present were Supreme Elders of Immortal Crane sect, but they had internal factions and conflicts, as well. A place with people will have conflicts over benefits, and when there is conflict of interest, there are allegiances. If Guili said it now, it might give rise to unnecessary conflict. Great Heavenly Sword sect's matter was extremely important to Immortal Crane sect. After voting, Guili's suggestion was approved. Ding! With a loud sound from the bell, First Supreme Elder said, "Next, we will discuss the matter of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Feng Yang, tell us about it." Lei Tan snorted coldly, throwing a glance at He Feng Yang filled with ill intentions. He Feng Yang stood up from his seat, showing a serious attitude. "Everyone, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a rank 6 blessed land. Even though Hu Immortal did not manage it well, Dang Hun Mountain is in there. As we all know, Dang Hun Mountain's guts Gu can greatly raise a sect's foundation. It is useful even to us Gu immortals." Before he finished speaking, Gu Immortal Lei Tan questioned, "He Feng Yang, it has already been more than a year. Why is Hu Immortal Blessed Land not taken down yet? In fact, there is not even any progress. Do you know the other 9 sects are looking at us like a joke now?" He Feng Yang was prepared for this. He spoke calmly. Any person prepared to accomplish grand feats would face much mockery from the people around him. If we cannot endure this, how can we have any achievements? I came here for a meeting, not to listen to your teachings. No matter what, it is undeniable that you have not retrieved Hu Immortal Blessed Land yet," Lei Tan said. "During this last year, I have been extremely busy over this matter. I had not relaxed even a bit. A few days ago, I have already declared publicly that Fang Yuan is a traitor of the sect, and that we will take him down soon. During these recent days, I have sent informants to monitor the other 9 great sects. We have not found any special reactions from any sect. The crucial person of this operation has been appropriately prepared. We just need Old Lord Qin Yang and Fairy Tsung Yu to assist in our move, and we will be able to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land," He Feng Yang said. "Old Lord Qin Yang is rank 7, while Fairy Tsung Yu has decent strength among rank 6 Gu immortals. You have the nerve to request this? You are a grand Gu immortal yourself, but you need 3 Gu immortals to deal with a mortal? You are killing a chicken with an ox cleaver. This is what you have prepared after over a year?" Lei Tan mocked and laughed loudly. He Feng Yang's eyes were twitching. He controlled the anger inside him as he looked around, calmly saying, "To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I have to make such a request. I'm sure everyone here knows the situation. I use Fangjing to lie to the 9 sects, snatching Hu Immortal Blessed Land for ourselves a name. But ever since the 9 sects found out the truth, they have been targeting Dang Hun Mountain, obstructing us many times in secret. This time, we need to succeed. We cannot fail, otherwise they will intervene. By then, the situation is not something our sect can control anymore." Hearing this, First Supreme Elder sighed lightly. They have already obstructed us. He Feng Yang, I have bad news for you, as well as good news. He Feng Yang's heart shuddered. First Elder, please tell me. Never mind, look at it yourself. First Elder flicked his finger, as a rank 5-letter sending green bird goo flew out. He Feng Yang received it and his consciousness entered it. Seeing the start, his expression turned ashen. What? They are requesting old Lord Kenyang to go to Northern Plains? In He Feng Yang's plan, old Lord Kenyang was the greatest battle strength. He had an attacking type immortal goo. He was the powerhouse that could hold the fort. But before He Feng Yang had even acted, he lost his strongest general. Second Supreme Elder said, we can't reject them. True Yang Building collapsed for no apparent reason. The cooperation of our 10 sects to take down True Yang Building has failed. All the years of hard work have gone down the drain. All of our investments were wasted. This matter is too important. We have to organize a group to go investigate the truth in Northern Plains. At the same time, in Northern Plains, all sorts of immortal goo have appeared all over the place. Thus this Northern Plains journey has another major objective, that is to capture some immortal goo. If the goo immortal we send has low battle strength, not only would we fail to gain anything, we might even be sidelined and reduced into being a shield, losing out in all aspects. Chapter 698. Attacking Who Immortal Blessed Land 1. But the decision of staying or going for Lord Kenyang would affect the ownership of Dang Hun Mountain and Guts Gu. He Feng Yang still wanted to fight for it. Feng Jiu Ge is the publicly recognized number 1 battle strength of the 10 sects. He is also the leader of this Northern Plains expedition. We have no justifiable reason to reject his request. You know clearly that the sect's manpower in terms of battle strength is very tight recently. Even if we refuse him forcefully, the other 9 sects will use excuses like not needing a burden to go with them, jointly pressuring us. Hearing the first Supreme Elder say that, He Feng Yang's expression became utterly dark. Lei Tan smiled silently. He did not conceal his schadenfreude at all. He Feng Yang felt he was so angry that he was going to blow up. He continued reading the letter, but his expression suddenly froze. He said with mixed emotions, this Feng Jiu Ge is actually lending one's own way immortal goo to me? He has also raised one's own way immortal goo to rank 7. Rank 6 one's own way immortal goo is a consumable goo that can only be used thrice. But the rank 7 one's own way goo has no such limits. It can be used as many times as possible, but the expended immortal essence is much higher. What? I remember that He Feng Yang's one's own way goo only had 1 use left. To think that Feng Jiu Ge raised one's own way goo to rank 7. No wonder he requested for one's own way immortal goo. He had an agenda all along. But his luck is really good. Immortal goo are hard to refine. There is a very low chance of success. One's own way goo was not his vital goo, but he actually succeeded. Gaili said. Shu Jiga said. Spirit Affinity House has a lot of assets, and has close relations with Heavenly Court. Their foundation is even deeper than Immortal Crane sect. It is not a strange thing that they could refine a rank 7 immortal goo. With one's own way goo, we will not be suppressed by the blessed land. We can use mortal goo freely. Lady Sang Xian looked at He Feng Yang. Feng Jiuji's scheme is great. On one hand, he lent us one's own way goo. If we succeed in obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would be able to get a share. On the other hand, he took old Lord Kenyang away. That was to lower our capability in the fight for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Second Supreme Elder analyzed. Third Supreme Elder Lord Tiger Demon drank the wine in his bowl before smashing it. Damn! This is not the first time that the other 9 great ancient sects have secretly obstructed our sect in dealing with Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Feng Yang. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has been handled by you alone all along. I hope you can succeed this time. Do not leave any opportunities for the other sections. Slap their faces hard. I want them to beg us to cooperate on selling the guts goo. I understand, Third Elder. He Feng Yang bowed. The goo immortals discussed for a day and a night. They finally decided on what Immortal Crane sect would do for the next few months. 2 days later, Fang Jing opened the stone door, entering the blood pool. Fang Jing, after so many hardships and training, we have finally reached this stage. Today, you will take revenge for your clansmen, you will make contributions to the sect, you will do a favor to all the people in this world. We must succeed. In his aperture, the spirit incubating flea was vibrating, emitting Lord Sky Crane's voice. Yes, Master. I will succeed. Fang Jing clenched his fists, his expression was extremely firm. He walked to the center of the blood pool, letting the boiling blood submerge half of his body. Next, he breathed in deeply, using iron blood goo. His blood became blacker and thicker, his skin turned darker. Immediately afterwards, Fan Jing activated blood blade goo while maintaining iron blood goo. Sizzle. From his body, hundreds of iron blood blades flew out, shooting everywhere. Hundreds of cuts appeared on his body, as blood like molten iron flowed out. An intense pleasure hit him. Fan Jing gritted his teeth as he entered the crucial step, using blood merge goo. At the same time, on Tianti Mountain, 2 goo immortals arrived. One of them looked young and mild like jade. He wore a green robe and had a jade pendant on his waist. What was most eye-catching were his dark green eyebrows. They were sharp and long, reaching down to his waist. It was the rank 6 goo immortal of Immortal Crane sect, the one known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal, He Fengyang. The other was a young and beautiful-looking woman. She had a good figure and her face was like a peach. Her eyes were thin and delicate. She wore a pink-blue flowery dress, as it fluttered in the wind. She was another goo immortal of Immortal Crane sect, Fairy Tsingyu. The two stepped onto Tianti Mountain, towards the location of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What they saw before them was a large green forest. It was plain and ordinary. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a separate small world. It was distinct from the world of Central Continent. As long as there were no loopholes in the Blessed Land, or the entrance of the Blessed Land was not opened, from outside, one could not see any signs of its existence. If one did not know of its existence, even if goo immortals passed by, they would not realize that there was a Blessed Land here. Fairy Tsingyu looked around. The scenery was that of a jade-green mountain with chirping birds. Not one person was in sight. But she smiled to He Fengyang. It seems that there are indeed many people today, and quite a few familiar faces too. She and He Fengyang did not conceal their traces, because their actions later would cause a commotion that could not be hidden. Thus, when He Fengyang started to move, the other 9 sects already knew about it. Right now, goo immortals from the other 9 ancient sects were already lurking close by, observing He Fengyang and Sengyu's actions, obtaining first-hand information. He Fengyang scattered his goo worms as he praised. I've heard that Fairy has an investigative killer move, known as Microsense. It can be sold for 5 immortal essence stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It has great effect. Lord Flying Immortal is too kind. I merely obtained it from a fortuitous encounter in the reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Tsingyu delicately laughed. I will need Fairy's help in this battle today. He Fengyang's attitude was very gentle and kind. Lord Flying Immortal is too polite. My weak methods cannot compare to the grand winged crane Flying Immortal's myriad cranes soaring flight. It would be a great honor if I can witness it today. Fairy Tsingyu sighed. He Fengyang laughed. As he said this, he had already scattered about 10,000 mortal goo. After 5 minutes, his preparations were complete. Next, we wait for the right time. Fairy, please. He Fengyang waved his sleeves, as a lump of white cloud flew out. The cloud was only 3 meters from the ground, turning into the shape of a cushion. He Fengyang leapt onto it, and sat down cross-legged. This was a white cloud cushion goo. It was rank 5 and could assist a goo master in cultivating, increasing the effect of nurturing their aperture. Although the effect was not great, years of accumulation would still be a significant amount. After He Fengyang ascended to an immortal, white cloud cushion goo lost its primary use, and could only be used as his seat. The white cloud cushion was huge. He Fengyang purposely left enough space for Fairy Tsingyu. But Fairy Tsingyu took a look and did not step onto the white cloud cushion. She flicked her finger as a woodpath goo flew out. The goo worm drilled into the ground. Several breaths later, peach trees started growing, the branches intertwined together, forming a comfortable bed made of peach blossoms. Fairy Tsingyu lightly chuckled as she stepped onto the bed, half lying down and relaxing herself. At the same time, in Fuhu Blessed Land, Fan Jing was at the last step. He activated failed blood demon flower goo, as all of the flesh and blood in his body became the soil and nutrients for the demon flower to grow. Countless vines grew out of his skin, coiling around his body. The beautiful and demonic blue chrysanthemums blossomed and opened brightly. An intense pain assaulted his entire body. Even iron blood goo was having no effect. Fan Jing gritted his teeth as his expression contorted. He forced himself to endure it. Quickly use cold blood goo! Lord Sky Crane's soul was observing Fan Jing's condition. At this moment, he reminded him. Fan Jing endured the inhuman pain as he mobilized his primeval essence, activating cold blood goo. His body shuddered for a few moments, as the temperature of his boiling blood fell, preventing him from suffering the terrible fate of being cooked alive. Use blood sense goo. Lord Sky Crane gave instructions. Fang Jing gritted his teeth till blood was dripping out. He activated this rank 5 blood path investigative goo forcefully. This goo could allow him to sense others with the same bloodline as him. The closer they were and the thicker their bloodline, the clearer the connection between them. But this time, no matter how Fang Jing tried to sense him, he could not see any images. How can this be? You and Fan Yuan are brothers by blood, your bloodlines are of the most close relations. Meanwhile, failed blood demon flower goo can enhance the effect of blood path goo worms. How could you not sense anything after such a long time? Fang Jing was in so much pain he could not talk, but Lord Sky Crane was monitoring him closely. Seeing that there was no effect, he became nervous, shouting in panic. Fang Jing, hang in there! You have trained for so long, enduring so much inhuman hardship, it was all for this. Our Sex 2 Goo Immortals have already set off, we are waiting for you to lead the way. Do not give up, do not relax your concentration for even a minute. Lord Sky Crane urged worriedly. Fang Jing's body was shivering intensely, he could not answer his master, he could only use actions to express his obedience. You still can't sense him? Strange. Too strange. Fang Jing, you have to extend your sense towards the whole earth goo in the blood pool. If Hu Immortal Blessed Land's whole earth goo has not been destroyed yet, then this whole earth goo would connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It can help you greatly in sensing Fang Yuan. Lord Sky Crane reminded. But Fang Jing had already sent his sense over to the whole earth goo, there was little effect. To him, he felt like he was in complete darkness. Searching for his target was like looking for a speck of light in complete darkness. Be it Fang Jing or Lord Sky Crane, they did not know about the changes in Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie. His body's blood had turned into a cold jade-green zombie blood, from the original healthy red blood. This, no doubt, raised the difficulty for Fang Jing immensely. No matter how hard Fang Jing tried, he could not sense Fang Yuan's existence. Damn it! Damn it! Lord Sky Crane was extremely anxious. According to the experience of their previous training, Fang Jing's endurance had a time limit. 90% of the time had passed already. He was near his limit. Don't tell me, we have to use that trump card? Lord Sky Crane was having an internal struggle. To ensure that this succeeded, Feng Yan had secretly placed some blood path goo worms in Fang Geng's body. Together with the goo worms in the blood pool, it formed a trump card that could prevent any accidents from happening. But if they used this trump card, Fang Jing would completely lose his mind. He would activate blood sense goo without caring about his life. Fang Jing's soul would be consumed intensely, and his blood and flesh would shrivel quickly. There was an extremely high chance of dying. Chapter 699. Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land 2. Lord Sky Crane hesitated. On one hand, he had instructions from Feng Yang and was responsible for the heavy task. Reason told him he needed to sacrifice Fang Jing, this mortal child, for the benefits of Immortal Crane's sect, and it was also the most appropriate choice. But on the other hand, his sentiments were obstructing him. Humans were not made of stone, how could they be devoid of emotions? Being with Fang Jing day and night, watching him grow step by step, looking at him unable to think properly sometimes, looking at him cultivate bitterly with all his effort for vengeance, he really resembles me back then. Lord Sky Crane could not bear to sacrifice. Fang Jing, you brat, I taught you so many times, this is the most basic refinement method. Sorry, master. Fang Jing's hand was emitting smoke, the goo worm in the palm of his hand had already turned into a pile of ash. Fang Jing, practice, practice, and practice more. A disciple of mine, the Grand Lord Sky Crane, can't even arrange the cranes in an arrow formation? Where would my face go if this was spread? Lord Sky Crane shouted in fury. Sorry, master, I will definitely try harder. Ugh. Fang Jing made more mistakes the more nervous he became. Two groups of cranes collided against each other in the air because of his last mistake. The miserable cries of the cranes and the sounds of bone fractures resounded like dumplings dropped into a pot, as they fell down to the ground. The spirit incubating flea was dazed for a moment at beholding this scene before erupting like thunder. You fool! Master, I was wrong, sorry. Fang Jing faced the wall inside a room for confinement, as he apologized to Lord Sky Crane. Stupid kid, what are you saying sorry for? You fought well. Ah? Master, doesn't the sect prohibit internal fights? Humph, Jiang Nan's master is Xian Ji Zi, Back then I didn't find him pleasing to my eyes and beat him till his head was swollen. I was also confined longer than you. I might have died already, but as my disciple, how could you be bullied by others?" Lord Sky Crane snickered. "Master." Fan Jing choked with sobs, his eyes reddened and tears started forming in his eyes. "Idiot, what are you crying for? A man does not easily shed tears." Lord Sky Crane berated. "Yes, master." "Sorry, master." This crucial moment seemed to span endlessly. The past scenes floated by one in Lord Sky Crane's mind. He seemed to hear being called master again and again. Lord Sky Crane roared in a voice so loud that it could awaken the dead. "Fan Jing, persevere. Have you forgotten the pain Fan Yuan inflicted upon you? Forgotten how your fellow disciples beat you black and blue when you first arrived at Immortal Crane sect? Forgotten the grieving ghosts of your clan? Forgotten how miserably your uncle and aunt had died at Fan Yuan's hands? Your hatred, your effort, all of it need to be shown at this moment. You can't fail, you can't give up. I will definitely sense him, definitely." Fan Jing's spirit was stirred up when he heard Lord Sky Crane's roar. However, he still only sensed endless darkness. No matter how much effort he exerted, no matter how he used his energy, he still could not sense any indication. Why? Why? Fan Jing's mind was shaken and was starting to turn chaotic when the memories of that unbearable past hidden deep within him started surfacing one after another. The shadow which Fan Yuan had cast upon Fan Jing since youth seemed to be the same as this darkness he was sensing, causing Fan Jing to feel boundless pressure and not a trace of light. Fan Jing felt he was an extremely tiny speck in this vast darkness. Hesitation, bewilderment, loneliness, helplessness, all sorts of feelings gushed in his heart. "Sorry, master, I failed." Tears fell down Fan Jing's eyes as his body reached the limit, and his mind was close to collapsing. "No! You can't fail, I don't allow it!" Lord Sky Crane was also anxious, shouting repeatedly. However, Fan Jing was slowly unable to hear him. He was about to fall unconscious like in the previous drills. "Damn it, damn it!" Lord Sky Crane shouted in his heart. He thought of his possession plan, and thought of the punishment he Feng Yang would give if he failed this task. "Fan Jing, you brat, all my efforts to cultivate you are in vain. In the end, you are still unable to get rid of that man's shadow. Since that is the case, then let me give you a hand." Lord Sky Crane's thoughts flashed before he finally convinced himself. The situation also forced him into making this choice. He used that trump card. Instantly, the whole blood pool let out bright lights, sweeping away the previous darkness. Goo worms concealed around the blood pool activated one after another on Fan Jing's body. Fan Jing's body spasmed intensely like he was electrocuted. He fiercely raised his head and spread his arms, clenching his fists so tightly that the nails pierced into the flesh. An incomparable pain attacked his mind, causing his eyes to roll backwards and show the whites. Almost in the next breath of time, Fan Jing's roar stopped abruptly. He lost his consciousness, but under the effects of goo worms, he still continued to activate failed blood demon flower goo, and was still using blood sense goo to sense Fan Yuan's existence. The blood pool seethed and gurgled. Squeak squeak. The failed blood demon flowers started growing rapidly, emitting bone-chilling sounds. Fan Jing maintained his position, with his head raised and arms spread, without budging in the slightest, like a statue. The demonic vines had been small and thin like needles, but now these vines grew thicker, at least as thick as fingers. The largest vine grew from the depths of Fan Jing's throat, and extended out from his mouth like a python. Besides this, there were vines growing out from his ears and nostrils. Soon, vines grew out from every pore on his skin. Fan Jing had thoroughly turned into nourishment for the demon flowers. His body was cut open everywhere. There was nothing remaining of his original appearance, just like a flower statue that had been tastefully trimmed. Brat. Looking at Fan Jing transforming into this miserable appearance, Lord Sky Crane's original anxiety and nervousness disappeared. He felt a bleak emptiness that spread to the depths of his heart. It was extremely unbearable. This unbearable feeling soon turned into a heavy guilt that filled Lord Sky Crane's mind. "Brat, master, has done you an injustice." Lord Sky Crane's soul, which was stored in the spirit incubating flea, was unexpectedly letting out drops of soul tears. He Feng Yang's arrangements have been activated. In the depths of Fu Hu Blessed Land, Immortal Crane's sect's third supreme elder slowly opened his eyes and mumbled. He thought of the matter that He Feng Yang had specially requested of him before he left. The third elder, Lord Tiger Demon, used his immortal essence to activate an immortal goo that gracefully flew out of the hall. This immortal goo was not Lord Tiger Demon's, but had been borrowed by He Feng Yang from Lady Sang Xian. It was a rank 6 information path immortal goo mutual sense. In 10 or so breaths of time, the immortal goo descended down to over the blood pool, above Fang Jing. This is immortal goo? Lord Sky Crane's eyes opened wide in shock. Mutual sense immortal goo let out a gray light pillar. The smoke-like light pillar covered Fang Jing. Several breaths later, the gray light pillar was dyed red with Fang Gang's blood. Where is this? Fang Gang's remaining consciousness surveyed his surroundings. It was darkness around him. No matter where he walked and no matter how far, the surroundings were still covered in deep and boundless darkness. However, right at this time, a blood-red light speck appeared ahead of Fang Jing. Ah! That is! Fang Jing tried walking towards the light. When he reached closer, he sensed a familiar aura from the blood-red light speck. This is older brother's, no, Fang Yuan's aura! Master, do you hear me? I have succeeded! I finally sensed him! Fang Jing was extremely excited and tried to speak, but no words came out. His mouth was opened so wide that it had almost deformed. It was being held in place by the thick demon flower vines. But a joyful teardrop fell down from the corner of his eye. This tear fiercely shook Lord Sky Crane's soul. He sank down into deathly silence. Fang Jing approached the blood-red light speck. Suddenly the light speck let out an extremely powerful suction force that completely caught Fang Jing off guard, absorbing his remaining consciousness. At this moment, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan gave a sound of surprise and slowly opened his eyes. He sensed the blood pool, sensed Fang Jing's body, sensed the lush, enchanting failed blood demon flowers, sensed the spirit incubating flea, sensed the information path mutual sense immortal goo above. So it is like this! Fang Yuan sneered. My cute little brother, you are finally going to die. No, in the words of the righteous path, you are sacrificing yourself for the group? Ha! What happened? Tai Bai Yunxing, who was sitting to the side, saw Fang Yuan suddenly speaking and immediately questioned. At the other side from him were He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan, who similarly casted inquiring gazes at Fang Yuan. Such a coincidence! I had invited you guys to talk about Gutsgu business, but it seems Immortal Crane sect is making an attack. Fang Yuan smiled. He then intentionally lowered his eyes and waved his hand. The other side used my own little brother and used the Immortal Goo, mutual sense, to get my location. Everyone, first leave Dang Hun Palace and lie in ambush. My senior brother will explain the details to you. Immortal Goo mutual sense could allow two parties to sense each other's situation. At this moment, Fang Jing and Fang Yuan had sensed each other's situation through blood sense goo and mutual sense immortal goo. Naturally, because of the difference in strength between the two sides, Fang Yuan was able to sense everything about Fang Jing while Fang Jing could only see things through Fang Yuan's eyes. His perception was limited and he was not even able to sense the immortal aperture inside Fang Yuan. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan glanced at each other, and saw the heavy mood in the other's eyes. They were hindered by the Snowy Mountain Alliance, and could not easily avoid this. They could only brace themselves to fight alongside Fang Yuan. On Tianti Mountain, He Feng Yang, who was sitting on a white cloud cushion goo, suddenly opened his eyes. The time is ripe! A sharp light burst out of his eyes as he took out an immortal goo. Expand space immortal goo! Fairy Tsengyu softly breathed out when she saw the immortal goo. This immortal goo belonged to Immortal Crane Sect's second supreme elder. Its ability was to expand the space of a blessed land. He Feng Yang had borrowed it to use it as the core of an immortal killer move. Immortal killer move, force intrusion. Over 10 beads of green grape immortal essence were spent in an instant. An enormous aura rose up and formed translucent ripples in the air. Crack! Like the sound of glass breaking, space broke apart in front of He Feng Yang and Fairy Tsengyu, revealing the terrain of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He Feng Yang leisurely stored expand space immortal goo before glancing at Fairy Tsengyu and inviting in a gentlemanly voice. Fairy, please enter. Fairy Tsengyu delicately laughed before stepping forward in the direction of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Suddenly, lightning struck towards her. Chapter 700. Attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land 3. Fairy Tsengyu's mind was immediately alerted. The flash of lightning came quickly, it tore through the air and emitting a crackling sound like that of sparks. Even though there are many Goo Immortals present, our sect had won in our scheme earlier. According to the rules, the other 9 great ancient sects can merely observe this. If they are not from the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu Immortal would dare to take a risk and mess with the Mortal Crane sect? In an instant, Fairy Tsang Yu's mind was flashing with thoughts. At the same time, her fingers did not slow down. Her 10 dainty fingers were fluttering around, about to activate a killer move to strike back. But at the next moment, He Feng Yang stopped her. Fairy, wait! Saying this, he pulled Fairy Tsang Yu to one side, while opening up the hole leading to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The flash of lightning ignored the two of them. It entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land through this hole. Using this time, Fairy Tsang Yu saw the lightning's true identity. This is the earthly calamity, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. He Feng Yang laughed plainly. This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Fang Yuan discarded a huge portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he sent it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow did not vanish, instead it had been hiding on Tianti Mountain. Great! Blue Charm Lightning Shadow has good battle strength, about the mid-tier of rank 6. With it leading from the front, we would have an easier time. Fairy Tsang Yu's brows eased, she started smiling. Fang Yuan has decisiveness, he really is quite impressive, directly discarding close to a quarter of the Blessed Land. But his strength is simply too low, no matter how much he plots, it is useless. He Feng Yang sighed, entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land along with Fairy Tsang Yu. Once they got in, a wave of heavenly power descended on them, sealing all of the mortal goo in their hands. But immediately after, He Feng Yang and Fairy Tsang Yu's bodies shone with an orange and yellow light. This was the effect of the rank 7 one's own way immortal goo. It could prevent their mortal goo from being suppressed, and let them be activated normally. Fairy Tsang Yu shut her eyes. After a few breaths she opened them again. We are at the west area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow has already gone to the center of the Blessed Land, towards Dang Hun Mountain. He Feng Yang nodded. As I expected, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest place is Dang Hun Mountain. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow's first target is the Blessed Land's owner. Back then, Hu Immortal was caught off guard and killed by the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Since it is heading for Dang Hun Mountain, that means Fang Yuan is hiding inside Dang Hun Mountain. Let's go there. Okay. I've always wanted to see what the legendary Dang Hun Mountain looks like. Fairy Tsang Yu laughed lightly. With the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow leading the way, we can also see what kind of ambush the enemy has prepared. He Feng Yang said, activating Expand Space Immortal Goo, using another Immortal Killer move as the hole behind him closed in the Blessed Land. That's the Immortal Killer move, Force Closure. Immortal Crane Sect is so petty, they are not letting us watch. In this battle, if Immortal Crane Sect fails, whether the door is closed or not, we will take over. If Immortal Crane Sect wins, whether the door opens or not, we will leave. Letting us watch would not affect anything. Humph, they are projecting their own shortcomings onto others. Did they really think we would act out of greed? Outside, on Tianti Mountain, the Gu Immortals from Central Continent's other 9 great sects were conversing using their divine senses. Bai Weng, how high do you think Immortal Crane Sect's chance of succeeding is? Gu Immortal Zhang Wenjiu asked casually. Relatively high. Even though we have been obstructing them in secret, causing them to only send 2 Gu Immortals in the end to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they still have the battle strength of 2 Gu Immortals and now the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Fan Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is a mere mortal. How can he block Immortal Crane Sect? Bai Weng answered. That's not what I think. According to the investigation of us, Spirit Butterfly Valley, Fan Yuan had refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land, and came here alone. How is that possible? As immortal, how could he refine an immortal goo? How could he have an image of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's scenery? Behind him, there is definitely a mastermind. Since the other party dared to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land from the 10 ancient sects, I am sure they have the battle strength to protect it. Maybe they might be able to resist Immortal Crane Sect's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian said. Immortal Concubine also does not speak without reason. Gu Immortal Duting laughed. If Immortal Crane Sect fails, do we have a competition to decide the victor or choose to have an agreement among the 10 sects first before striking? This was a crucial problem. The Gu Immortals from the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we'll discuss it in detail another day. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not rabid dogs scavenging for food. Myriad Dragon Docs Gu Immortal Guan Chao Zhe immediately said. Among the Gu immortals present, Guan Chaozhe had the lowest battle strength. If they battled, he would be at the greatest disadvantage. This is inappropriate, this is inappropriate. Green Canary Boy shook his head. We should strike while the iron is hot. This is just a blessed land. We should decide on it today and not waste more time. Great Lord Lian pretended to be unaware. Strange, didn't vicious lightning fiend of your myriad dragon dock just end his closed cultivation? Why would you be sent here for this contest for who immortal blessed land? Poison Count Lu Su laughed coldly as he pointed out Guan Chaozhe's weakness. The Gu immortals quickly formed a consensus. If Immortal Crane's sect failed, they would have a competition to decide who the blessed land belongs to. If Immortal Crane's sect won, they would also have a competition. The sect that places first would have priority in reaching an agreement with Immortal Crane's sect for the Guts Gu. Guts Gu could raise the foundation of a sect. It was even useful to Gu immortals. Any sect would not be able to take it solely for themselves. When the other 9 sects exert pressure, they would be forced to sell it. You guys. Guan Chaozhe was fuming on the outside, but he was snickering on the inside. At the same time as the discussion between the Gu immortals of the 9 sects, within who immortal blessed land, He Feng Yang and Fairy Tsangyu were slowly flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Feng Yang gave a curious gaze. He found that within who immortal blessed land, there was a huge blood pool. It was so huge it could be called a blood lake. Humph, another blood path scoundrel! Fairy Tsangyu frowned, saying in a despising tone. Blood path cultivators harm all living beings in this world, as it can allow them to raise their battle strength. This is the reason why countless Gu masters choose this path. Every 10 years, Heavenly Court would issue the Demon Judgment Board, and many blood path Gu masters would be on it. Blood Sea Ancestor, he truly caused much harm to the world. He Feng Yang criticized, thrusting with his palm as a jade lightning ball flew towards it. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the blood pool was destroyed, turning into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued to fly towards Dang Hun Mountain. On the way, Fairy Tsangyu shook her head. This who immortal blessed land is managed too poorly, it is almost completely desolate. I've heard that this place had large groups of foxes in the past, but now, after flying for so long, we have not seen a single myriad fox group. There are few fox groups, but there are surely a lot of rockmen. Fan Yuan is immortal after all. He only knows how to use Guts Gu to increase the production of rockmen. But he does not know that he is pursuing tiny gains while discarding the foundations. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Enslavement path was the main law in her blessed land. It is best for rearing fox groups. He Feng Yang laughed in disdain. Hu Immortal blessed land is truly wasted in his hands. Once it is in our sect, Hu Immortal blessed land will develop greatly. But I wondered who in the sect would be its owner. Fairy Tsangyu sighed. Hearing that, He Feng Yang sighed. According to the rules, after we recover it, who immortal blessed land would be a public blessed land of Immortal Crane sect. We would only have a limited time in operating it after getting it. But this managing right is also extremely lucrative. After all, the center of the blessed land is Dang Hun Mountain. It is a gold mine. The scariest part is that this gold mine will never run out. Fairy Tsangyu nodded in agreement. The 2 of them talked along the way, not facing any obstruction. This raised their confidence that the blessed land was in terrible shape. They started to fly faster, and when they were in front of Dang Hun Mountain, they were already talking about what they would do when Dang Hun Mountain belongs to them. In the air above Dang Hun Mountain, the blue charm lightning shadow was shrieking and charging, attacking Dang Hun Mountain. But though it was formed from an earthly calamity, it had life as well. Dang Hun Mountain's vibration could attack its soul, its weakness. Fan Yuan, come out. You should know that Dang Hun Mountain can only block the blue charm lightning shadow because it has no Gu worms. Even if you raise Dang Hun Mountain's power to its limits, you cannot block 2 Gu immortals. He Feng Yang shouted, his voice could pierce through heaven and earth. Fan Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is beside you now. Then you should know that who immortal blessed land cannot seal our mortal Gu. Furthermore, we've brought an immortal Gu. Fairy Tsangyu followed up, pressuring Fan Yuan. Thus, Fan Yuan walked out, standing on Dang Hun Mountain's peak. He Feng Yang's heart tightened, but he quickly relaxed. This was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had great weaknesses. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would shrivel and break apart at set intervals. Thus their battle strength was usually below ordinary Gu immortals. Immortal Crane's sect has finally lost their patience? You want my blessed land, aren't you afraid I will destroy Danghun Mountain? Fan Yuan said. You are. Fan Yuan? He Feng Yang squinted. He found it unbelievable. Only a year had passed, how could Fan Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Feng Yang was suspicious and confused, Fairy Tsengyu spoke beside him, smiling. We came prepared, of course. How could we allow you to destroy Danghun Mountain? If you think using Danghun Mountain could threaten us, then you are very much mistaken. Oh, that's right, we can even reduce Danghun Mountain's pressure until it is insignificant. By then, we would not need to strike. This blue charm lightning shadow alone can kill you. Fan Yuan looked at the blue charm lightning shadow in the air. This human-shaped lightning was growling non-stop, charging towards Danghun Mountain but was forced back each time by the intense vibrations. Fan Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsengyu thought that this was a chance, and continued. As long as you give up the ownership of the blessed land, we can forget past matters, and even accept you as a disciple of our sect. But I remember, Immortal Crane's sect promised to give me the position of an elder back then. Fan Yuan retorted. He Feng Yang laughed coldly. Times have changed, Fan Yuan, you are a smart man, can't you see the circumstances now? Fan Yuan heard this and he smirked. Oh? The circumstances now. Oh, let me have a good look. Just after he said this, the aura of immortal goo burst out in his body. This is? Fairy Tsungyu's beautiful face transformed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo! He Feng Yang could not tell which immortal goo they were, but the aura would not lie to him. His eyes were burning with an intense light of greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared around Fan Yuan. He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunxing, Fairy Li Shan. 2 rank 6, 1 rank 7. Not only that, each of them gave off an intense immortal goo aura, not concealing it at all. Fairy Tsungyu's complexion changed. He Feng Yang's greedy gaze also turned into one of uncontrollable shock. Fan Yuan's force was so powerful it was out of his imagination. Next 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beast figures flew out from Danghun Mountain and arrived in 8 surrounding directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. He Feng Yang growled, his body shuddering. Fairy Tsengyu suddenly felt outnumbered, her face turned pale and she was speechless. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped its angry growl. Fan Yuan's plain voice came from Danghun Mountain once again. Oh, I have seen the current circumstances very clearly now, but the question is, have you? Chapter 701. Rank 3 Air Sac Gu. 8 desolate beasts encircled closer to He Feng Yang and Fairy Tsengyu. They are all real. Fairy Tsengyu had extremely outstanding investigative methods to check the situation, but the result caused her pretty face to blanch further. He Feng Yang looked around him and saw, to the east was an ice-spiked divine ape whose bulk was only somewhat inferior to Danghun Mountain. A tyrannical aura spread out from it, and as it moved, it left behind a pure white icy trail. The fur on its whole body were like ice cones which brought a stifling pressure upon the 2 immortals. The sclera of its eyes were jade green, while its pupils had a frost blue luster. This represented the dense bloodline in this ice-spiked divine ape. If the eyeballs were completely frost blue in color, that would be the ancient desolate beast, Icefall Divine Ape, whose battle strength was comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. To the west floated a phoenix feather lava crocodile. This crocodile was 2 to 3 times the size of ordinary crocodiles and could not compare to the enormously huge ice-spiked divine ape, yet its aura surged mightily. Its every breath brought a scalding hot heat wave. Its brownish red scale armor was thick and robust, and its slender tail was over 6 meters long. It did not have any scales on its back but instead had colorful phoenix feathers that resembled blazing lava. To the north stood a proud golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge, its size reaching the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 legs that looked like they were cast from metal, its muscles were bulging, its posture was proud and aloof like a dragon, and its whole body shone with a golden luster. Only the 6 hooves were pitch black. The south side was entrenched by an azure dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, strictly speaking, but a plant. The vines had condensed into a dragon shape, and when its roots were pierced into the soil, its defensive and regenerative powers were extremely terrifying, thus it specialized in battles of attrition. If it pulled out the roots, it could soar in the sky like an azure dragon. On the southeast side was a swamp crab. It was the king of swampy terrain. Its broad, mountain-like body could reach up to a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain's height when standing. Its eyes had degenerated till they were non-existent, and its shell was so thick that Feng Yang felt a powerless sensation, like he was facing a tortoise shell. It had altogether 19 pairs of legs, and its front pair of pincers could easily crush boulders and cut dragons. Even Fan Yuan with his immortal zombie body did not dare to test the might of this pair of pincers. A peach wolf was crouching down on the northeast. This wolf had the smallest size, the same as that of a newborn puppy. It looked extremely good-natured and cute with its round body, plump claws, pink tongue and round dark eyes. Judging from appearance, it seemed to be harmless to both man and beast. However, Feng Yang's pupils shrunk, and if he had to choose a direction to break through, he would avoid this one outright. An iron crown eagle circled over the northwest side. This eagle gave off a valiant and imposing aura as it hovered in the air, its eyes locked onto Feng Yang and Fairy Tsungyu. Its wings were broad and thick, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. Its claws were firm and savage, able to crush boulders and rip apart dragons and tigers. Finally, on the southwest side stood an earth chief desolate beast. It had a humanoid body with a snake tail, its face resembled a bat's, and its nose was pointed up. It had large ears and was black all over, with armor made of flesh covering it. Around its chest were 50 to 60 fleshy whips, each over 20 meters in length. There were suction organs on the surface of the fleshy whips. It would be hard to free oneself if someone was entangled by them. At the front of each fleshy whip was a chrysanthemum-like orifice which could shoot out a white milky fluid at the crucial moment. The fluid had very high corrosiveness, and contained extremely large numbers of parasitic worms, which could drill into the pores of people and wreak havoc from inside the body. Fan Yuan had borrowed these 8 desolate beasts from Langya Land's spirit. More accurately, it should be said that Fan Yuan borrowed Langya Land's spirit's rank 7 beast enslavement gu. This immortal gu could subdue all kinds of wild beasts, including mutated beasts, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts had the power of a rank 6 gu immortal and could be very difficult to deal with when the wild gu residing on them were unknown. 8 desolate beasts encircled Feng Yang and Fairy Tsungyu, eyeing them with greed. The two sank into silence with no signs of a leisurely attitude like before. Feng Yang turned his heavy gaze towards the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Fan Yuan and the other 3 immortals. Almost no desolate beast could use killer moves, but gu immortals had ample wisdom to use and research killer moves. Feng Yang's heart had sunk into rock bottom. He forcibly calmed down and shouted towards Fan Yuan. "Who are all of you?" Except Fan Yuan, the other 3 immortals were wearing masks. He Lu Lan wore a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan wore a blue bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunxing wore a deer mask. The 3 were also shrouded in a layer of light that concealed their true appearance, hiding it from the investigative methods of Feng Yang and Fairy Tsungyu. Fan Yuan chuckled. "Before asking us of our identities, shouldn't you two introduce yourselves first?" Feng Yang and Fairy Tsungyu silently glanced at each other, and saw the bitter look in each other's eyes. They had thought this trip would be simple, and at worst, they thought the other side would possess a gu immortal's battle strength. However, they absolutely had not anticipated the enemy force would be this strong. Thus, they had been arrogant and directly requested Fan Yuan to surrender without giving self-introductions. "My name is Feng Yang, a rank 6 enslavement path gu immortal of Immortal Crane Sect. I am Tsungyu, a rank 6 water path gu immortal of Immortal Crane Sect." The two introduced themselves one after the other. Their attitude was no longer as overbearing as earlier. They were behaving very humbly at the moment. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become gu immortals were outstanding people. At present, Fan Yuan had an imposing force. Feng Yang and Tsungyu decisively lowered their high heads. It might be easy to defeat gu immortals, but killing them was difficult. Feng Yang could use expand space immortal gu to tear a hole in hu immortal bless land space and escape. However, they did not know Fan Yuan's abilities. If Fan Yuan had an immortal gu that could prevent their escape, the situation would become dangerous. "So it is brother He and Fairy Tsungyu." Fan Yuan's tone was polite. "I am Fan Yuan and I welcome you two as guests in my blessed land." These polite words felt grating when Feng Yang and Tsungyu heard them. It was full of sarcasm. Feng Yang could not help but feel stifled. What he had asked for was clearly these people's true identities, but Fan Yuan played dumb and gave an irrelevant answer by only replying with his name. "Right now, who in Central Continent's 10 great sects would not know of his name? Fan Yuan intentionally avoided this topic, and He Feng Yang, as the weaker side, did not dare to pursue it. I wonder what both of you are here for? Fan Yuan asked. He Feng Yang was silent, but inwardly he was screaming insults. What else could we come for? It is to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land and capture Dang Hun Mountain. This brat, asking when he already knows. Fairy Tsangyu snorted. Why is Sir speaking in such a weird and sarcastic tone? Sir's power surpassed everyone's imagination. When did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today was our loss. Sir's planning skills are indeed excellent and have fully controlled the situation. Now what should we do? If you want to battle, then let us begin. Why waste time chit-chatting? We will battle to the end if you wish to. In the worst case, our blood will splatter all over and we will perish here. Fan Yuan could not help but take another look at Fairy Tsangyu upon hearing these words. Shortly afterwards he smiled. Fairy, you are quite brave. I am filled with admiration. I can roughly guess your intentions in coming here. It should be for Dang Hun Mountain's Gutsgu, right? You are right. He Feng Yang frankly admitted. Under the circumstances, he had no choice but to admit it. The scheme which he had painstakingly devised and prepared for over a year in order to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already completely failed. However, right at this time, he could not help but have some hope. If Fan Yuan wanted to battle, he should have started already. But he has been talking up to this point. It seems he is afraid of Immortal Crane sect. As long as I use this correctly, maybe we can escape without any accidents. Fan Yuan suddenly clapped and smiled. You two came in at just the right time. I had already been thinking of selling Guts Goo. What do you think of this goo? A rank 3 goo worm flew out of his hand. The goo worm slowly flew under the gazes of 6 goo immortals, 8 desolate beasts as well as the blue charm lightning shadow, and landed in He Feng Yang's hand. He Feng Yang was uncertain and worried of Fan Yuan's scheme as he carefully accepted this mortal goo. This rank 3 goo worm resembled a ladybug. It was the size of a large bowl. Its head was extremely small while its stomach was so big that it occupied 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a lamp bulb and was translucent. It did not have a carapace on its back and also did not have wings. In its translucent stomach, there was a goo. A goo within a goo? Fairy Tsangyu softly mumbled. This rank 3 mortal goo was clearly a storage goo worm, particularly with the purpose of storing goo worms. These types of storage goo worms were extremely common. It included examples like Earth Treasury Flower. However, the goo worm inside the belly made He Feng Yang's gaze fix on it as if it was glued. He then said with uncertain eyes, This goo inside. Could it be Guts Goo? Fan Yuan gave a bright smile. That is exactly right. What? Fairy Tsangyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She might know very little about Guts Goo, but she knew Guts Goo could not be taken out of Dang Hun Mountain. If taken out, they would dissipate. It was because of this that Fan Yuan was not willing to trade Guts Goo before. Because if others wanted to use Guts Goo, they would have to personally come to Dang Hun Mountain. And letting so many outsiders enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land would no doubt be a huge threat to Fan Yuan's life. This was the reason Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to seize Dang Hun Mountain. Guts Goo could not be taken out of Dang Hun Mountain, thus taking control of Dang Hun Mountain meant being in control of Guts Goo. However, the fact right in front of them showed that Guts Goo could actually be stored and taken out of Dang Hun Mountain. Fairy Tsangyu soon recognized how much significance this unremarkable ladybug-like goo worm carried. For a moment, her eyes were tightly affixed to it. This goo worm, what is its name? He Feng Yang looked up at Fan Yuan and asked with a slightly trembling tone. Fan Yuan had in truth not thought of a name, and casually named it at this moment. Air Sac Goo. He Feng Yang sank into silence. In an instant, he thought of many things. Immortal Crane sect's higher-ups had also made these attempts. Back then, many goo immortals had participated but it ended up in failure. Now, success was in He Feng Yang's hand. He Feng Yang's hands shivered slightly. If Guts Goo could be taken out of Dang Hun Mountain and exported to all places, Treasure Yellow Heaven, High Shore Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How big of a profit would this be? Something that even our Immortal Crane sect could not research was successfully accomplished by the force behind Fan Yuan. What are their origins? Maybe they had planned for a long time and thought of every means to capture Hu Immortal Blessed Land, in order to engage in the business of Guts Goo. Fan Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to? With our Immortal Crane sect. He Feng Yang was still considering when Fan Yuan spoke. Since both guests are interested in my guts goo, what do you think of doing this transaction? He Feng Yang's heart wavered. Chapter 702. Accident, Assault of a Mysterious Gu Immortal. Fan Yuan's suggestion moved He Feng Yang's heart. When Fan Yuan launched the ambush and encircled He Feng Yang, he had thought that this operation was going to end in failure. In the best-case scenario, he would use Expand Space Immortal Goo and break out of the encirclement forcefully after sustaining huge injuries. Even if he consumed a lot of immortal essence during the process of escaping, he could not care about it. After all, comparing immortal essence and his life, the latter was much more important. After returning to Immortal Crane Sect, He Feng Yang's life would definitely go downhill. Immortal Crane Sect placed such great expectations on him, and he had even prepared for over a year, but he ended up failing. His rival, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, would definitely seek him out to mock him personally when he hears the news. Second Supreme Elder would be utterly disappointed with him, and He Feng Yang might not be able to lift his head for several years after that. This loss could be a lifelong blemish. Solely with just this failure, he would be mocked by countless people in the dark forever. If he could establish the deal with Fan Yuan for Guts Gu, to He Feng Yang, that would be many times better than breaking through the encirclement. He Feng Yang assessed in his heart. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 Gu Immortals and 8 Desolate Beasts. Together with the territorial advantage, they are as secure as a fortress. Even though any of the 10 great ancient sects have the capability to take this on, that is only speaking of capability. They might not be able to gather so many Gu Immortals here. Even if they could send Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a battle between Gu Immortals will expend a great amount of immortal essence and other resources. Even if they could get enough manpower and invest a lot into this battle, the other party also has Gu Immortals and can easily destroy Danghun Mountain. By then, even if Hu Immortal Blessed Land was obtained, it would all be for nothing. In the outside world, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals, and could attempt to leave one of the 10 great ancient sects, Immortal Crane Sect. This was because to deal with 3 Gu Immortals, the resources and manpower needed were something Immortal Crane Sect needed to consider. If they failed, not only would they suffer a loss in their reputation, this huge loss might also cause unrest within the sect, and trigger other problems. Gu Immortals were easy to defeat, but they were hard to kill. Why would anyone who could reach this stage not have any means or trump cards to escape? If they failed to kill him, they would utterly offend a Gu Immortal. A Gu Immortal that is holding grudges may cause trouble to mortals. With Immortal Crane Sect's huge size and wide range of assets, they would have to salvage the situation everywhere. Now that Fan Yuan has displayed such a force, Immortal Crane Sect alone could no longer attack forcefully, unless the other sects cooperated with them. But if they cooperated, there would be issues in many aspects, regarding the allocation of benefits. If He Feng Yang agrees to cooperate with Fan Yuan, they would establish trade for Guts Gu. This result was not an utter failure. That was because Immortal Crane Sect's main objective in taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land was for the Guts Gu. Using the smallest price to obtain the biggest benefits, this was the issue that all of the Supreme Elders in Immortal Crane Sect were concerned about. Before this, Immortal Crane Sect had already requested for Fan Yuan to initiate the sales of Guts Gu. If we could establish a trade with the other party, I would not need to force my way out and risk injury. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have a proper justification when I return to the sect. He Feng Yang considered this option. Fan Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Feng Yang was a shrewd man and did not show emotions on his face, he was clearly moved due to how long he was considering this for. Thus, Fan Yuan continued, 100 of my Guts Gu will sell for 1 immortal essence stone in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I will sell 120 Guts Gu to Immortal Crane Sect for each immortal essence stone. However, in return, I want your Immortal Crane Sect to acknowledge my Hu Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's subsidiary force. Furthermore, this subsidiary can detach from you at any time. As long as he had this identity, the other 9 great ancient sects would not be able to deal with Fan Yuan without involving Immortal Crane Sect. These were the rules of the righteous path. It was like making Immortal Crane Sect the big boss. While Hu Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey, you would need to ask the boss before hitting his lackeys. He Feng Yang smiled insincerely as he spoke. Fan Yuan, are you thinking of using my sect as your protection? With your force, you can definitely establish your own sect, right? Nobody can set up a sect on Tianti Mountain. I have no intention to leave this valuable spot. Fan Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain had directly connected to Heavenly Court. Even Gu Immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Immortal Crane Sect did not declare Fan Yuan as a sect traitor and hold perfect reason to take him down, they would not dare to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land becoming Immortal Crane Sect's subsidiary will also account for your sect's reputation, right? Fan Yuan continued. He Feng Yang fell into silence again. A long while later he sighed out. This matter is very important. I cannot be in charge of the decision. Allow me to return and report to the sect. Fan Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes and explains it. But Fairy Tsung Yu would need to remain as a guest here for a while longer. He Feng Yang and Sun Yu made eye contact. Fairy Tsung Yu said, Lord Feng Yang, go ahead and return. I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Feng Yang nodded solemnly at her, before looking deeply at Fan Yuan and his gang. He wanted to engrave these people into the depths of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out, Fan Yuan said with a concerned tone. Yes, master. Little Hu Immortal quickly replied. On Tianti Mountain, a brilliant white gold light formed. In the light, a bright red door appeared. It was over 30 meters tall, and there was a rainbow-colored plaque. Pink clouds gathered as the aurora condensed into a flight of stairs of light. He Feng Yang came out of the door. When he left, it was through the proper exit of the Blessed Land. This action quickly attracted the attention of the Gu Immortals of the other 9 great sections. They started to converse. He's out! So fast? Don't tell me there was no resistance at all. When He Feng Yang entered, he used the expand space Immortal Gu, but when he came out, it was through the main entrance. This is proof that he succeeded. Something's wrong. Look at his face. There is no joy of victory. He looks more calm and composed instead. Even though they were suspicious, none of them asked him directly. This was a hidden contest between the 10 great sects. A direct confrontation was damaging to their reputations. He Feng Yang could not care about their feelings. He only wanted to return to Fei He Mountain to report this matter. He flew quickly, traveling far from Tianti Mountain in a moment's time. He Feng Yang's brows were locked. He was indignant and suspicious. Where did Fan Yuan's force come from? Other than Fan Yuan, the other 3 immortals all covered their faces with masks, and used goo worms to block investigative methods. They evidently do not want to expose their identities. Why is that? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects? They did not want our sect to obtain Danghun Mountain, thus they secretly colluded with Fan Yuan beforehand? The moment he thought of this, He Feng Yang rejected this possibility. Paper could not cover up a fire, secrets were temporary and would be outed. The 9 great sects would not do such a thing. It was against the demeanor of one of the great sects. Then, are they Gu immortals gathered from Central Continent's smaller sects? He Feng Yang thought. Central Continent had countless sects. Other than the 10 great ancient sects, there were large-sized sects, middle-sized sects, small-sized sects, and mini-sections. There were untold numbers of sects. Within them, there naturally were some Gu immortals. If it had been them, then these Gu immortal would all have foundations in Central Continent. To prevent their home sect from being suppressed or troubled by the ancient sects, they would not want to reveal their identities. That made sense. That's right, Fan Yuan has the fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to get past the regional walls. Every once in a while, they have to let out their aperture in the region that they became an immortal to recollect and gather heaven and earth chi to stabilize the Blessed Land. But with fixed immortal travel, the other party can settle these problems easily. He Feng Yang's thoughts moved swiftly. He quickly guessed Fan Yuan and the other Gu immortals' identities. But he had too little evidence, he could not confirm it. All in all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land is very mysterious and dangerous. Before we find out their secrets, we cannot strike easily. This time, I suffered a huge loss. The root of the problem was that the enemy was in the dark while I was out in the open. We suffered from a lack of intel. He Feng Yang concluded his experience from this incident, but he suddenly stopped in the air. Who is this? You dared to ambush me here. He Feng Yang quickly became alert, shouting. You are very vigilant. A voice came from somewhere. It was high and low-pitched at times, with a hoarse male voice that turned into a crisp female voice. Someone had evidently modified their voice with goo worms. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one behind. They blocked He Feng Yang's paths. What changed next was the sky. The bright, shiny and clear sky with no clouds turned dark and eerie. Fog became thick as vengeful souls flew all over the place. This was a battlefield killer move. This was a battlefield environment created to amplify the effects of certain goo worms. This was not something ordinary goo immortals could have. I am Immortal Crane Sexy Feng Yang. Both of you are concealing your appearances and acting so secretive. What is your intention? He Feng Yang shouted. The two goo immortals before him were masked in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen. So what if you are from Immortal Crane Sect? The mysterious goo immortal in front of him laughed coldly. The goo immortal behind him said directly, "We will kill you regardless." Just as they said that, the goo immortal struck. 5 fingers spread open and thousands of gray-white threads appeared from the palm. The threads got close to He Feng Yang. As his heart jumped, this was obviously a mortal killer move designed to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would be difficult to escape. He Feng Yang quickly summoned the crane group. Within his immortal aperture, there were large numbers of flying cranes. He brought them with him everywhere, and he never lacked any troops. The crane groups were huge in numbers. There were iron beak flying cranes, fire pellet cranes, tailwind cranes, cloud mist cranes, stellar light cranes, and illusion lightning cranes all mixed together in perfect harmony, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, crying out and causing the surrounding fog to disperse. He Feng Yang stepped onto the 9 palace crane's back. His hair was fluttering as his gaze was like lightning. The anger within him had awakened. Do you really think I am an easy target? Today, you will taste the fury of the winged crane flying immortal. As the threads flew to him, the iron beak flying crane group flew out and blocked them with their bodies. The other mysterious goo immortal puffed up his cheeks and blew out huge flames. These flames were pale green, and in this battlefield, their power was amplified, causing many cranes to fall from the sky after getting burnt. He Feng Yang was not to be outdone. He activated his enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, shooting lightning bolts that gathered and formed into a pillar, piercing the battlefield. Another group of fire pellet cranes flew out, their bodies covered in flames, burning their enemies. 2 groups of flying cranes charged towards the 2 mysterious goo immortals like a pair of giant fists. Boom, boom, boom. With an intense explosion, the 2 sides engaged in intense battle. Chapter 703. Plot within plot, a fatal killer move. On the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of iron beak flying cranes, each with bodies black as steel, they had increased defense and did not fear death. They charged towards the 2 mysterious goo immortals fiercely. One of the 2 mysterious goo immortals opened their mouth, as a loud sound came out of it, echoing everywhere. This was a sound path killer move. The iron beak flying crane group's formation went into chaos under the effect of the sound. Their tight formation became loose and there were many weaknesses exposed. Go! The other mysterious goo immortal saw a chance and grabbed the other person's limb, the 2 of them turning into 2 lumps of gray-white flames, piercing the iron beak flying crane's formation and moving towards He Feng Yang. Against an enslavement path goo immortal, one should not fight intensely with their beast group. Taking down the enslavement goo immortal was the proper battle tactic. He Feng Yang saw that the enemy was approaching. Not only was he not anxious, he showed a cold smile. You fell into my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute goo, placing it near his mouth and started playing the flute. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was actually the lord of myriads of beasts. His sleeves fluttered in the air despite having no wind, his eyes burst out with a lively brilliance. Enslavement path killer move, 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of flying cranes moved with his music. Groups of invisible cranes that had hidden their figures exposed themselves, encircling the 2 mysterious goo immortals tightly. He Feng Yang purposely left behind an empty space in the formation around himself. That was a trap to lead his enemies right into it. Now that the other party had fallen for it, he did not let them off. As his flute continued to play, 3 5-string zither goo flew out of his body. Amidst the music of the flute, the zither played a crisp tune, turning into another enslavement path killer move, formation like water. Innumerable flying cranes flew outward, while countless flying cranes flew towards the center. The entire battlefield was like a perfect harmony of churning gears. The scale was massive but orderly. The flying cranes moved fluidly. Their formation was changing like the flow of water. The 2 mysterious goo immortals were within this formation. They saw the array of flying cranes changing their formation smoothly. They felt like beans in a stone grinder, about to be turned into pulp. He Feng Yang continued to blow the flute. Safely at the center of the beast group, standing on the back of the desolate crane, he watched the crane group engage with the 2 mysterious experts. He thought in his heart. Ever since we started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves, ranging from sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and more. They were doing this on purpose. They did not want to use their real abilities and expose their identities. When goo masters become immortals, according to the foundation of their bodies, as well as the goo worm used to create their immortal aperture, they would be classified into goo immortals of their respective paths. There were fire path goo immortals, wind path goo immortals, wisdom path goo immortals, and many others, forming the immortal bodies of the respective paths. The immortal body is obtained when a goo master ascends. Their body will be modified by the 3 chi, removing all impurities and elevating the essence of their life itself. A wind path immortal body will have the Tao marks and comprehension of wind, thus when they use wind path goo worms, the effect would be greater. A fire path immortal body would be cleansed by the great Tao in relation to fire. It would be closely connected to fire path, and would cause fire path killer moves to be much more powerful than normal. For example, Fan Yuan, although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a strength path goo immortal. His body was the strength path immortal body, thus when he used goo worms and killer moves of other paths, the effects were only ordinary. The two mysterious goo immortals trying to kill He Feng Yang did not use their real fighting methods, therefore, they were suppressed by him despite outnumbering him 2-1. Are you two still trying to conceal your identities? If you do not use your true abilities, you might die here. He Feng Yang snickered continuously. His voice filled the battlefield. The two mysterious goo immortals were breathing roughly. The attack of the crane groups were unceasing and furious like a tide. The two of them were tired from dealing with them. Like what He Feng Yang said, if the two did not start using their real methods, they would truly get killed soon. The two made eye contact as they nodded, making up their minds. One of them sighed. As expected of a reputed righteous sect. The might of the winged crane flying immortal, I have truly seen it today. The other said. However, even if we do not use our real capabilities, we can still kill you. He Feng Yang, take a look around you. Oh? He Feng Yang's gaze quickly swept the surroundings. Originally, it was a foggy scene. The battlefield was full of crying and anguished screams, but now there was a change. Within the lumps of thick fog, dark blue soul beasts were formed. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased greatly. They were equally numbered with He Feng Yang's crane group. Is this Soul Taker battlefield? He Feng Yang's heart jumped. He said it subconsciously. He, winged crane flying immortal, you are very knowledgeable. The mysterious goo immortals laughed, their voices changing constantly, sounding like male or female at times. He Feng Yang's expression turned grim. This Soul Taker battlefield killer move had a vile reputation. It was very hard to deal with. Living beings who died in this battlefield would have their souls taken and transformed into soul beasts, under the control of the killer move's user. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move's origin was huge. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history when he was young, spectral soul demon venerable who had the most murderous nature. Who were these two mysterious goo immortals? They actually had a battlefield killer move, Soul Taker, that was long lost in history. Once the soul beasts appeared, they started fighting with the crane groups. The battle situation changed. He Feng Yang quickly manipulated the crane groups, changing formations to defend against the soul beasts. The two mysterious goo immortals felt less pressure now, and were able to rush out of the crane group's encirclement. The size of the soul beasts was the same as the crane group, but they could not defeat the cranes. Often, 10 soul beasts were sacrificed to kill one crane. But He Feng Yang became increasingly alert in his heart. After the soul beasts were shredded into fragments, these fragments could form into new soul beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. Meanwhile, when a flying crane dies, its soul would be taken by the battlefield, forming a soul beast, becoming part of the enemy's troops. No matter how high He Feng Yang's cultivation was, he could not battle with 0 casualties. Once he suffered losses, over a long period, the soul beasts would have the upper hand. As this dragged on, He Feng Yang's advantage would dwindle. The crane groups would slowly be taken down by the soul beasts. He Feng Yang, just so you know, we expressed weakness earlier on purpose, to delay for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has grown to a sizable amount, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Winged crane flying immortal, today, you will perish here. The two mysterious goo immortal worked together. Wind path killer move, tornado dragon whip. With a wind whip that was hundreds of meters long, one of the goo immortals swung, killing countless flying cranes. Poison path killer move, Killer Bee Stab. Thousands of needles rained down like a torrential storm. The poison on them were very potent. Any flying crane that was hit directly died on the spot, their flesh disintegrating. The two mysterious goo immortals had finally showed their true abilities. One was a wind path goo immortal, while the other was a poison path goo immortal. Large numbers of cranes were exterminated, their souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming new batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared, they planned for this long ago, I cannot stay here. He Feng Yang saw this and wanted to retreat. Only a fool would want to stay in the Soul Taker battlefield and fight it out with the enemy. This Soul Taker battlefield is filled with fog, it is easy to lose one's direction, it is hard to escape from. But right now, I have Expand Space Immortal Goo with me, it should not be hard to escape from here. He Feng Yang thought about this, and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will was in the form of a burly man. When He Feng Yang left Fei He Mountain earlier, it had entered his immortal aperture, and had been observing the outside situation using his goo worms. All of He Feng Yang's experience this time, since he left Fei He Mountain, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, when he was encircled by Fang Yuan and the others, and after he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was trapped in the Soul Taker battlefield, attacked by two mysterious goo immortals. The will saw it all clearly. He Feng Yang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move once again to break out of the battlefield and escape this place. This will belong to Immortal Crane Sect's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat in the air, opening his eyes emotionlessly. You need to know that every time I use force intrusion, my main body will need to expend 2 red date immortal essence beads. He Feng Yang quickly said. Junior, understand, I will make the appropriate compensation when we return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded, not speaking any further. He grabbed with his hand, tossing 2 red date immortal essence to the Expand Space Immortal Goo. At the same time, many mortal goo rose up as well. After a while of preparing, He Feng Yang opened his palm, taking out Expand Space Immortal Goo from his immortal aperture. The immortal goo was covered in a yellow light. He Feng Yang patted it lightly. The yellow light left his hands, breaking apart the Soul Taker battlefield and creating a hole. He Feng Yang was overjoyed. He put back Expand Space Immortal Goo, and the 9 palace crane below his feet cried out, flapping its wings and bringing him out of Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, it was clear skies with no clouds. Oh no! He actually had Expand Space Immortal Goo, he's escaping. He Feng Yang, don't run if you have the guts, let us battle for 300 rounds. The shouts of the 2 goo immortals behind him had a tone of anxiety and panic. He Feng Yang laughed heartily, his heart was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot contain me. No matter who you are, ambushing and attempting to kill me, I will remember this. Don't think I will not find out just because you hid your identity, you used your own killer moves. When I return to the sect, I will investigate, I will definitely find out who you really are. Eh? Oh no! Suddenly, He Feng Yang sensed something amiss, his expression changed. He had always been a vigilant person and had great self-control. How could his emotions become so overjoyed the moment he left the Soul Taker battlefield, like he had just won a battle? This time, he failed to take back Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. He should feel downcast instead. Oh no! An intense warning of danger rose in his heart. He Feng Yang turned around, only to see a goo immortal as tiny as a little boy, his body covered in a dark light. He was holding a dagger-shaped goo worm. He was right behind He Feng Yang, less than a foot away. A third goo immortal! There was a third goo immortal in ambush! This was their true killer move, a plot within a plot. While He Feng Yang's mind relaxed the moment he left the Soul Taker battlefield, the fatal strike was launched at him. He Feng Yang was furious and shocked, his eyes were blood red and he was extremely angry. He did not retreat, instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with the enemy. Quickly dodge! The enemy is an emotion path goo immortal. They can interfere with your judgment by influencing your emotions. Within his immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will was shouting. Hee, it is too late. The third goo immortal raised their dagger, stabbing at He Feng Yang. The dagger-shaped goo worm burst out with an intense immortal goo aura. He Feng Yang was horror-stricken and full of grievances. The enemy had an attack-type immortal goo? He only had an Expand Space Immortal Goo, it could not help him. The defensive mortal killer moves he had could not block this attack-type Immortal Goo. Chapter 704. Little 9. The dagger-shaped immortal goo was about to pierce into him. He Feng Yang felt anger, fear, bewilderment, unresignedness, all kinds of feelings seethed in him like lava, greatly influencing his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Feng Yang involuntarily had this thought. However, right at this dangerous moment, the desolate beast's 9-palace crane under his feet suddenly let out a clear cry before fiercely turning its body around. He Feng Yang's body was thrown down while the 9-palace crane blocked the ambushing goo immortal. Plop! A soft sound echoed, the dagger-shaped immortal goo ruthlessly pierced into the 9-palace crane's chest. Eh? The third goo immortal showed a shocked expression. He had thought disturbing He Feng Yang could influence the 9-palace crane. After all, He Feng Yang was an enslavement path goo immortal and the 9-palace crane had been enslaved by him. If he was influenced, the 9-palace crane should also be nothing to worry about. He activated several emotion path killer moves to heavily disturb He Feng Yang, but he had never expected that at the last juncture, this 9-palace crane would actually move to protect its master. Little 9! He Feng Yang saw the 9-palace crane taking the fatal strike. Tears immediately streamed down his eyes as he gave a pained roar. He had raised this 9-palace crane with great care and had never used any enslavement methods on it. Back when he was young, he had been brutally chased when out on a mission. His life was hanging in the balance when he accidentally bumped into the similarly heavily injured 9-palace crane. After this coincidental and accidental meeting, he and the 9-palace crane helped each other to escape the plight. The 9-palace crane was on the verge of death. He Feng Yang brought it back to the sect and used all of his wealth, barely managing to stabilize its life. In the dozens of years afterwards, He Feng Yang braved many dangers to earn money to treat the 9-palace crane little by little, slowly pulling it out from the brink of death. A profound sentiment more intimate than brothers was established like this between a man and a crane. Later an accident occurred. The rank 5 goo master He Feng Yang had failed his mission and was in a heavily injured state. The resources on him could only save one person. If he treated the 9-palace crane, he would die, but if he saved himself, the 9-palace crane would not be able to maintain its lingering vitality. At the juncture of this choice, He Feng Yang thought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he decided to sacrifice himself to save the 9-palace crane. This action caused Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to be moved, and with his help, both He Feng Yang and the 9-palace crane were saved. He Feng Yang lived up to his expectations and after becoming a goo immortal, he joined Lord Tiger Demon's faction. The 9-palace crane let out a mournful cry. Its enormous and slender body was covered with a layer of gray light. In this gray light, its body was rapidly shrinking and becoming younger. From a mature age it continuously turned to its youth, then to its infancy. This was the power of the immortal goo. The dagger-shaped immortal goo was actually a time path immortal goo that could reverse the target's body to a younger state. Retreat. Don't let down your friend's kind intention. In his immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will heaved a long sigh. Little 9! He Feng Yang shouted furiously and went back regardless of the advice of Tiger Demon's anger will. The hems of his gown fluttered and moved, turning into a crane feather cloak. A blood-red glint blossomed in his eyes and his slender green brows moved nimbly like a snake or dragon. The mysterious goo immortal showed a surprised expression. He had not thought He Feng Yang who could have clearly escaped in the moment just before would actually return with killing intent. He Feng Yang was an enslavement path goo immortal. He Feng Yang pushed forward his palms from which jade-green lightning rays surged out. The mysterious goo immortal snorted. He raised the dagger and confronted it head-on, simultaneously activating emotion path killer moves to influence He Feng Yang's emotions. However, He Feng Yang's heart was filled completely with anger and was unexpectedly not influenced. Bam! A loud explosion erupted and the mysterious goo immortal was thrown back. He Feng Yang's body trembled intensely and blood spurted out of his mouth, but he forcibly pulled himself together and pulled the infant 9-palace crane into his hands. Little 9! He Feng Yang held the 9-palace crane in his embrace and turned around, escaping immediately with no intent to stay. The 9-palace crane had already become the size of a white goose and was softly twittering as He Feng Yang held it in his embrace. The emotion path goo immortal had been sent some distance away. That gap was enough for him to be unable to chase He Feng Yang in this moment. The other 2 mysterious goo immortals hurried over after canceling the Soul Taker battlefield. Sigh, he escaped in the end. The Wind Path goo immortal heaved a long sigh in pity. This guy is clearly an enslavement path goo immortal, but he is actually not weak in close combat. That green lightning killer move isn't what it appears to be, it makes me think of. The emotion path Gu Immortal said. Humph, if not for lacking time to gather more people, would we be afraid of not being able to put him down? How about we chase, maybe we can. The poison path Gu Immortal was not resigned. He has expand space Immortal Gu, Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, it is not convenient to stay here. The wind path Gu Immortal was calm. Right, this ambush was nothing more than a hastily considered course of action. We absolutely cannot lose sight of the main goal for small gains and risk exposing our identities, which would affect Master's grand plan. We will retreat. The emotion path Gu Immortal ceased his absent-mindedness and said softly. His position seemed to be higher than the other two Gu Immortals and his words had a tone of decisiveness. I shall take my leave. The wind path Gu Immortal rapidly flew in the air and soon was no more than a small black dot in the horizon. Humph. The poison path Gu Immortal dropped into the ground and escaped. The emotion path Gu Immortal paused for a while until the other two had completely left. His body then disappeared in the air, as if he had never been there. He Feng Yang flew at top speed to Fei He Mountain, and without stopping, he directly entered Fu Hu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing beside an enormous stone pit, looking at the tens of thousands of rock men working inside the pit. Junior was incompetent and let down Lord's expectations. He Feng Yang bowed in greeting to Lord Tiger Demon, his body filled with injuries and his expression one of shame. You got injured? First go take a rest and heal yourself. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask anything to He Feng Yang and only waved his hand. That anger will in He Feng Yang's immortal aperture flew out and entered his mind. In just an instant, he understood all the things He Feng Yang had experienced in this trip. His gaze flickered. Shortly afterwards, he activated Anger Will Gu to produce Anger Will. The anger will flew through the sky, out of Fu Hu Blessed Land and towards the peak of Fei He Mountain. When it reached the conference hall at the mountain peak, 3 wills that were left here came after sensing it. These 3 wills were respectively from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and the Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of monitoring the sect and also handling some small matters. The major matters were also arranged, and at every set period of time, they would gather a group of Gu Immortals to hold a joint discussion on them. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall and fused with its previous will, then narrated the events that occurred to He Feng Yang. The first and second Supreme Elders' wills sank into silence when they heard the narration. They started to rapidly think, which caused their bodies to shrink at a visible speed. When they had shrunken to almost half the previous size, Second Supreme Elders' will said, Let's allow Lord Tiger Demon to have the final decision on the matters of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. First Supreme Elders will spoke. He Feng Yang was ambushed and almost killed. This is much more serious than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Where was he ambushed? A Gu worm flew out from the hall and turned into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nodded and spoke heavily. This location is a very good place to lay an ambush. There is no force situated both in front and behind, and this makes it a very good place of concealment. It seems the ambushers are very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. When has there been anyone that had the guts to try to kill our 10 great ancient sex Gu Immortals? Second Supreme Elders will shouted in rage. My concern is this. Elders, where do you think these Gu Immortals came from? Lord Tiger Demon's anger will asked. First Supreme Elders and Second Supreme Elders wills glanced at each other, both revealing heavy expressions. Third Elder is worried these Gu Immortals are Central Continent Gu Immortals. First Supreme Elder said quietly. Tiger Demon's anger will spoke frankly with confidence. Right. How long have our 10 great ancient sects been in control of Central Continent? The situation has been getting increasingly harder over these recent years. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions. Led by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, Central Continent had already been reformed during the remote antiquity era, establishing the sect system. During the remote antiquity era, sects had been rare. In olden antiquity era, clan forces surpassed sect forces. In medieval antiquity era, sects and clans clashed against each other, and advanced at an equal pace. In late antiquity era, clans weakened while sects flourished. And now, sects stand in great numbers in Central Continent, while there are almost no clans. The clan system only selects the clan's children as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows ordinary mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our central continent's history is filled with the conflicts between the two great systems. After going through over 3 million years of struggles, evolution and accumulation, the sex system has prevailed. The number of central continent Gu immortals far surpass the other 4 regions, and they continue to increase, and soon will leave the control of our 10 great sections. How many Gu immortals can our 10 great sects recruit? The number of other Gu immortals in central continent are several times our own. As these Gu immortals of other sects, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivator Gu immortals continue to cultivate, they would require more cultivation resources. Conflicts are unavoidable because our 10 great sects control 80% of cultivation resources in central continent. Have there not been cases like Great Heavenly Sword sect before? It is just that they were secretly suppressed by our 10 great ancient sects. But in these recent years, new sects are still emerging unendingly, new innovations and new schools of thought are common occurrences, uncommon geniuses and monstrous talents are constantly sprouting among the mortals while there are limited spots in our 10 great ancient sections. Despite recruiting exceptional talents every year, Central Continent is truly too big. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will sighed as he said this. The 2 Supreme Elders were silent all along. The 10 great ancient sects held control of 80% of Central Continent's resources, but after the resources were split amongst everyone, how much would be left behind for individual Gu immortals? As the Gu immortals' cultivation got higher, their blessed land would require more resources to manage. In particular, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities would also continue to become stronger, and after every tribulation, the losses would be very severe, and the price to repair it would continue to become higher. It was impossible for the 10 great ancient sects Gu immortals to share their resources to others. In the past, although there were many sects outside of the 10 great sects, there were not many Gu immortals. Immortal and mortal were different concepts, there was a wide gap in the strength between mortals and immortals, thus mortals could be suppressed. But at present, the Gu immortals outside of the 10 great sects were increasing constantly in numbers. Although these Gu immortals usually had inferior battle strength, their vast numbers were enough to bring about an impact to the 10 great ancient sections. Great Heavenly Sword sect was a good example. This large-sized sect had 2 Gu immortals originally and was a vassal of Immortal Crane sect. Now that they had a 3rd Gu immortal, they immediately planned to leave Immortal Crane sect and be independent. Chapter 705. Immortal Slaughtering Plan, Fan Yuan distributes benefits. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will continue. These years, our 10 great ancient sects have been in difficult circumstances. We could be said to be treading on thin ice. It is as if we are blocking the top of a volcano. The magma underneath will eventually burst out one day, causing a major impact to our 10 great sects. 3rd Supreme Elder is talking about the general situation in Central Continent right now. But this is the situation of the whole region, how can we change it? 2nd Supreme Elders will sighed. Lord Tiger Demons will continue. Great Heavenly Sword sect's example is in front of us. The Gu immortals and Hu immortal blessed land could be from other regions, but they are most likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators in our region. The ones who ambushed Hefeng today might also be Gu immortals of our own region's forces. But if that is the case, it would be terrifying. 2nd Supreme Elder nodded. It is indeed like that. The force that attacked Hefeng obviously does not want Hu immortal blessed land to continue being in the hands of Fan Yuan. If Hefeng dies, Immortal Crane sect will have to attack Hu immortal blessed land forcefully to defend our reputation. Even though it is obvious that they are framed, Immortal Crane sect has no choice but to go along with it. The 10 great ancient sects' pride and reputation that had been defended for innumerable years cannot be tarnished. If they could not take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would be ruined, the hearts of the people would waver, and everyone would be emboldened to offend Immortal Crane sect. If Immortal Crane sect is under such problems, they would not be able to manage their resources and land within Central Continent. By then, Immortal Crane sect would be worn out physically and mentally. Their exhaustion would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious cycle. Once they fall into it, it would be hard to recover. Immortal Crane sect's top 3 Supreme Elders were all experienced people. They were old monsters with bountiful life experience. They had considered this terrifying future prospect already. Not just them, among the other 9 great ancient sects of Central Continent, there were sure to be people who understood this. Right now, Central Continent was becoming saturated with experts, but there were limited resources. It was like a powder keg that was expanding endlessly. The 10 great ancient sects were sitting on top of the keg. If they were careless and ignited it, they might be blown to pieces. Tiger Demon, you used this topic today to start a long discussion. I'm sure you have some insights to share with us. Why not just tell us straight away? First Supreme Elder said. Tiger Demon's anger will laughed, saying startling things. My current idea is to agree with Fog Yuan's conditions and acknowledge that Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a subsidiary of our sect. At the same time, we will find out the true identities of the culprits who attacked He Fengyang. Once we know which lone cultivators are ganging up, we will collaborate with the other 9 sects and engage in a wide-scale immortal slaughtering plan. Immortal slaughtering? Second Supreme Elder heard this and excitement shined in his eyes. First Supreme Elders will shut his eyes, he slowly said. Tiger Demon, I will not hide it from you. This suggestion of yours had been brought up by Combat Immortal Sex Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. He had even sent a proposal to Heavenly Court, requesting for Heavenly Court to come out and organize the 10 great ancient sects in order to execute this plan. Oh, that Immortal Monkey King? Even though our 10 great ancient sects have had changes throughout history, the root of all these changes were righteous reasons, like the interchanging of main and side branches. These all have much to do with Heavenly Court. If the 10 ancient sects engage in a slaughter of immortals, it would have huge implications and involve innumerable benefits. Only Heavenly Court can step in to convince and assemble everyone, leading us towards victory. Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But Heavenly Court rejected this proposal. They even warned us 10 great ancient sects not to specially target the respective smaller sects and lone cultivator Gu immortals. We are not to consciously massacre them. Violators would be heavily punished. First Supreme Elders will said. What? Tiger Demon's anger was shouted in shock. This matter, how did I not know about it? Second Supreme Elder muttered to himself. First Supreme Elder sighed loudly, looking at the sky. The will of Heavenly Court is Heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Heaven's will cannot be anticipated. He Fengyang returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land once again. Fairy Tsang Yu and Fan Yuan were walking on Danghun Mountain, observing the growth of the Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunxing looked from afar, staring at Fairy Tsang Yu. Meanwhile, that blue charm lightning shadow was encircled by the 8 desolate beasts. Once in a while, a different desolate beast would go up and fight it. They were taking turns to wear it down. Brother, he was a bit slow. Fan Yuan saw He Fengyang and smiled while saying plainly. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsang Yu first looked at each other. Seeing her nod and hint that she was unharmed, he turned to Fan Yuan. My sect has already agreed to acknowledge your side as our sect's subsidiary. The relationship would have no time limit, and you can leave at any time. At the same time, we will engage in the trading of Guts Gu. The price will be 1 Immortal Essence Stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 Immortal Gu Promise. Immortal Gu Promise was an information path Gu worm. Its use was similar to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Oath Gu. Immediately, He Fengyang activated the Immortal Gu to make a promise. When it was Fan Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal Gu and checked that there were no issues. He consumed his green grape Immortal Essence and made a promise as well. Their promises created material forms that resembled lumps of gold. The 2 sides exchanged with each other to keep a copy each. Fairy Tsang Yu finally breathed out a sigh of relief. Now that the transaction had been established, she was finally safe. Fan Yuan breathed out in relief too. The situation that he had been trying to resolve had finally reached this stage. Fighting to the death with Immortal Crane's sect was definitely impossible. Immortal Crane's sect was a huge organization. If he angered them, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would certainly be lost. With Fan Yuan's finances, he could not sustain a huge battle against Gu Immortal level opponents. But He Fengyang's words quickly earned his attention. On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals and my life was almost lost. The other party evidently wants to frame you. Our sect is investigating it now. I wonder if your force had offended anyone. What? In Central Continent, there were actually Gu Immortals who dared to kill a Gu Immortal from the 10 great sects? Fan Yuan did not conceal his shock. He remembered clearly that such situations would only happen a while after the 5 regions' chaotic war started. By then, the 5 regions would be in chaos, mortals would face difficulties living and battles would be unceasing. Even the authority of Heavenly Court was useless. The 10 great sects Gu Immortals all faced assassinations. There were those who were taking revenge from the other 4 regions, but also Central Continent's own lone cultivator Gu Immortals who were trying to fish for benefits. As the situation became more and more chaotic, Fan Yuan could even bring a band of demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land on Tianti Mountain, killing Feng Ji and Huang eventually. Unknowingly, Fan Yuan thought about the mysterious force that plotted against him secretly in Treasure Yellow Heaven over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not expose such information to He Fengyang. Thus, he shook his head. I have been in Hu Immortal Blessed Land for this period of time. How could I offend other forces? I have no intentions to offend Brother He, but thinking about it, Immortal Crane sect probably attracts more enemies than me. Was it a force trying to plot against your sect, but wanting to use me as a diversion instead? He Fengyang did not get the information he wanted. He was a little disappointed, but he could not force Fan Yuan. Immortal Crane sect had their own worries. Even though Fan Yuan was only an immortal zombie, the force behind him allowed the two sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu did not stay any longer. Fan Yuan opened Hu Immortal Blessed Land's door and sent them out. Fan Yuan stood at the door, saying goodbye to them. The other 9 sects who saw this immediately realized that something had occurred in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What is going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu came with great confidence, but now their expression are not quite right. It seems a problem occurred. Did they fail to take it down? That's impossible, right? The Gu Immortals were confused. They were guessing randomly. The 10 great ancient sects were in cahoots. They were the overlords of Central Continent. Over these last years there was unavoidably no lack of hidden competition among themselves. The contest of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was at first an open competition, using disciples from each sect to decide the eventual owner, but the result was that Fan Yuan actually took advantage. Now, it was a hidden contest. They could not question Immortal Crane sect in public. That would break the unspoken rules. The Gu Immortals did not know what happened to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were hesitant to return. Fan Yuan closed the door, as He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan came to congratulate him with smiles on their faces. Fan Yuan, you have caused me to look at you in a different light. This time, the collaboration between you and Immortal Crane sect succeeded without any battle. It was truly a great victory. Fairy Li Shan was full of praise. This was the type of victory that Gu Immortals loved the most. Without any battles, without any huge investments, but the rewards were simply incredible. Senior is not entirely correct. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me who is collaborating with Immortal Crane sect, it is us. After all, to refine the Air Sac Gu, we will need He Lu Lan's Strength Chi Gu to muster the Strength Chi. As for the profits of the Guts Gu, your side will take 40%, my side will take 60%. Fairy Li Shan heard this, and the smile on her face intensified. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the prospects of the transaction of Guts Gu. She understood clearly that Fan Yuan's action was to stabilize their alliance completely, to bind them to Danghun Mountain itself. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land is attacked, they would need to come and defend it too. But with such great benefits, Fairy Li Shan could not help but be moved. He Lu Lan looked at Fan Yuan deeply. To think that you had this method, Fan Yuan, conceptualizing the Air Sac Gu. To refine the rank 3 Air Sac Gu, you need to use the rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. This Gu is truly very special. A part of this was definitely due to Wisdom Gu's credit. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fan Yuan had been conceptualizing, to see if there was a way to extract Guts Gu under the help of unlimited inspiration. The success this time was also because he had unexpectedly heard from Tai Bai Yunxing that He Lu Lan had the Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Only an immortal class strength could envelop the Guts Gu, allowing it to leave Danghun Mountain unscathed. Fan Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we will need huge amounts of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you. Northern Plains is a land of battles, chaotic wars happen all the time, and beast groups and tribes relocate constantly. There are surely many souls that can be collected there. We will go and settle this now. He Lu Lan wanted to act immediately. After she ascended to an immortal, her need for resources had become much greater, especially in terms of immortal essence stones. She could not always rely on Fairy Li Shan. Relying on others was not He Lu Lan's style. Fairy Li Shan agreed. That's right, Danghun Mountain does not have any requirements for the type of soul. We can even buy them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It will be more expensive than collecting the souls ourselves, but the price would be acceptable, and we can save lots of trouble. Fan Yuan waved a hand. Please hold on for a moment, don't be too anxious now. Now come with me to suppress a Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land right now. Oh? Who? Tai Bai Yunxing questioned. There are other Gu Immortals hiding in the Blessed Land now. Is it an ambush by Immortal Crane sect? Having ulterior motives? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other with confused and shocked expressions. Chapter 706. Extorting an Immortal Goo Remnant Recipe. Fan Yuan smiled mysteriously. This immortal is right under our noses, please follow me. Under Fan Yuan's lead, everyone came before the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow right now was fighting in the air with the Iron Crown Eagle. Its small blue figure was colliding with the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle's huge body, fighting evenly back and forth. He Lu Lan was even more uncertain now. The Goo immortal you are talking about is the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow? Fan Yuan smiled and did not respond. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone with brilliance. Now that you've mentioned it, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is acting really strangely. That's right. Fairy Li Shan showed a wary and vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was formed from an earthly calamity. Its main target would be the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Fan Yuan. But it has been engaging with these desolate beasts all this time. It had no intentions to attack you. He Lu Lan continued. No wonder I felt that it was strange. When the desolate beast appeared, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow seemed to have been shocked. It stopped growling and started to conceal its presence. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is weird. I'm sure it is not normal. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, saying, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow in the past had no issues, but after it was sent out of the Blessed Land by me, it was captured by a Lightning Path Goo Immortal, and was refined into some sort of puppet killer move. When Immortal Crane Sect came to attack my Blessed Land, this Goo Immortal manipulated the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow into barging in. His objective was to fish for benefits. If Immortal Crane Sect failed, he could show up as a representative of his sect, and strike first. I wonder if my analysis is correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? How did you know that I am Vicious Lightning Fiend? The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow could not put up a facade any longer. He ignored the Iron Crown Eagle and flew to Fan Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased it, but Fan Yuan waved a hand, the eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. They knew about Myriad Dragon Doc. It was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, just like Immortal Crane Sect. But who Vicious Lightning Fiend was, they did not have much of an idea. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shone brightly. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had collected a lot of information upon Fan Yuan's advice. He knew a lot of intelligence about Central Continent's Goo Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and had an amazing history of ending in a draw after fighting with a rank 7 Goo Immortal. But many years ago, he had entered closed cultivation. There had been no traces of him these last few years in Central Continent. Tai Bai Yunxing introduced. A draw with a rank 7 Goo Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze shone. He Lu Lan had a proud and arrogant demeanor as she snorted coldly. The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow looked at everyone, but eventually his gaze locked onto Fan Yuan. Who are you guys? My immortal killer move was the fruit of my many years of closed cultivation, after thinking of how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a Blue Charm Lightning Shadow on Tianti Mountain. It was lurking around there and did not want to leave, thus I struck secretly and captured the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. A few months ago, I perfected my immortal killer move, making this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow my puppet. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually know about this in detail. Tell me, who in the world are you? Fan Yuan snorted. He said very unkindly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, you might have a fierce reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You made the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow into your puppet. I'm sure you paid a heavy price for that. I am in a bad mood, you should be careful, otherwise if I get angry, I will kill this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow right here. Can you stop me? The Blue Charm Lightning Shadow shouted out angrily. He showed his irascible nature. You dare! I am a Goo Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue to be arrogant. It is only temporarily that you are occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Once your identities are exposed, we, the 10 great ancient sects, will make sure all of you lone cultivators and demonic cultivators are done for. Oh? Is that so? Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. You saw our earlier transaction clearly. We are already a subsidiary of Immortal Crane Sect. We have both made a promise. Even if Myriad Dragon Doc wants to deal with us, you will need to get past Immortal Crane Sect first. That's right. Earlier, Immortal Crane Sect's Hifeng Yang was attacked. The mastermind was you, or rather, Myriad Dragon Doc. Right. Bullshit. We of the 10 great ancient sects are on the same side. Even if we compete with each other both openly and secretly, how could we do things without limits like you lone cultivators with demonic natures? The blue charm lightning shadow was furious. Fan Yuan did not speak. He glanced over at He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was a formidable character just like him. They cooperated flawlessly. She pretended to jump to a realization, saying, Fan Yuan, you are absolutely right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, and Gutsku are extremely huge benefits. After assassinating He Feng Yang, Immortal Crane sect will come to attack us. By then, when we both suffer great losses, Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to take advantage of the situation. You're bullshitting. Bullshit. How can I be such a petty person? The blue charm lightning shadow's anger was through the roof. He shouted unceasingly. He Lu Lan laughed sinisterly. But the timing in which you appeared was simply too coincidental. When He Feng Yang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, all the events that happened in here, how could the outside world know? Why did He Feng Yang encounter an assassination the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Obviously, you were an insider and used some special method to inform your main body, who then organized the ambush. He Lu Lan fully expressed her twisted logic. Her words shocked the blue charm lightning shadow. But immediately after, he reacted, turning angry from shame, rebuking. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a separate piece of heaven and earth. Unless I have an immortal killer move, how could I communicate with my main body? But if I use an immortal killer move, such intense immortal aura would be detected by you guys, isn't that right? But there was a moment when Hu Immortal Blessed Land opened its doors. That way, we were connected to the outside world. You communicated with your main body at that very point in time. He Lu Lan immediately retorted. Scumbag. Bullshit. I am honorable and righteous, how can I be like that? No, I was almost tricked by you. How can He Feng Yang's ambush have anything to do with my blue charm lightning shadow sending out information? Even if the other party did not know what happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they can still ambush He Feng Yang. There is no relationship between the two issues. The blue charm lightning shadow screamed. He Lu Lan said eerily, whether a relationship exists, we do not care about that. We will tell this to Immortal Crane sect, you can explain things to them yourself. Go ahead and tell them. I have not done any of the things you've said, why would I be afraid of slander? The blue charm lightning shadow tried to put up a front. At this time, Tai Bai Yunxing said, Oh. I remember now, recently in Immortal Crane sect's region of control, wasn't there the matter of Great Heavenly Swords sect trying to gain independence? There had been rumors that the matter of Great Heavenly Swords sect was instigated by Myriad Dragon Doc. I get it. After killing He Feng Yang, Immortal Crane sect's main forces will come and attack our blessed land. In that case, it will be even easier for Great Heavenly Swords sect to detach from Immortal Crane sect. After Great Heavenly Swords sect joins Myriad Dragon Doc and become your subsidiary, Immortal Crane sect's territory at the northwest area will be devoured by Myriad Dragon Doc. By then, even if they taken down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they will suffer a huge loss in battle strength. If they return and want to settle the matter with Myriad Dragon Doc, it would be too late, and they would not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunxing's words not only shocked the blue charm lightning shadow, even Fan Yuan was looking at him in surprise. Although Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person and had been kind in his life, he was old and experienced. His words were like a dagger stabbing into the heart of the matter. He directly pointed out Vicious Lightning Fiend's weakness. The blue charm lightning shadow finally became quiet. After a dozen breaths of time, he said, Damn, you bunch of scheming scoundrels, you are simply twisting logic as you like, you're making things up. Say it, what is the condition for letting go of my lightning shadow puppet? He Lu Lan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not speak, they looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed lightly, saying a ridiculous condition. Vicious Lightning Fiend, I am very interested in this immortal killer move that can turn the blue charm lightning shadow into a puppet. Why don't you teach me? Screw you. This is a trump card that I finally came up with after 4 years of closed cultivation. With just a few words from you, you want to take the fruits of my labor, it will only happen in your dreams. Even if this puppet is destroyed, I will not give it to you. The blue charm lightning shadow shouted in anger, categorically rejecting this. But Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, he was carrying out a plan based on them and knew about Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled as he said slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, your immortal killer move was only created in a rush, the success rate is definitely not high. The blue charm lightning shadow has rank 6 battle strength, isn't it such a waste to discard it here? How about this? I will take a step back. I do not want your immortal killer move. I want the blood deity remnant recipe that you have. The blue charm lightning shadow's expression was grim. How did you know that I have blood deity's remnant recipe? There are only a small number of goo immortals and myriad dragon doc that know about this secret. Humph, frog in the well, there are no impenetrable walls in this world, even if very few people know. Can I have goo worms to deduce it? Fan Yuan showed a disposition of unfathomable depth. Good, very good. I am even more curious about your true identities now. Humph, I will admit a loss this time. The blue charm lightning shadow agreed as he gritted his teeth. Let's trade using Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fan Yuan said. No way, Treasure Yellow Heaven will expose the blue charm lightning shadow puppet. It will expose my immortal killer move in advance. The blue charm lightning shadow rejected immediately. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. Vicious lightning fiend, don't think I am unaware. After coming out of closed cultivation, you plan to imitate Sword Immortal Bo Qing, to challenge experts from all over the region, and use your power to contest for the title of the strongest. Your first target must be immortal Liao Mao. You sure know a lot. The blue charm lightning shadow's tone was cold, but his heart was jumping. The other party's grasp on information was far too detailed. He was in a very passive spot. Fan Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal to act, using Connecting Heaven Goo to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, before finding Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two negotiated, Fan Yuan sent the blue charm lightning shadow as merchandise and sent it over. Immediately, the treasure light burst into the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's immortal goo remnant recipe. Who knew how many goo immortals cried out in alarm at this? Scoundrel, quickly settle the deal! Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense screamed. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are not being genuine. The Blood Deity remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. You are trying to scam my ignorance, only taking out a 40% remnant recipe? Fan Yuan said slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% Blood Deity remnant recipe? I am in no rush. The longer the blue charm lightning shadow is exposed, the more people will know. Fan Yuan said casually. Vicious Lightning Fiend almost spat blood from anger. Lad, don't think that with a wisdom path goo immortal behind you deducing things, you can act so arrogantly. I will remember you, just you wait. Saying this, he finally tossed out a 70% Blood Deity remnant recipe. An immortal goo remnant recipe with such a high completion rate appeared. Since when did blue charm lightning shadow become a commodity? Some goo immortals fortunate enough to witness the transaction went into deep shock. Fan Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. They swiftly ended the deal. Under the gazes of He Lu Lan and the others, Fan Yuan took the immortal goo remnant recipe, exclaiming in his heart, I obtained this so easily, something that I had been unable to get my hands on in my previous life no matter what. A 70% Blood Deity immortal goo remnant recipe, together with my previous life's accumulations, and with Wisdom Goo's power, I should be able to complete the Blood Deity immortal goo recipe. Next, he thought about Vicious Lightning Fiend. This person had a fierce, ruthless, and fiery personality. In his previous life, he attained rank 7 and had incredible battle strength. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength beings that were similar to the blue charm Lightning Shadow. After Feng Jiugu died, he contested for the prize status of being the number 1 in battle strength among rank 7. He fought with immortal Monkey King Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights but unfortunately lost. In his previous life, Fan Yuan had most wanted to refine the immortal goo Blood Deity. He had once targeted the immortal goo remnant recipe in Vicious Lightning Fiend's possession, but his plot failed and he escaped after being heavily injured. To think that in this life, he could obtain what he had always wanted in his previous life in such a manner. Chapter 707. Overwhelming Profits. In Central Continent time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Immortal Crane's sect announced to the world. They recognized Fan Yuan as the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was now a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane's sect, and could leave at any time. This shocking news was like a large rock being thrown into a lake, causing many surging waves and splashes. At once, the world of Central Continent's Gu Immortals was in a commotion. Earlier, Immortal Crane's sect had declared publicly that Fan Yuan was a traitor of the sect, and would receive judgment soon. Such matters were common in Central Continent. Many Gu masters, after obtaining benefits, would not want to share it with their sect, or they might be recruited by other sects, and so on. Such reasons caused them to betray their original sect. The cohesion of members under the sect system was weaker compared to the clan and tribe system that united people from the same bloodline together. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the highest cohesion. But there were still traitors that appeared in these ancient sections. In the past, first Gen Guyu obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Immortal Crane's sect, going to southern border and hiding his name and identity. These recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's former disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed his sect. After growing from battles, he was now a rank 7 Gu Immortal, known as the Blood Dragon. He was a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, when Fan Yuan as a rank 5 Gu Master had betrayed Immortal Crane's sect, it was only news of mild magnitude. But now, Immortal Crane's sect had gathered up its forces and gone to pass judgment on Fan Yuan. The result was nothing anyone could have expected. In this time, who knew how many people thought that Fan Yuan was courting death? Their eyes were popping out of their sockets when they learned about the news. After that, even more inside information was released, from Immortal Crane's sect, Vicious Lightning Fiend, and Fan Yuan. There were many rumors, like the strength of Dang Hun Mountain and Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the rise of a mysterious force, Vicious Lightning Fiend's immortal killer move. All these attracted people's attentions. Among them, the biggest highlight was the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could leave Dang Hun Mountain and be stored, thus they could be traded. There were such great profits implied by this information, all the different forces were moved. The Gu Immortals finally understood why Immortal Crane's sect made such a declaration. It was the motivation of profits. For Guts Gu, forsaking some hollow reputation was nothing. Furthermore, Fan Yuan acknowledged that his force was a subsidiary of Immortal Crane's sect. This was giving face to the ancient sections. The other 9 great ancient sects called Immortal Crane's sect shameless on one hand, while interacting with Hu Immortal Blessed Land on the other. Fan Yuan's Guts Gu had yet to begin being traded, but he had already received a large number of letter Gu, and they were still coming. Regardless of whether it was a large or small force, Fan Yuan replied to them all. This was to establish the first contact between them. Using this as an opportunity, Fan Yuan finally entered the limelight of Central Continent. With the status of an immortal zombie, and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu Immortals and the different forces. A few days later, He Lulan brought in the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were souls of wild beasts. Fan Yuan placed them all into Dang Hun Mountain, and Hu Immortal Land spirits started to release Dang Hun Mountain's power, vibrating and turning these souls into fragments. As these soul fragments were scattered on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain, they gradually formed into Guts Gu. As the Guts Gu grew here, Fan Yuan started to make his preparations elsewhere. He ordered all of his hairy men to start creating the foundational Gu worms. After 7 days and 7 nights, working in 3 shifts, they had finally produced a large number of Gu worms. He next ordered the rockmen to start building a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls were all used up, as a large number of Guts Gu were formed on Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, seeing the huge structure below her. She was very shocked at Fan Yuan's huge investment. This stone nest was tens of acres in area, and it was hundreds of meters deep into the ground. At the outer ring of the stone nest, it was a huge sinkhole, dug manually, vertically up and down. The circular sinkhole was 1 li in radius, at least 3 li deep, like the frame of a tall piece of glassware. At the center of the sinkhole, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was over 300 meters in radius. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li, thus, the stone pillar and the circular sinkhole did not touch. They were at least 150 meters apart, and there was an empty space left purposely. The stone pillar was like an anthill. It was complex inside but could reach anywhere as long as one knew the directions. Be it the outer wall of the stone pillar, or the inner area of the circular sinkhole, there were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an elderly hairy man, and they had the basic Gu refinement materials and tools they needed. "Fairy Lulan, please!" Fan Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, at the centermost spot. He Lulan used her investigative Gu non-stop, realizing that this stone pillar, and the sinkhole around the stone pillar had countless Gu worms around them at set intervals. These arrangements had many complicated smaller details. Hei Lulan was going dizzy from seeing them, but what she knew was that these arrangements were not randomly set up. They were linked to each other and formed a great influence as a whole. It was set up with deep intentions. Don't tell me. Hei Lulan was guessing in her heart, when Fang Yuan said, Fairy, I am already done preparing. You can use the Strength Chi Immortal Goo now. Oh? Please teach me. Fairy only needs to activate Strength Chi Immortal Goo, and let the Strength Chi spread out naturally. Fang Yuan explained. Hei Lulan followed his instructions. A powerful Strength Chi formed air currents and spread out everywhere. As the Strength Chi got thicker, they formed into a fog-like state, as they slowly spread and covered the entire stone nest. In the stone nest, countless mortal goo were activated, shining with all sorts of dazzling lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined force of these goo worms, the vast Strength Chi was slowly extracted strand by strand. In a few breaths of time, all of the Strength Chi was in between the stone pillar and the sinkhole. After a dozen breaths of time, these Strength Chi continued to move about, forming into the shape of a tornado, spinning around the stone pillar. Start the goo refinement. Fan Yuan instructed. As the hairy men in the rooms prepared themselves, they opened their eyes and started to refine goo. Whenever they needed Strength Chi as a goo refinement material, the turbulent Strength Chi outside the room would enter it automatically. Such a scene was praised by Hei Lulan in amazement. Fan Yuan, your stone nest is so grand and huge, it can accommodate thousands of hairy men refining goo at the same time. This is truly an innovative and incredible idea. Fan Yuan laughed. Didn't I tell you I am also a refinement master? In truth, this stone nest was invented during the Five Regions' chaotic war in his previous life. Because of the unceasing battles that occurred at both large and small scale, goo masters would expend a lot of their goo worms, all of the forces needed to replenish their goo worms. Thus, they gradually researched and came up with such a stone nest that could accommodate so many goo masters, a structure that can allow mass refinement of goo. I will name this the Fang Yuan Stone Nest. It is a place specially used to mass-produce mortal goo. I split the refinement process of the air sac goo into over a dozen steps. When the hairy men at the highest level finish the first step, they will pass the partly done product to the next floor's rooms. After the next floor finishes their refinement, they will send the partly done product to the next floor. This way, each of the hairy men would be specialized in one step. Not only would this prevent my goo recipe from leaking, they can also get more familiar with their own steps and increase the success rate. Fang Yuan shamelessly took the invention of someone in his previous life for his own. Hei Lulan could not help but praise again. This is indeed the right method to mass-produce mortal goo. In a certain aspect, it can even reduce the required proficiency of the goo refiners themselves, because they only need to finish one step of the entire refinement process. But you, Fang Yuan, would be able to free yourself from the complication of dealing with all the many small steps, only having to control the materials. There are some goo recipes that need the goo refiner to refine it non-stop. Thankfully, air sac goo is not like that, Fang Yuan said. Hei Lulan nodded. I was worried that the number of air sac goo would be too little, and that would affect the sale of guts goo. After all, each air sac goo can only hold one guts goo. But now that I've seen this stone nest for myself, I can feel assured. How are you intending to sell these guts goo? Fang Yuan had a plan already. Most of the sales will be towards the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. I have already established a connection via Whole Earth Goo with the 10 great sections. From now on, we will trade using these Whole Earth Goo. The remaining Guts Goo will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Aren't you going to sell some to the other sects in Central Continent specifically? No. Right now, the 10 great sects are the leaders of Central Continent. Our identities and statuses are already very sensitive. We do not need to test the limits of the ancient sections. Our current peace was not obtained easily. We should quietly wait and reap our profits. Hei Lulan heard this and nodded. She was completely at ease now. Time passed by quickly. Another half a month passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of Guts Goo had already been sold, after accounting for the costs, as well as Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan's 40% cut. Fang Yuan earned 43 Immortal Essence Stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time, the second batch of Guts Goo was sold, and Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence Stone stockpile increased by another 46 pieces. The third batch of Guts Goo earned him 47 pieces. The market reception was great, the 10 great ancient sects' demand was increasing, and sales in Treasure Yellow Heaven were extremely heated. Usually in just 1 to 2 days, they would all be sold. Gutsgoo was after all a treasure that spectral soul demon Venerable recommended. The efficiency of strengthening the soul was very high, at least 10 times as efficient as ordinary methods. In truth, not only did soul path goo masters need it, enslavement path, refinement path, and other related paths also needed a foundation in their soul. When a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the soul was also an important element for the thickness of the human chi. Nobody would resent their soul for being strong. Fan Yuan started to feel the benefits of having a monopolized market. He could control the market, and control the situation. He could sell to anyone he wanted to, and he could sell at any quantity he set. But he did not raise prices randomly, because Gutsgoo were not the only way to strengthen souls. If the price was too high, people would just use their original methods instead. That would instead cause Fan Yuan's profits to fall. After 3 batches of Gutsgoo were sold, Fan Yuan had over 100 immortal essence stones. He started to purchase hairy men in bulk, creating more rooms in the stone nest and expanding his scale of production. The more hairy men he had, the higher the efficiency of refining goo. This caused the profits that Fan Yuan gained from each batch of Gutsgoo sold to be higher as well. After 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time, his earnings finally stabilized. Each batch of Gutsgoo would earn him 48 immortal essence stones in total profit. This was genuinely an overwhelming profit. The scariest thing was, Gutsgoo were consumable goo, they were gone after 1 use. The market demand for them would never dwindle. He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel that they were a burden, because their job was to collect souls. But now, the quantity of the souls gathered to use for Dang Hun Mountain gradually became the biggest restriction in the sale of Gutsgoo. Chapter 708. Returning the 8 Desolate Beasts. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Boom boom boom. The huge ice spike divine ape caused tremors with every step it took. Walking towards the cloud building, it stopped and raised its head to growl. The sound waves traveled far, causing the clouds to shake. Fan Yuan was standing far away with Langya Land Spirit. They were conversing, but they turned around to look after hearing the noise. This little monkey! Langya Land Spirit stretched out his left arm, stroking his mustache as he laughed. He was sealed by a Chi Path killer move. The 15 layers had been reduced to 6 layers, all thanks to the help of the Inkman King. Thus, Langya Land Spirit's left arm was free to move now, only his right arm was left immobile. Fan Yuan smiled, as he saw the cloud building rise up slowly, exposing a cave made of cloud soil underneath. The cloud fog was misty, covering the Ice Spike Divine Ape completely. The Ice Spike Divine Ape stepped into the hole, and its tall figure gradually vanished from Fan Yuan's vision. Finally, the cloud building gradually descended, and resealed the cave. The goo worms in the cave were activated, causing the Ice Spike Divine Ape to go into hibernation. Not far away, the same sight was happening with other cloud buildings. Except that the ones entering the caves were not the Ice Spike Divine Ape, but the Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, and the other desolate beasts. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Lava Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Stallion, Azure Dragon Vine, Swamp Crab, Peach Wolf, Iron Crown Eagle, and Earth Chief Desolate Beast, I have returned to you the 8 desolate beasts that you lent me without a single scratch. Actually, letting them out to roam once in a while is a good thing. Letting them sleep all the time, although it saves food, it will affect their battle strength, Fan Yuan said. Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes. Rascal, do you think I cannot understand what you are trying to imply? You want to borrow my desolate beasts again to fight for you, right? Humph, these desolate beasts were captured with much difficulty. They are an important line of defense for Langya Blessed Land. If you want to borrow them again, you cannot bring all 8 at once. Fan Yuan laughed nonchalantly, stretching out his arm. All right, I return to you your desolate beasts. According to our agreement, you should return the 2 great immortal goo, man as before and landscape as before, to me now. Langya Land Spirit heard this and his aura diminished. He smiled sheepishly. Well, little Fang, no, brother Fang, man as before and landscape as before are 2 incredible immortal goo. I have not finished researching them yet. Can you give me a few more days? Fan Yuan's expression turned stiff. Don't even think about it. Hand them over. Little brother Fang, no, big brother Fang, you cannot be so ruthless. You know that I am current sealed by the Chi Path move. I cannot display my true strength as an expert. There's no way my research can have progress. This deal was very disadvantageous to me. Langya Land Spirit shouted. This transaction was willingly done by the 2 of us. I did not force you. It is your problem that you made a loss. You want to regret it now? Too late. Quickly hand it over. Don't forget that we used Mountain Pledge Goo to make the vow. This also involves your friend Mo Tan saying. Whoever breaks the vow would have to pay with his life. Fan Yuan snickered continuously. O land spirit, return him the immortal goo. Mo Tan Sang quickly hurried over, staring at Langya land spirit worriedly. Langya land spirit looked at Mo Tan Sang. He could not stand his gaze and stomped his foot, handing over man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo, over to Fan Yuan with much reluctance. Damn brat, you always take advantage of me in the end. Take it, you scheming fellow. Langya land spirit continued to grumble. Fan Yuan snorted disgruntledly. I took advantage? What advantage did I take? I fed all 8 of your desolate beasts till they were full, while no battles actually took place. It was like taking a walk with them. I saved some costs for you, nor am I even asking you to settle the score. Score? What score? Didn't I feed your rising azure cloud immortal goo as well? In order to buy the food, I spent a lot of immortal essence stones too. If you want to calculate all of this, let's count properly, and see who paid a higher price. Langya land spirit was stomping his foot in agitation. He rebuked immediately. The feeding of desolate beasts was naturally much simpler, and cheaper than feeding immortal goo. Fan Yuan could not argue with Langya land spirit over this, but he had control of Langya land spirit's weakness, thus he could speak in a confident tone. He laughed coldly. Langya land spirit, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you? Langya land spirit's expression changed. He smiled amicably. Yes, I want to even in my dreams. Then good. Fan Yuan patted Langya land spirit's head. Is there a point in being calculative? It was your fault for keeping my rising azure cloud immortal goo as collateral, right? Get lost. Langya land spirit was so angry that he shrugged off Fan Yuan's hand. You brat, you have no manners. I am your senior. Oh? Fan Yuan stared, while showing a flash of the 2 immortal goo in his hand. Langya land spirit's expression changed. He laughed as he patted Fan Yuan's leg. Fan Yuan, there's nothing I can do. You really suit my taste. We are old friends with much in common after all. And Mo Tan Sang, who was at the side, witnessed this entire scene speechlessly. Fan Yuan placed the 2 immortal goo into his own immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal goo recipes. After 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fan Yuan had made 6 deals with Langya land spirit. The lower the completion rate of the immortal goo recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be consumed during the deduction, and it would take more time as well. The 3 immortal goo recipes that Fan Yuan took out now had only 60% completion rate originally. He spent half a month before he completed them with difficulty. Langya land spirit received the immortal goo recipes and looked, sighing while shaking his head. Lad, I have to admit, you are an unparalleled genius in deducing goo recipes. It is such a pity that you have become an immortal zombie. Fan Yuan followed up and asked. I also want to find a way to remove my immortal zombie status. Do you know of any methods? There are a bunch of methods, of course, but they are all old and cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low probabilities of success, while some have extinct materials. For some, I don't even believe the methods. Langya land spirit shook his head. After all, I am a land spirit. I would not usually think about an immortal zombie's problems. Brother Fang might be able to get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance are mostly immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of the immortal zombie body and regain their lives. Furthermore, several years ago, I've heard some rumors that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had made some progress on this matter. And Mo Tan Sang suggested at this time. Fan Yuan nodded. I have such intentions, but I cannot expose myself. I destroyed 88 True Yang building in ruined Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is inconvenient to appear in public. If deductions were made against me, that would be horrible. Now that Dong Fang Chang Fan is dead, there might not be any Gu immortals who can deduce Brother Fang's identity. And Mo Tan Sang said, It is hard to say, some 1,000-year-old monsters or some wisdom path Gu immortals might exist. Fan Yuan shook his head, sighing. Oh? Lad, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? If you can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes, your wisdom path attainment must be very high. You should use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done that before. Langya land spirit asked. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. How could he be a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only using the might of the rank 9 wisdom Gu to impersonate as one, shamelessly claiming credit for it. Thus, he said, my wisdom path methods are very heavily skewed towards deducing goo recipes. They are very poor in other aspects. Furthermore, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are both living eyewitnesses. They had experienced the situation in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my current appearance has been found out by Qin Baixing already. Speaking of Qin Baixing, Mo Tansang's eyes shone, he praised. This person is quite impressive. I had thought that he was only strong in battle strength, but to think he was very wise as well. He captured Ma and Zhao, obtaining the core of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Originally, Northern Plains Goo Immortals were going to attack and exterminate him together. But during this month's time in Northern Plains, he recruited allies, giving up some benefits and persuading Fairy Li Shan to come out and use Mountain Pledge Goo to forcefully gather and unite a bunch of lone cultivators. Even Yi Lui tribe was convinced by him. Originally, there was a huge battle ahead, but because of his actions, the battle flopped. He even is going to hold a huge auction in his blessed land, purposely selling the core immortal goo of the Luck Path True Inheritance. He even will be placing Ma and Zhao as commodities for sale. After saying that, Mo Tansang looked at Fan Yuan deeply in the eye. He knew that Fairy Li Shan and Fan Yuan had a deep relationship. Back then, when Fan Yuan borrowed the desolate beast from Langya Land's spirit, he was present. Langya Land's spirit rejected him outright, having a firm attitude. After all, the desolate beasts were an important defense of Langya Blessed Land. If Fan Yuan had ill intentions, and was in cahoots with the group that attacked the Blessed Land, Langya Land's spirit would be in danger. But out of his expectations, Fan Yuan took out Mountain Pledge Goo. Using this goo to make a vow, Langya Land's spirit's worries were dispelled. Later he used man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo, to attract Langya Land's spirit and strike at his weakness. After all, Langya Land's spirit had offered Tai Bai Yunxing 5 immortal essence stones just to research landscape as before in the past. Langya Land's spirit was moved by the two immortal goo, and after being provoked by Fan Yuan's words, he lent 8 desolate beasts to him. Qin Baixing knows how to give in at the right time, he can adapt to circumstances and has amazing methods. He is truly skilled in both brains and brawn, one can't help but admire him. Fan Yuan said lightly, before changing the subjecting and asking the land spirit, do you have any leads on the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo? Fan Yuan's cleansed soul immortal goo has not been fed. After this period of time, it became even weaker. But to feed cleansed soul immortal goo, he needed the flesh of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Earlier, Fan Yuan had asked Langya Land's spirit, but Langya Land's spirit did not have the recipe of the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, or even any remnant recipes of it. Thus, he could only ask for a lead, not raising any talk of the goo recipe. Langya Land's spirit shook his head. Lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body had lived through the eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun before dying. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only rose up after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. By that time, I was already confined inside this blessed land. How could I have any leads? But I do have an incredible transformation path killer move here. This killer move originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. When he was young, he used this set of goo worms to hide his appearance and evade his enemies when they chased him. The effect was great. With this killer move, you will be able to change your appearance and aura to conceal your identity. Even if goo immortals manage to deduce your identity, you might be able to deny it in person and claim that their deduction was wrong, successfully hoodwinking them. Chapter 709. Familiar Face. Oh? As it involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fan Yuan's interest was roused. Is it the legendary Familiar Face? In Goo Master history, there were many interesting records about the immortal killer move Familiar Face. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once relied on Familiar Face to transform into all sorts of appearances. He had once scammed a rank 8 Goo Immortal, Deng Zuiyen, while he himself had rank 6 cultivation, causing Deng Zuiyen to think that he was his best friend, Wan Cheijin. In the end, Deng Zuiyen allowed the thief into his house, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used the opportunity to steal a lot of treasures in his blessed land. After the incident, Deng Zuiyen was angered to the point of spitting out blood. He found Wan Cheijin and engaged in a fierce battle. It was an extremely heated match. Wan Cheijin was very puzzled. He tried to explain himself, but it was not working. In the end, he took a risk and stopped defending him, letting Deng Zuiyen deal 3 blows to him. After 3 blows, Wan Cheijin was on the verge of death. He finally managed to convince Deng Zuiyen of their friendship. Deng Zuoyan felt deep regret. He tried to heal Wan Cheijin regardless of the consequences. After he found out the truth, he saw thieving heaven demon Venerable as his most hated enemy, and one that he must kill. Wan Cheijin's deep injuries could not heal, and seeing that Deng Zuoyan was about to face a tribulation, he did not want to be a burden to his friend and left secretly. But to think that thieving heaven demon Venerable had perfect timing, he disguised as Wan Cheijin and lied to Deng Zuoyan, lying in bed and pretending to be ill, extorting countless cultivation resources from him. After that, thieving heaven demon Venerable escaped scot-free. Deng Zuoyan lost a huge amount of his foundation. He died during his heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity not long after. Wan Cheijin heard that his friend had died and vomited blood from anger. His weak body that was heavily injured finally gave in, and he died several days later. This was the most illustrious achievement of the immortal killer move Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly took the lives of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. In history, other than this incredible account, there were also countless incidents where thieving heaven demon Venerable used this move to pretend to be a weakling to catch people off guard, or scammed people by pretending to be an expert. He also transformed into a snowman and caused trouble in an Inkman city, resulting in a huge battle between the snowmen and the Inkmen. Langya Land's spirit stared at Fang Yuan, shaking his head. Familiar Face? You are really daring! That is an immortal killer move. The core Gu is the legendary Attitude Gu. Even if I give it to you, you will not be able to use it. But this killer move of mine has a huge relationship with Familiar Face. It can be said to be the former version of it. This is a mortal killer move and is suitable for you to use. Oh? Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Seeing that he had drawn out Fang Yuan's interest, Langya Land's spirit chuckled as he continued. This killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you will need to do me a favor. Fang Yuan knew that there was no free lunch in this world. He nodded. Say it. Langya Land's spirit said his plan immediately. My 12 cloud buildings all had one desolate beast inside each in the past. But because of the attacks of the Gu immortals from the mysterious force, 2 of them died and 1 died after succumbing to injuries. Now I only have 9 left. If you can enslave a desolate beast with outstanding battle strength for me, not only will I pay you immortal essence stones based on market rates, I will also give you this mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan was overjoyed deep inside. After making many transactions with Langya Land's spirit over the immortal Gu remnant recipes, and using the mountain pledge Gu to dispel any suspicions, along with returning the desolate beasts, he had finally improved his relationship with Langya Land's spirit. In the past, Langya Land's spirit would not ask Fang Yuan for such a matter. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new immortal Gu remnant recipes from Langya Land's spirit. After saying goodbye, he went back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Junior brother, you are back. Was this trip successful? Tai Bai Yunxing was inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, with the 8 desolate beasts already returned, it was impossible for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When Fang Yuan went to Langya Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing was the only Gu immortal left to defend it. It was rather fruitful, Fang Yuan said, returning landscape as before Gu and man as before Gu to Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon is calling me urgently. I have to go to Eastern Sea now. Tai Bai Yunxing took the 2 Gu and rushed over without examining them. Fang Yuan did not obstruct him, he only told him to be careful. Now that he was finally alone, it was time to plan what to do for the future. After resolving the huge crisis of Immortal Crane sect attacking Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I have finally stabilized the situation. I have entered the Righteous Path faction using the status of a subsidiary force. Now that I can sell Guts Gu, I can intervene slightly in Central Continent's matters now. In the past, Fang Yuan was immortal. He did not even have the qualifications to speak to Gu immortals as equals. Although he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he was like a child walking into a bandit's den holding primeval stones. Once the bandits saw Fang Yuan, they would only think of how to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he finally was qualified. After gathering his strength and showing the mysterious force behind him, he had finally intimidated Immortal Crane sect and the other forces. Using the Guts Gu transaction to form an economic connection between them, the child had now grown into a young man. Seeing a bandit, he scattered some primeval stones to them. The bandits want to rob him, but they are afraid of a counterattack from the young man that would cause them to suffer greater losses. Thus, they took the primeval stones to temporarily satisfy themselves. Furthermore, these bandits themselves are wary of each other and restrict themselves. Their attention is placed on many other things. The young man is temporarily safe in this den. But Fan Yuan was aware that when the Gutsku transactions become bigger, and the benefits become larger, there would be even greater pressure on him, as more people would want to snatch it from him. Especially during the 5 regions chaotic war, all of the forces would not let go of something that could raise their strength. Although the young man gave out some primeval stones and satisfied the bandits temporarily, as his wealth grows, these bandits were bound to engage in another attempt of robbery soon. Thus, Fan Yuan lowered his head and became a subsidiary of Immortal Crane sect in name. This way, the young man was now a young bandit. These bandits could not rob each other, they had to follow the rules. But rules were just formless restrictions. As time passed, as the profits grew, they would have less effect. After all, this young bandit was not as powerful as he had displayed himself to be. For Gu Immortals, 8 desolate beasts, this is just a facade that I put up by borrowing the strength of others. The Snowy Mountain alliance I have with He Lulan has a time limit. Langya Blessed Land is facing strong enemies. It can hardly protect itself. I cannot bring out the 8 desolate beasts anytime I wish. Even though we made Immortal Crane's sect retreat, and have set up transactions with the 10 great ancient sects, since I have now appeared in the open, they will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not struck yet because they are not sure of my background at this point. When they know, they will strike again. Fan Yuan considered. Using an analogy, when Fan Yuan first obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a torrential rainstorm with thunder and lightning. It was vicious weather, and only by taking a fatal risk could he have a chance of survival. After Fan Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a sky with dark clouds covering him, and strong winds blowing. The future was grim. Only by plotting carefully, taking every step vigilantly, and grabbing onto every opportunity, could he climb out of the swamps slowly and with much difficulty. After Fan Yuan repelled Immortal Crane's sect and started selling Gutsku, the fierce winds had disappeared, and the dark clouds had thinned, a hole was exposed and the blue sky could be seen. The future was now bright and hopeful, but the dark clouds were still looming. If he was careless, they would cover the sky again, with lightning and rain pouring. It was like a person had just escaped from a swamp. He was standing at the edge of the swamp, finally safe for the time being. If he took a step back, Fan Yuan would fall into the swamp again. If he wanted to get out, he would need to struggle intensely, and his luck would matter greatly. If he moved forward, Fan Yuan would become more stable, and he would finally get back onto a wide and large track. Even if there were thorns along the way, it would not be like before, when he was struggling between life and death, and every step could lead to a fatal disaster. The following period of time is a time of peace that I have obtained with much difficulty. I need to advance forward, accumulating my foundation and raising my cultivation. I have to become stronger, until none of the forces around me dare to have any ill intentions against me. Fan Yuan thought about it carefully. There were several huge problems in front of him. The first question facing him now was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu was the most urgent one. Langya Land's spirit and Fairy Li Shan did not have any leads to the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Even though he could buy some in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, it could only sustain Cleansed Soul Immortal Gu's life and not let it die of hunger. To feed it till it was full, he needed 10,000 White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. This Gu was in small quantity even for Gu Immortals who collected them. Unless Fan Yuan got the Gu recipe and refined it in bulk, he could not solve the issue completely. Looking at his other Immortal Gu, feeding them was still a huge problem. Although he got through it this time, the next round of feeding would be a problem again. The 6-headed snake's bones had turned into black blood and were fed to Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu's feeding problem had never been resolved. It was just that Mo Yao's had fed it earlier, thus there were no issues yet. Worldly Wave Trace Gu needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Although the former was in huge quantity, it could be bought easily using Immortal Essence Stones. But the latter was rare in the market. If not for Tai Bai Yunxing encountering Shark Demon and putting his own life at risk, he would not have gotten the required amount. Rising Azure Cloud was in Langya Land's spirit's hands. It need not be considered for now. Connect Luck Immortal Gu needs 5,000 kilograms of sand gull's soil. Looking at the condition of the worldly sand gull's dead egg, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms, which was 3 feeding sessions. The feeding of woman's heart was troublesome. After all, mass killing of mortals would attract the attack of righteous path Gu immortals. After all, now was not the 5 regions chaotic war yet. Within the 5 regions, the righteous path suppressed the demonic path, order was abundant in society. Although Fan Yuan had many immortal essence stones now, defeating of immortal Gu could not be resolved simply by having immortal essence stones. Generally, in most cases, the feeding of immortal Gu was usually connected to the cultivation path of the Gu immortal themselves, and their blessed land. Chapter 710. Crossing the regional wall. For instance, a water path Gu immortal's blessed land would be in the form of a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace Gu, the Gu immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels and so on inside their blessed land. Thus, the Gu immortal could be self-sufficient, by drawing materials from their own blessed land to feed the immortal Gu worldly wave trace. Another example was tied by Yinxing's 2 immortal Gu. He could obtain food for them by managing his own blessed land. Heilu Land's blessed land contained large numbers of heavy metal ores. These heavy metals were strength Chi immortal Gu's food. However, Fan Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Their immortal Gu were mostly obtained by refining vital Gu and core Gu when advancing to Gu immortal, and were integrated with their path. Fan Yuan's immortal Gu were mostly obtained from scheming. His vital Gu was spring autumn cicada, but he had no time path inheritance, and what he currently practiced was strength path. Moreover, Fan Yuan's immortal Gu were extremely disordered, involving time path, space path, water path, wisdom path, and other paths. The most crucial point was that Fan Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had turned into a dead aperture, and whatever he placed in there would die. It could neither be managed nor developed like a normal blessed land, nor could it provide convenience in feeding immortal Gu, and most importantly it could not produce immortal essence. Thus, there was a much heavier burden on immortal essence stones. Fan Yuan not only had to use his immortal essence stones for transactions, but also turn a part of them into green grape immortal essence, and furthermore bear the costs for feeding immortal Gu. The main reason for Fan Yuan almost becoming bankrupt after the battle with Heiqing was this. Thus the second problem in front of Fan Yuan was his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was already dead, his cultivation had stagnated. The blessed land was involved in many aspects of the Gu immortal's cultivation, therefore this was a great burden to Fan Yuan. The day Fan Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body would be the day he can formally start his Gu immortal cultivation. However, getting rid of the immortal zombie body and returning to his human body meant Fan Yuan would not be able to step into the wisdom light halo. This was also a problem. As for the final important problem, it was battle strength. Currently, cleansed soul immortal Gu was weak from hunger and was too risky to use. Fan Yuan's trump card, the immortal killer move Myriad Self, also could not be used. Fan Yuan's battle strength had fallen as a result. Whether it was confronting Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects in the days to come, dealing with the pursuit of Northern Plains Gu immortals, seizing Dong Fan Chang Fan's wisdom path inheritance, helping Langya Land's spirit to capture a desolate beast, seeking the thieving heaven inheritance pertaining to Luopa Valley, taking immortal Gu dark limit from Fairy Jianyu, all of these required powerful battle strength. There are mainly 4 aspects that influence a Gu immortal's battle strength. The Gu immortal's own battle attainment, immortal Gu, killer moves and immortal essence. With the Guts Gu business now, I don't lack immortal essence for the moment. A Gu immortal's battle attainment is formed from constant accumulation of their foundation over time and cannot be raised in a short period. In the immortal Gu aspect, the blood deity remnant recipe is enough to deduce the complete blood deity immortal Gu recipe, but my wealth right now is still quite far from reaching the standard of refining immortal Gu. Fan Yuan thought it over. Even if he could refine blood deity, he did not want to do so. Blood path had been affiliated with the demonic path since long ago. Even the 10 great ancient sects had to research blood path in secret and did not dare to publicly announce it. Heavenly Court even had the Demon Judgment Board, and Fan Yuan did not want to put his name there this early. Moreover, almost all the immortal Gu in Fan Yuan's hands were in a bad state from hunger. The burden of feeding was too heavy and Fan Yuan lacked confidence in managing it if a new immortal Gu was added on top of that. Therefore, the only method Fan Yuan could use to raise his battle strength quickly was through killer moves. The killer move aspect involved both immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. I have sufficient immortal essence stones, my disposable income is much higher than in the past. Not only can I purchase a lot of good mortal killer moves, but I also can continuously experiment, deduce and reproduce some powerful killer moves from my past life. Having thought things through, Fang Yuan immediately started with the task. Central Continent. With Feng Jiuge as the leader, a group of Gu immortals were standing in front of an enormous light wall. The light wall was incomparably tall, connecting the sky and ground. The white light had condensed into a solid and formed a wall. Within it flickered golden light which was full of vigor and majesty. This was Central Continent's membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The world of Gu masters had 5 large regions: Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Northern Plains. Each was covered with a layer of membrane forming the boundaries of heaven and earth, mutually isolating each other. Old Oracle, what is the result of your calculation this time? Old Lord Kenyang asked the young-looking Gu immortal in the group. The young-looking Gu immortal slowly opened his eyes. They were filled with clouds and mist and constantly transforming. A long while later, the clouds and mist dispersed, and he returned to having ordinary white eyes with black pupils. The young-looking Gu immortal spoke with a slightly happy tone. It can be done. This part of the regional wall is rather weak. It is the 3rd weak spot we have found over these last days. But compared to the first and the second, this is more stable. I suggest we use this to cut open an entrance and cross the regional wall to Northern Plains. Ha ha ha, good. We have searched close to 1,000 areas and finally found an ideal weak spot. Old man Tianlong laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of cloudy air and said with a sigh, "We have searched for so many days before finally getting a good result. It was really not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time. Let's begin." Feng Jiuge said briefly. Who goes first? Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei glanced at each other, then stood up together, speaking in unison. This time, let our Heaven's Envy Manor take the lead. With that statement, the two exerted strength and activated an immortal killer move together, called Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This killer move's core was the rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Goo, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo as support. The immortal essence required to activate this immortal killer move was extremely high, and it also burdened the mind significantly. Just 1 Goo Immortal could not display its might, 2 Goo Immortals must activate it together. The immortal killer move was activated, instantly forming a blue crescent moon. The crescent moon was not large and was only the size of a water jar, but it had condensed into solid form and was sparkling like a magnificent piece of artwork. Only the terrifying aura it leaked out occasionally would let one know that it was not harmless like its appearance showed. The surrounding Goo Immortals distanced themselves far away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. After accumulating enough power, the two fairies gave soft cries and released the blue crescent moon. The crescent moon flew extremely quick and silently, shining with gentle moonlight. The blue crescent moon slashed the Saint Regional Wall, and immediately cut open a path about 76 steps in length. Worthy of being a well-known killer move of Heaven's Envy Manor, it directly cut open a distance of 76 steps, remarkable. Goo Immortal Qinjinqi exclaimed in admiration. Feng Jiuge led the way with the other Goo Immortals behind him and entered the Saint Regional Wall. The moment they stepped into the Saint Regional Wall, many Goo Immortals' expressions changed slightly. Their bodies became heavier, their thoughts moved more slowly, and even the immortal aperture inside them gradually started to tremor. Quick, we need to move faster! Feng Jiuge hastened. They had walked 74 steps before they could not walk any further. In this short period of time, the Saint Regional Wall had already started to rapidly heal. The path of 76 steps in depth had already shortened by 2 steps. Old Lord Kenyang stood up. Next, let this old man give it a try. He took out an immortal goo. This immortal goo resembled a mostly burned-out candle with a small amount of candlelight burning at the top. Old Lord Kenyang softly blew at the candlelight. The candlelight shook, and following the direction of Old Lord Kenyang's breath, it let out countless glittering light spots. The light spots struck the white gold Saint Regional Wall. The regional wall melted like snow as it rapidly dissolved and formed a 63 steps passage. Everyone quickly moved ahead. At the end of the passage, Old Man Tianlong stood up and activated an immortal goo, opening a 67 steps passage. All the Goo Immortals took turns in using their immortal goo or immortal killer moves to open the passage deeper into the Saint Regional Wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on them was, even turning into a giant force that dragged them backwards, seemingly as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds also kept on moving increasingly slowly, which caused the Goo Immortals to have extreme difficulty in activating their immortal killer moves. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Old Oracle had no choice but to use all sorts of methods and even immortal killer moves to reinforce the other Goo Immortals' minds. But in spite of this, Ao Shui and Ling Mei, these two fairies could not activate Peerless Crescent Moon's / anymore. The most crucial point was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the intensity of the tremors in their immortal apertures. The earth within their blessed lands cracked, boulders started falling down, and countless life forms within died pitifully. These Gu immortals came from the 10 great ancient sects. They were famous experts with outstanding battle strength. However, several hundred steps later, most turned pale, some with weaker cultivation even started trembling slightly. 1,000 steps later, most of the Gu immortals were covered with sweat, some were deathly pale. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were walking while supporting each other. Only Feng Jiuge alone was still walking ahead upright. His expression was normal. Every time he made a move, they were all immortal killer moves, cutting open passages longer than 100 steps. After walking for over 3,000 steps, there was much thinner white gold light in front. Instead, a trace of green was vaguely revealed. Old Oracle, your deduction was correct. This is indeed a weak area of Saint Regional Wall. We reached here after only walking over 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. Beyond Saint Regional Wall is Northern Plains Licorice Regional Wall. Let's speed up and break through it in one move. Old Lord Kenyang attempted to raise the morale while gasping for breath. The young-looking Gu immortal Old Oracle, however, was somewhat worried. My ability is limited. I could only deduce Saint Regional Wall. Hopefully this area of Licorice Regional Wall is not too thick. After around 8 minutes, the Gu immortals were out of Saint Regional Wall and entered into Licorice Regional Wall. This regional wall was quite different from Saint Regional Wall. The Gu immortals felt an enormous formless force pushing at them and constantly repelling them. The intensity of the tremors of their immortal apertures increased further, the losses causing great heartache to many Gu immortals. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise the losses would be too huge. Old Man Tianlong said. Sigh, I had passed the regional wall to Northern Plains when I was younger, but back then the whole process only took about 5 minutes of time and was very easy. Gu immortal Hong Qiming sighed deeply. When he had crossed the regional wall back then, he had only been a rank 4 Gu master. As one's cultivation became higher, the difficulty in traversing regional walls would become increasingly difficult. After a long time, this group of Gu immortals had no choice but to stop. They were in Licorice Regional Wall, and everywhere around them was filled with green fog. Grass was growing wildly in the fog and was constantly twining and twisting like a sea of snakes or hair, blocking their paths. Feng Jiuji's body was dripping with sweat and his lips were pale. This won't do. This part of Licorice Regional Wall is extremely firm. We need to change to another direction even if we have to walk more. Everyone nodded, approving of Feng Jiuji's resoluteness. Old Oracle began to deduce, and in this period of time, the regional wall was constantly recovering, making the Gu immortals retreat further. This way. Finally, Old Oracle calculated a direction. The Gu immortals changed their direction, and after suffering bitterly for a day and a night, they passed the Licorice Regional Wall and entered Northern Plains. Rest and reorganize for 3 days. We will talk after that, Feng Jiuge exhaustedly said. Among the whole group, only he was able to barely stand while the others fell down unsteadily to the ground like piles of mud, not wanting to even budge anymore. Chapter 7:11. Giving up on possession. Cranes cried out, flying beautifully in the sky, displaying their elegant appearances. As the wind blew gently, the trees on Fei He Mountain were swaying lightly. The sun was high in the sky, but the sunlight could not penetrate into this dark, gloomy underground secret room. The underground secret room was plain and simple. The surroundings were stone walls, and other than the stone bed at the center, there was nothing. Moist water vapors slipped into the cracks of the walls, as moss grew on them. On the stone bed, there was a rotten and ruined body of a young rank 5 Gu master. It was Gu Yu Fangjing. In order to detect Fan Yuan's location, coordinating with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fangjing was plotted against by Lord Sky Crane and lost control of the failed blood demon Flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood, and his soul went on the verge of collapse, as he entered a deep state of unconsciousness. You want to revive Fangjing? He Fengyang was right beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea which was floating in front of him. Fangjing's master was inside the spirit incubating flea, Lord Sky Crane's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from within the flea. Yes, Lord, I am willing to give up this possession opportunity. Please save Fangjing instead. He Fengyang turned his gaze towards Fangjing, who had fainted, saying softly. The injuries to his body might seem terrifying, But it is not a big concern. Even without my help, the sect has many ways to heal him. The problem is his soul. He did the blood sense forcefully this time. It caused a huge burden on his soul. His soul was only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is most suitable for you to possess his body. This body has a great aptitude and a rank 5 aperture. His soul is extremely weak, so if you undergo possession now, you would win the contest between souls without doubt. Wasn't possession your goal all along? Lord Sky Crane laughed bitterly. Ever since he used the method to harm Fang Jing, Lord Sky Crane had been recalling Fang Jing's appearance, and all the memories of their experiences had been flashing through his mind. Fang Jing's purity, his pursuit of justice, it reminded him of his younger self. Fang Deng's desire for revenge was so similar to his own experiences. Subordinate's original plan was to possess Fang Jing. But now in my heart, I feel guilt and reluctance. According to logic, he has the bloodline of 1st Gen Gu Yu, yet he has been calling me master and trusts me. He had never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I did in the past. If I kill him and succeed in the possession, I would have to live within his shell in the future. How would I face myself? Lord Sky Crane sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while, before he raised his hand and placed it on Fang Deng's forehead. A green light that was gentle as water dripped down from He Fengyang's palm, spreading all over Fang Zheng's body. Everywhere the green light reached, his swollen flesh and scars healed rapidly at a visible rate. After several breaths of time, Fang Zheng's body fully recovered, his breathing relaxed, but he was still unconscious. I have already healed his physical body, and stabilized his soul. As a reward for being my subordinate, I will give you another opportunity, Sky Crane. You do not need to give up on the possession chance. I will give you some time to consider it, think it through properly. He Fengyang said. Lord. He Fengyang retracted his hand. The possession technique we have is not complete. It originated from Northern Plains. Right now, our sect's old Lord Kenyang has followed Feng Jiuge into Northern Plains. He had been assigned several missions from the sect him. One of them is to collect more information and improve the possession technique. When he returns to the sect Sky Crane, you will have a higher chance of succeeding in the possession. By that point, you would have already reflected thoroughly on it. Give me the answer then. Lord. Without waiting for Lord Sky Crane to finish speaking, He Fengyang waved his sleeves and his figure vanished. Who immortal blessed land, in an underground cave. The wisdom light halo that was shining in many colors shone on Fan Yuan's face. Fan Yuan's brows were tightly locked, his expression was grim and uncertain. Guh. Suddenly he opened his mouth, spitting a mouthful of green zombie blood. At the same time, countless joyful wills in his mind collapsed and disintegrated. This was the first time Fan Yuan had gotten injured from using the light of wisdom. Fan Yuan stepped out of the light of wisdom, finding a mushroom nearby and sitting on it like a bench. He stretched out one arm to wipe the zombie blood around his mouth, as he inspected his mind while enduring the huge pain in his head. His mind was experiencing tremors, thoughts disintegrated on their own the moment they were created. The surrounding boundaries of his mind had mild cracks on them. This was the backlash due to Fan Yuan's forceful thinking. At this moment, as long as Fan Yuan had a thought, intense pain would assault his mind. He shut his eyes and stopped all his thinking. He was like a rock statue without any movement. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes, inspecting his mind again. The tremors had stopped in his mind, but the boundaries still had remaining cracks on them. The speed of his thought generation was slower than before, but they would not collapse upon creation. That was to say, Fan Yuan could think again. This injury was no doubt a valuable experience. Fan Yuan learned many things from it. Wisdom path deductions have a risk as well. One can get injured. Just like strength path, overexerting oneself would cause them to pull their muscles, and their tendons might even break. This time, I was trying to deduce a difficult question of the star path. I used a large amount of joyful wills and the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. It surpassed the limits and endurance level of my mind, thus I got injured. I thought I could use the power of wisdom goo to deduce the recipe of star shoot goo. But now it seems that my star path foundation is too low. The unlimited inspiration can give me countless possibilities and directions, but I will need to deduce every single possibility. At the same time, during the process of deduction, more choices would be generated. Star shoot goo was Star Lord Wan Xiang's self-created goo worm. Using large numbers of star rain goo, small numbers of spring wind goo, as well as many other goo worms, one could assemble the killer move, Spring Star Rain. The effect of Spring Star Rain was to increase the growth rate of plants. Fan Yuan used it many times to nourish his Star Fragment grass. But Star Shoot Goo was a consumable goo right now. He could only purchase it from Star Lord Wan Xiang, and Star Lord Wan Xiang was making a huge profit out of this goo. Fan Yuan had wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to reverse engineer the Star Shoot Goo's recipe, but he did not succeed, and even got himself injured. Although Star Shoot Goo is immortal goo, it had been tampered with by Star Lord Wan Xiang. The recipe is very hard to reverse refine. Unless my Star Path realm reaches master level, if not, it will be hard to succeed. Fan Yuan had a realization. Star Path master level realm, it represented a foundation in Star Path, and could greatly reduce the possibilities when undergoing deductions. It could help Fan Yuan reach the correct answer much quicker. Fan Yuan made an estimate based on the difficulty. If reverse refining Star Shoot Goo's recipe requires Star Path master level attainment, then researching an entirely new goo recipe to create the Starlight Firefly goo would be even harder. Most likely, Star Path Grand Master Realm is needed. As for modifying Do Min Jun's Star Path inheritance, and creating an entire new Star Path Goo Worm, to amplify the effects of attacking, defending, movement, and healing in Star Path Goo Worms, that would be even harder. At least Quasi-Great Grand Master Realm attainment is required. Starlight Firefly Goo was a necessity in activating Stargate Goo. It would not hurt to have more of it. But in Do Min Jun's inheritance, a bit of Star Goo, Brilliance of 2 stars Goo, 3 stars in the sky Goo, 4 stars Cube Goo, 5 stars aligned Goo, these could amplify the offensive Star Path Goo Worms. If this was circulated, Star Path Goo would definitely become much more popular. It would even have a mild effect on the current status of the different paths. Fan Yuan's original plan was to reverse refine the Goo recipe of Star Shoot Goo and Starlight Firefly Goo. One was to escape from his reliance on Star Lord Wan Xiang, but also to have a method to obtain even more Starlight Firefly Goo for his use of Stargates. In addition, raising the effects of a bit of Star Goo, Brilliance of 2 stars Goo, 3 stars in the sky Goo. This series of Goo Worms would help in developing a whole new Star Path killer move that would suit Fan Yuan's needs, and raise his battle strength. But after making an attempt, Fan Yuan knew that this was not feasible yet. Even if he had the Light of Wisdom and had unlimited inspiration, his Refinement Path realm was master level. His Star Path realm was merely ordinary. It was hard for his plans to work. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I have to focus on my strengths and make use of my advantages. Fan Yuan assessed himself. He was a Blood Path Grand Master, Strength Path Grand Master, Flying Quasi Grand Master, Refinement Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, as well as Transformation Path Master. He first eliminated Blood Path. Blood Path Goo Immortals were heavily targeted by everyone, because Blood Path cultivation focused on harming others to raise one's own battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were both unwilling to face such a huge threat like Blood Path Goo Immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the law and order of the regions go into chaos, would Blood Path emerge again. Although Fan Yuan had Blood Deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the completed recipe yet. He did not have the financial capability to refine Blood Deity Immortal Goo now. Furthermore, the Blood Path inheritance in his previous life had yet to mature. He could not retrieve it yet. Next, Fan Yuan eliminated Strength Path. Strength Path had once flourished in the past. At present, it had already heavily declined. Even though there were incredible geniuses like Chu Du, it was unlikely for the past glory of Strength Path to reappear. The might and prosperity of a path not only relied on genius Goo Masters and Goo Immortals, they also relied on resources. In the present era, the resources for Strength Path had mostly gone extinct, or were extremely rare. Strength Path had little prospects, many Goo recipes were lost, and the future was grim. Even though Fan Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal Zombie, he did not want to walk on this path. The reason he chose Strength Path was because the conditions back then were very convenient. He would use it as a springboard to change to another path in the future. He later became a Strength Path Immortal Zombie because he was left with no choice in 88 True Young building. Unless Fan Yuan was like He Lulan with multiple Strength Path Immortal Goo, who can raise her battle strength using these Immortal Goo. But such a situation was not feasible for Fan Yuan. Blood Path and Strength Path were dead ends. Flying Quasi-Grandmaster was merely part of his battle proficiency. Refinement Path did not excel in fighting. Fan Yuan's only options were Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. But Enslavement Path needed beast groups. At the level of Gu immortals, ordinary beasts were of little use. Their core beast groups would be elevated from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Fan Yuan used the light of wisdom and thought about it for a long time. 3 days later, he finally made a breakthrough in transformation path. Chapter 712. Lion Fur Armor, Transplanting Bat Wings. Time flew by quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed in Hu.